Chapter 81 Welcome. A kingdom on the sea? Great. Our city hasn't even been built yet. But someone has already built a kingdom. Huyu immediately became interested. Not only because of the other party's tone, but more because he wanted to see who on earth could build a kingdom in 14 days, no. To be precise, 13 days. What would a kingdom built in 13 days look like? Boss, what do you say now? Shen Shan asked from the side. It's probably just as you predicted. That group of people is probably not simple. We should wait a little longer. Although he didn't say what he was waiting for. But Huyu also knew what he meant. It would be better to get closer to them after the heart of the ocean finished evolving. But there was not enough time. Going there to investigate now would already be a detour. And if we stop for another day, there would be even less time. It's not a big problem. Huyu said calmly. Go according to the original plan. Brother Shen. You answer the other party and say that there are many children on our ship, and we want to seek help. And see how the other party responds. This is to show weakness while lowering the other party's defense. In order to better get information. Okay, boss. Shen Shan immediately turned on the radio and started operating. After a while, the message was sent. The other party also sent a telegram at the first time. The message was very brief. Only 2 words. Welcome, Brother Ji. Sail at full speed. Okay. Old Wang. Hey! Old Wang immediately responded and greeted him with a smile. Boss, what do you want? I won't tell you much about acting. Remember to act according to circumstances and put the lives of everyone on board first. Don't worry. Boss, Old Wang replied with a smile. I'll do it. Don't worry. Okay. I'll leave it to you. Huyu didn't go back to sleep, but simply sat in the cab, watching the ship approach the container ships little by little. 3 more hours passed. It was already dawn. Huyu took out a telescope and was shocked. The sun was shining in the rainstorm. Let him see the huge things in front of him clearly. Each ship is nearly 200 meters long. Even 50 meters longer than the heart of the ocean. What does this mean? 3 container ships are connected end to end, which is equivalent to nearly 200 floors lying on the water. There are also various containers piled on them, each of which is a standard 40-foot container, 13 meters long. Just from the surface, there are at least thousands of boxes like this on a ship. 3 ships means 3,000 containers. This is just the surface number. God knows how many ships are behind these 3 ships. Boss, look at the bottom of the middle ship. Huyu lowered the telescope and saw the situation clearly. The door of the bottom container was opened. 3 people stood inside the door. One of them was wearing a suit and tie. He didn't look like a crew member working at sea, but the owner of these ships. They stood in front of the container, as if they were ready to welcome them. It's quite formal. Huyu smiled and replied, putting down the telescope and looking at Li Ji. Brother Ji, how long will it take to get there? 1 hour at most. Okay. Everything will go according to plan. Huyu said and walked towards the cabin. I'll go pack up and tell the kids about the precautions. When they heard that they didn't have to go to class today, the group of children were instantly ecstatic. Sure enough, no matter what the time was, no matter what the situation was, as long as there was no class, it was enough to make the children excited. The ship soon approached the 3 container ships. Before the ship stopped, a man's voice sounded not far away. I thought it was someone else, but it turned out to be just some guys driving a broken ship. The man's tone was full of disdain. It seemed that he was not very happy to be sent here. He looked down at the people on the ship and ordered like a superior. Hey, how many people? How much food? How much resources are on your ship? Report them all. If it meets the requirements, you can join the maritime kingdom. Everyone looked at each other, and a question popped up in their minds at the same time. This guy, is he okay? Who said he wanted to join this maritime kingdom? He came right up and asked for numbers, food, and resource information. You must be kidding. Old Wang couldn't make a decision, so he turned to look at Huyu. And the meaning in his eyes was very clear. Why don't you show your magical powers and just take these ships? Not only him, but the others looked at Huyu with almost the same look. Why are you looking at me? Huyu said helplessly. I've said it so many times. What's the most important thing now? Talent. Let's go up and see what's going on in this so-called maritime kingdom first. If we miss any talent, you have to compensate me. This is true. After all, if it weren't for Old Wang, they would have missed Old Fang. As long as they give him certain resources, He will be the god of food for millions of people in the end times. What should I do? Old Wang asked doubtfully. Under normal circumstances, we can say that we have caught a lot of fish for food. Huyu said as he walked towards the warehouse. I'll put some fish in there to avoid being discovered. Okay. Old Wang said as he picked up the megaphone and shouted upwards. There are a total of 69 people on our boat. With plenty of food. The only resources we have are fish. I wonder if I can join you. TSK. Another bunch of poor people. The man did not hide his disdain. If it were in other places, a boat that dared to say that it had plenty of food would never be associated with the word poor. No matter before or after the apocalypse. That's a ship. It was worth at least tens of millions before the apocalypse. And its value after the apocalypse is even more immeasurable. But in front of such a whole fleet of container ships, it is indeed poor. If you can grab 2 containers at random, they may be more abundant than the supplies on the ship. Okay. As long as you have enough food. Come in. As he said, the container ship in the front started. It gradually sailed away from the fleet, exposing the scene behind the 3 ships. Behind that container ship, there were all kinds of small boats. The small ones were like this ship, about 20 to 30 meters long. There were at least 3 large, 10,000-ton container ships parked inside. These were just the small boats parked behind that container ship. God knows what the scene inside the 3 ships was like. Perhaps, even the resources that someone had worked so hard to hoard were not as abundant as what was in front of him. Huyukai came back from the storage room and just came to the cab. He was stunned by the scene in front of him at a glance. This, could it really be a country? Chapter 82 Brother. You smell so good. Shocked? I'm afraid that dumbfounded is not enough to describe the expressions of everyone now. Originally, I thought that there would be at most 3 more large ships behind these 3 ships. But now I see, 3 ships? There are at least nearly 300 ships of different sizes. And there may even be more. Fortunately, Huyu did not choose to collect the ships directly at that time. Otherwise, if he collected the ships one by one, they would have enough time to find ways to kill him by various means. In front, the voice of the man in charge of the meeting sounded again. Go in and dock. Be careful not to hit other ships. I'll be there soon. After that, the door closed. The man disappeared. He didn't even wait for them to answer whether to go in or not. It seemed that if they didn't go in, the only ones who would lose would be Huyu and his friends, showing their arrogance to the fullest. Old Wang subconsciously turned his head to look at Huyu, and he knew what he was thinking without saying anything. Go in or not. Sometimes, when you ask something, it means you already know your choice. It's like flipping a coin. You don't need to look at the result. When the coin leaves your palm, you have already chosen a side. Go! Huyu gave an answer that was the same as everyone else's, even if it's not for resources or talents. Just out of curiosity, he wanted to know how so many ships were gathered together and could still maintain their current state. Okay, Old Wang replied, and at the same time took out the walkie-talkie to report the route and direction to the group of people outside. The ship sailed all the way to the interface between the 2 container ships and turned in from here. The scene inside was finally visible. There were a total of 10 large container ships, in addition to the 3 large container ships outside. There were 5 container ships parked behind. They were arranged in a 3-2-2-3 position. Each ship was close together. The 6 container ships in front and behind were full of containers, while the 4 in the middle had only a dozen or so containers. Floating in the middle, it looked like an island. Although there are only 4 ships in the middle, the area is more than 20,000 square meters. Those containers don't look like they are used to load goods, but rather people. Of course, compared with the Zijing Mountain in Huyu's space, the difference is not ordinary. But for normal people living in the end times, this is a country that will never sink. No wonder the man's tone just now was so arrogant. It turned out that he had this kind of confidence behind him. The ship turned into the sea and successfully merged into those small boats. Just as the man said, he quickly rode over on a small electric scooter, holding a tablet in his hand, and instructed with an unhappy look on his face. Bring all the food and supplies up, and I will convert them into points for you. These points can be exchanged for any supplies here. As long as you have enough points, it is not a big problem to change a ship. Hey! Thank you very much. As the captain, Lao Wang immediately jumped out of the bridge and started chatting with the man. Soon, A wooden board was placed between the ship and the container ship. The children, led by Guanli, walked up one by one. Seeing that they were all children, the man's face suddenly changed. Why are they all children? He frowned and looked at Lao Wang beside him. Don't tell me that all the more than 60 people on your ship are children. Not all of them. Lao Wang smiled awkwardly. There are still a few adults. But children are the majority. Most? How many? 48. What? The man exclaimed. He frowned, wondering whether to chase them away. The Sea Kingdom is busy right now. Who has time to take care of these children? It sounds good. These are investments for the future. But who knows if this world still has a future? They need people now. But they only need adults. However, the man turned his head to look at the group of children and asked Lao Wang, how many girls are there among these children? Old Wang was stunned, as if he had guessed something. But he still had to answer with a stiff upper lip. 25. There were 2 more girls than boys. The man nodded reluctantly after hearing this. Okay. Come on board. The crowd walked along the wooden board and walked onto the container ship little by little. This ship is bigger than a yacht. And naturally more stable. When you stand on it, you really feel like you are walking on flat ground. After getting on the ship, the children did not run, but stayed where they were, standing in front of Old Wang, waiting for instructions. Before Old Wang could even speak, the man stepped forward and instructed the group of children. Everyone. Men stand on the left. Women stand on the right. Stand up quickly. The children naturally did not move when they heard this. But soon, Guanli stood on the right. Huh? The man asked in confusion. Child, you are a man or a woman? Why are you standing on the right? Can't you tell the left from the right? Uncle. Guanli raised his head, blinked his big eyes, and spoke in a very cute voice. I am a girl. I just cut my hair short. The man was stunned and looked carefully. Hey, it's true. Guanli is well behaved. And now he looks a bit like a girl. Okay. Everyone else hurry up. Hurry up. The children saw Guanli move. And those who should stand on the left stood on the left. And those who should stand on the right stood on the right. There was one more girl in the team of 25 girls. But the man didn't count. Just glanced over and thought that the number of people was more than the boys. So he didn't care about the others. The children all came up. The rest of the people were moving things on the boat. One by one, the fish barrels were transported to the deck. When the man found the women among the people carrying the fish, his eyes widened. It was not the man's fault. You know, whether it is Xiao Zissou, Mu Lingxiu, Su Lingwang, Han Weiwei, or even the most serious Zhang Sirui, they can be called beauties anywhere, especially in the end times. They did not experience too many hardships. And most of the time, they had enough food and drink. And they could take care of themselves and take a bath when they had nothing to do. With this appearance, he was just like a fairy descending from heaven. It was normal to attract such attention. The next moment, his attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. And he looked at the men following behind him and shouted hurriedly, Why are you all standing there? Hurry up and help our family move things. After that, he even walked onto the wooden plank himself and walked towards the ship. Everyone's eyes were lingering on the women, wanting to see which one he liked more in the end. But unexpectedly, this man actually walked all the way to Shen Shan and grinned. Brother, you smell so good. Are you tired of moving things? How about I help you? Chapter 83, Exchange of Feelings. At this moment, everyone was stunned, especially Zhao Zhong and the other brothers, who had been through life and death with Shen Shan. At this moment, their expressions when they looked at Shen Shan changed completely. No one expected that this thing was actually gay. No need. Shen Shan always had an expression of I have never seen any scene before. But now when he encountered this kind of thing, the expression on his face changed instantly. I have never seen this scene before. Hey! We are a family now in the Sea Kingdom. Why do you care about these things? I will take care of you if you have any problems. The man said as he lingered around Shen Shan. His seductive eyes were probably not even comparable to Yuanqiu's. Sure enough, when men get mad, women have nothing to do. Brother Shen, it's a good thing to make more friends. Hu Yu held back his laughter and walked towards the container deck. If you want to understand the situation in this so-called Sea Kingdom, the easiest and fastest way is to penetrate the enemy. A friend who offers himself to you It's a waste not to refuse. Who? Shen Shan just uttered a word, but seemed to think of something, and he held back his words. What the hell is this? He is here to be a bodyguard, not a gigolo. Yes, Brother Shan. Su Zilong passed by and patted Shen Shan on the shoulder. His face flushed from trying to hold back his laughter. You guys chat slowly. Leave the things here to us to move. You? Before Shen Shan could finish his words, Xiao Zhong passed by from the other side. Brother Shan? Come on. Li Ji didn't say anything when he saw this, but he held a bucket and ran towards the container from the ship. He obviously didn't intend to help Shen Shan. You? Shen Shan was completely speechless. He even cast his eyes on Enciener behind Hu Yu, expecting her to say a few words for him. But even Enciener pretended not to see anything and silently helped Hu Yu carry the goods. Brother Shen? Brother Shan? The man came forward again. Is your name Shen Shan? What a magnificent name. My name is Wang Hai. It fits your name very well. I couldn't help it. The remaining people on the ship also boarded the container ship as quickly as possible. If they stayed here any longer, I'm afraid they would laugh so hard. It's better to leave this joy to Brother Shen alone. Soon, Shen Shan boarded the container ship with the help of Wang Hai. After simply calculating the value of the ship and the value of the cargo, everyone walked towards the 4 container ships in the middle. Arrived at the container ship area numbered 4. Wang Hai arranged 2 containers for everyone to shelter from the rain and temporarily live in. He handed a stack of exquisite casino chips to Lao Wang and left. These chips are points. A total of 345 points. According to Wang Hai, as long as you enter the maritime kingdom, whether it is the resources on the ship or the ship itself, it will be converted into points. Whether you want to leave or stay, it is your freedom. If you want to stay, these points can be exchanged for everything on the ship. If you want to leave, you just need to return enough points, and you can take your ship and the things on it and leave. Of course, if you want to buy a new ship, you can also buy it with points. This is similar to the mountain that Su Linglong built at the beginning. These points can be exchanged for any items, even the ship itself, as long as the points are enough. You can even exchange for an entire container ship as your own territory. But unlike that mountain, there are very few channels to obtain these points. In addition to the channel of exchanging materials, the official of this so-called maritime country has almost no other channels to obtain points. In addition to being an employee of the maritime kingdom and receiving a salary like Wang Hai, the only way is from other people, barter, or selling one's own labor ability, or something else. As long as the other party agrees and the number of points is agreed, you can get points under the witness of the official. For every 100 points obtained, 1 point must be handed over to the official. Even this is called to protect everyone's right to freedom. Free trade, free purchase, free life. Sounds good, right? But everything on the ship, plus the ship itself, only exchanged for 345 points in total. The average points per person are only 5 points. Wang Hai introduced that the point system here is similar. 1 point can only be exchanged for enough food for 1 person for 1 day. These 345 points are only enough for everyone to eat for 5 days without any problems. If you want to eat on the 6th day, you have to find a way yourself. Outrageous price system. Harsh income environment. But to put it bluntly, everyone is working for the owner of these 10 container ships. The value of the ship, the value of the goods, and even the value of the exchange things are all anchored to him. The so-called points are just a string of numbers in his account book. If he wanted, he could even make anyone who tried to buy a container ship lose all their points. Country? What a civilized word. This is clearly a dynasty. A feudal dynasty that belongs to him alone. And what about the so-called freedom? You need points for food, drink, accommodation and transportation here. Just renting these 2 containers costs 5 points a day, not to mention food and drink. In other words, once you board the ship for a day, no matter who you are, you will never be able to return to your own ship. He's a talented person. After listening to the news from Shen Shan and Lao Wang, Hu Yu immediately spoke. According to this trend, as long as the owner of this maritime kingdom has enough food resources, he will be able to control enough manpower. When the rainstorm ends, it seems possible to become a real kingdom. But there is still a fatal problem here. Everyone pricked up their ears, intending to listen to Hu Yu's analysis. But in the next moment, there was a knock on the door, outside the container. Everyone immediately fell silent. Wang Hai pushed open the door of the container, poked his head out, and whispered to Lao Wang. Captain Wang, come out for a moment. Hey! Lao Wang responded, immediately acting like a captain. You guys, hurry up and clean up. Separate the rooms. Don't make it too messy. Xiao Hu, Xiao Long, come out with me. Okay. Hu Yu and Su Zilong responded at the same time, and the two followed Lao Wang and walked out of the container at the same time. Just outside the container, Hu Yu couldn't help but frown. People, hundreds of people, just like that, gathered outside the container. Judging from their appearance and dress, they didn't look like the masters of the maritime kingdom, but more like the owners of those small boats. Come on, Captain Wang, let me introduce you. Wang Hai stepped forward and introduced the people behind him. These are the owners of those ships. They came here today just to say hello to you. Later, they will come to exchange feelings with you, after you arrange the accommodation. Remember to tell us all? Exchange of feelings? Old Wang was stunned, obviously not knowing what Wang Hai meant by this. Brother Wang, what do you mean by this? How about you explain it more clearly, and give me some advice? Don't you understand? Wang Hai frowned and pointed to the two containers on the left and right. Wait a minute. Let the woman live in this container, and the man live in this container. The rest is not your business. Understand? Chapter 84 Reason. Understand? Not only did Old Wang understand, but Hu Yu and Su Zilong who followed him also understood. What about separate housing for men and women? Don't they know this? Now that they have brought all the ship owners here, and have specially instructed them once, their sinister intentions are naturally obvious. No wonder when this guy saw so many children. His expression was embarrassed for a while, and then returned to normal. So the root cause is here. Wait. Hu Yu was suddenly stunned, thinking of Guan Li's reaction before. This kid pretended to be a girl. Could it be that he was discovered at that time? This. Old Wang hesitated for a while, then frowned and said, Brother Wang, this is not good. Right? The girls in our place are still young, and the oldest is only... Huh? A snort came from the crowd. Wang Hai, this ship owner, is not as sensible as you said. Yes. Can someone like Wang Hai be allowed to come to the country? Wang Hai, what's wrong with you? Pa! Amidst the accusations, a crisp sound landed on Lao Wang's face. Everyone, I'm not doing my job well. Please wait a moment. He first turned his head to look at the group of bosses behind him, and then frowned and stared at Lao Wang, his tone extremely serious. Asshole. Who do you think allows you to have a stable life? You want to live in this maritime kingdom. Don't you really think that more than 300 points are enough? Dream on. I'm doing this for you and for them. Only sensible people can live here. You don't want to go back to the rain, back to the sea, and live a wandering life again. Right? Wang Hai looked down at him. I tell you the truth. You can stay here because of those kids. If it were someone else, hee. Do you think you can really stay in the Sea Kingdom? The true face was revealed. Who you knew without thinking that they chose to expose themselves at this time. And they were obviously prepared. It is very likely that the ship has been controlled by them. Now they are like landlubbers trapped on an isolated island, and can only let the things in the water do what they want. It's a pity. Landlubbers can sometimes be disguised as dragons. It's just not time to go out to sea yet. Yes. Old Wang saw that Hu Yu didn't speak, so he had to lower his head and respond. We should know how to be grateful. I will arrange them in that container tonight. Bosses, gentlemen, please be kind to them. After all, the children are still young. Do I need you to tell me that? The voice in the crowd sounded again. I'll give you 3 hours. Make arrangements quickly. It's ridiculous. There are people who don't accept toasts and drink forfeit. Okay. Let's go back and drink some. And come back later. Let's make a deal first. I'll pick first this time. The 10 people said, as they walked towards the container in the distance. It seems that these 10 people should be the captains of these 10 ships. In other words, the entire maritime kingdom is ruled by these 10 guys. This time, I really misjudged it. I didn't expect that 10 guys with big heads controlled by small heads could build such a place. It really proved the saying, as long as they stand on the wind, pigs can fly. These 10 pigs with container ships have obviously been blown up and flown to the sky. Old Wang Hai stayed at the end and did not leave with them. He came to old Wang and patted his shoulder earnestly. It's not that I don't want to help you, nor did I mean to slap you. But if I didn't slap him at that time, I wouldn't be able to get through this. Just be considerate of me. I'll take you to eat delicious food after this. Hey, old Wang said, trying to suppress his nausea. And at the same time, he didn't forget to smile. We just came here, and I hope you can help us. Sure, Wang Hai said and leaned forward again. By the way, where is Brother Shen? What are his plans for the evening? How about asking him to come to my place? I'll go and tell him. As old Wang spoke, he walked towards the container. He looked like he was going to rule Shen Shan. But in fact, he just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Wang Hai did not stop him, but just watched. Obviously, he thought he had done enough. They were just a group of people with a broken ship. If it were not for the Sea Kingdom, how long would they float on the ship? How long could they last? It was the Sea Kingdom that saved them. It was him, Wang Hai, who saved them. Let them have the qualifications to survive in the end times. They should be grateful. Give up their insignificant dignity in exchange for their joy. The three walked into the container. Before Hu Yu could speak, Lao Wang turned to look at him. Boss Hu, I can't help it. These guys are beasts. Pure beasts. No, Su Zilong added silently. Please don't insult beasts. At least beasts know what public order and morality are. Yes, Lao Wang shouted immediately. Let's deal with them quickly and throw them into the sea to feed the sharks. What about the others? Hu Yu asked back. He actually had an idea in his mind. You should have seen how many ships there were on the water just now. There are at least hundreds of ships parked outside. Their experiences are probably no different from ours. What will they do if we attack them now? Hu Yu is not a soft-hearted saint, but he has his own bottom line. Don't kill innocent people. They are also victims. If it doesn't affect him, he will definitely not take the initiative to commit such a sin. After this question was asked, everyone fell silent. Well, I have an idea. Guanli, the youngest among the crowd, raised his hand. Everyone turned to look at him at the same time. The boy said calmly without blushing or beating his heart. Brother Hu Yu, can I say something? This boy, since meeting Bubu, he changed his address to Brother Hu Yu. Although he looked much younger than Hu Yu, everyone knew what this boy was thinking. Thanks to him, at least in that group of children, no one would have a different opinion or idea about Bubu. Tell me about it. Hu Yu also wanted to know what this little man thought. If you want to find someone, the easiest way is to become them. Guanli had a pure smile on his face. Brother Hu Yu, I just heard that someone asked Uncle Shen Shan to attend a banquet. Shen Shan's face suddenly changed, and he turned to look at Guanli with a look of shock. You just lay on the container just to listen to this. Chapter 85 Shen Shan. Oh my gosh. After Guanli finished speaking, everyone's eyes fell on Shen Shan. Is there anyone more suitable than him? Among the girls, there is barely only 1.5 who can protect themselves. And Siener counts as one, and Xiao Zisa can only count as half. Other men are not qualified to be bait. Now there is only one person who can be bait and has the ability to protect himself. Shen Shan. He is obviously the most suitable candidate. But Hu Yu always feels that this guy has bad intentions. Didn't Shen Shan see that his mind was on Bubu some time ago and warned him? As a daughter slave. This is too normal. If it were Hu Yu who had a lovely daughter like Bubu, let alone Guanli, any male creature within a radius of 500 miles must be inspected if they approach. Otherwise, hee. But Guanli silently made a note in his little black notebook for this warning. Look, if he is caught, he will be stabbed in the back. An innocent little boy. He is obviously evil. He is evil from beginning to end. But no matter how evil he is, his method is indeed good. Hu Yu suppressed his laughter and looked at Shen Shan. Brother Shen. Look. I'll go. Shen Shan also understood a little. There was no better candidate than him. Although he was angry, he couldn't just ignore the important things. He glared at Guanli, and his meaning was very clear. You kid. I'll settle the score with you when I come back. Guanli didn't retreat, and looked at him. Li Ji, Zhao Nong, and even Su Zilong beside him gave him a thumbs up. After so many years, this was the second time they saw someone who could go against Brother Shan. The last time, it was their captain. Okay. Hu Yu suppressed his laughter and raised his hand to pat Shen Shan on the shoulder. Brother Shen, I won't say much. I have only one request. Shen Shan immediately became serious. Boss, you say, don't lose your back garden. As soon as the words fell, everyone who understood burst into laughter. Shen Shan's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say. So he turned around and ran out of the container. Soon after, the container became quiet. In order not to attract attention, Old Wang still began to arrange people, separating men and women and sending them to the two containers. But just to be on the safe side, the boys went to the container where the girls lived, and the girls stayed where they were, to ensure that nothing could go wrong. Hu also distributed weapons to some of the people he trusted, since Enciener was unwilling to leave behind him. The girls had to give their weapons to Xiao Zissou and Su Linglong. In addition, Hu also arranged for Su Zilong and Li Ji to go there. The boys were much easier to deal with Zhao Zhong and Enciener here, plus Lao Wang and the others. There would basically be no problem. But in terms of weapons, in addition to Zhao Zhong and Enciener, Hu only gave Lao Wang a pistol. No way. Now his favorability is still at 49. Not breaking through the 50 mark. He can't completely trust Lao Wang, let alone Lao Wang's brothers. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. There are still 27 hours before the heart of the ocean is unsealed. And those guys were given 3 hours. It seems that even if they deal with those guys, they can't get on the heart of the ocean. I guess I'll have to stay on this container ship for a while. An hour later, Shen Shan came back. He didn't come back alone, but brought Wang Hai with him. No, to be precise, he was dragged back. Wang Hai's hands and feet were tied up, like a dead dog, dragged all the way from the ground into the container. Shen Shan threw him away and was about to say something, but when he glanced at the children in front of him, he could only say one sentence. Bad luck. Brother Shen is back? Hu was sitting on the sofa, holding a handful of melon seeds in his hand, playing cards and chatting with Zhao Zhong and others, and just happened to hear Shen Shan's voice. He turned around and saw Wang Hai tied up like a crab. Hey, why did you bring a crab back? I get angry just talking about it, Shen Shan replied, sitting on the sofa, one foot on Wang Hai. This guy actually dared to drug me. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they immediately came over. They stopped cracking melon seeds and playing cards, like a badger in a melon field, sniffing the smell and sneaking over. There were 2 words in his eyes. Tell me in detail. Shen Shan picked up a cup of Mingqian Longjing on the table and took a sip. Just as he was about to speak, he saw the little head sticking out from the crowd. What are you listening to? Kid? Go back. Oh. Guanli knew he was being talked about and silently lowered his head. He looked like he had left, but in fact, he was squatting behind everyone, listening silently with his ears perked up. This is what happened. Shen Shan had no choice but to speak and narrate what had just happened. I just went out and ran into this guy. He was quite attentive and wanted to take me to his place. I thought it was just right and would not be discovered by others. So I followed him. I knew this guy had bad intentions, but I didn't expect that he was so bad. Before I sat down and said anything, he brought me a cup of black tea. You don't need to drink to know that this thing is definitely not a small problem. I lowered my head and smelled it. And it was true. The medicine used after winter. Ah? Little Lu was puzzled, as if he didn't know what the medicine used after winter meant, and deliberately asked, Brother Shen, the medicine used after winter is? What day after winter? Hu replied casually, and continued to look at Shen Shan and asked, Then what? What else? Shen Shan said helplessly. I found out everything. So I naturally beat this guy up. I searched his house briefly, and found that there was nothing else except more than 1,000 points, and some unsightly things. There is no clue. So I had to bring this guy here. Is it that simple? Hu asked doubtfully. No one found him along the way. After saying that, Shen Shan was stunned. He was so angry that he didn't expect this at all. It's hundreds of meters from here to where Wang Hai lives. He dragged people all the way here. And it was not strange that he was not discovered by others. It was weird. Putting aside the 10 container ships, there are hundreds of ships outside. Even if there is only one person on each ship, there are still hundreds of people. He dragged people with such a big noise. But they were not discovered. Or, those people actually found out, but didn't come out? Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Hu vaguely guessed something. Put down the melon seeds in his hand. and slowly got up from the sofa. Maybe we don't have to wait another 2 hours. Now, we can start to solve the problem here. Chapter 86 Misusu? Minono, who you didn't even need to speak. When the door rang, everyone behind him was ready. All the guns and cannons that should be prepared were now aimed at the door. No, it shouldn't be called guns and cannons. To be precise, it should be 4 RPGs, regardless of whether the door is open or not. These 4 RPGs are enough to make everyone equal. Open the door first. Who you spoke calmly, turned his head and glanced at everyone, and his eyes finally fell on Wang Hai at the foot of Shen Shan. Let this guy go. Okay. Shen Shan turned around, leaned over, and gently stroked Wang Hai's cheek with his broad palm. Pa! This crisp sound made old Wang, who was watching next to him, happy. Just this one time. His favorability towards Who you reached more than 50. Wang Hai's face swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. He woke up slowly, and the habit he had developed for a long time made him curse subconsciously. I see. Before the sound starting with C was finished, Wang Hai saw the situation in front of him clearly. Even the cheeks, that were swollen enough to block his vision, could not block his gaze. Perhaps things of this shape were particularly obvious to him. With just one glance, he saw the black cannon in front of him and retracted the curse that was about to come out. How did they hide such a big thing? Wang Hai's eyes slid down. Slap. What greeted him was a slap on the other side. This woke him up, and he was stunned in the place, lowering his head and not daring to look up again. Hu Yu took a sip from the teacup and looked at Lao Wang. Don't stand there. The latter immediately understood and said quickly, someone is outside. He should be looking for you. Open the door. Hey! Wang Hai did not dare to neglect it. He endured the redness and pain on his face, stood up to determine where the door was, and then rushed to the door. He came to the door and pushed open the container door. Ah! A scream sounded. Obviously, the other party was frightened by someone's appearance. Ghost! Bang! With one kick, Wang Hai fell backwards. I don't know if he hit his head or he didn't want to face the facts in front of him, but he fainted. Hu Yu and the others also saw the man standing at the door. It was a man with black mud all over his face, shabby clothes, and even a smell just by looking at him. It doesn't look like he is here to cause trouble for them. When everyone looked at him, he also saw everyone, especially the things held in the hands of the people in front. He immediately raised his hands and said in a silly tone, Don't shoot. I'm a good person. Hu Yu pressed his hand, signaling everyone to put away their weapons first. He looked at the man in front of him and threw a large detection spell over him. The other party's panel immediately appeared in front of him. Name Minono, gender female, age 24, skills perfect coordination, perfect planning, perfect acting, perfect organization and operation, perfect disguise, proficient in communication, good character, grateful, vigilant, cautious, admire the strong favorability 10 purity 100 Minono? Female. It's a perfect disguise. She actually managed to disguise herself as a man without being discovered. And, isn't this person a replica of Misusu? No. To be precise, it should be Misusu's mirror image, possessing almost the same skills, or even higher, but with a completely different personality. Are there really 2 people like this in the world? That? Before Hu Yu could speak, Minono asked tentatively, Are you the reinforcement sent by the monkey? Obviously not. Old Wang still kept his disguise and answered Minono. Who are you? How did you find this place? It's a long story. I'll give you 3 seconds. Old Wang raised his gun. If you can't finish in 3 seconds, don't say it anymore. Please save us. Minono looked at Hu Yu and bowed deeply to him. I know where their supplies are stored, and I know all the maps on all the ships, as well as their personnel distribution. Spare my life, and I will tell you everything. Although everyone was on the same sofa, but Hu Yu and Lao Wang were still a little far apart. Everyone could see that the woman bowed to Hu Yu, not Lao Wang. This alone showed that she was smart enough to prove the conditions she had just given. Why are you bowing to me? Hu Yu looked at Minono with interest. Because you have a unique temperament. I want to hear the truth. First, because everyone here is centered on you, whether it's sitting or looking at you. Hu Yu frowned slightly. And the second? Yes. Minono nodded and looked at Enciner behind Hu Yu. The second is because of this young lady. She should be your bodyguard. Right? Anything else? The third reason is because of your action just now. Minono responded obediently. Because of your action. They put down their weapons. You are very smart. Huyu said calmly. But you haven't answered the question just now. Is it important? Minono asked back with a flattering smile on his face. No matter who I am. No matter how I found out. My existence will only facilitate your plan. Huyu nodded and asked. What do you need? A boat that can accommodate 2 people. And food for 2 people for 10 days. Sure. Huyu smiled and stood up. Walked forward. And stretched out a hand to her. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Minono replied. And immediately planned to take action. Then I will take you to destroy their lair now. No hurry. Huyu said and turned to the sofa. It's almost noon. Let's talk about it after lunch. Lunch now? Minono was stunned. And immediately felt a little disappointed. Now is their lunch time. We should take advantage of this time. The words were not finished. The tears of disappointment flowed from the corners of her mouth. I saw that a long Western-style table had appeared in the container at some point. And the table was instantly filled with all kinds of barbecue, steak, pasta, and other foods. There were even fresh fruits and vegetables. All of this was not there when she came in. How did this man do it? Swish. Minono sucked back his saliva and looked at it eagerly. But he didn't dare to speak, for fear that it was his own hallucination. That's right. Huyu smiled and turned around, looking at Minono. Miss, how about you eat something too? Just to fill your stomach? Okay. Minono uttered a word subconsciously, and then looked at Huyu with a look of surprise. He actually saw it. How is this possible? Ding! Minono's favorability increased to 20. As expected of a woman with a strong personality, she can actually increase her favorability like this. In this case, let's give her another strong one. Chapter 87 Rescue. What's wrong? Does Miss Me not like to eat lunch? Huyu chuckled and asked casually. This seemingly simple sentence may be just a joke to anyone. But for a sensitive person like Minono, he can hear the difference in just one sentence. Miss Me. He knows her name. This is impossible. She didn't know this person before. Even if he can see her gender, he can't know her name. This is beyond common sense. Minono frowned, became more alert, and spoke to him carefully. You know me? Huyu smiled back, without explaining. Just pointed at the food on the table. The temperature of these foods is just right. If you don't eat them now, they will get cold. Minono swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She had survived in the apocalypse for more than 10 days, and she no longer knew what warm food tasted like. Not to mention steak. Even a mouthful of bread that was so dry that it could not be swallowed was a supreme delicacy for her. She did not hesitate. Immediately joined the crowd, and began to wolf down the food in front of her. What? Poison? At this time, even if the sauce on the steak was not black pepper, but arsenic, she would swallow it without hesitation. Even if she died, she could be a full ghost. Half an hour later, everyone finished lunch. Minono, who hadn't eaten for a long time, was so full that she leaned against the table and burped continuously. If her ribs weren't hurting, she would have gotten up and showed off 2 more pounds of beef. Have you almost finished eating? Huyu asked casually. And after confirming that everyone was full, he put away the table and the food on it. Minono, who was leaning against the table, leaned back and fell backwards. Last time, she couldn't see clearly how the table appeared. This time, she still couldn't see clearly how the table disappeared. Even when she leaned close to the table, she didn't find any tricks. If it weren't for the heavy feeling in her stomach, she would have doubted whether it was her own hallucination. Okay, let's get started. Huyu stood up and began to assign tasks. Brother Zong, you take your people to the container to meet up, and you will command all the actions here. Brother Shen, you and Sien follow me. Old Wang, you brothers come with me and get the guns. Now we have to destroy the enemy's lair. Even if Sien and Brother Shen have a 99% chance of completing the mission with 0 casualties, he still hopes to increase this probability to 100%. With the help of Lao Wang and the others, this 0.1% probability can be fully supplemented. At the same time, this is a chance given to them by Huyu. As long as they perform well enough this time, when their favorability is increased to more than 50, they can officially integrate into this group. Hey! Lao Wang also knew this and brought his brothers up to get the guns. Except for Xiao Luer, who was still injured. All the brothers received a pistol full of bullets. Although it was not an AK, it was enough to deal with unarmed people. As for Xiao Luer, he was still injured. Hu Yu still stepped forward and gave him a gun, asking him to protect the children in the container. Everything was ready. Hu Yu glanced at Minono, who was lying on the ground, and didn't want to move because he was too full. Miss me. Can you still walk? Burp. Minono got up as fast as he could, burped, and trembled. Yes. Then let's go. Hu Yu walked forward. But Minono was still standing there, as if thinking about something. That, Minono tentatively said. Boss, can I change the hiccup condition? Hiccup. No. It's hiccup. Request? Here it comes. Such a smart person must know the difference between having a full meal every day and having a full meal every day. She couldn't help being tempted after having been shown that level just now. Hu Yu turned around and looked at the other person with a smile. Tell me about it. Can I learn the magic just now? Minono's eyes were shining with hope. Smart, but not completely smart. Hu Yu's mouth twitched, and he smiled helplessly. I can give you another chance to see this magic up close. Whether you can learn it depends on your ability. Okay, hiccup. Minono immediately jumped forward, came to the front of the crowd, bowed respectfully, and made a gesture of invitation to the front. Please, I'm asking for a head. You lead the way, and go ahead. This, Minono wanted to burp again, but this time he suppressed it. Boss, you can also lead the way by walking behind. Hu Yu rolled his eyes, probably guessing what this guy was thinking. He was worried that walking in front would make him a target. He turned his head and glanced at Wang Hai, who was still in the container. Hey, Haizi, stop pretending to sleep. Wake up. Wang Hai remained unmoved. If Hu Yu hadn't been able to check the panel and knew that this guy was awake, he would probably have been fooled. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't wake up, I can't guarantee what will happen next. 3. Brother. After the last lesson, Wang Hai opened his eyes helplessly, with a bitter face. What do you want to do? Go ahead. Hey! Knowing that he had no choice, Wang Hai quickly accepted his fate. He walked to the front of the team and shuttled through the container ship under the guidance of Minono. The crowd walked through the rain in the rain for nearly 20 minutes before arriving in front of a castle built of containers. It's called a castle, but it's actually made of 4 layers of containers. Hu Yu and his team had noticed this castle before, but they didn't expect that it would be used as a place to imprison people. There are 20 containers on the bottom layer, 10 on the middle layer, 5 on the second middle layer, and 3 on the top layer. According to the size of this container, it can hold at least nearly 100 people. This number seems a lot, but compared with the number of ships, there is still some difference. Boss, Minono spoke with a hint of Cantonese, and said to Hu Yu, this is it. But all the containers here are locked, and I don't have the key here. You see? Hu Yu turned his head and looked at Wang Hai. Brother, don't look at me. I don't have one either. Wang Hai hurriedly explained. The keys here are controlled by the people above. I just know this place, but I've never been in. Well, you don't have the key, right? In order not to make too much noise and let the guys be on guard, Hu Yu had to walk forward by himself. He raised his hand and fell on a container at the edge, putting it into space. In an instant, the people who were originally trapped in the container were all exposed to the heavy rain and the sight of everyone. Just a glance, Hu Yu and others were stunned on the spot, standing there, not knowing what to do. Chapter 88, Who the hell disturbed my sleep? Have you seen the white belly of a fish? This color is usually seen only when the fish dies, and its belly floats on the water. That white color has no other colors. It cannot give people a pure feeling, but instead gives people a morbid feeling of suffocation. Now, this is the only color left in everyone's eyes. The entire area of more than 20 square meters is full of this white, regardless of gender, age or young. All people are piled up in front of them like a small mountain. Ugh! Hu Yu had never seen such a scene. The stench of various excrement mixed together instantly penetrated his nose and throat, and he subconsciously made a vomiting motion, but he forced himself to hold it back. It's not that he cares about face, but because these people are still alive. Only living things can't be collected by him in the space. The rain washed their bodies, and all kinds of filth flowed on the deck. The heads on the hill seemed to still have some consciousness. They raised their heads and looked at Hu Yu and others at the foot of the mountain. and there was no emotion in their empty eyes. But the instinct of survival still drove them to climb down the mountain. A slide. Those people piled together were rushing towards him. Save me! Save me! Food! I want food! Wails and lamentations floated out from the crowd. Yu hurriedly retreated. Shen Shan and Infiltrating blocked the front at the same time, pointing their guns at them. Back off. Don't get close. If they still had reason, this threat would have deterred them. But now, reason? What? Can it be eaten? How much per pound? What they want now is food. To survive. Driven by the instinct of desire. Even death can't stop them. Bio! The gunshot rang out. And because it was equipped with a silencer, the movement was not loud. The person at the front fell down. The people behind him continued to charge forward without any fear. This is not a solution. Yu took out a Harley and looked at Lao Wang and his group. Who among you can ride a bike? You need to have good skills. Me. One of the muscular middle-aged men said. He was the oldest person in Lao Wang's group. Except Lao Wang. And he also looked the most reliable. It's you. Yu threw the car keys to him and hung a ham on the back of the car. He poured some lard on it and lit a fire. The aroma of meat wafted out instantly. Go around here. And when you're done, the car is yours. Okay. The man's eyes lit up, and he immediately replied. And without saying a word, he got on the motorcycle and started racing. Before the end of the world, this motorcycle was worth at least 300,000. It was his dream car. Now that the end of the world has come, this is no longer out of print. Not to mention letting him race on the boat. Even if he was asked to do a motorcycle acrobatics, it would not be a problem. The motorcycle started to move, and the group of people began to chase. The car was moving at a moderate speed, just enough to hold the group of people. However, there were only a few people chasing the car, and some of them broke the string when they came into contact with rain and air. Dozens of corpses were placed in front of them, mixed with the excrement. The way they died was too miserable. Yu frowned. He looked at the remaining 37 containers, and a bad feeling came into his heart. If the remaining containers were all in this situation, then there was no need to look at them. There is no point for people to survive under such living conditions. Let's wait and see. Yu still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. He thought he was cruel and cold-blooded enough. But when he really saw these pictures, the bottom line of being a human being was always reminding him. He is a human being, not an animal without feelings. Yu took another step forward and took away the second container. The situation was still the same. The number of dead people was no less than before. The group of people reacted for a while, and turned around and chased after the motorcycle. Do you want to continue? Shen Shan frowned. Boss, why don't we just give up? Yu didn't say anything, and neither did Minono. Who brought them here? She didn't expect this group of people to end up like this. Save people. Save people. The people you save must be talented. In this case, it's better to kill them. Let's wait and see. Yu sighed and opened 3 more containers. The situation was still the same. The crowd chasing the motorcycle had gone from a dozen to dozens. But he still didn't give up. He looked at the 10 containers on the second floor. Maybe the situation on the second floor will be better? Brother Shan, let's go up and take a look. Okay, Shen Shan replied, and climbed up the container in a few steps. At the same time, he came to the edge and stretched out a hand to Yu, trying to pull him up. Yu walked forward helplessly, looked up at the 3-meter-high container, and twitched his mouth. Brother Shan, you think too highly of me. Sienna, give me a hand. Okay. And Sienna replied, and came behind Yu in a flash, picked him up and threw him up. There was no need for Shen Shan to catch him. He landed on the container, and swayed a little before he stood firm. This scene stunned everyone present, especially old Wang and his group. They had always thought that Infiltrating was a vase-like person, at most a personal secretary to Boss Hu. Unexpectedly, this person actually had this skill. Yu didn't have time to care what they thought. He slowly walked to the container on the edge of the second floor and raised his hand to put it on top. Collect. The container was immediately collected into the space. The clang 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 of iron chains falling to the ground came one after another. It echoed on the top of the container, like raindrops. Everyone's eyes were dull again. This time, the scene in front of them was slightly more normal. But it was only relatively normal. The good news is, these people are not dead, but extremely energetic. As for the bad news, They all have iron chains tied around their necks, crawling on the ground, gnawing on bones that came from nowhere in front of them. If the ones below at least looked like people, then the ones on the second floor looked more like dogs, especially when they saw two living people standing in front of them, and the chains around their necks no longer bound them. Dozens of people looked up at the same time, with primitive desires in their eyes. Then, pounced Brother Shan, who you immediately hid behind Shen Shan. This time, Shen Shan did not use a pistol, but instead raised the AK behind him and fired a round of shots. There were too many of them. Calling out names with a pistol was obviously not as fast as shooting directly with an AK. But there is a problem. The AK is not equipped with a silencer. The fierce gunshots echoed on the container ship. The door of the third layer container opened instantly. A naked man poked his head out, his face flushed, and he roared and questioned below like he was drunk. Who the hell disturbed my sleep? Chapter 89. Don't move. Oh! One of the real bosses, who you recognized the other party's identity at a glance. He was one of the 10 big-headed guys controlled by the small head. At this time, he was still drunk and got out of the third layer container. So it seems that the people in the third layer container should live a little more normally than those in the second layer. Who you curled his lips and turned to look at Shen Shan. Needless to say, Brother Shan naturally knew what to do. Shen Shan jumped up and jumped directly to the outside of the third container. He grabbed the other person's collar and jumped to the second container again. He threw the beast in front of Hu Yu and pressed the hot muzzle of the gun against his neck. The hot iron came into contact with the skin, and a burning smell instantly emanated. Ah! With a wailing sound. The man also recognized the reality in front of him. He hurriedly lay on the ground, constantly dodging the hot muzzle of the gun. What a pity. How could Shen Shan let him do what he wanted? The muzzle of the gun was close to the skin on the back of his neck, and after burning a piece, he changed the position and burned half a circle of necklace for him. Hu Yu did not speak, just stood aside and watched, waiting for the other party to speak, until the temperature of the gun muzzle was no longer scorching. The ship owner finally had a chance to breathe and speak. Who are you? He raised his head and looked at Hu Yu standing in front of him. It seemed that he had seen too many similar people, and he did not remember Hu Yu's identity for a while, but just frowned and asked. Of course he is a good person. Hu Yu smiled slightly. Facing such a beast, he did not have the patience to interrogate, nor did he need to interrogate. By the way, do you like riding? The boat owner was stunned, not understanding what Hu Yu meant. It seems okay. Hu Yu turned to look at Shen Shan and arranged directly. Brother Shan, take him down for a walk. Just hang him on the back seat of the motorcycle. Understood. Without waiting for the other party to come back to his senses, Shen Shan grabbed the other party's collar and jumped onto the deck. He found a gap, tied the beast's hands, and tied it to the back seat of the motorcycle. It's all running anyway. So why is it different as bait? I don't know if it's because the bait is used well. When those creatures that look like humans see the new bait, they chase it more vigorously. Unfortunately, this bait still has shortcomings. It was just too loud. The wailing hurt everyone's ears. It seemed that we had to hurry up. Hu Yu looked at Shen Shan, who had jumped up again, and was not going to open the container on the second floor. Brother Shan, send me up. Okay, Shen Shan replied. And just like Enciener just now, he threw him up. What Enciener could do was naturally a piece of cake for him. Hu Yu stood firm, and he didn't even need to collect the container. He could see the situation inside the door from the position where the beast just came out. A strong smell of alcohol wafted out from inside, and some figures could be vaguely seen surging inside. Judging from the figures, there were only more than 10 people in each container. Judging from the number alone, the density of living on this floor was much better than that below. And judging by the faint light coming in from the door, it seemed that the people inside were not trapped. That was strange. It had been at least 3 or 4 minutes since the door was opened. Didn't they think of coming out to take a look? Hu Yu was full of doubts, and he took out a flashlight and shone the light in. When the white light illuminated the container, he was stunned and immediately turned off the flashlight. People, all women, and they were all naked. They were lying on the ground around the bed, licking the liquid left in the container with their tongues. Judging from the color, it should be some kind of wine. Like the people on the second floor, they were also tied with chains around their necks. The only difference was, from their condition, They didn't look hungry. Could it be that the remaining 5 containers were also in this situation? Yu did not take the containers away casually, but went around to the side and opened the container door. Sure enough, the situation in the 5 containers was exactly the same. The only difference was individual characteristics. Some containers were filled with long-legged women. Some were more plump women. And one container even contained men. Yu could no longer describe what he saw in front of him as disgusting. Just the 5 containers in front of him were almost beyond the limit of his imagination. God knows what surprises there are in the 3 containers on the last floor. He did not take away the container on the 3rd floor. The people inside had obviously been transformed into another species by alcohol. In the past 10 days of apocalyptic life, they could only rely on wine to replenish nutrition and energy. They probably couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion. Rescuing them now would only make things more troublesome. Yu looked up at the last 3 containers on the top. Needless to say, Shen Shan next to him threw him up directly. Just like before. Yu did not choose to take away the container directly this time, but went around to the side and opened the door of the container. As soon as he opened the door, a knife was pressed against his neck. "Don't move." A rough voice came from inside. "Put your hands up. There are people inside." More than one. Just from the container. A container is divided into 5 rooms, filled with all kinds of supplies. Judging from the clothes of the group of people in front of him, they should be the original crew members of these ships. It's a good thing they can think of arranging the crew in such a place. First, it can play a security role. And second, it can appease these crew members and let them express their primitive desires. The idea is very good. But unfortunately, if you mess with me, you are on the verge of a fight. Yu sneered, without even moving, and directly put the knife in the other's hand into the space backpack. The things in his hand disappeared instantly. The man was obviously stunned, and subconsciously punched Yu. But Shen Shan had already come up. How could he succeed? He grabbed the other's fist with his backhand, threw him from behind, and threw him directly under the container. Bang! A tremor came. The man was thrown directly onto the deck. His body trembled a few times, and then stopped moving. The height of 3 layers of containers is equivalent to 3 floors, plus the force of Shen Shan's fall. Even if the man didn't die, he would be disabled. "Boss." Shen Shan's tone was full of self-blame. "I didn't protect you well. Hey, it's not a big deal." Yu only cared about the result, raised his hand, and patted his shoulder. "It's okay as long as the person is fine. I'll leave this to you to deal with." "Yes," Shen Shan replied, turning to look at the crew members in the container. "To die or to live? It's all right. Whatever is convenient. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent." Yu would not believe how reserved these crew members would be when those captains were being domineering. After they have enjoyed the benefits of their actions, they should also bear the harm of their actions. "Understood," Shen Shan replied, raised the AK directly, and started to call the roll. Convenient? Nothing is more convenient than hot weapons. Less than 3 minutes. The crew in the entire 4-layer container was cleared out. Yu took away the 3 containers, left the supplies in the space backpack, and threw the boxes on the deck. The people are guilty, but the supplies are innocent. Those supplies are enough for one person to live for at least a year. We still have to save some. After it was done, Yu looked down at the 5 containers under his feet, frowning and thinking. Forget about the people on the 1st and 2nd floors. They only have the instincts of beasts, and they should no longer be called human beings. But this 3rd layer, just because of long-term alcohol consumption, he lost his ability to think. Maybe he can be saved? Forget it. Just consider it as a good deed. Yu sighed and finally made a decision. He took away a container on the 3rd layer. The next moment, those who lost the control of the iron chain rushed over directly. Chapter 90. Let's go. Fortunately, Shen Shan stood in front of Yu. The moment the group of people rushed over, Shen Shan blocked them and pointed his gun at them. When a normal person encounters this situation, he will feel fear or terror. At least, he will take 2 steps back and think about his next move to see if it will cause irreversible losses. But these people are different. They didn't hesitate at all and rushed directly to Shen Shan. They didn't attack him, but kept rubbing him. This is simply unbearable to watch. Yu's mouth twitched, and he silently took a few steps back to avoid this group of women who were not sober-minded. "Boss!" Shen Shan was drowned in the crowd. What should we do next? As long as he wanted, he could break away from the crowd at any time, and even get rid of these annoying guys. However, boss who hasn't spoken yet. It's not their style to deal with targets without authorization. Control them first. Who you also knew Shen Shan's embarrassment, and turned to look at Enciener, who was guarding below. Enciener, come up and help. As he said that, he took out a few hemp ropes and used them as tools. Yes, Enciener replied, and immediately jumped up and began to help Shen Shan tie up those people together. Half an hour passed. It took the two of them to control the 50 people in the 5 containers whose brains were paralyzed by alcohol. Even if they were tied with ropes, this group of people was still restless, and from time to time, they made some noises that were not suitable for children. Hu Yu frowned. Really couldn't stand this. Turned to look at Lao Wang. Lao Wang, take these people back first. Let Zissou help see if they can be saved. If not, just let them fend for themselves. Don't force them. Okay, Lao Wang replied, took 4 brothers to escort, and walked towards the previous container. There was only one left, the middle-aged strong man who was riding a motorcycle. Before leaving, Lao Wang did not forget to instruct. Old Wei, listen to boss Hu and don't make any trouble. Got it, Old Wei replied, without releasing the accelerator, still dragging the man behind the car. He was taken away. Hu Yu turned to look at Minono, who looked responsible. Is this the only place you mentioned? Yes. Minono nodded, his tone a little heavy. At least, I only know this place. Sorry. I didn't know they were like this now. If I knew. It's not you who should be sorry. Hu Yu interrupted the other party, and turned to look at one of the 10 ship owners, who had been completely disfigured. It's these beasts. Since they like to play with imprisonment, let them have fun. His eyes fell on someone. In an instant, Wang Hai trembled slightly, as if he fell into an ice cave. Hu Yu walked forward slowly, with a kind smile on his face. You know where they are, right? I know. I know. I'll take you there right now. Hu Yu glanced at the containers in front of him, thought about it, and shook his head. No need. Ah? Wang Hai didn't quite understand. I mean, you don't have to take us there. Hu Yu put his hands in his pockets and walked silently to the edge of the container ship. Let them come to us. As soon as the voice fell, a container ship on the edge was taken away instantly. A large amount of cargo entered the space backpack. For a moment, everyone fell into a stagnation. Even Shen Shan and others, who knew what Hu Yu had, were the same. This scene is like you know what pattern will appear when the fireworks are launched. But when the fireworks are launched and the pattern evolves in the air, you will still be shocked. Not to mention people who have never seen fireworks. Wang Hai knelt down. His brain was completely empty, and his jaw unconsciously dropped. At some point, a drooling sound hung at the corner of his mouth. Is this still something a human can do? Then came the second, third, and fourth ship. More and more empty spaces appear around this container ship. In less than half a minute, as long as Hu Yu's eyes could see, it would instantly become an empty space. The maritime kingdom that originally consisted of 10 container ships now only has 1 container ship left. The surroundings are empty, without the container ships in front and behind to protect them from the wind and rain. The sea breeze came from all directions. A chill surged into his heart. Hu Yu looked up at the sky. The rain was still pouring, as if it wanted to wash away the filth in the world. It was this rain that made him live in a brand new world. Perhaps he should also help this rain. Brother Shan. Boss, I'm here. Shen Shan immediately stepped forward to respond. Let's go racing. Ah? Shen Shan didn't come back to his senses for a while. Hu Yu took out 4 motorcycles with his backhand, and the meaning was self-evident. He turned his head to look at Minono, who was still in a daze beside him. Can you ride a bike? Minono was still standing there, looking at the empty ocean in front of her, and had not come back to her senses. Hey! Hu Yu walked in front of her and raised his hand to shake. What are you doing? Ah? Minono exclaimed, then came back to her senses and looked at Hu Yu in front of her. What did you say? Ding! Minono's favorability increased to 50. Good. 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 It's already 50. As expected of a strong monster. This is the best favorability Hu Yu has ever seen so far. No one else. Do you know how to ride a bike? Hu Yu waved a key in front of her. Minono shook his head. Ding! Minono's favorability increased to 60. This can also increase favorability. Then you go with Siener, who you threw the key to in Siener and took away a motorcycle. He got on one of the motorcycles and turned to look at Lao Wei, who was still running away from the monsters. Lao Wei. Let's go! Okay. Lao Wei shouted at the top of his voice. Wait for my order before setting off. Who you said? Throwing a piece of ham to Shen Shan and Siener, and lighting it with fire. The smell of meat was blown by the sea breeze. And Wang Hai, who was still kneeling on the ground, swallowed his saliva. He didn't know how long it had been since he had eaten meat. Shen Shan took the ham, tied it to the back of the motorcycle, and turned to look at Hu Yu beside him. Boss, where are we going? The stern. Hu Yu also tied the ham and retreated to the remaining containers. There, some friends are waiting for us. As soon as the words fell, everyone guessed Hu Yu's intention. With such a big thing happening, those ship owners are naturally not blind. In the end times, so many large ships suddenly disappeared, and only this one was left. What should the first thing to do next? Of course, run away. The big ship is unreliable. What else can you find? Naturally, the small boat in the port. Are you ready? Hu Yu put on his helmet and leaned on the motorcycle. Don't let your friends wait anxiously. And pay attention to safety. Understand? Shen Shan and Siener leaned over at the same time and made an okay gesture behind them. Only Minono. She closed her eyes and shouted loudly. Ready! Then, let's go! As soon as the voice fell, the remaining containers disappeared at the same time. The people were all released. Chapter 91. You just said, what to enjoy. In just a moment, those who were left with only instincts had already locked their targets. Meat. That was meat. In the end times, who could resist such temptation? Well, except for those who were fed with alcohol. After they came out, the first thing they did was not to look for meat, but to look for people. Hu Yu saw it and felt something was wrong. So he locked them back in the container. Everything would be decided after the results from Zisu came out. Buzz. Buzzing sound. The buzzing sound of the motorcycle sounded. For motorcycles drove towards the port at the stern of the ship one after another. It was called racing. But the speed was pitifully slow. After all, Hu Yu said that we should pay attention to safety. So of course we have to go slower. We can't let the people behind us catch up. Right? At the same time, the 9 ship owners had become 9 ants on a hot pot. Among the 9 people, the oldest man lay on the railing. He looked at the blue sea and kept roaring. Where is the ship? Where are our boats? Could it be a mirage? One of the boat owners asked in confusion. Mirage, the man angrily said. His brows furrowed so much that they could almost kill a fly. Never mind. Let's go see if the other boats are still there. Boss Chi, is this necessary? Another man yawned and said nonchalantly. This boat is right next to us. How could it be stolen? I guess it's just some weird scene on the sea. Let's wait. Maybe the boat will come back? Vote. Boss Chi pondered for a few breaths. Raise your hands if you decide to go with me. I'll listen to Boss Chi. Let's go and take a look. Judging from the wind speed, this doesn't seem like an illusion. Soon, 5 of the remaining 8 people raised their hands. 5 votes. Boss Chi spoke calmly, looking at the person who had just opposed. If you don't go, I won't stop you. But if something happens, even if you go to the underworld, you can't blame me for being ruthless. Don't. Boss Chi. The man immediately admitted his defeat and smiled and went to meet him. I'll go with you. Isn't it better to go with you? Humph. Boss Chi snorted coldly and immediately came to the deck. There was a row of small electric scooters on the deck. This was their means of transportation. This was the treasure they had found after searching through the shipping list for several days. It was good enough that it could start. The 8 small electric scooters started one after another and drove towards the port. In less than 10 minutes, the 8 small electric scooters arrived at the port and stopped. Boss Chi looked at the small boats below the port. But he was not in a hurry to leave. The difference between a big ship and a small ship is not only the space, but also the supplies. Even if there is only one container ship left, the supplies on it are enough for the 9 of them to live to old age. But if it is just a yacht or some other ship, it will not last for a few years even if they save money. If we can keep this place, it would be the best. Buzz. After hesitation, the buzzing sound echoed from a distance. At the same time, for thick smoke rose, as if the deck was on fire. Boss Chi, one of the ship owners exclaimed. Look what that is. The noise was so loud, and the smoke was so thick. How could Boss Chi not have seen it? Even if he didn't see it, he should have guessed it. It's just, he didn't want to believe it. Motorcycles. They almost searched all the 10 cargo ships, and the ships entering the port. Let alone motorcycles. And they couldn't even find a handlebar. Where did these 4 motorcycles come from? Soon, their doubts were answered. As the 4 motorcycles approached, the scene in front of him gradually became clearer. Boss Chi, look behind that car. It seems like something is following behind. As an excellent captain, Boss Chi's eyesight obviously has no problem. Others can see the situation clearly. And he is no exception. Even clearer, when he saw the people running behind the motorcycle, he felt familiar. Wait! It's that group of people. But why were they released? And why are they running behind the motorcycle? Could it be? A terrifying thought came to Boss Chi's mind. And what he had done to that group of people suddenly appeared in front of him. One by one. Just thinking about it made him shudder. But he didn't regret it. He never thought he was wrong. Quick! Boss Chi exclaimed. And immediately looked around for traces of the plank. Get on board. Get out of here. With one order, the other captains moved quickly. 2 people carried the plank and put it on the nearest ship. It happened to be the ship that Yu and others had sailed in. When they saw Yu and others, Yu naturally saw them as well. Want to run? Ha! Yu stepped on the accelerator. The motorcycle broke away from the formation and rushed out directly. Seeing the motorcycle speed up, Boss Chi also fell into panic. Hurry! Get on board. Get on board. Country? Supplies? All these things combined are not as important as life. The sound of motorcycles is getting closer and closer. When the first motorcycle stopped, the last ship owner had already boarded the ship and pulled away the planks. Boss Chi was standing in the cab, looking through the porthole at Yu standing on the deck. At the same time, Yu was also looking at him. Heh. A sneer echoed in the cab. Now he is on the ship. And the only road from the container ship to the ship has been demolished. Even if they have motorcycles, what can they do? Can they still fly over? As long as these guys dare to fly, they will have enough time to counterattack. In other words, they are invincible. Boss Chi turned on the loudspeaker, stared at Yu below, and spoke calmly. Young man, what are you trying to do? Oh, you're not trying to catch us, are you? I'm so sorry. Your hands are too short. After saying that, the remaining ship owners on the deck burst into laughter at the same time. Ha ha ha. They were only about 5 meters away from Yu, and they could clearly see each other's facial expressions. Laugh? Yu asked back with a sneer, his eyes sweeping over every ship owner on the ship. Sure enough, every face here was so hateful. I hope you can still laugh later. Can't laugh? Boss Chi's voice sounded in the cockpit. Why can't you laugh? Are you going to cry? Ha ha ha. I mean, a small broken boat like yours can enter the Sea Kingdom only because of our charity. Who knew you would be so ungrateful and want to break the rules? Forget it. It doesn't matter. Boss Chi put his face close to the porthole, his face grim. Let you stay on this ship and enjoy the torture brought by the end of the world. Yu did not answer, and looked at the guy with a little pity in his eyes. It seems that he has not realized the seriousness of the matter. He stepped back a few steps, raised his right hand above his head. Collect. The entire ship was put into the space backpack. All the people on the ship fell in front of him. Just right. Boss Chi still maintained the posture just now, hunched over, and stretched his head forward. Snap! Yu's raised hand fell and slapped him in the face. By the way, what did you just say, enjoy? Chapter 92 * female changes Johnson again? The sound was crisp and drowned in the hum of the motorcycle. Boss Chi raised his head dully, his eyes full of fear. He didn't know what was going on, but he knew one thing: the ship was gone. The ship he just had was gone. So, the disappearance of these container ships was also his fault. You fucking... Boss Chi suddenly stood up and rushed towards him. Yu didn't dodge. And the next moment, a motorcycle came from the air. The front of the car hit Boss Chi and knocked him out. The whole person slid on the deck for more than several meters. Oh, you can't laugh anymore? Yu turned his head and looked down at the group of people in front of him, with a kind smile on his face. He raised his hand and patted his head. Oh! Blame me. Blame me. I forgot one thing. I didn't take your things with me. Of course I can't laugh. Come! I'll return your things to you now. As soon as the voice fell, containers fell from the sky. They just surrounded the ship owners, leaving only a hole. These were originally cages they used to imprison people. But now they have become their cages. But if there were only cages, it would be too monotonous. Yu turned his head and looked behind him. In addition to Shen Shan and Siener and Lao Wei also rode motorcycles and led the group of people to run here. But how could they sit there and wait for death? Seeing the gap, Boss Chi was the first to come to his senses and immediately rushed out. Unfortunately, Yu didn't even need to do anything. Shen Shan directly took out the AK on his back. With the muzzle of the gun pointed, everyone immediately stopped outside the container, not daring to go beyond the line. What do you want to do? Boss Chi is indeed an old sea wolf. His physical fitness is simply too good. He was hit by a motorcycle and was able to stand up and talk. What are you doing? Yu asked back, turning his head to look at the guy. Isn't it obvious? Before Chi Laoda could answer, the third and fourth motorcycles had already arrived, and Siener stopped. Old Wei was still riding his motorcycle in circles, continuing to act as bait while waiting for Yu's next instructions. How are you? Yu looked at the group of boat owners. Do you think they look familiar? Yu, what do you want to do? This is the question that Boss Chi has asked countless times. And it's still the same question. When people fall into despair, they will always do repetitive mechanical behaviors involuntarily, or chewing fingers constantly, or knocking their heads constantly, or like him, asking questions constantly. What I want to do depends on what you have done, Yu replied, and then looked at Lao Wei. Lao Wei, bring people over. Okay, Lao Wei replied, and immediately rode his motorcycle to Yu and stopped. The only moving bait stopped, and those people gathered around at this moment. Seeing the crowd getting closer, Boss Chi panicked. Madman! You are a madman! He stared at Yu and roared wildly. What on earth are you doing? He didn't want to answer the question he had already answered again. Yu untied a piece of ham and threw it into the cage under the gaze of the crowd behind him. At the same time, he also put the ham on the back of the other motorcycles back into the space backpack. As for bait, one is enough. Throwing these hams in is a waste. Frugality is a virtue, and you have to be cautious even if you have a lot of supplies. Bang! With a muffled sound, everyone moved. The crowd instantly rushed into the container, and when the last person entered, Yu silently filled the vacancy in the container. He walked forward and raised his hand to knock on the container twice. Wish you guys have fun. There is still time. Let them play more. Yu turned around and rode on the motorcycle, saying to everyone, let's go back first. Buzz! The humming sound of the motorcycle sounded again. This time, the wailing behind him drowned out the humming sound. It seems that Boss Chi and his friends are having a lot of fun. Less than 10 minutes. The vehicle drove to the two containers. 6 motorcycles parked on the side. Walking into the container, there were people whose brains were destroyed by alcohol. They were wrapped in some rags, covering the key parts, and seemed all in deep sleep. Xiao Zissou and Zhao's father and mother were treating them. It seemed that the scene was quite calm. But judging from the sweat on the heads of these 3 people, the situation seemed to be quite anxious. Yu stopped the car, put away the motorcycles, walked up to the 3 people and asked, what's the situation now? Father Xiao was wearing glasses and ignored him. Just shook his head. Mother Xiao also frowned and said nothing. Only Xiao Zissou could spare the time. Stood up and walked to Yu, whispering, where did you find these people? Yu noticed that Xiao Zissou's tone was a little strange. What's wrong? Is there a problem? It's a big problem. Xiao Zissou frowned and said, do you still remember Li Chong? That monster? Yes. Xiao Zissou frowned and explained. Their current situation is very similar to Li Chong's. After being imprisoned for a long time, their body functions have not only not declined, but have improved. As long as they are given enough energy, they can burst out with strength and speed that ordinary people cannot reach. Ah? What is this? A female Johnson who has been transformed again? Yu could not think of this way of development, and subconsciously felt a little sluggish. But they didn't show any aggression? Well, except for some special fetishes. So I said they are similar. Not the same. Xiao Zissou blushed and explained. Li Chang attacked because he was hungry for food. And they will only attack when they are not satisfied in a certain aspect. Is the aspect you mentioned the one I understand? Yes. Then what are you waiting for? Let them go. Hu Yu shouted immediately. This thing is a succubus. No. It's even scarier than a succubus. A succubus will only drain people dry. But this, if you don't let her drain you dry, she will drain your blood. Although the result is the same. The process is too different. Hey. Don't be impatient, Xiao Zissou said quickly. We tried it just now. We can use some means to curb their desires while ensuring their combat effectiveness. And even let them keep some sanity. That's why we let them all fall asleep now. You should know what this means. Hu Yu's pupils lit up. How could he not know? A group of people with thinking. Who are not afraid of life and death. And whose fighting power is equal to half of Xiao Yi. If there is only one, then it can only be regarded as a bodyguard. But now there are more than 50 such people. Bodyguard? This is clearly an army. Think about the mutant sea snakes encountered before. Hu Yu almost didn't think much. And immediately made a bold decision. There should be a place for them on the ship. Just more than 50 people. He wants them all. Hu Yu immediately took out 3 motorcycles and looked at Xiao Zissou. Let's go. Take uncle and aunt. We'll go pick them up now. Don't worry. Father Xiao, who had been silent all the time, spoke calmly. He slowly stood up and looked at Hu Yu. There's one more thing you need to know before you decide. What's it? Chapter 93. What's disgusting? Food. Father Xiao frowned and said. After preliminary research, people like them have extremely high requirements for food. And their appetite is almost 3 times that of ordinary people. If they fall into a state of hunger, their desires will increase exponentially. And their rationality will also decrease. Acupuncture cannot control it. Only food? Hu Yu asked back. Huh? What do you mean by only food? When Father Xiao joined the team, the supplies had been replenished. And he stayed in the cabin since then. And he didn't know about Mr. Fong's research. Even though he knew some of Hu Yu's magical powers from his daughter. He didn't believe that he had the ability to support so many weirdos. I heard there are more than 50 people. Right? One person has to eat as much as 3 people a day. So he can eat a year's worth of food for an ordinary person in 2 days. Do you really have so much food to supply? Hu Yu smiled. It's just food. It's not too much. Let's not talk about Mr. Fong's research. Just talk about the harvest of that perfect fairy bean. Just like the source of sweet springs, the output of perfect fairy beans is daily. And 35 fairy beans can be produced every day. In addition to ordinary fairy beans, there are occasionally fine fairy beans, one of which is enough for ordinary people to consume for 2 months. This is the output of a fairy bean seedling. Even if it is calculated based on the most ordinary fairy beans and the lowest output, it can produce food for normal people to use for 3 months every day. As long as there is one more fairy bean seedling, this food gap can be completely filled. And there will even be surplus. However, Hu Yu does not intend to tell everyone about this kind of thing. Currently, only Hu Yu, Fong Lao, and Shen Shan know about the food production. The reason is very simple. Born in adversity, die in comfort. In the end times, it is better to be vigilant. Don't worry about food. Hu Yu spoke calmly and said to Father Xiao in a very formal manner. I can guarantee that as long as everyone on our ship can eat and drink enough, as long as we each do our job, it is not impossible to rebuild a civilized society. You forget it. You are the owner. You have the final say. Father Xiao was still a little worried. There was no way. He had experienced hunger in the end times, and knew what human nature would become in hunger. Hu Yu stayed where he was and arranged for Lao Wang and others to pick up the people, including the first batch of people who had been treated. There were a total of 58 people in the 5 containers. 48 of them were women and 10 were men. After simple acupuncture and feeding, they all fell into a deep sleep. According to Xiao Zissou, after this first long sleep period, their brains will restore basic thinking functions. As for the specific degree of recovery, it depends on the individual. When all 58 people were settled, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. At this time, there were still 16 hours before the heart of the ocean was unsealed. With the addition of 58 members, it was obviously impossible to board a small boat and leave. We had to wait a little longer. After dinner, Hu Yu took Shen Shan and Encianer and rode a motorcycle towards the port. In addition to recovering the remaining ships, He also wanted to see how Boss Chi was doing now. As soon as I arrived outside the container cage, I heard a deafening collision sound coming from inside. It seems that the carnival is not over yet. Huyu ignored it and first put all the boats in front of him into the space backpack. Most of them are small speedboats for short-distance sea cruises at the seaside, which can only accommodate 24 people on board, with a total of 62 boats. Most of the rest are small fishing boats with limited sailing capabilities, suitable for fishing operations, with a total of 32 boats. The smallest number is yachts. There are only 3 boats in total, and the total length is no more than 20 meters. Not to mention compared with the heart of the ocean. Even compared with the original template of the heart of the ocean, the St. Pius, it is a world of difference. A total of 97 ships. Even in the peaceful times a dozen days ago, this was a very considerable fortune. As for now, a smallest speedboat can at least exchange for one person's food for a month. Or even more. This harvest alone is enough to compare to the database harvested in Pingcheng last time. Not to mention the 58 bodyguards and the cargo of 10 container ships. Speaking of cargo, Huyu has not had time to sort out the cargo list. He plans to take the inventory slowly after taking away the next ship. After finishing the ship, he walked slowly to the container cage and knocked on the outside. Hey! Are you still alive? If you are, please make a sound. The knocking sound stopped. In the silence, a sound actually came from inside. Squeak. Hey. It looks like he is still alive. Huyu took away a container casually, and Shen Shan behind him turned on the flashlight at the right time. And the situation inside was instantly exposed. Scarlet, seeping from the deck. Under the light, only a few figures standing in the sea of corpses can be seen, those ship owners. The ship owners who were originally dressed in fancy clothes and wearing luxury watches and jewelry were now in rags, covered in blood, holding sticks made of unknown bones in their hands, looking fiercely ahead. The leader was Boss Chi. Unexpectedly, they survived. Huyu immediately became interested and looked at the people in front of him with interest. Not bad. I thought you wouldn't be able to hold on. By the way, how did you do it? There were hundreds of people, just dealing with some idiots who don't know how to think. Boss Chi walked over slowly, with no emotion in his tone, just grabbing a ham. Most of them died, and the rest didn't need to be bothered. He walked to the entrance of the container cage, no longer moving forward, but facing the light and looking at Huyu. I answered a question for you. Can you answer a question for me? Tell me, Huyu said casually. Why? Boss Chi's body began to tremble, and his tone was full of excitement. Why did you do this to us? You have the ability. You can take these ships and supplies away directly. Then just leave. Why do you have to bother us? Why? Huyu's eyes showed a trace of disgust. I admit that in the end times, all interests are important. This is true. But there is a bottom line. If you must ask why, I can only say, you make me feel sick. Disgusting? Boss Chi asked back. What's disgusting about it? I just used some tricks on them. They deserve it. In the peaceful and prosperous times, they hold power. But they also enslave us. I am also a human being. A person of flesh and blood. In the peaceful times, my dignity and personality are no different from the garbage in the trash can to those rich people. Now the end of the world has come. Isn't it natural for me to do the same thing to them? Why can they treat me like a beast of burden? But they can't treat me like a beast of burden. Huyu frowned slightly. He now knew why Boss Chi behaved so perversely. Was he wrong? Not really. After being oppressed for a long time, human nature will be slowly eroded, and people will become emotionless animals. When one day, the animals that have completely lost their humanity regain the qualifications to be human, then he will naturally treat other people as animals. Huyu couldn't judge whether he was right or wrong. However, he didn't need to judge. When he set his sights on Huyu and others, one thing was destined. Survival had nothing to do with him. Huyu turned around and gave Shen Shan a look. The latter immediately understood, picked up the AK, and pulled the trigger. Chapter 94: The Legendary Heart of the Ocean. Debut? July 28th. 11 o'clock in the morning. 3 hours before the heart of the ocean is unsealed. This is the 15th day since the apocalypse. Half a month has passed since the rainstorm. Since Huyu didn't sleep well yesterday. He didn't even set the alarm clock and slept until he woke up naturally. He opened his eyes and woke up in his familiar room. After making sure there was no danger on the container ship, he moved the entire 28th floor out. As the saying goes, a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as your own doghouse. Especially when the environment is not as good as the doghouse. Naturally, you should enjoy it. Huyu stretched his body and glanced at Ancienner, who was guarding beside him. He was used to her appearance and raised his hand to greet her. Hi, Ancienner. Good morning. Yeah. Ancienner's sentence was still short and sharp. She replied casually, and there was no more. Huyu didn't care. After getting dressed, he went into the bathroom alone. It's time for the egg opening part again. 3 days have passed since the last egg opening. And now we can open 3 eggs in a row. 3 black eggs are lined up in front of the bathroom mirror. Huyu quickly washed his face and hands, raised his hand, and dropped it on the first black egg. A purple light exploded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Cooking Component 1. Name Cooking Component Type Equipment Effect after use. It can be attached to any utensil. Perfect cooking performance. And increase the food satiety level and delicious level by +1. If the user's cooking skill is lower than perfect, the cooking level can be increased by 1. This equipment cannot be disassembled or reset after binding. Note, well, it tastes like mom's. A good start. It seems that I have good luck today. As expected, I have to open 3 eggs in a row. The fresh air and fresh grass that appeared last time were all accidents. Huyu put away the cooking components with satisfaction, and prepared to install them directly after the heart of the ocean is upgraded. His eyes fell on the second black egg. He raised his hand and knocked it, and a burst of white light exploded. The moment he saw the light, Huyu sighed in his heart. Finished. It's dark this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining rice seeds 10. Name rice seeds type food. Seed effect after planting. It can mature twice a year, with an output of 1,000 kilograms per mu. The data changes with the level of the planting site, and there is a certain probability of producing fine rice seeds. Note seeds improved by unknown technology. The yield far exceeds any kind of seeds in the world. Wait, you said you don't want this kind of seeds? Is it with letters? Bullshit. This is the kind of seeds I want. Huyu held the 10 wheat yellow seeds in his hand, as if he was holding a rare treasure. Although he didn't understand what the concept of 1,000 kilograms per mu was, the fact that it changed with the level of the planting site proved that it had infinite possibilities. If it weren't for the fact that Mr. Fong had no land to plant these 2 days, and had a strange temper, he would have rushed over to find him now. Unfortunately, the heart of the ocean will not be unlocked for another 3 hours. If I take the seeds to him now, I will only be scolded and put pressure on myself. Huyu immediately put the seeds back into the space backpack, and then looked at the third black egg. The surprises given by the first 2 black eggs were already big enough. Even if the third black egg did not explode, it didn't matter. Not the egg. And another burst of white light appeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill book Ordinary Mind Reading. Note, after using the skill book, your physical fitness and physical fitness will automatically improve to the level of mastering the skill. Reading minds? Huyu's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the surprise today was actually 2 ordinary items. He checked the skill book panel, and the moment he saw the effect, he was a little amused. Name Reading Minds type skill effect after learning. When you look at intelligent creatures, there is a certain probability that you can read the other person's inner thoughts. Remarked Shi. Don't let others know that you can read minds. A certain probability? What is the specific probability? Huyu shrugged. No matter how much. It is better to have it than not. He slapped the skill book on himself, flushed the toilet, and walked out directly. Turning his head, he saw Ancienner standing at the toilet door. His eyes fell on her, watching her silently. The next moment, 6 black dots appeared above her head. Good news. The mind reading was successfully activated. Bad news, it was the same as not reading it. Huyu's mouth twitched, and he said nothing, so he had to walk out of the 28th floor. It was already lunchtime. After a quick bite and afternoon tea, it was soon 2 in the afternoon. Time. It's time. Ding. A crisp sound rang out, followed by a series of reminders on the screen. The heart of the ocean has been upgraded. The onboard facilities are upgraded, and the level of all facilities is +1, and it does not exceed the legendary level. Additional capabilities are upgraded, and the level of all capabilities is +1, and it does not exceed the legendary level. The ship's volume is proportionally expanded by 2 times. The internal facility layout remains unchanged, and the expanded area is repeated according to the original layout. Unlock new facilities. Diaodao. Fish pond named Diaodao. Category ship facility effect when fishing. The probability of catching rare fish can be increased, and the fish's resistance ability can be reduced. Note: sit tight, and never go home empty-handed. Name fish pond. Category ship facility effect. Any fish can be raised, with a total of no more than 10,000. After the fish enter, the fish will be proportionally reduced by 1,000 times. Notes: be careful when walking. If you fall, you can't get up. Unlock new ability Airborne Navigation. Ship Intelligence. Name Airborne Navigation. Category ship ability effect. Let the ship maintain its original speed and airborne navigation for 1 hour. It can be used once every 24 hours. Notes: flying, spaceship. Name Ship Intelligence. Category ship ability effect. Artificial intelligence will reasonably control the ship according to your will and allocate all resources in the ship. Note: hello. Do you know Jarvis? Who was so shocked by the prompt that he was speechless, even though he knew that the heart of the ocean would bring about earth-shaking changes after upgrading. He never thought it would be this kind of change. Airborne. A spaceship is also a ship, right? Who was full of excitement and looked at Zhao Zhong, who was fishing nearby. Brother Zhong, call for people to gather. Okay. Zhao Nong also knew that the time was up, so he put away his fishing rod and immediately ran towards the container. Everyone, gather on board. As soon as the voice came out, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Hu's back. He walked slowly to the side of the container ship and raised his hand slightly. The legendary heart of the ocean is here. Chapter 95 Super Double. What is the concept of double? When a person is only 1 meter tall, you will think that he is a child. When this data is multiplied by 2, it is 2 meters. Not to mention a human. Any creature that reaches this height standing in front of you will make people feel desperate and suffocated. What's more, it is twice the size of a behemoth, like the heart of the ocean. The original length of 155 meters has been directly expanded to 310 meters. The height has been increased from the original 195 meters to 39 meters. Judging from the length alone, the size of the heart of the ocean has exceeded that of a container ship. This data is even more terrifying than some aircraft carriers. Coupled with the upgraded legendary weapons of this ship, it is not an exaggeration to say that this is a large armed destroyer. Not to mention, this ship can fly for an hour every day. Air-to-ground attacks are much more terrifying than ground-to-ground attacks. Hu raised his head, full of joy. The panel about the heart of the ocean popped up in front of him. Items: Heart of the Ocean Type Super Deluxe Large Ship Comprehensive Rating S+, Level Carrying Facilities, Anti-Ship Torpedoes, Anti-Aircraft Missiles, Anti-Ground Ship Guns, Breeding Bases, Fishing Islands, Fish Ponds. Additional Capabilities: Legendary Speed, Legendary Displacement, Legendary Protection, Legendary Water Battle Mode, Perfect Hovering, Perfect Ship Intelligence. Note: a ship is also a sea barrier. There should be no ship on this planet that can be destroyed or not destroyed by it. Even the notes have become awesome. Hu was overjoyed, and a voice sounded above his head at the same time. Dear Master, welcome to your presence. Hu. Everyone looked up, as if to answer his question. The voice spoke again. I am the artificial intelligence of the heart of the ocean. You can call me Xiao Hai, or give me another name. Let's call me Xiao Hai. Hu was not very good at naming, so he said casually, Xiao Hai. Put down the gangway and let us board the ship. Yes, Master. The gangway was extended from above. In the past, you had to climb up the gangway by yourself. But now, after the upgrade, even the gangway has become electric. Hu was the first to walk up the electric gangway under the gaze of everyone behind him. And a reminder of favorability rang in his ears again. Ding! Minono's favorability increased to 70. Another 10 points. If it continues to increase like this, her favorability will soon exceed Shen Shan's favorability towards her. Hu's mouth twitched, but he ignored it. When he arrived on the deck of the heart of the ocean, he put the last container ship into his space backpack. The remaining people on the container ship came to the deck of the heart of the ocean. This also included the 58 people who were still sleeping. Counting these 58 people, the number of people on the heart of the ocean has increased to 127. Fortunately, the heart of the ocean originally had 72 rooms, and now it has doubled to 144 rooms. Among them, 72 are standard rooms that can accommodate 2 people. There are enough rooms. The only thing that makes people worry is food. When everyone came to the deck, the first person to move was not the curious Minono, but Mr. Fong. These few days of vacation, which were finally taken, were torture for him. He went straight into the breeding base that had doubled in size. And before you could follow him in, a scream came from inside. Ah! Something happened. You immediately rushed over and quickly ordered, Brother Ji, go to the bridge and drive the boat. Brother Zhong, help Uncle Shao arrange those people. Brother Shan, follow me. Everyone immediately took action. At the same time, a voice sounded nearby. Master, it was detected that the last destination was Yujing, and the speed was full speed. Do you want to continue the setting? Continue. Yes. As soon as the voice fell, before you rushed into the breeding shed, the heart of the ocean drew a wave on the sea. The speed was much faster than before. Fortunately, the ship is surrounded by protective shields, so no matter how fast it is, there will be no sea breeze or waves that will affect the stability of the ship itself. You didn't care much and rushed to the breeding shed with Shen Shan. Mr. Fong is now sitting on the land that he personally takes care of, looking at the front, full of joy. If he changes into a blue shirt, he will be no different from Fan Jin, who just passed the imperial examination. What's the matter? Why is he so happy? You glanced at the shed and quickly found the problem. Doubled. Whether it's the pigs, cows, sheep, etc. in the greenhouse, or the perfect fairy beans planted in the field, or the source of sweet springs in the innermost part of the greenhouse. At this moment, everything is doubled. The upgrade of the heart of the ocean not only doubled the volume, but also doubled the products attached to the ship. This is simply a windfall. No wonder Mr. Fong is so excited. However, you looked at Mr. Fong with an excited face and thought of the 10 seeds in his space backpack. If I give him the things now, will he faint? Shall Hu? Old Fong stood up and put his hands on Yu's shoulders, his face full of excitement. Did you see it? Shall Hu? This is a miracle. It's a miracle. I have been studying for so long and have not been able to cultivate new bean sprouts. In just a few days, it has grown one by itself. Do you think this is a miracle? After saying that, Old Fong rushed to the new bean sprout, stretched out his hand and gently caressed it, muttering something in his mouth. And no one knew what he was saying. Yu was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Shen Shan. Mr. Fong doesn't know about the upgrade of the heart of the ocean? Shen Shan was helpless. How do you want me to explain to him? Saying that you were reborn and have a space that does not conform to any scientific principles? That's right. It seems that Mr. Fong doesn't know about the upgrade of the heart of the ocean. So he regards this as a miracle. This won't work. He asked Mr. Fong to come so that he can further improve or optimize the seeds or other products given by the system. If he is allowed to believe in the so-called miracle, how can he play? Mr. Fong, Yu walked forward, squatted in front of him and said, This is not a miracle. Not a miracle? Then what do you say it is? Science? Come on. Science can't do this. But, Yu said as he spread out his palm, which contained the 10 rice seeds. I can. Mr. Fong snorted and his eyes fell on his palm. After just one glance, he couldn't move his eyes away. This is rice seeds. Of course I know these are rice seeds. Mr. Fong's tone was a little excited. But the size of these seeds is almost twice that of normal seeds. Do you know what this means? As long as they can grow normally and maintain their original size, the yield can reach at least 1,000 kilograms per mu, which is twice the highest yield of rice in the world. He stared at Yu and continued to ask, Where did you get these seeds from? Science. All of it is scientific research. Yu replied with a stiff face. Bullshit. Mr. Fong spat. He put a hand directly on Yu's shoulder and whispered, Tell me, Shao Hu, which god sent you to save the world? If I grow these, can you give me a job? As long as I can study farming. Yu. What the hell? Sure enough, the end of science is theology, and the end of the universe is the job. Chapter 96 National Database. Ahem. Yu coughed twice. It would be too troublesome and time-consuming to explain to Mr. Fong about rebirth, space backpack, or system at this time. And according to the temperament of this old scholar, The next step might be to study how to dissect him. So, the best way is to fool him. Of course. No problem. Hu said with a smile, and patted Mr. Fong on the shoulder. Mr. Fong, we all know your ability. Just do your research and leave the compilation to me. Okay. Mr. Fong changed his sullen face and smiled at Hu. Don't worry. With such good seeds, as long as there is enough land, I can guarantee that no matter how many people there are, they will not go hungry. That's what I want. Hu and Mr. Fong boasted about business for a few more minutes, and made some big promises. He didn't come out of the shed until Mr. Fong's favorability reached above 40. As soon as he came out, Shen Shan, who was following him, immediately came up with an umbrella and asked, Boss, what you just said? Hu turned to look at Shen Shan, and his expression seemed a little strange. Could he believe those nonsense? Brother Shan, you didn't believe it too? Shen Shan didn't answer, but this was the best answer. Brother Shan, there is no God. I'm just making big promises for Mr. Fong. Do you understand? Don't let your imagination run wild. Shen Shan hesitated for a few breaths, and finally gave an answer. Obviously, he didn't believe it. He didn't believe the explanation the boss just gave. In fact, he had already suspected it. Rebirth? What an outrageous excuse. The boss was clearly sent by God to save them, just like the Noah's Ark in the Western legend. Otherwise, how could he have so many magical things? Even Bubu's leg injury could be cured in an instant. But why didn't he tell me the truth? Was it because I didn't do well enough? Yes, that must be the case. Think about Mr. Fong. His ability far exceeds his own. So he was told the truth. The boss chose to tell Mr. Fong the truth in front of him. And now he denies it. He must want to urge himself. He must do better to become the chosen one. Ding! The favorability from Shen Shan has increased to 89. The favorability has increased. Boss. Shen Shan just opened his mouth and looked at him with gratitude. I understand your good intentions. Don't worry. I won't tell them about this. And I will help you urge them to try to make them meet your requirements as soon as possible. Request? What request? Hu was stunned, and there was some confusion in his eyes when he looked at Shen Shan. But now is not the time to talk about these. There are still 3 days before the water level rises again. The heart of the ocean has been upgraded, and the speed has also been increased to the legendary level. But I don't know to what extent it can be increased. He needs to know an exact time to prepare for the next thing. Shall Hai? Hu spoke directly and asked the artificial intelligence. At the current speed, how long will it take to reach Yujing? Master, the current speed is 40 knots, 74 kilometers per hour, and there are still 36 hours to reach Yujing. Wow, the previous speed was only 20 knots per hour, and now it has doubled. Now it only takes a day and a half to reach Yujing. In time. Absolutely in time. Hu was delighted, and Xiao Hai's voice came to his ears again. Master, do you want to activate the overload mode? This mode can be used once every 24 hours. If you use it now, the speed can be increased by 100%, which will last for 3 hours. And you can reach Yujing 6 hours earlier. Use it. Yes. Activate the overload mode. The speed increased again. It reached 80 knots, which is 148 kilometers per hour. This speed is not even comparable to the high-speed rail. But this is on the water. The fastest motorboat in the world has a speed of only 40 knots. Not to mention such a huge monster. Apart from anything else, if we encounter that sea snake again, we don't need to activate the protection system. We can directly control the heart of the ocean to crash into it, and directly crash through it. Looking at the scenery that was constantly receding beside him, Hu smiled with satisfaction and walked slowly back to the cabin. Minono was just like Granny Lu visiting the Grandview Garden for the first time. Visiting everywhere. When she saw Hu coming in, she immediately came to greet him. Boss Hu, where are we going? Yujing. Although Minono had only joined for 1 day, she had already surpassed most people in terms of favorability. Hu naturally had no reason to hide it from her. He sat down on the sofa, took out 2 cans of iced Fat House Happy Water, and handed one to Minono. Do you want a drink? Drink. Minono took the happy water and asked like a curious baby. Why are we going to Yujing? Hu opened the happy water and took a sip, then turned to look at Minono, and had the idea of testing her. Do you know about databases? Minono made a puzzled sound. And then a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. As if he had thought of something. Database? I understand. You are really awesome. She was not at a loss for words. But she was so excited that she couldn't find the right words. What do you mean by this, newbie? Who you leaned on the sofa and continued to guide. I don't like people flattering me. It's definitely not flattering. Minono explained excitedly. Among the existing internet databases. Except for a certain sun. The databases of a certain hand and a certain sound headquartered in Yujing are the largest. This is just a database on the internet. In addition, Yujing also has a national database. If I'm not mistaken, your target must be it. Books, materials, and many treasures of human civilization are all recorded in it. If we can take it away, as long as there is a human being, civilization can continue. Sure enough, the gap between people is so big. It has been 15 days. Although many people on the ship know that Huyu's goal is the database. No one mentioned the national database. This thing is Huyu's ultimate goal. It's just that the confidentiality level of this thing is extremely high. God knows where it is. In order not to hurt the morale of the troops. Huyu never mentioned it. Unexpectedly, Minono revealed it with one sentence. In this case, that's right. Huyu shook his head. But that's the national database. God knows where it is. Besides God, there is another person who knows. Oh! Who? Minono raised his hand and pointed at himself. Me. I know where it is. Chapter 97 Special Training. Really? Where is it? Let's go now. Huyu never thought that a talent he picked up by chance would know such a secret. It's really a case of searching for something without any effort. That? Boss Hu. Don't get excited. Minono scratched his head and smiled. I just know some possible locations. But I don't know the exact location. We still have to try and error one by one. Simple. As long as we know the approximate location. Tell me. How many possibilities are there? 125. How many? 125. Huyu fell silent. He didn't say anything. Just waved his hand and slumped down on the sofa inside the yacht. 125 places. Although they are all near Yujing. The area of Yujing is as large as 27 Korean capitals. If you want to find them, it will be too troublesome. Even if the heart of the ocean maintains a speed of 80 knots. It will take at least several days to search the entire Yujing. Now time is money. Huyu only knows what happened during the rainstorm. So he must find a safe enough place during the rainstorm. Do you need a national database or time? This is a question. Unless. Huyu looked at the children in front of him. And suddenly a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. Only 125 places. It would take a lot of time to find them one by one. But, what if everyone is only responsible for 3 places? Minono. Huyu immediately stood up. But he was depressed for a few breaths. And then he regained his fighting spirit. How long will it take you to mark those 125 points? Give me a map. And I'll finish it in 3 hours. Okay. Huyu looked at Li Ji, who was doing nothing. Brother Ji, can you memorize the map of Yujing? I have memorized it. But it will take me 3 hours to just sketch it. From now on. Minono, you follow me. And the sooner you finish, the better. Yes. The two of them answered at the same time. Took a set of drawing tools. And found a room to draw. Huyu looked at Lao Wang, who was still marveling at the heart of the ocean. Lao Wang. Hey! Old Wang rushed over and asked with a smile. Boss Hu, what can I do for you? How long does it take to teach someone to read maps and drive a boat? This. Old Wang's mouth twitched. Students majoring in navigation, even junior college students, need to study for 3 years. Excluding some cultural courses, it will take at least 2 years to master the skills of driving a boat. What if it's just a speedboat? That's easy. If you're a little smarter, just step on the accelerator and turn the steering wheel. What if the students are those children? This. Old Wang fell silent. Although he was visiting the heart of the ocean just now, his attention never left Huyu. He also knew about the national database. 125 points. If each student is responsible for 3 points, there will even be more. Boss Hu, isn't it too early to let the children perform such a task now? Too early? Huyu frowned and asked back. The past is the past. And the present is the present. Do you think that I gave them enough shelter so that they can continue to study for 9 years of compulsory education like before? And then go to college and become a Kong Iji who can't take off his long gown. Old Wang, you don't dream of doing this. We can still shelter them now. But what about the future? What if something happens to us? What will happen to them? The deer that has always lived in peace will only become food for other creatures once they are exiled to the wilderness. Now, everyone is a confused deer. At least we can still act as a wolf and follow behind them to protect them. Old Wang was silent. He really hadn't thought about this before. And now that Huyu said this, he also knew that his thoughts were somewhat limited. Huyu took a step forward and raised his hand to Old Wang's shoulder. I understand your worries. But now what we can do is to teach them how to survive as much as possible, instead of just protecting them. I understand. Old Wang was silent for a few breaths, and finally raised his head and looked at Huyu. Boss Hu, don't worry. I will definitely teach those little guys to be little sea wolves. I'll go now. No hurry. There's something else I have to do. What's it? Huyu didn't say anything, but took Old Wang to the classroom. Originally, the two luxury suites on the ship were connected to form a classroom. Now the ship has doubled in size, and the classroom has been divided into two. Xiao Zixu and Su Linglong discussed it, and the two decided to teach separately. It can be regarded as an equal distribution of pressure. Huyu went there and directly merged the two classes together. He did not mean to hide it from them, but directly distributed the tasks. National database. Many of you may not have a concept. In simple terms, it is the books with written records in our entire country, whether they are handed down from ancient times, or people are just beginning to study them now, whether they are domestic or foreign, as long as the books, documents, and materials are useful to people, they will be recorded in the database. Getting the database is equivalent to getting the spark of civilization. This database is equivalent to the treasure of mankind. It's just that this treasure is hidden in one of 125 places. We don't have time to find it one by one. We need you as the captain to drive a speedboat alone and search in the rainstorm. Of course, this is voluntary. If anyone is willing to sign up, raise your hand now, and start learning to drive a boat with Captain Wang from today. At the first moment, only two little paws were raised. One belonged to Guanli, and the other one belonged to Bubu. The next moment, some people saw Guanli raise his hand and raise their paws as well. But they were still a little timid. Obviously a little timid. It would be abnormal for a child at this stage not to be timid. 13 in total. Huyu waited quietly, and after a minute, there were still only 13 people raising their hands. The number of people who raised their hands accounted for a quarter of the total number of people. And he was satisfied. Huyu didn't wait any longer. He immediately spoke. Except Bubu. Everyone else will follow Captain Wang to learn how to sail. Those who didn't raise their hands will continue to learn. Brother Huyu. Bubu's voice rang out in the classroom. I want to learn how to sail. 2. Bubu. Be good. Huyu walked in front of Bubu. Now she was able to stand normally, and she stood up when she raised her hand. But even so, Huyu had to squat to look at her at eye level. Brother knows you want to do something, but your legs are not fully healed yet, and sailing is not suitable for you. You will have opportunities to show your abilities in the future. Okay? But, boss. Shen Shan's voice sounded outside the classroom. Let her go. Brother Shan? You? Boss. Bubu is different from other children. She is the descendant of a soldier and shoulders the duty of a soldier. Shen Shan's eyes were very determined. If she doesn't have the ability, then forget it. But we all know that she is capable enough to do this. If she still has to hide behind the people, it will be a shame for her and ours. You? Huyu wanted to say something else, but Bubu spoke again. Yes, brother Huyu. Just let me try. If it doesn't work, I'll just step down. What else could Huyu say? He could only sigh. Okay, give it a try. 29 hours later. There was still 1 hour left to reach Yujing. At this moment, Huyu stood in front of the 13 children who were specially trained by Lao Wang, and his jaw was a little bit out of control. Are they really just kids who have only had 20 hours of classes? Chapter 98 Separate Actions. July 29th. 8 p.m. The 16th day since the end of the world. The heart of the ocean has reached the edge of the Yujing area. Even at the edge, the water surface is already covered with a forest of steel. Yujing, which should have been brightly lit, is now only dim, and only most of the concrete buildings can be seen on the water surface. That is, In Yujing. If it were in other places, these densely packed buildings would not be visible at all. The disadvantage of the heart of the ocean appeared for the first time. This thing is really too big. Not only is it 310 meters long, but it is also 70 meters wide. It is easy to pass through these buildings safely. But these buildings are not safe. Huyu will not be merciful to his enemies. But for these innocent people, living in the end times is already difficult. If the place where they live is hit by a ship, even if they go to the underworld, they will draw a circle and curse him. If you want to go in and buy or find the database, there is only one way. Change the boat. Fortunately, we had obtained a lot of boats in the so-called maritime kingdom. Enough for everyone to use. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing now. The key to the problem now is how many people can take on the heavy responsibility of sailing. Old Wang, who stood at the bow, looked at Old Wang and asked, "How are the boat learners doing?" In addition to the 13 children including Bubu, he also asked the other adults on the boat to join the learning. Except for Mr. Fang. Everyone followed Old Wang's class for almost 2 days. It's almost done. Miss Xiao and the others don't need to be told. They can understand everything at once. As for the children, they learn things very quickly. As long as they remember the principles, there is no problem in sailing in calm waters. It's just, what is it? Just say it. Miss Bubu. Old Wang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her learning ability is unquestionable, and she has no problem sailing. But, Boss Hu, are you really confident that she can sail out alone? Huyu didn't answer, but just glanced at Shen Shan. It would be strange if this daughter's slave was willing to let his daughter go out to take risks. Just 29 hours ago, when he and Shen Shan came out of the classroom, this guy told him his plan. Protect in secret, he asked Huyu to follow Bubu with him, to give her training while ensuring her safety. Huyu said how could this daughter's slave do these things just for the so-called blood inheritance? So he readily agreed. Boss Hu. Minono's voice sounded from the cabin. She stared at the dark circles under her eyes, holding 30 maps in her hands. Done! I did it! She rushed to Huyu and held up the 30 maps as if she was offering a treasure. After deletion and further elimination, the 125 suspicious locations have been reduced to 30. Each map here has a suspicious location marked, as well as the nearest driving route and the final convergence route. Huh? Huyu was shocked. 95 suspicious locations were directly eliminated? How long has it been? How did you do it? Of course, it's all thanks to Brotherly, Minono said, looking behind him. Li Ji just came out of the cabin, with dark circles under his eyes almost catching up with the national treasure. He didn't forget to raise his hand and greet Huyu. Boss Hu, thank you for fulfilling your mission. Brother Ji, what are you doing? It's okay. My brain is just overloaded for more than 20 hours. It's not a problem. Bang! Before he finished speaking, Li Ji fell asleep directly. Huyu's eyes could not help but fall on Minono. The girl smiled awkwardly, scratched her head and looked away. Brother Li is in great health. He fell asleep and slept so soundly. Okay. You should also go and rest quickly, and leave the rest to us. Huyu is not a Zhoubapai. Minono and Li Ji have contributed enough, and the rest can be left to them, including the 13 children and others including Xiao Zisu. They have a total of 30 exploration teams that can drive ships independently. It looks like the right number. But he, Shen Shan, and Sienna and Bubu can only be counted as one exploration team, which means there are only 28 teams. This problem is not a big deal. At most, their team can find 2 more locations. Zilong. Huyu looked at Su Zilong and handed him the map. Spread it out and let Xiaohai record it in the system. Yes. Su Zilong answered subconsciously. And while spreading out the map, he asked with a little doubt. Boss Hu, I still have something to ask. Yujing is so big, and the 30 locations are evenly distributed in Yujing. The 2 farthest locations are even hundreds of kilometers apart. If we find the location or encounter danger, how can we contact them? Not everyone can use the radio, and without a code book, it is too easy to be deciphered. If someone gets hold of it, it is easy to fall into danger. Fortunately, this problem has been solved. Xiaohai, Huyu said calmly, explain it to Zilong. Yes, Master. Xiaohai's voice sounded. The 62 speedboats have been incorporated into the Ocean Heart's intelligent management system and share artificial intelligence permissions with the Ocean Heart. including but not limited to maps, mutual communication, positioning, and emergency protection systems. Huh? Su Zilong didn't quite understand and stopped laying out the map. I understand maps and mutual communication. But this emergency protection system is... Xiaohai didn't answer. Huyu smiled mysteriously. Well, you'll know if your exploration team encounters danger. You're just keeping us in suspense. Su Zilong muttered. He still believed in Huyu. After all, from the beginning of the apocalypse to now, every step he took was beyond everyone's expectations. And he was able to turn decay into magic. Half an hour later, the exploration team assembled on the deck of the heart of the ocean. There were 30 speedboats, and each of their speedboats was equipped with a small sea splitter. After boarding the ship, there was no need to do much operation. Just step on the accelerator, and they could move towards the target location under the guidance of the small sea splitter. Bubu was no exception. She ran onto the speedboat, stepped on the accelerator, and sped toward the location on the map. It was the first time for a 6-year-old girl to perform a mission in such an environment. If she said she wasn't excited, it would be a lie. But if she said she was afraid, she wasn't afraid. Bubu always knew that her father was a hero. She wanted to be a hero, too. That's why she had to be a member of the exploration team. If she was a hero, she wouldn't be afraid. If she was a hero, she wouldn't stand behind the people. 1 hour later, Bubu's speedboat was approaching the target location. Just at this moment, a beam of light hit the speedboat. Bubu subconsciously closed his eyes and immediately took out sunglasses from the emergency box of the speedboat and put them on according to the countermeasures taught by Teacher Wang. In a dim environment, the most feared thing is the sudden appearance of strong light. You must first maintain your visible range and visibility to have enough conditions to think about countermeasures. That is, a kayak. There are 2 adult men on the kayak. The 2 were less than 100 meters apart. When Bubu saw the other naturally saw Bubu as well. Their expressions were stunned at first, and then turned into surprise. Good news. They encountered a high-end speedboat in the end of the world. Even better news. There was a fresh and delicious little girl on the speedboat. The 2 men looked at each other, and without saying much, they could see each other's thoughts from each other's eyes. Sharp laughter echoed on the kayak. Chapter 99, Then I will help you send him to paradise. The heavy rain fell on the speedboat, making a series of sonatas on the metal deck, clear and noisy, drowning all other sounds. So much so that even the laughter in the distance could not be heard. Bubu could only watch the lighted kayak in the distance turn around and rush towards her. In an instant, her heart hit her throat. The panic instantly overwhelmed her whole body. At the same time, Shen Shan, who was following a few hundred meters away, was also overwhelmed by the panic. He was staring at the screen on the speedboat, which was showing the situation on the other side of Bubu's speedboat. With Xiaohai's help, they only needed to install a camera on each speedboat to remotely monitor everything that each speedboat encountered on the sea. As for where the cameras came from, Su Zilong's previous batch of drones. Each drone had 8 4K cameras, and it was easy to equip more than 30 speedboats. Otherwise, Huyu would not be at ease with those children going out on missions alone. Of course, he did not tell the group of children about this, let alone other adults. It's a mission. If they can't feel the danger, how can they realize that the current safety is hard won? How about getting closer? Huyu asked from the side. He could sense that Shen Shan was worried. Even Ancienner behind him couldn't help but clench her fists. After all, this was Bubu's first mission. If it weren't for the end of the world, Shen Shan and his team would let her live in a honeypot for the rest of her life and would never let her touch these things. No need. Although Shen Shan was shrouded in panic, his years of military life still allowed him to maintain the most basic rationality. Each speedboat was equipped with enough equipment to save their lives. As long as they were used reasonably, they would be able to deal with all the situations they might encounter. After all, the largest water area in Yujing was only the Raksha Sea, which was only 336 square kilometers in area. It would be a big deal if there were only a few speedboats on the water. They would never encounter those large ships. Take a step back and say that even if there were no such equipment, there was still a heart of the ocean. The boss deliberately left the heart of the ocean outside Yujing. As one of the people who had seen its water combat capabilities, Shen Shan naturally understood what his intention was. Let her handle it on her own first. If she can't handle it, we can take action later. Yes, Huyu responded. He had no choice but to continue watching the monitoring screen on the speedboat silently. The kayak kept approaching. After a brief panic, Bubu also remembered what Lao Wang had trained before setting off again. The first step when encountering an enemy is weapon deterrence. When encountering an enemy, the first thing to do is to show your tough means. They are carrying out an exploration mission. If the enemy retreats after the weapon deterrence, it will naturally be the best result. By the way, the weapons are placed. Bubu lowered his head and searched in the speedboat. He soon found a pistol, 3 fragmentation grenades, and a simple grenade launcher. This is the standard configuration of the 13 speedboats driven by children. The pistol is because the children are too thin to withstand the recoil of other weapons, so they can only be equipped with this pistol. Other people's speedboats are equipped with AK or even RPG. The fragmentation grenade makes up for the lack of range and power of the pistol, considering that some children are not good at throwing. Shen Shan and Su Zilong worked overtime to convert some RPGs into grenade launchers. This thing has almost no recoil. Just pull the grenade ring, throw it in, stretch the bottom hard, aim at the target, and let go. The grenade will fly towards the target. The effective range is about 20 meters, and the explosion range is 5 meters, which is enough to deal with some emergencies. Bubu did not use the grenade directly, but took the lead in raising the pistol and fired the first shot at the sky. The gunshot came, and the recoil pushed the thin arm. Fortunately, Huyu found someone who was good at swimming and taught Bubu how to swim. Her arms could barely support the impact of the gun. Bang! The gunshot echoed. The 2 people on the kayak stopped paddling. She has a gun. How could such a little girl have a gun? No wonder she dared to drive out in a speedboat. It turns out that she has something to rely on. Brother Wang. What should we do now? Hee. The man called Brother Wang laughed. Even if she has a gun, it doesn't matter. After all, she is just a little girl. Simple. Warning. Don't get close. Bubu's voice came from the horn. Otherwise I can't be sure where the next shot will land. This is also the cliché taught by Lao Wang. When ordinary people see a gun, most of them will have concerns when hearing this sentence. In addition, they are driving a speedboat, which cannot store too much food, so there is usually no danger. However, one of the reasons why greed is called greed is that it is insatiable. Don't shoot. Brother Wang yelled at the top of his lungs. Little girl. We came out of the shelter to look for supplies. There is a wounded person on the boat. We really can't get back. Can you help us? Yes. Please. Save me. Shelter. Wounded. Shen Shan frowned when he heard the same words. This kind of light can only fool children. Not to mention whether Yujing has built a shelter. Even if there is one, who would send a kayak out to look for supplies? Even if it is, who would send a kayak out to look for supplies? Which wounded soldier has so much strength that he can shout so far? Interesting. Huyu naturally saw through the 2 people's lies. He looked at Shen Shan curiously. Brother Shan, what do you think Bubu will choose? If she really lets those 2 people on the speedboat, she should stay quietly on the heart of the ocean in the future. Shen Shan was prepared for the worst. He had already started warming up. Once Bubu let those 2 people get close, he would jump into the water at the first time and swim towards the speedboat, expose them, and kill them in front of Bubu, so that she can face the reality. However, Bubu's choice surprised both of them. Oh! The wounded? Bubu raised his hand and shot at the kayak. Bang! The gunshot sounded, and the kayak, that was still moving forward, instantly deflated. Under the scouring of the heavy rain, the kayak began to sink rapidly. Then I will help you send him to paradise. You're welcome. Come on. You must take good care of your brother on the way. 2 soft and sticky sounds with a hint of darkness echoed on the water. Huyu's mouth twitched, and he looked at Shen Shan, who was still warming up, somewhat awkwardly. The other party also looked at him in the same embarrassment. The 2 realized at this moment, the little cotton jacket that was always soft and sticky while sitting in a wheelchair might contain black-hearted cotton. But this is not a bad thing. In this world, black-hearted cotton is obviously more suitable for survival than warm cotton. Watching Bubu's speedboat heading towards the destination, Huyu and Shen Shan didn't say anything, but just followed silently. 5 minutes later, Xiao Hai's voice sounded from the speedboat. Master, it was detected that a large part of the exploration team was seriously attacked. According to calculations, the other party is suspected to be a member of the same organization. The approximate location of the other party's base has been calculated. Do you want to lock it and launch a long-range attack? Yu frowned and looked at the screen. Where is the other party's base? A red dot appeared on the screen. It coincided with one of the 30 suspected locations. And it was not far ahead. Chapter 100 Swim. I'll follow you. What a coincidence. Yu said helplessly. According to Xiao Hai's calculation, the enemy base was not far ahead. And the kayak just now was probably not long ago. Even the gunshots made by Bubu were likely to be noticed by the enemy. Don't look at the heavy rain now. In the ears of nervous people, no matter how heavy the rain is, the sound of danger is like a silver needle falling in a quiet room. As long as you listen carefully, you can hear it. This is not the time to take risks. Xiao Hai. Send a message to Bubu. Wait. Yu just wanted Xiao Hai to send a message to Bubu, asking her to return to the gathering, but was interrupted by Shen Shan before he could finish his words. Brother Shan, you don't want to test Bubu now, do you? A kayak is a kayak. And an organization is an organization. Since the other party can organize a large-scale exploration operation, there must be a lot of people inside. How can a 7-year-old girl with limited weapons be a match for that organization? Boss. I know. I just want to see how she plans to deal with it. Shen Shan smiled bitterly. Just give us a message, saying that there is a suspected base of an organization ahead. As for whether to retreat or what to do, we will see. After all, as an old father, I don't seem to know what's going on in her mind. Yu's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but think of the scene when Bubu was joking with the two men after shooting at the kayak. It was really terrifying for a little girl to be able to do this, especially after hearing what Shen Shan said. He really wanted to see what Bubu would do. Xiao Hai. Synchronize the information to Bubu, and give her the authority to remote strikes, and let her decide what to do. Also, if she contacts me, tell her that I found the national database and am trying to salvage it, and can't get through. Yes, master. On the speedboat. Bubu drove the speedboat to the place where the kayak was submerged. She swept the water with a flashlight, not to find the other party's trace, but to see if there were any leftover supplies. Brother Yu said that we should be frugal. The next moment. Ding! Xiao Hai's voice sounded in the speedboat. Miss Bubu. Urgent notice. There is a suspected local organization at the exploration site ahead of you. The other party has sent a large number of kayaks and a small number of speedboats, and has launched an attack on our exploration team. The specific location has been marked on the map for you. The master has unlocked the long-range attack permission for you, and you can control the heart of the ocean to attack it at any time, whether you leave or continue. The master supports your choice. Oh! Bubu asked in confusion. Were the two people just now also organized by them? There is a 98% probability that they are. Are there any casualties on our side? Ms. Zhang Sirui's speedboat was hit and lost the ability to move. She is waiting for rescue. The opponent's speedboat was destroyed. Aunt Zhang. Is she okay? The left arm was injured, and the bleeding has been successfully stopped. The nearest exploration team is on the way to meet her. Apart from Xiao Zixu, her favorite is Zhang Sirui. As for the reason, she is the only one on the boat who can make egg tarts. And the taste is so delicious. If something happens to her, there will be no dessert in the future. Bubu raised his head and looked at the flashing red dot on the map. After 2 seconds, he suddenly spoke. By the way, Shai, do you think those two people are still alive? The current water temperature is 11 degrees Celsius, plus the heavy rain. The probability of survival within 12 hours is 76. The probability of survival within 24 hours is 21. And the probability of survival within 48 hours is 52. That means they are still alive. Can you calculate their location? On the speedboat in the distance. The two people listened to Bubu's voice and guessed what she wanted to do. Finish the job. She hit the kayak before because it was a big target and easy to hit. And because she didn't intend to kill anyone. Teach the foul-mouthed people a lesson. Whether they can survive depends on their own luck. But now it's different. The other party hurt their people. So the way to deal with it has to be changed. Please wait. We have calculated the other party's position on the map for you. 2 more green dots appeared on the map, and they were moving in the same direction. That is, the direction of the red dot. Thank you. Xiao Hai. You are the best. Bubu praised, and turned the throttle without hesitation, rushing towards one of the green dots. In less than half a minute, the speedboat drove to the side of a man who was swimming on the water. No matter how good a person is at swimming, he can't swim faster than a speedboat. The moment he heard the roar of the engine, the man stopped struggling and chose to wait in place. It's not that he didn't have a chance. As long as he could swim under the speedboat when the other party stopped the boat, he would have a chance to seize the boat. It's a pity Bubu didn't give him this chance. After determining the other party's position, she raised her pistol with both hands, aimed in the direction, and fired a shot. Scarlet spread on the water. She then turned around and drove towards another green dot. This time, the other party did not stop, but dived into the water and swam away desperately. He also heard the gunshot just now. He knew the other party's means. Once he stopped or surfaced, it would be the time for his heart to stop beating. Bubu kept approaching him, constantly stimulating his nerves with the sound of the engine, until he couldn't hold it in any longer. The man surfaced and saw the speedboat beside him and Bubu leaning on it. Under the angelic face, there seemed to be a devil hidden. "Hello, uncle. I plan to go to your shelter to have a look. Can you show me the way? If there is a reward, I will find a way to give it to you." The man was stunned at first, but then he quickly came to his senses and thought quickly. "No reward. Little girl, let me get on the boat and I will take you to our shelter. I guarantee you will have a good life in the future. But I don't like spicy drinks." "That's fine. You." The man began to approach the speedboat, but the next moment, the smile on his lips froze. The muzzle of the gun was pointed at his forehead. "Uncle, I'm a germaphobe. You'd better not get on the boat. If you want to lead the way for me, swim. I'll follow you." The man's smile froze, but he also knew that this was his only chance. "Isn't it just a little girl? Shelter? Ha ha. Since you want to go, I'll let you go as much as you want. See if you dare to be so arrogant then. Isn't it just a gun? Who doesn't have one? Okay, I'll take you there right away." At the same time, Shen Shan couldn't help but frown. What does Bubu want to do? Even if you want to go to that place, you shouldn't let someone lead the way. Isn't this raising a tiger to cause trouble? Maybe. Huyu looked at the surveillance on the screen and smiled. I know what she wants to do. Chapter 101 Genius. Madman? Sometimes we have to admit that there are many geniuses in this world. We are all human beings. But he is smarter than you and more successful in some aspects. Like Wanli. And like Bubu. At the beginning, Huyu only treated Bubu as a cute little girl. And she behaved like a cute girl. But judging from what she just did, everything before might be a character she created. From Bubu's first shot, we couldn't tell anything. But from her second shot, we could tell a lot. First, she held the gun with both hands. And her posture was very standard. Although she was shooting at close range, she didn't aim or prepare herself mentally. This means that she had used a gun before, and her shooting skills were probably pretty good. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so confident in this situation. How could someone who had used a gun hit a kayak while aiming at the other person? Unless she did it on purpose. She deliberately hit the kayak just to make the two people fall into the water, so that they would have the mentality of being likely to die, and use this mentality to achieve her goal. Perhaps even if Xiao Hai had not calculated the exact location of the other party, Bubu would have used the method just now to let the other party help her lead the way. The reason is also very simple. Paralyze the other party. In the eyes of the person who survived, Bubu was just a kind-hearted little girl who could use a gun but did not understand human nature. Such people are the easiest to be deceived. She let this person live in order to create a favorable personality for her to help her achieve her goal. As for what this goal is, Huyu has a guess, but he is not sure, so he can only follow and see. 15 minutes later, outside a giant supermarket, the water level is close to 60 meters, flooding most of the floors here. But you can still see two speedboats and some kayaks parked outside the floor. These things may not seem like much, but in this end of the world, they are all precious things. Judging from the number of kayaks and speedboats alone, there are at least hundreds of people gathered in this building. Stop for a minute. Bubu's voice came from the speedboat. The man not only did not stop, but even wanted to take the opportunity to slip back and tip off. Bubu didn't tolerate him, and directly took out a fragmentation grenade and asked, "Do you think you swam faster? Or did this grenade explode faster?" The man stopped swimming, which was also an answer to Bubu. "What do I ask? What do you answer? If the answer takes more than 3 seconds, I will regard you as a liar. And the price is a bullet. Do you understand?" Yeah. Seeing the gun pointed at him, the man wanted to nod his head and get a concussion. Just answer some questions. He didn't believe that this girl would dare to come to his house to kill him. Even if she had a gun or a grenade. She was just one person. How many people are there in your organization? 124. Yes. We lost some people a few days ago. And now there are only 102 people. Are there enough supplies? Yes. There is a large supermarket under this building, which has everything. Our kayaks and speedboats came from there. Where are the weapons? The man didn't speak, and his eyes were full of resentment when he looked at Bubu, as if asking, if we had weapons, would we be so embarrassed? I understand, Bubu replied, and then stuck to the screen and shouted sweetly, Dad, brother who you? Are you there? There are too many people in there. Bubu can't handle it. For a moment, the whole water area seemed to fall into silence. Even the sound of heavy rain falling on the water seemed to disappear. The man who was still floating in the water was stunned for a moment. Looked up at Bubu, his eyes full of confusion. Is this little girl stupid? What is she shouting at a speedboat screen? In this in times without the internet, transportation is basically by swimming, and communication is basically by shouting. What can she shout at a screen? Is she a lunatic? Well, this possibility is not impossible. Who would drive a speedboat and play with guns at such a young age? Just as the man was thinking, a man's voice really came from the speedboat. Here it comes. This is Shen Shan's voice. His mood is a bit complicated now. It's like he opened a blind box and got a soft, sweet and cute little princess. He couldn't wait to put it on the bedside when he went to bed every day, for fear of bumping it. But one day, when he got up at night, he suddenly found that the little princess was actually Annabelle. Even Shen Shan couldn't accept the contrast for a while. Not only Shen Shan, but Huyu also felt a little numb. Soon, the speedboat that Shen Shan and others took successfully approached. Before Huyu and him could speak, Bubu's sweet voice sounded again. Dad, brother Huyu, sister Xianer. With that, Bubu jumped directly from another speedboat and threw herself into Shen Shan's arms, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. If they hadn't witnessed everything, they might have been busy coaxing the little princess now. Whoa! Dad, I won't make trouble anymore. Whoa! Okay. Bubu, don't cry first. Dad will do the business first. Okay? Shen Shan coaxed in a low voice. But when he lowered his head, he saw Bubu's big watery eyes. Dad, what business are you talking about? Her tears fell on the speedboat. This doesn't look fake. If it is fake, then Bubu can definitely win the Oscar for Best Actor. With this level, even who you can't tell the difference. Bubu? Shen Shan was really a little angry. He is a daughter slave. But he doesn't want the little princess he holds in his hands to deceive him. Especially in this situation. Wait, brother Shan. Don't be impatient. Huyu stopped Shen Shan from doing the next move, squatted in front of Bubu, and asked with a little confusion. Bubu, what do you mean by not making trouble just now? I won't drive a speedboat anymore. Bubu looked at Huyu and said softly, the speedboat is too difficult. I can't learn it at all. And that teacher Wang is too fierce. Something is wrong. It's extremely wrong. Bubu's thoughts are still stuck in 30 hours ago, when old Wang taught him how to drive a speedboat. 30 hours have passed. How could she still be stuck in this memory? Shen Shan also noticed something was wrong. He squatted down and frowned and asked, Bubu, think about it. This happened 30 hours ago. We are now in Yujing. You are on a mission. Do you remember? Yujing? Mission? Bubu's eyes were full of confusion. It doesn't look like he is pretending. Compared with Bubu just now, he seems like two different people. A light hum was heard. Bubu seemed to have discovered something. She lowered her head and opened her palm. And there was a note inside. Dad? Look! Shen Shan was quick-witted. He snatched the note away immediately. He was stunned at the first glance. Old Shen. What's written on it? Huyu said anxiously. Boss, you should read it yourself. Chapter 102 Underwater Harvest. Brother Huyu. Nice to meet you. My name is Lin Lin. Hello. The contents of the note caught my eye. Huyu just took a look and frowned instantly. The handwriting on it was completely different from Bubu's. But she was the only one who had the chance to hold the note in her hand. Lin Lin? What's going on? Shen Shan knew what Huyu wanted to ask. And then he said, Boss Hu, Let's deal with the present first. If there is anything, we can talk about it later when we go back. Yes. Bubu was still there. It's better not to let the children know about this kind of thing. Huyu cast his eyes on the man in the water. Keep leading the way. This sentence was not meant to be a negotiation, but an order. The man also understood that he had no power to choose. If he stayed here, he would die sooner or later. If he wanted to survive, he only had a chance. Swim back. He immediately swam towards the base camp, and Shen Shan subconsciously started the speedboat to follow him. But Huyu raised his hand and pressed on the steering wheel. Wait a minute. Boss? Shen Shan asked in confusion. If we go back now, won't that be like letting the tiger go back to the mountains? We have to let the tiger go back to the mountains, Huyu said calmly. He sat on the speedboat, looking at the red dots on the screen. If we don't let him go back, how can we let others know that we are here? One sentence. Shen Shan immediately understood what Huyu meant. Notify. Since this group of people can master kayaks and speedboats and search for supplies in a small area of Yujing, there must be a signal for mutual communication. Otherwise, it would be impossible to dare to hand over kayaks to so many people in this environment to search for supplies. If this can be done, then this organization already has the most basic cohesion. When such an organization is threatened, the first thing is, bang! A bunch of fireworks rise from the top of the building in front of them. In the dim environment, it blooms with extreme splendor. Here it comes. This is what Huyu is waiting for. Signal. When the other party knows that he has guns, he will definitely call back the people he sent out. Those people must be elites. And this is what Huyu wants. Concentrate all the dangers that others have encountered or may encounter in one place. In simple terms, it is besiege way to save Zhao. Master, it is detected that the kayaks encountered by the exploration teams are retreating. Xiao Hai's voice sounded in his ears. Got it, Huyu replied, then sat on the speedboat and looked at Bubu, who was still trembling in front of him. Even if Shen Shan didn't say it, he actually guessed something. He had not seen Bubu's panel before, and did not know what skills and personality she had. But what she did just now was obviously not something Bubu could do. Unless she had another personality. Huyu had read some news before. I heard that someone had split personality. One of the personalities was nearsighted, and the other had normal vision. When the personality switched, even the vision changed. Even the physiological structure would change because of this. So it was normal for the skills or personality to change. Plus the name on the note. Lin Lin. Perhaps. This is another character of Bubu. Huyu looked at Bubu, said nothing more, and looked at the screen on the speedboat again. Xiao Hai. Is the location marked by Minono near here? Yes. Master. To be precise, it is 37 degrees from your position. 568 meters away. Huyu looked at the location Xiao Hai pointed to. Under the 60-meter water coverage, there was only a piece of blue. Brother Shan, if it is a national database, can it still be used after it is flooded? I don't know either. Shen Shan smiled bitterly. Although he was a soldier before, he didn't know these things. He could only guess. But things like this that are extremely confidential should have emergency protection systems, and should be well waterproofed. So there is still a chance. Right? Huyu asked back, and casually took out a skill book from the space backpack. Mastering diving, this is one of the skill books that Zhao Zhong and Su Zilong had fished out before. I had never learned it before, and I never thought I would face this kind of environment again. He raised his hand and slapped the skill book on his body. His body suddenly changed a little. Huyu could clearly feel that he was breathing more easily, and the strength of his lungs also changed to a certain extent. Brother Shan, you stay with Bubu. I'll go over there. Boss, is it okay? Don't worry. Let Siener go with you. Siener? I'll go with you. I can dive. And Siener's words were always concise. Huyu didn't refuse. He was not sure about the underwater environment, so it would be safer with Siener. As for the things on the surface, it would take some time for those people to rush back, and he was fully confident that he could run back and forth. Huyu jumped on the speedboat that Bubu had driven before, and then Siener followed. When he arrived at the location, he took a deep breath, turned his head to look at Siener, and jumped into the water. It was cold, covering his whole body. It was not the first time that Huyu felt this way. In his previous life, it was when that woman soaked his whole body in sea water. This life was his own choice. With his diving proficiency, Huyu could open his eyes under the water and barely see the situation under the water. The next moment, a burst of white light lit up from behind. Huyu turned around and found Encianer following behind him, holding a military flashlight in her hand. You still need teammates. Start diving. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. Huyu began to feel a little tired, but he could feel that he had not reached his limit. Soon, he saw a group of buildings. The height of this group of buildings was not very high. The highest was no more than 20 meters. He needed to dive another 10 meters to reach the roof of this building. Huyu continued to dive, and soon reached the roof. He was lucky enough to land on the rooftop gate. But unfortunately, the door was locked. Now it was 40 meters underwater. With this water pressure, even if he had a key, he couldn't open this door. Fortunately, the white light gradually approached, and Encianer came to Huyu's side. Without any extra movements, she just kicked. Bang! A series of bubbles emerged. The iron door was kicked open. Encianer pointed inside, indicating that she should go in first to explore the way. Huyu shook his head and raised his hand to press on the concrete wall. One pull. The whole building was put into the space backpack. Under the water, Encianer tilted his head. Huyu's mind-reading skill was successfully activated for the first time. A series of appeared above Encianer's head. It turns out that you also have emotions. This is fun. Huyu smiled and began to float up. And by the way, he checked the harvest just now. He was stunned at a glance. There was no large storage device loaded with databases inside. But there were 5 planes. 5 fighter planes. Chapter 103 Ransom. That is to say, Encianer doesn't have the ability to read minds. Otherwise, when she looks at Huyu now, he must have 2 words on his head. Damn! That's the latest fighter. If it were in someone else's hands, it would either be shelled because of lack of driving experience, or it would be turned into scrap metal because there are not enough takeoff and landing sites. But if it were in Huyu's hands, pilots? Shen Shan, Su Zilong, Zhao Nong, Li Ji, and Encianer. Exactly 5 people. With their tacit cooperation, they can even form a small flight formation for aerial reconnaissance or strikes. Flying field? The legendary heart of the ocean. As long as the deck is slightly modified, it can be used as an aircraft carrier. The only flaw is the arresting cable. If we don't have this thing, even if we have a fighter, it's disposable, and it's difficult to get down after flying up. But the 2 most difficult problems have been solved. It's just a mere arresting cable. At worst, we can go to the beach and see if we can get some wool from the aircraft carrier warehouse. Or take the entire aircraft carrier away together? Huyu's saliva is about to flow down when he thinks about it. Fortunately, the remaining oxygen in his lungs made him regain his sanity. Let's go up first. Huyu made a gesture to Encianer, indicating that he should float up now. Encianer nodded, grabbed his collar with his backhand, and started swimming. Not long after, the 2 of them returned to the surface of the water. As soon as he surfaced, Huyu saw a kayak close to his speedboat. 2 other people had come to the speedboat and were trying to operate the speedboat to leave. This should also be someone from that organization. Right? Huyu didn't say anything, and turned his head to look at Encianer. Where are the people? Before Huyu could come to his senses, a figure jumped out of the water next to the speedboat. Bang! Encianer shot left and right, and 2 hand knives fell, and the 2 people who tried to drive away the speedboat fainted directly. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. Huyu couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Seeing this, Encianer stood silently by the side, waiting for him to come up and deal with the 2 people. It looked like there was no emotional fluctuation. But this time, Huyu's mind reading was successful again. A smiling face floated above Encianer's head, revealing her emotions. If it weren't for this unreliable skill, he really couldn't see that Encianer's emotions were so diverse. Huyu swam onto the speedboat and looked at the 2 people who were knocked unconscious by Encianer. Throw these 2 guys on the kayak. Someone will pass by later and pick them up together. Yes, Encianer responded, and threw one in each hand directly on the kayak. Huyu drove the speedboat to meet up with Shen Shan and the others. The distance of more than 500 meters passed in a flash. Huyu was about to share his underwater harvest with Shen Shan. But before he could speak, Shen Shan said first, "Boss, something happened." Huyu snorted lightly, and just as he was about to ask in detail, A report came from a distance. Friends outside? I don't care what your purpose is. Please leave our jurisdiction as soon as possible. Otherwise we will take compulsory measures. This tone is a bit arrogant. Huyu raised his eyebrows, looked in the direction of the voice, and frowned immediately. Speedboat. There were only 2 speedboats outside the building. But now there are 4. Huyu frowned and vaguely guessed something. Brother Shen, what's the situation now? One of our people was arrested. Shen Shan frowned and said, Xiaohai said that 2 kids were captured. One is Guanli, and the other is Shen Shan. And their weapons were also seized. Guanli. This kid was also captured? Huyu was a little surprised. Xiaohai's voice sounded immediately. According to the surveillance, Guanli should have approached and was captured after discovering that Shen Shan was captured. That makes sense. Brother Huyu. Bubu pulled up Huyu's sleeve and whispered, Can you save them? Don't worry. Bubu. I brought them out. So I will take them back. Huyu raised his hand and rubbed Bubu's head. When he looked up at the building again, his eyes were full of murderous intent. He didn't mean to kill all of them, but just wanted to focus their attention on himself so that others could complete the exploration mission. But since they want to play, then play with them. Just now they only asked to leave, not to trade hostages. Usually, there are only 2 possibilities when this happens. One is that the other party has killed the hostage and cannot hand it over, so there is no need to mention it. Another possibility is, the other party wants to take the initiative, wait for the hostage to panic, and then wait for the price to be sold. Now it seems that it is most likely the latter. Okay, then play with them. Huyu took out a loudspeaker from the space backpack and shouted to the outside. We can leave, provided that you return our people to us. The request has been made, and it depends on how the other party responds. People? Ha! Are you talking about those 2 little brats? I heard you have a lot of speedboats. Right. How about this? You give us 20 speedboats and the weapons equipped on your speedboats as ransom, and we will return these 2 people to you. As the saying goes, gold has a price, but life is priceless. 2 lives for 20 speedboats. You are making a profit no matter how you look at it. Okay. No problem. Huyu responded with a sentence. We can agree to your conditions, but you have to let us know first that the 2 people are still alive. Speak. A fierce voice came. Then came Guanli's voice. Boss Hu. The target is in the place I explored, and the mission is completed. No tension. No fear. Guanli used the simplest tone to prove his safety, and also reported the mission. This kid. Shen Shan smiled and replied. He turned his head to look at Huyu. Boss, according to the information from that kid just now, Xiener and I can solve it by ourselves. Now you know? The voice sounded again. I don't care what you are looking for. Now, send the boat to me. Otherwise, bang! A gunshot rang out in the air. Obviously, the other party has mastered the weapons on the 2 speedboats. No hurry. Huyu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Don't they want the boat? Then give it to them, and see if they have the life to take it. Boss, what do you mean? Hasn't Xiaohai's long-range missile been used yet? Huyu raised his hand and stroked the screen of the speedboat. We have to test its firepower first. I understand. Now, let them drive the speedboat over. Chapter 104 Uncle Shen. Be careful. Inside the building, the man who had just negotiated the terms put down the loudspeaker and frowned slightly in anger. Damn it! The price is going to be lower. The other party agreed so readily, obviously not taking these 20 speedboats and weapons seriously. He looked down at Guanli, who was tied up like a hairy crab, and forced a smile. Little friend, tell me honestly, how much supplies do you have left? Tell me, and I'll give you canned meat. Canned meat. As soon as these 3 words came out, everyone's eyes were fixed on it. This is the only edible meat they can find in the end times. It can be said that a can of meat is enough to buy a person's life. Really? Guanli exclaimed, his eyes full of desire. And he swallowed his saliva in a very artificial way. No, I don't believe it. You can't have canned meat. Even if you do, you can't give it to me. Who said that? The man asked back and gave a look to a muscular man behind him. The other party immediately took out a can of meat from the travel backpack behind him. From the sound of him rummaging through the bag, there should be a lot of cans in it. The muscular man handed the can to the man. The man opened the can casually, and a smell of meat wafted. affecting the emotions of the people nearby. At that moment, the swallowing sound drowned out the sound of the heavy rain outside. Come! The man took out a piece of meat with his hand and handed it to Guanli's mouth. Brother will feed you. Adhering to the principle of not eating it. It's a waste. Guanli took a bite directly, swallowing the small piece of meat, and did not forget to bite the man. You? The man felt pain and was about to hit Guanli. But Guanli shrank his neck and said quickly, we not only have speedboats, but also ships. The man's eyes widened immediately. Ships? If he got this thing, wouldn't he be able to explore more vast waters and obtain more resources? Even if the rainstorm is heavy, he will have a greater chance of surviving in the end of the world. Really? Yeah. Guanli nodded. In fact, in addition to ships, we also have. He didn't finish his words. Guanli's eyes were already glued to the canned meat. Come on. Eat more. The man understood what he meant, and continued to feed him the canned meat regardless of the pain in his fingers. In his mind, he had already made up his mind. Once the other party handed over the speedboat, how would he raise the price at that time? It's just a canned meat. How can it be more important than a ship? But who knew that after Guanli finished the canned meat, the next sentence would be, but the ship has a hole in it, and it was taken away by the mermaid? Man? What do you mean? It has already sunk. Guanli blinked his big eyes and said, as a matter of course, Uncle, your comprehension ability is so poor. How dare you play tricks on me? Come on. Fight. Guanli stiffened his neck and stared at the other party. If you heard me, you can't get a speedboat. Ha! The man sneered, grabbed Guanli's neck directly, and used his 5 fingers to lift him up. Guanli, Shen Shan exclaimed and went forward to save Guanli. But before he ran 2 steps, he was stopped by the muscular man. Guanli's forehead was bulging with veins, but he did not struggle, just holding the other's wrist with both hands. He wanted to speak, but he could not utter a word. Boy, you are quite tough. I want to see how long you can be tough. In less than an hour, all the exploration teams sent out earlier gathered in front of the building. Before Hu Yu issued the next order, Su Zilong came directly over. Boss Hu, just say to leave a few people alive? Leave no one alive. Hu Yu replied calmly. Okay. Su Zilong said as he jumped into the water, preparing to approach the other party from below. Before he could swim out, Hu Yu smiled bitterly and said, come back here. Huh? Su Zilong surfaced and looked at him with some confusion. Isn't it a one that says leave no one alive? Then I didn't ask you to do it directly. Oh. Su Zilong replied and had to climb back onto the speedboat. He looked at Hu Yu with some confusion and found that in addition to himself, Shen Shan and others were also here. Besides them, who else can handle this group of guys? Boss Hu, what are you waiting for? Waiting for a fireworks display. Hu Yu replied calmly, and after confirming that everyone had arrived, he directly ordered, send 20 speedboats over. Brother Shen, you prepare to pick them up. Okay. Shen Shan replied without hesitation. Zilong. Brother Zhong. Hu Yu looked at Su Zilong and Zhao Zhong beside him. You two go around to meet them. Remember, if possible, only save people. Don't kill people. I have other plans to experiment with. Of course, if you encounter danger, you can also decide whether to kill people. Okay. Yes, boss. Su Zilong and Zhao Zhong responded, jumped into the water one after another, and began the infiltration mission. The children did not find Hu Yu's instructions strange, and just followed the instructions strictly. But the eyes of the other adults were full of doubts. Send 20 speedboats. Although this number of speedboats is nothing to them, it is far less important than 2 lives. But there is obviously a better solution. Why did Boss Hu do this? He can't be so timid that he is afraid of those guys? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Linglong got off her yacht and came to Han Weiwei's speedboat. Sister Linglong. Han Weiwei lowered her voice and asked Su Linglong with a little confusion. What does that mean? Compromise with these guys? Others don't know what level of combat power Shen Shan and others have. But they know it. They were the ones who saved the 2 people in the beginning. Unless that floor is full of mutated monsters, how could they be the opponent of this group of people? Let's wait and see. Su Linglong replied casually, standing on the speedboat and looking in the direction of Hu Yu. According to his personality, he would never accept threats from others, let alone give up the benefits he has obtained. He must have his reasons for doing this. In addition to these two people, there were more or less other voices on other speedboats. Most of them did not understand why Huyu did this. Although they were confused, the actions of the idle speedboats did not slow down at all. 20 speedboats were quickly assembled. The 20 speedboats were simply connected together with ropes. And Shen Shan drove the front one towards the building. He held a megaphone and shouted to the top. "Hey! The speedboat is coming for you. Let the people go." One of them stuck his head out and took a look at the number of speedboats outside. 20. Just right. The man who had previously held Guanli hostage looked outside and confirmed that there was only one person on the other side, and immediately waved his hand to give the order. Fire. Yes. As soon as the voice fell, two people holding grenade launchers aimed at Shen Shan at the same time and sent out grenades. Seeing this, Guanli exclaimed in surprise. "Uncle Shen. Be careful." Chapter 105 National Database Git. The moment the sound came out, Shen Shan had already found something wrong. He immediately jumped into the water, dived deep under the water, and hid directly under the speedboat. He was responsible for purchasing this grenade, so he naturally knew its power. Hiding in this position, no matter how many grenades were thrown down from above, they would not cause him any harm. It was Guanli. Pop! A crisp sound landed on Guanli's face. The man had a ferocious look on his face, grabbed his collar and asked, "You like to talk too much, don't you? Okay. I'll see how hard you are." Pa! Another slap in the backhand. Guanli's cheeks swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the corner, Su Zilong frowned, but did not act rashly. He used the headset to say to Huyu, "Boss, we have successfully infiltrated and can carry out the mission. Is it dangerous? Can Guanli and Shen Shan be rescued safely?" Huyu asked immediately. "No danger. We can handle it." Zhao Zhong's voice rang out from the side. If Su Zilong said this, Huyu would still consider it. But if Zhao Zhong said it, then there's no need to consider it. "Action," Huyu said calmly. "Brother Shan, you are responsible for support." "Yes," Shen Shan also replied. Turned over from under the water, boarded the speedboat again, looked up at the people upstairs, and shouted at them in an angry tone. "Hey! Isn't this a deal? Do you still have a sense of contract? Haha. The spirit of contract?" The man was attracted by Shen Shan's voice and stuck his head out. "It's the end of the world now. Who the hell would tell you a contract?" Before he could finish the word contract, a gunshot rang out on the water. Shen Shan took out his pistol and shot, hitting the other person's forehead directly. Blood splashed all over Guanli. But he didn't hesitate at all. He ran to grab Shen Shan and ran to the window at the same time. Bang! The window that had just been pierced by the bullet completely withstood the impact of the two people and instantly turned into countless fragments, which fell from the upstairs. Guanli and Shen Shan also fell at the same time. Fortunately, the floor was not high. It was only about 6 meters away from the water surface, so it would not cause much harm to the two little guys. Seeing this, Shen Shan jumped into the water to save people immediately. At the same time, upstairs, when they heard the gunshot, Su Zilong and Zhao Zhong were preparing to take charge of one person each. First rescue the child, and then deal with a group of people. But before they could come to their senses, the two little guys had already jumped into the water. The two looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. What to do? The mission target has left. Why are they staying here? Force them into the water. Huyu's voice sounded in the headset. He naturally noticed everything that had just happened and directly changed the two people's goals. "I just want the result." "Got it." Su Zilong and Zhao Zhong jumped out directly, each holding an AK in his hand, and started to shoot. The sound of gunfire echoed between the floors. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Run. Quick. Window. Jump out of the window and run away. Amid the fierce gunfire, some noise could actually be heard. The more than 100 people on the floor instantly changed from the excitement of just preparing to receive the great gift to panic. A group of people rushed towards the window like moths to a flame. Like dumplings, they jumped into the water one by one and swam desperately towards the 20 speedboats. Maybe because of the threat to their lives, the group of people swam very fast. In less than 10 seconds, someone had already turned over and boarded the speedboat. While starting quickly, they did not forget to search for weapons on the speedboat. But how could Huyu give them such a thing? He must have taken it away long ago. Seeing that the search was fruitless, those people drove the speedboat away, not daring to stay for a second longer, for fear that the bullets would fall on them. However, there were only 24 speedboats, and only a few people could board them. Most people could only board kayaks and try their best to catch up with the speedboats to survive. Report. Su Zilong's voice sounded. Mission completed. Everyone has been driven into the water. Yes. Huyu responded calmly. Report. Shen Shan also surfaced at this moment, holding a child in one hand. The hostages have been rescued, and there are no injuries. Request for further instructions. Huyu looked at the speedboats and kayaks that were fleeing in front of him, and said calmly, Shall Hai automatically lock the target and attack from a distance? Yes. Shao Hai's voice sounded. More than 40 red dots suddenly appeared on the screen. They were all the speedboats and kayaks that were taken away. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, a streak of fire flashed across the sky, and more than 40 small warheads fell from the sky. Boom! The explosion sounded almost at the same time. The flames bloomed on the water, as gorgeous as fireworks. Each bullet hit the speedboats or kayaks accurately, without any waste. And even the explosion time was almost the same. As for the power, after the rain dispersed the thick smoke, only a few pieces of burning shipboard floating on the water could be seen. Even Huyu, who had been mentally prepared, couldn't help but be amazed at this moment. Is this the attack capability of the heart of the ocean? You have to know that the current position is at least more than 100 kilometers away from the heart of the ocean, and its attack only takes 3 seconds to cover. This level of firepower coverage on the sea is a complete dimensionality reduction strike. Shao Hai. Master. I'm here. How many of these warheads can you launch at most at one time? A maximum of 108 warheads can be launched every day, in different batches, with an interval of 30 seconds between each launch, and all warheads will be reset after 24 hours. 2 words instantly appeared in Huyu's mind. Invincible. With the heart of the ocean, even if he encounters a warship, he will probably be able to fight. But, having said that, they have already arrived in Yujing, and they have walked along the coastline. Why didn't they see even the shadow of a warship? I don't know if they have other plans. No matter what, the most important thing now is to recover the national database first. Huyu released another batch of ships and divided the troops into 3 groups. Zhao Zhong and Su Zilong were respectively led. The former took some people back to the heart of the ocean first, and the latter took Su Linglong to the headquarters of Mosho and Moyin to discuss the transaction of the database. He drove the speedboat, taking Shen Shan and Encian towards the place Guanli explored. After a while, he arrived at the place Guanli mentioned. Unlike the place he explored just now, this place is not just a piece of water. There is also a building. Huyu drove the speedboat towards the building and deliberately made some noises to see if there was anyone inside, until he approached the window of the building. There was no movement inside. It was probably an empty building, and I don't know how Guanli was sure that the database was inside. After walking around for a while, he finally found a broken glass that looked like it was shattered by a bullet. It was probably from here that Guanli entered. Brother Shan. Okay, boss. Without Huyu saying anything, Shen Shan took the initiative to go into the building and began to explore the way. He looked around with a flashlight and found no danger, so he reached out and pulled Huyu and Encian up. The interior of the building was pitch black. Fortunately, the 3 of them brought flashlights. Otherwise they would not know where to go. Boss. Look ahead. Huyu looked at Shen Shan, and then looked forward in the direction of his finger. 5 big words suddenly appeared under the white light. National Ministry of Science and Technology. This is the National Ministry of Science and Technology. The national database is most likely in this building. No wonder Guanli was so sure. He probably walked to this location, confirmed the location of the database, and left immediately. Okay, Huyu replied. Turn around and walk behind him. No need to explore. I'll just pack it up and take it away. By the way, ask Zilong if he has found the headquarters of the 2 companies. Okay, Shen Shan replied. The 3 of them returned to the speedboat through the hole they came from. Huyu raised his hand and pressed it on the surface of the building. Collect. The entire National Science and Technology Ministry building was stored in the space backpack. And the next moment, hundreds of black shadows appeared in front of him at the same time. Living creatures. There are living creatures in this building. Before Huyu could see what those black shadows were, One of them rushed directly towards him. Chapter 106 Second Target, Forbidden City. Bang! Fortunately, Enciener has been guarding behind him. When the shadow rushed over, Enciener raised her leg and kicked it 5 meters away. But the danger was not over. Other shadows saw this and rushed over directly. Boss! Shen Shan exclaimed, and immediately blocked Uyu, and took out a pistol and shot. Quick! Start the boat. The muzzle of the gun spurted out fire. Under the weak firelight, Uyu also saw the specific appearance of those things. People. These hundreds of shadows are all people. And they are all wearing special work clothes. So they look so bloated. If it weren't for the muzzle flash, he probably wouldn't have recognized these things. Uyu frowned, immediately stepped on the accelerator of the speedboat, and rushed towards the distance. Those people kept swimming in the water, but they couldn't catch up with the speedboat anyway. But the next moment, a scream sounded in the water. Save me! Don't! Gulyulu! Help! Help! Gurgle! There are still people. There are still people alive. Uyu turned to look at Shen Shan. Brother Shan, are you sure you can save them? Under the premise of ensuring your own safety. Shen Shan shook his head. There are too many shadows. It's okay to try remotely. If I rush over to save, I can't guarantee that I won't get hurt. Then use remote control. Uyu took out his RPG and handed the heavy firepower to the 2 people around him. At the same time, he shouted in the direction where the sound came from. Hide in the water. Don't stick your head out. Boom! 3 RPGs blasted into the water, blowing up most of the figures. Although they all had different degrees of mutation, they were still human in essence. Mortals couldn't withstand this kind of bombardment. In a few seconds, the entire area of water was dyed dark red. All visible and movable things were destroyed on the water. As for the person who just made the sound, Uyu didn't see anything. If Shen Shan and Enciener hadn't heard it, he would have suspected that he was hallucinating. Could it be that he can't float under the water? Shen Shan wondered. It's possible. Didn't he just spit bubbles? Uyu replied and jumped into the water. He actually saw a figure sinking deeper into the water. It must be this guy. He sank quickly, and finally caught this guy when he was close to 20 meters, and began to float up. It has to be faster. During the process, Uyu didn't even feel any resistance, and didn't know that this guy hadn't been saved yet. Uyu climbed ashore as quickly as possible, and handed the man in his hand to Shen Shan. Brother Shan, first aid. Quick! Shen Shan didn't say much, picked up the man with one hand, and started CPR on the speedboat. Uyu climbed back onto the speedboat and looked at the man. The panel suddenly popped up in front of him. Name Zhou Wenxuan, gender male, age 31, skills epic programming. Epic computer use. Perfect research. Perfect mathematics. Perfect physics. Perfect chemistry. Perfect biology. Proficient in overtime. Ordinary health preservation. He is studious, knowledgeable, hardworking, and loyal. How much is a favorability of 0? Only 31 years old. Uyu almost thought that this guy was almost 50 years old. This is just from the skin. If you look at the top of his head, well, looking at the area of the Mediterranean Sea, it can only be owned by a 60-year-old grandfather. As a result, when I looked at the panel, 31. Good guy. He is worthy of being a programmer with epic skills. And even his appearance is epic. Puff. A mouthful of water sprayed out. Zhou Wenxuan began to cough non-stop. Ahem. Ahem. Boss. I saved him. Yeah. Uyu responded. Found a clean set of clothes from his space backpack and put them on. And looked at Zhou Wenxuan on the speedboat. Where am I? Where am I? The underworld? No. You're not that lucky. Uyu complained. You're still in the human world. Who are you? The one who saved you just now. Ding. Zhou Wenxuan's favorability increased to 30. Thank you. Zhou Wenxuan thanked him quickly. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and hurriedly stood up and howled. No! Go! It's dangerous here. He stood up and looked at the water outside. Countless broken limbs and arms floated on the water, making him fall into a brief silence. If this is the danger you are talking about, then there is no danger now. Uyu sat on the speedboat and handed him a towel. Tell me, what is going on? Zhou Wenxuan came back to his senses and turned to look at Uyu in disbelief. These monsters. Did you kill them all? Yes. Uyu responded and continued to ask. These, should all be R&D personnel in the Ministry of Science and Technology. Right? Yes. So, do you know why they became like this? Zhou Wenchuan nodded, then shook his head, as if thinking of something terrible. He retreated to the corner of the speedboat. Don't ask me. I don't know anything. I don't know anything. His movement was too loud. The speedboat was already crowded with 3 people. And now, it was almost overturned by his noise. Huyu turned his head and gave Encianer a look. Bang! A knife fell. Zhou Wenchuan immediately fainted and lay quietly on the speedboat, like a 31-year-old old man. Boss, Shen Shan asked on the side. What should we do now? Have Zilong and the others responded? No. They probably haven't reached the target location yet. With Shuhai's navigation, we will definitely not get lost. There is no news now. So it is likely that we have not arrived yet. Then we are not in a hurry. Huyu looked at the speedboat screen and entered an address in the navigation bar. Just right. Take the things that should be taken away. What should be taken away? Shen Shan was a little confused. His eyes fell on the search bar, and he fell into a stagnation at a glance. Search the Forbidden City. The boss is not thinking. That's right. It is a shining pearl in the history of China. There is no reason to let this pearl be covered in dust and sleep under the water after coming here. We are heading to the Forbidden City. The whole journey is 47 kilometers. And it is expected to arrive in 1 hour. Follow the navigation. Huyu added. Yes. Shen Shan immediately started the speedboat and headed towards the Forbidden City. Huyu stood at the bow and began to sort out the gains in the building just now. The database is indeed inside. Unlike the database of a certain news, the size of the national database is more than 10 times that of it. As the largest data storage device, the storage device of a certain news only has 24 units, while the storage device in that building has reached an astonishing 300 units. The data recorded in it are the essence of the essence. It can be said that with these 300 memory devices and a suitable reading device, even if the world is reset to the primitive society, they can return to the current information society at the fastest speed. This can be said to be Huyu's biggest gain since the end of the world. As for the second biggest gain, Huyu looked at the destination that was getting closer and closer, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. It's about to be in your hands. Chapter 107 Left 0 Right Fire. Thunder God help me. 1 hour later. Above the waters of the Forbidden City, the water level of 60 meters is enough to submerge the prosperity of this palace. Looking around, all you can see is a splash of water from the rainstorm. If it weren't for Xiao Hai's navigation, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to find this place. Huyu determined the location of the palace gate and prepared to go into the water again. Boss! Wait! Before he jumped into the water, Shen Shan called him. What's wrong? Brother Shan? Huyu asked in confusion. Look under the water. Huyu followed Shen Shan's flashlight and looked below the water surface. A black shadow was swimming in the water, just like it was downstairs in the community. But the area was much larger. If Shen Shan hadn't reminded him, Huyu really wouldn't have noticed this. Unfortunately, the panel function couldn't be triggered across the water, and Huyu didn't know what was under the water. Brother Shan, try shooting. Okay, Shen Shan replied, immediately picked up the AK, and fired at the water surface. The black shadow's movement speed suddenly increased. A vacuum zone was formed around the speedboat. It looked like a group of living creatures. Huyu frowned slightly. Before he could think of a solution, the black shadows under the water took advantage of Shen Shan's changing the magazine and approached the speedboat collectively. Be careful. Encianer uttered 2 words. Huyu also noticed something was wrong and immediately took out a yacht from his space backpack. Encianer carried him and jumped over, followed by Shen Shan. In the next moment, the speedboat was dragged down. A large number of bubbles floated to the surface, and the speedboat disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Even the speedboat is eaten. You are really hungry. But then again, this thing is much more ruthless than the group of small fish at the beginning. The number is more than an order of magnitude larger, and even the intelligence is much higher. Facing the firepower coverage, it knows to temporarily avoid the edge. This is not easy to deal with. Boss, why don't we retreat? Shen Shan suggested on the side. With this thing under the water, there is no way to dive. Although the Forbidden City is precious, there is no need to risk your life. At worst, let's go and take down the Great Eagle Museum. There are also many things in it. It's only a matter of time. Huyuk didn't intend to let go of any treasure in the history of human civilization. Before, he didn't have the ability, and could only sigh at the looted treasures. But now it's different. He is fully capable of getting them back and letting them return to their homeland. Not only the Great Eagle Museum, but also the island country, the United States. These places, he wants to see them. He didn't have time to travel around the world before. But now, he only has time left. Even if it takes a little longer. It doesn't matter. But the Forbidden City must be taken. Huyuk took out a piece of raw meat from the space backpack and tentatively threw it into the water. Instantly, the black shadows swarmed over and devoured the raw meat in the blink of an eye, leaving no meat residue. As long as you can eat meat, it's fine. Sitting on the yacht, Huyuk took out the favor of the sea god, hung a small piece of raw meat on the hook, and cast the first rod with full confidence. If you want to know what's down there, the easiest way is, of course, to catch one first. The fish hook entered the water, and the float sank immediately. Got it. Huyuk didn't hesitate and directly reeled in the line and pulled the rod. With a perfect fishing skill, he pulled the fish up without much effort. It was an unknown fish with a black body, only the size of a palm. But the scales on its body reflected a metallic luster. The panel popped up immediately. Name black scale koi type fish status violent description. The mutated ornamental koi has greatly increased reproduction speed, aggression, and defense, and is a gregarious fish. Note if you plan to breed, please use 3 layers of bulletproof glass to make the fish tank. This thing is actually a koi, except that they are both fish. They don't look like anything at all. Huyuk's mouth twitched, and he put it aside to study it. The panel can only show basic information, and there is no way to know the opponent's weaknesses. This still needs to be studied by oneself. He stepped back and gave up his position. Brother Shan, check if there is a crystal in the head of this fish, since the mutant crystal was dug out from the head of a giant silver carp last time. Huyuk has never seen this thing again. Zhao Zhong did catch a lot of fish before, but those fish did not mutate. Apart from the giant silver carp and the sea snake, the only fish that had mutated was the mutated koi. Yes, boss. Shen Shan came forward, pulled out a dagger from his waist, and slashed with the knife. Clang! A sound of metal clashing rang out. After the knife went down, the black-scaled koi was still alive and kicking. Huh? Shen Shan exclaimed, and used the dagger to pry open the gap between the scales, and then cut off the head of the black-scaled koi. A black crystal stone the size of a grain of rice immediately leaked out from the fish head. Really? Huyuk didn't touch the crystal, but opened the panel directly. Name mutation crystal type gemstone. Food. Description after taking or embedding. The probability of mutation can be increased. Remarks mutation. Isn't it a kind of evolution? The type, description, and remarks are the same as the previous mutant crystal. They should be the same thing, just at different levels. The giant silver carp produces excellent, while the black scale koi produces ordinary. Huyuk put the crystal into his backpack and looked at the water below with surprise. What is dangerous and not dangerous? This is clearly our treasure trove. Mutated crystals. If this thing is not used properly, it may cause human mutations. But that will only happen when eaten. What if it is just inlaid? What effect will it have on the item? Previously, he only had one mutant crystal, which was not easy to use for experiments. But now, the whole water area is full of black-scaled koi, and experiments can be done casually. Huyuk looked at the knife in Shen Shan's hand. Brother Shan, give me the dagger. Shen Shan pointed the tip of the dagger at himself and handed over the handle. Huyuk put on rubber gloves, carefully picked up the rice-sized mutant crystal, and placed it on the dagger. After a while, there was no reaction. Could it be that it really needs to be inlaid in the strict sense? But this thing is too small. What's the use of inlaying? Why not try grinding it into powder? Huyuk pinched the rice grain and scratched it on the blade of the dagger. In an instant, the rice grain disappeared, and the dagger was immediately covered with a layer of black film. The blade that originally shone with silver-white light was now stained with a layer of black, and the weight became a little heavier. Done! Huyuk immediately called up the panel information of the dagger, and after just one look, he was stunned. Name alloy dagger type weapon. Description weapon strengthened by the mutated crystal, with improved sharpness and armor-piercing effect. Note a qualified dagger depends on whether it can be smashed. Mutation, +1. In other words, This degree of mutation can be superimposed. If it can be infinitely superimposed, then an ordinary dagger may also be mutated into a divine weapon. You put the dagger on the table. Immediately walk to the side of the yacht. And cast the rod again. 3 seconds. A new black-scaled koi was caught. This time he did it himself. With a flick of his hand, the mutated alloy dagger cut off the head of the black-scaled koi as easily as cutting tofu. Unfortunately, this black-scaled koi did not produce any mutated crystals. Come again! You caught 5 fish in a row before finally finding a mutated crystal. It was still of ordinary grade. He immediately used the same method as before and placed the crystal on the dagger and slashed it. The crystal still disappeared. But the panel of the dagger remained the same. It seems that strengthening with crystals of the same level will not produce new strengthening effects. What if a higher level mutant crystal is used for strengthening? He has such a fine mutant crystal in his hand. But he does not plan to use it on this dagger. Let's go fishing first. According to the production rate just now, 1 crystal can be produced for every 5 fish. And there are at least tens of thousands of black shadows in front of us. That is nearly 2,000 crystals. Enough to arm the entire ship. What's more, even if there is no mutant crystal, the scales of this black scale koi are good things. It can withstand Shen Shan's sword. As long as it is made, it is more than enough to be used as a bulletproof vest. Shao Hai, can you plan a route to get the heart of the ocean in? A window popped up on the yacht screen. Planning route. Planning failed. Too many obstacles detected. It is impossible to reach without damaging them. Sure enough, there are too many buildings. But if he relies on 1 person and 1 rod, it will take him forever to catch fish. Yu suddenly fell into deep thought. But he didn't expect Sean Good to suddenly speak. Boss, have you heard of a forbidden spell in the fishing world? Yu was stunned. He had never fished before. So how could he know what forbidden spells were? This thing? There are forbidden spells? Yes. I heard about it from Zhao Zhong. Shen Shan gave a firm look. What forbidden spell? Left 0 right fire. Thunder God help me. You? I thought you were going to teach me mechanics. But you taught me physics? But this doesn't seem to be impossible. Anyway, the generator on the 28th floor is still in the warehouse. If I use it a little bit, it won't be a big problem. Right? Okay. Yu directly took out the generator from the space backpack and put it on the yacht. Start. Chapter 108 Sheltering Forbidden City. Before the whole process, Yu also caught 20 black-scaled koi. Not for ecological protection, but for sustainable development. The information on the panel said that the reproduction rate of this thing has been greatly improved. Otherwise, it would not be possible to grow to this size in such a short time. In this case, it is still okay to simply raise them. It's a pity that there is no mark of male and female in the panel attributes. Yu had to catch a few more, hoping that these 20 black-scaled koi would not all be male, or all female. He placed the 20 black-scaled koi in a water tank and gave it to Encianer to look after. He then formally took out 2 thickened wires and connected them to the generator. Generally speaking, no matter what field it is, there is a reason for something to be called a forbidden spell. As for the forbidden spell in the fishing world, for fish, it is simply a violation of the law of heaven. When the neutral wire and the live wire touched the water surface, the generator that can drive the entire Wuheng system began to operate, and the black shadows under the water surface began to float up one after another. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds later, the entire water area visible to the naked eye was filled with several layers of black-scaled koi corpses. The number is at least tens of thousands. If we were to catch them bit by bit, it would take at least several hours. Naturally, we had to think of some lazy ways. Yu put the generator back into the space, then stared at the water in front of him and opened the space backpack. In an instant, an 11-degree vortex appeared on the water surface and began to swallow up the water in large quantities, taking in all the bodies of the black-scaled koi floating on the water. The speed was not slow, but it was not much faster. He wanted to directly collect the entire water area, or even all the water covering the surface of the blue planet, into the space. It's infinite anyway, so it's a waste not to collect it. It's a pity, the water area is not an independent entity. He can collect water within 1 meter of himself, but he can't collect the entire water area. He can only use the space backpack to create a hole to collect water, and this hole is affected by the range of the space backpack, and it is only this big. Otherwise, at the beginning of the apocalypse, he would have directly collected all the rain that caused the global heavy rain, and the apocalypse would not exist. However, it is not impossible to collect the entire water area. There are two other options. 1. As long as Huyu reaches the ground and takes the blue planet as a whole, he can put the entire blue planet into the space backpack, and the water area will naturally be taken away. But the consequences are also obvious. All living humans, including him, will appear in outer space and die of lack of oxygen within 30 seconds. Even if wearing a space suit, they will not survive for more than 3 days. The second option, wait for the rain to stop. As long as the rainstorm stops, he can create such a hole in the right location. If there is enough time, it is not impossible to clear the waters covering the surface of the blue planet. 10 minutes passed. Huyu put all the torpedo carcasses floating on the water into the space backpack. As for the water level, it didn't drop at all. I don't know how long he will have to absorb water after the rain stops to clear the waters. It would be great if the range of the space backpack could be expanded. Done! Huyu checked the number of fish carcasses in the space backpack. A total of 23,854. In addition, there is a small surprise. Among these black-scaled koi, there is actually a red-scaled koi, which is more than 3 times larger than the black-scaled koi and is also a mutant fish. Maybe we can find a good-grade mutant crystal in its head. This also proves a point. Black-scaled koi can also evolve. It seems that the choice of collecting 20 black-scaled koi was right. If they were exterminated, where would they get the mutant crystals in the future? As for the water he collected, he didn't plan to pour it out. He looked down at the water surface. Now there was only the splashes of rain on the water surface, and no black shadow. Huyu tried to touch the water surface, and after confirming that there was no electric current, he jumped down. Forbidden City. Here I come! Diving into the water. A slight numbness spread throughout his body. Although it was affected, it would not cause any effect on him. And Sienna followed closely behind. As before, she was responsible for lighting Huyu's view ahead with a flashlight. Soon, the two of them arrived above the Forbidden City. Pavilions, towers, carved beams and painted buildings. Red walls and yellow tiles. Quietly sitting in the deep water. If it weren't for Huyu, perhaps this building would reappear in front of the world in a few years. At that time, the people who survived, or the new life born on this continent, when they saw this exquisite building, who knows what the scene would be like? Or maybe, at that time, the palace was just a pile of broken bricks and tiles. Huyu gestured behind him, came to the outer wall of the palace, and raised his hand to take away the Forbidden City. But as soon as he withdrew his hand, only the outer wall disappeared. Huyu, what's going on? This is the first time he failed to use the Great Containment technique. Wait. He seemed to understand what was going on. The hole. It's still the hole. When he contained the buildings before, they were all modern buildings. All made of reinforced concrete. And this ancient building, the outer city wall, and the Forbidden City are not considered a hole. The city wall is the city wall. And the palace is the palace. Huyu sighed in his heart. Now he just hopes that the Forbidden City can be considered a whole. Otherwise, he will have to accommodate palaces one by one. That's 9,999.5 rooms. Just floating up for a breath, and then diving down. I don't know how much time it will take. Huyu continued to swim forward. And soon, he came to the interior of the Forbidden City. Every brick here is called a gold brick. It's not because these bricks are made of gold, but the cost of each brick here is worth 1 or 2 gold. In an era when some people couldn't get enough food, the floor tiles used to build the palace were so luxurious. Even if we ignore the historical value of this imperial city, the architectural value alone is enough to kill most buildings in seconds. Oh! Except for the Qin Shi Huang Mausoleum, which has not yet been developed. I don't know if there is a chance to collect that. Huyu didn't think much, and raised his hand and fell on the connection between the gold bricks and the wall. Collect. The entire Forbidden City was collected into the space backpack. Fortunately, the gold bricks and walls in front of him were regarded as a whole with the entire Forbidden City. Otherwise he really didn't know what to do. You can't treat this Forbidden City as a large Lego and slowly assemble it. Right? Huyu raised his mouth slightly. And when he was about to float up, a huge vortex suddenly appeared below. The powerful suction swept everything in the water and swallowed it down. Empty! The Forbidden City is actually empty. Chapter 109 Yonla Encyclopedia. 60 meters. This is the limit of diving. If he goes any deeper, the water pressure alone may keep Huyu there forever. So, no matter what is under the water, he can't continue to explore. He quickly stretched out his hand, wanting Enciener to pull him up. But the next moment, bang! Enciener in the water flow hit him directly, facing the strong suction of the water flow. Even Enciener couldn't swim out, let alone bring another person. Huyu was hit, lost his balance, and was instantly swallowed by the vortex. There was only darkness in front of him. Could it be that this life of his rebirth ends here? The thought came to his mind. Before Huyu could think of his last words, he fell into another body of water. It was a hole. The hole under the Forbidden City was very huge. Even if a large area of water flowed in, it would not be filled in a short time. Puff! Huyu surfaced and quickly looked around. In the dimness, there was no light at all, and it was unknown how big the hole was. The only thing that could be felt was the roar of water pouring in. The next moment, light illuminated the surroundings, and Enciener was also swept down. The first thing she did after surfacing was to turn on the flashlight and look for Huyu. Here! Huyu looked at the light source and raised his hand and shouted. Enciener also rushed over immediately. With the light that appeared, Huyu could see the surrounding environment clearly. The entire hole was only about half the size of the Forbidden City. There were no other buildings around. Only hundreds of huge mahogany boxes piled up in the water. At this moment, the water in the cave was less than 1 meter deep, so Huyu was able to stand and walk. He walked slowly to the nearest mahogany box, raised his hand and opened it. A foul smell came to his nose, but he widened his eyes. This is an ancient book. What kind of ancient book would be buried under the Forbidden City? Huyu frowned, vaguely thinking of something, and regardless of the foul smell, he carefully swept away the dust on the ancient book. Looking at the text above, he was immediately delighted. Yongle Encyclopedia, Volume 18961 Yongle Encyclopedia. This is an encyclopedia compiled during the Ming Dynasty. To put it simply, all the books of classics, history, and hundreds of schools of thought since the invention of writing, as well as the words on astronomy, geography, yin and yang, medicine, divination, monks, and skills, are compiled into one book, a total of 22,937 volumes, of which even the catalog is compiled in 60 volumes, totaling 3.7 billion words. It is the largest encyclopedia in world history. It is said that the original copy of the Yongle Encyclopedia was only copied in one copy at the beginning, which was called the Yongle Original Copy. During the Jiajing period, another copy was re-recorded, which was called the Jiajing Copy. 2 years ago, Huyu heard that someone had dug up the Yongle Encyclopedia near the Forbidden City, and he paid attention to this matter. At that time, he checked the information, which said that after the compilation of the Yongle Encyclopedia was completed, Emperor Qingzu of the Ming Dynasty brought part of the collection to the Forbidden City, and most of the original manuscripts were left in Jinling. Unfortunately, not long after, when Yuan Pavilion caught fire, and most of the original manuscripts were burned. It was not until the Jiajing period that the re-recording work began, and it was not until the early years of the Longqing period that the re-recorded Jiajing copy of the Yongle Encyclopedia was returned to the Wenyuan Pavilion. Later, during the reign of Emperor Qianlong, only more than 8,000 volumes were left. When the encyclopedia was checked in the first year of Emperor Guangxu, less than 5,000 volumes were left. By 1912, when the encyclopedia in the Hanlin Academy was transferred, only 64 volumes were left, and most of the books left outside were scattered around the world. After years of collection, in 1959, the Yongle Encyclopedia was finally photocopied and published, reaching 797 volumes. This number seems a lot, but it only accounts for 3 of the 22,973. Huyu looked at the mahogany boxes in the water in front of him. His eyes were straight. If these boxes were filled with the Yongle Encyclopedia, then this might be the original set. If the national database can allow them to return to the Information Society at the fastest speed, then this Yongle Encyclopedia can allow them to check for omissions and make up for the gaps in the most stable, simplest, and safest way to get through the entire apocalypse. After all, most of the technologies in the database require high-end chemistry and top physics as support to use. The technology in the Yongle Encyclopedia can be realized without any threshold. Collect quickly. He quickly closed the lid of the box and began to stuff the mahogany box in front of him into the space backpack. Faster! Faster! And Siener didn't know what happened yet. She only knew that the things in the mahogany box might be useful to them. She immediately ran in the opposite direction of Huyu, gathered the mahogany boxes in the other direction together, and pushed them towards him. The water was getting deeper and deeper. In less than 2 minutes, the water depth jumped from 1 meter to 2 meters. Huyu and Siener could only swim in the water now, and the speed was much slower than before. But only 1/10 of the hundreds of mahogany boxes were collected. The hole was less than 10 meters high in total. At this speed, I am afraid that before all the mahogany boxes are collected, the entire hole will be filled. At that time, they will have to work under a water pressure of at least 70 meters. This is different from diving. As long as they reach that location by diving, they can just go back. But if they want to carry out the operation, they have to withstand nearly 100 tons of pressure and persist for at least 3 minutes. Not to mention Huyu. Even Siener will be wasted here. They have to speed up. Huyu simply started to open the storage function of the space backpack, while storing the mahogany boxes, while absorbing water. But it's still too late. 10 minutes passed. The hole will soon be filled. Huyu has collected all the mahogany boxes on his side, and then turned around to find Siener. There were probably more than 30 mahogany boxes piled up over there, all piled together. As long as she went over, she could completely contain them. But it seemed too late. Ka! With the impact of the water flow, the hole was further expanded. The area of water flowing into the hole increased, and in less than 10 seconds, the entire hole was filled with water. The strong water pressure hit. Huyu felt that his ears were about to explode, and his internal organs protested almost at the same time, as if they would go on strike at the same time in the next moment. And Siener made a decision at the first time and swam directly towards Huyu. Give up. No matter what was in those mahogany boxes. Just give up. Take Huyu away first. And save your life first. But Huyu didn't intend to give up. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to get a perfect dive to come here again to collect these mahogany boxes. He still did not float up, but swam towards the pile of mahogany boxes. There is a saying, as long as your mind does not slip, there are always more solutions than problems. Isn't it just high-pressure underwater work? He really can't stand long-term work. But taking some things away in a short time, it's not completely impossible. Chapter 110. Go to the island. Let's use the props. The reason for the high pressure is water. As long as we can find a way to prevent the water from touching our bodies. Wouldn't that be enough? Container. The length of a 40-foot container is 13 meters. As long as we swim to within 13 meters of the mahogany box. Take out the container, and wrap them and ourselves in the container. The external water pressure will fall on the container, and will not affect him and Siener. Theory established. Practice begins. Huyu and Siener walked towards each other, and just by looking at each other, both sides knew what the other wanted to do. Siener is not Shen Shan. Her duty is not to follow anyone's orders, but to ensure Huyu's safety. So no matter what his idea is, she will choose the safest way. Huyu is also clear about this. So throw a container out first. As bubbles emerge, the container directly wraps Siener inside. Because of the bubbles contained in it, the container begins to float up immediately after it appears. Huyu resists the pressure and continues to swim forward. It's almost there. It's almost there. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Huyu raised his right hand tremblingly, stretched his fingers forward, and finally reached the 13-meter mark. The container was released. It instantly enveloped him, and all the remaining mahogany boxes. Fresh air began to squeeze into his lungs. Cough, cough, cough. Huyu coughed twice, looked down at his palms, and saw that his hands were full of scarlet. He was still injured. But it doesn't matter. He looked at the mahogany boxes in front of him, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Using a little injury to exchange for these hidden gems is such a great deal. At worst, I can just drink more Chinese medicine to replenish my body. I don't know if Zissou and the others will go crazy when they see these ancient books. You should know that there are very few ancient books of traditional Chinese medicine, and most of them have undergone some modifications and compilations. The Yongle Encyclopedia contains most of the ancient Chinese medicine books before the Ming Dynasty, and its value is naturally self-evident. Hu Youguang couldn't stop smiling just thinking about it. He quickly put all the mahogany boxes in the container into the space backpack. The container began to float up. After a few seconds, a sound of water came out of the container. It should be on the water surface. Yu quickly put the container into the space backpack. As soon as he came out, he looked for another container and the location of the yacht. Because he had collected the mahogany boxes before, the other container was not far away from him. But he didn't know where the yacht was. Yu first released a speedboat and moved it close to the container to accommodate it. And Sienna immediately appeared on the speedboat. The next moment, Yu and her looked at each other. Just one look, and he couldn't help but tremble all over, as if he fell into an ice cave. Why? Ah? Yu paused. This was the first time Sienna took the initiative to talk to him, and he couldn't help but be a little distracted. Fortunately, he quickly came back to his senses, squeezed out a smile, and answered Sienna's questions. Are you asking why I did this just now? I'm sure, but it's hard to talk underwater, so I didn't discuss it with you. This is the last time. And Sienna was silent for a few breaths, and finally uttered these 6 words. For some reason, Yu always felt that Sienna treated him differently from others. But he didn't know why. He didn't know Sienna before. Boss! Shen Shan's voice sounded, and the yacht came from not far away. He was relieved to see that the 2 people on the speedboat were safe and sound. Great. I'm glad you're all right. I saw you guys haven't come up for so long. I thought something happened to you. Just now there was a whirlpool on the water. What's going on? Let's talk about it when we get back. Yu smiled with satisfaction and walked onto the yacht, only to find that one person was missing. Where's Shen Shan? Hasn't he woken up yet? No. I moved him to the room. That's fine. By the way, how are Zilong and the others doing? We've made some progress, Shen Shan reported. They have just found a certain audio company and finalized the details of the deal with them. 5 speedboats in exchange for all databases. Okay. Yu changed into a decent outfit. Let's go over there now and get it done as quickly as possible, and then set off for the next destination. Yes, boss, Shen Shan replied. And while starting the yacht, he also asked, by the way, boss, is the next destination you mentioned Jinling? No. Yu smiled and shook his head. Go to the island country. Island country? Shen Shan was puzzled. Boss, there's nothing to go there. Right? Who said that? Yu smiled meaningfully. There are still 6 days until August 4th. That is the 22nd day of the end of the world. That is the time he and Misusu agreed on. It's only more than 1,000 kilometers from here to Jinling. At the current speed of Ocean Heart, it will only take more than 10 hours. There's no need to wait there foolishly. As for the next location, from here to a certain island country, it's only more than 2,000 kilometers away. Sailing at full speed at the speed of the heart of the ocean, it only takes 1 day. 6 days, enough to go back and forth. As a native of Jinling, he didn't have the opportunity to go there before. But now, he finally has time. Let's not talk about other things. There's an island there. Since the entire Zijing mountain can be taken away by the space backpack, then as a whole, that island, can it also be taken away? Yu is not sure, but he wants to give it a try. Apart from anything else, it would be wonderful to use this thing as a foundation in the future. I just don't know how beautiful the scene will be when all the living people on the island appear on the water after he takes the island away. An hour later, Yu and others came to the headquarters of a certain audio company and happily made a deal. After all, Su Zilong had already talked to them briefly, and there was no big problem. Yu just needed to make a good deal. After getting the database, Yu immediately drove to the headquarters of a certain hand. This time, there was an accident. When they arrived at the headquarters of a certain hand marked on the map, there was only a ruin here. The ruined building stood quietly underwater. It's not just this building. Hundreds of buildings around are like this. They look like they were bombed. The part that should have emerged from the water was completely blown up, and the other part was submerged in the water. I don't know what happened. However, this appearance is obviously not natural, but man-made. Boss, Shen Shan came forward and asked, why don't we go down and take a look? I'll go with you. It's okay. Shen Shan smiled and said, you just came out of the deep water. Take a good rest. Zilong and I will go. Okay. Be careful. Yu did not refuse. The speedboat and yacht drove to the bottom of the building. Su Zilong and Shen Shan dived into the water and explored the building, while Su Linglong came to the yacht to rest. Come on, Linglong. You are just in time. Hu Yu saw Su Linglong. Just like a trainer saw the top-notch worker Palu. His eyes lit up. Huh? Su Linglong, who was almost dead from overwork while drawing, finally rested for a day and quickly hid behind. Boss! Don't do this. I'm scared. Don't worry. I'm not taking advantage of you. Su Linglong rolled her eyes helplessly and didn't respond. Looking at you like this? I know you're going to treat me like a social animal again. It would be great if it was a hidden rule. Hu Yu sat helplessly on the sofa on the yacht and forced a smile. That's right. There are some books that may need you to sort them out. How much do you know about ancient Chinese translation? Average. About 130 points in the Chinese language test in the college entrance examination. That's enough. Hu Yu smiled. Help me translate a few ancient books. No time limit. That's easy. Su Linglong was relieved. It's just a few ancient books. Just think of it as changing your mind while drawing. There's no time limit anyway. Just translate it slowly. What ancient books? Let me see if I can understand it. Yongle Encyclopedia. When these 4 words came out, Su Linglong was stunned. As an intellectual, she naturally knew what these 4 words meant. She went straight to Hu Yu. Have you found the Yongle Encyclopedia? How many volumes are there? Are there any books on architecture? Quick! Show me. Okay. I'll leave the translation to you. Hu Yu was afraid that she would regret it. So he quickly finalized the matter. He also brought out a mahogany box. Su Linglong hurriedly came forward. And the moment she opened the box, her expression was quite different from Hu Yu's at the beginning. But she also came to her senses and looked at Hu Yu with some uncertainty. Wait. Look at the size of this box. You didn't find more than 100 volumes. Did you? Hu Yu didn't say anything, looking down at the dust under his feet. More than this box? Do you have more than 1,000 volumes? He still didn't say anything. Su Linglong took a breath, with a smile on her lips. Boss, don't tell me. You found all the more than 5,000 volumes from the Guangxu period? Ahem. Hu Yu coughed twice. Very close. 8,000 volumes. Su Linglong exclaimed. This was the limit she could think of. Almost. Hu Yu checked the specific data in the backpack. There were 230 mahogany boxes in total, each containing 100 volumes, which meant 23,000 volumes. Well, there was one box that was only 1/3 full. Almost? Su Linglong noticed something was wrong. How much is the difference? More than 14,000 volumes. What? Su Linglong exclaimed. The expression on her face was so wonderful. First she was surprised. Then she was dazed. And finally she was helpless. A bitter smile appeared on her face. Boss, please change someone to torture me. You can't torture the chosen workers like this. You might as well have taken advantage of me. What nonsense are you talking about? Hu Yu joked. If you were taken advantage of, who would work for me? Su Linglong was completely speechless. Boss! At this time, Shen Shan's voice sounded from above. Hu Yu looked outside the yacht and saw Shen Shan and Su Zilong standing upstairs, waving at him. There is a major discovery. Chapter 111. Let's go. Major discovery? Hu Yu was stunned. Shen Shan was a man who had seen the world. If he could call it a major discovery, it must be very important. Let's not talk about this for now. You take a rest first. Hu Yu stuffed a pistol into her hand. Remember, there is a guy sleeping on the yacht. If he has any bad intentions, you can just shoot him dead. Yes, boss. Su Linglong's tone was a little depressed, as if she had already anticipated her life in the second half of her life. A poor Palu, who could only sit at the desk every day, silently drawing pictures, then translating, then drawing pictures, and then translating again. Don't be discouraged. Hu Yu immediately said, I'm not asking you to translate alone. As long as you can find someone. It's just more than 20,000 volumes. It's a piece of cake. You said it lightly. Su Linglong muttered in a low voice. Hu Yu didn't say much, and took Enciener to meet Shen Shan and the others. It seems that recruitment is imminent. There are enough armed personnel, but there are still too few civilian personnel. If we really rely on these few people to translate little by little, I don't know when the translation will be completed. As soon as the two came up, Hu Yu saw what they were holding and couldn't help but frown. Missile shrapnel. This thing is enough to prove that this place has been bombed. And the bombing was done with small missiles. And Yujing? There is only one possibility that can have such heavy firepower: the military. He had never found any trace of them before, but he didn't expect to see them here. He looked at Shen Shan and asked, "Brother Shan, what's going on?" "Bombing," Shen Shan said. "This place, as well as the nearby buildings, have all been bombed to varying degrees. Zilong and I just checked. The bombing was between 30 and 32 meters high, and it should have happened 8 to 9 days ago. No bodies or signs of long-term survival have been found in the building, but some signs of packing and escaping have been found. Based on the above, it is very likely that there are large ships here, and it is even possible that warships are trying to pass through." Huyu nodded. Apart from the warships, who else would lead people to escape in this situation? However, although there are many buildings nearby, they are not close to the city, only a shallow circle around the periphery. In other words, the warships responsible for the rescue are also powerless, and can only rescue the residents in the periphery, and then leave to other places. 8 or 9 days ago, around July 21st, the 8th day of the apocalypse, did the military start to act at that time? It seems that they are more prepared than I thought. I just don't know where they are now. Why didn't they go to get the national database as soon as possible? Even if there are more than 300, with the number of people on a warship, they can still move it out from under the water easily. Right? To put it another way, even if the warship cannot enter that place, they can send small ships in, and at most slowly transport it out. And there will always be a day when it will be transported out. But now it seems that they didn't even try. There are only two possibilities. One is that the other party doesn't know that the national database is here. The second possibility, the other party doesn't care about this so-called national database at all. Maybe they already have a backup in their hands. It depends on how far the military's emergency plan has been implemented. Okay, since there is no database, let's go back first. No matter which possibility it is, who you can't be sure before meeting the military personnel. The most important thing now is, go back to the heart of the ocean. Take a hot bath. Have a small dinner. Ask Zissou to check your injuries. And then have a good sleep. When you wake up after a good sleep, you can see the island country. Yes, boss. The yacht started and headed towards the heart of the ocean at the fastest speed. There were quite a few people on the road who wanted to take the yacht after seeing it. Not to mention other people. Even Su Linglong, who was once a saint, didn't say a word when she saw it. The past was the past, and the present is the present. The current Su Linglong only thinks about how to share her work. And how can she think about how to save mankind? Finally, she thought of a way, since the problem can't be solved. Then saw the person who raised the problem. According to Huyu's current speed of doing things, I'm afraid that she will be stuffed with countless tasks before her 2 major undertakings are completed. After thinking about it, there is only one way to make this person stop working so hard. The bow of the yacht. For some reason, Huyu shuddered. He subconsciously turned his head to look behind him, but only saw Su Linglong sitting at the desk, not noticing anything unusual. What happened? Too many dives. Caught a cold? 1 hour later, Huyu and others returned to the heart of the ocean. All the people who had gone out to perform the mission had rested. And except for Guanli and Shen Shan, the others were almost unharmed. After a simple bandage and acupuncture, Guanli also went back to rest, and Shen Shan took care of him. Although he was still a child, he knew that if it weren't for Guanli, he might not have survived until Huyu and others came to support him. Huyu also found Xiao Zissou and took her pulse under Ancianer's coercive measures. There was nothing wrong with her body, but her internal organs were damaged, which would be fine after a little nourishment. She grabbed some Chinese medicine and gave it to Li Ji, and told him how to boil it every day, and then went back to rest. As for the 20 black-scaled koi, naturally, they were handed over to Zhao Zhong, Huyu allocated a swimming pool for him to raise fish, and warned others about its dangers. Then he just had to wait to collect the fish. After finishing all this, it was already late. Dinner time. Zhou Wenquan, who had been sleeping all the time, seemed to have guessed that dinner was about to start. He woke up on time, and after seeing the dazzling array of ingredients, he chose to join Huyu without hesitation, without even asking him to do so. After Huyu accepted, his favorability soared to 50. The life-saving grace plus a long-term meal ticket. As long as he was not too ruthless, his favorability would soar. Zhou Wenquan was no exception. Hu assured him to organize the database, and asked him to see if he could connect the database to the heart of the ocean. With Xiao Hai's computing ability, it would be more convenient to summarize and organize. Zhou Wenquan readily agreed. After everyone had a simple dinner, most of them planned to go back to rest. Hu was no exception. But just as he was about to enter the room, Shen Shan found him. "Boss, can we chat?" "Yes." Hu glanced at Shen Shan, and could vaguely see the tiredness in his eyes. He opened the door and let him in, and took the initiative to speak. "You want to talk about Bubu?" "Yes, boss." Shen Shan nodded. He looked up at Hu, thought about it, and only uttered 5 words. "Let's go." Chapter 112. She calls me daddy. Hu thought of many ways to unfold the situation, but he never thought of this one. In this situation, Brother Shan actually wants to leave. Maybe Bubu's matter is not as simple as he thought. Brother Shan. Hu took out a bottle of mutai from the space backpack and poured 2 taels for Shen Shan Xian. "Don't worry. If there is anything, let's sit down and talk. Maybe we can find a solution? In this situation, if you really leave, it will not be a good thing for both you and Bubu. This is indeed the truth." Alas. Shen Shan shook his head and sighed, then slowly walked to sit in front of Hu. He raised his glass and drank it all. "Boss, if I could, I wouldn't say such a thing. But this matter, I really have no other choice." Shen Shan sighed. This was the first time Hu saw him like this. In front of outsiders, he always looked silent, as if everything didn't make any waves in his eyes. But now, he is just an ordinary old father, and facing his daughter's problem, he can only do nothing. This matter has to start from when she was kidnapped. Originally, according to our plan, she would be rescued safely. But there was an accident in the middle, which caused her to be shot in the calf, which led to the current situation. Accident? Hu was puzzled. What accident? She killed a robber and almost escaped. So she was shot and her legs were broken. What? Shen Shan's description was very simple. So simple that Hu wondered if he had heard it wrong. It seemed that Bubu was kidnapped 2 years ago, and she was only 5 years old at that time. A 5-year-old girl was able to kill a robber and almost escape after being kidnapped? You wouldn't dare to write such a fantasy story. Right? Or did Brother Shan just say some kind of niche language that is very similar to Chinese? You didn't hear it wrong, Shen Shan said calmly. I know. For ordinary people, this is indeed difficult to understand. But the kidnappers we captured all prove this. We also went to investigate the scene and found that both the trajectory and the blood traces were exactly the same as they described. After Bubu recovered, we also asked her about the situation at that time. Unfortunately, she didn't remember anything at that time. To be precise, she lost any memory from half an hour after being kidnapped until we rescued her. She didn't remember how she was shot, how she killed people, and even her escape plan. For this reason, we have consulted many experts. After eliminating all impossible answers, the remaining answers, no matter how outrageous, will be the truth. She has a second personality in her body. Sure enough, Hu had guessed this possibility before. But I didn't expect Bubu's second personality would be so terrifying. Are you talking about that Lin Lin? I don't know. Shen Shan shook his head and took another sip of wine, his mouth full of bitterness. To be precise, this is also my first contact with that personality. According to experts, that personality is likely to appear only when Bubu is in danger. So, you want to leave here? Hu also understood. Shen Shan thought that he and Bubu would encounter many dangers if they stayed in the heart of the ocean for a long time. In order to prevent Bubu's second personality from running out, he chose to leave here. In this way, he ensured Bubu's safe growth. Brother Shan, I understand what you mean. But even if you leave here, can you ensure that you and Bubu are not in danger? It's the end of the world outside now. With us taking care of each other, the danger we encounter will always be smaller. Right? But you are too reckless. Shen Shan looked up at Hu and said seriously, if you stay in Jinling or go to Jinling now, I will indeed follow you. But now you want to go to the island country. I'm not saying you are wrong. It's just that I have to take responsibility for Bubu. Hu frowned slightly. What Shan Gu said was indeed the truth. He pondered for a few breaths and slowly spoke. What are your plans if you leave here? 1 yacht is enough. There are still 33 days before the rainstorm ends. I am sure I can survive with Bubu. As for what happens after the rainstorm, let's talk about it after the rainstorm ends. Hu didn't say anything. He was considering. Linlin's existence is indeed a hidden danger. A person who can stand on her own at the age of 5. And considering her previous actions, Hu didn't know how to deal with her. After a few breaths, he did not agree to Shen Shan, but asked from a different angle. How much do you know about that Linlin? Not much. Shen Shan shook his head. This is the first time I have come into contact with her in such a long time. It should be the second time. Bubu's voice sounded from the door. The two people at the table turned to look at the door at the same time, only to see Bubu wearing pajamas, with a smile on his face, raising his hand to greet. Dad? Brother Hu. Good evening. Bubu? Shen Shan asked in confusion. But Bubu walked in slowly, frowning slightly. No, Dad. I'm Linlin. That second personality. Bubu. No. It should be said that it was Linlin who walked in slowly, moved a stool by herself, sat opposite Hu and Shen Shan, and looked at Hu with a smile. Brother Hu, you were probably talking about me just now. Right? Yeah. Hu did not deny it, and looked at Linlin with a little surprise in his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, just now, you walked over here. Although Bubu's legs have recovered, he can only run at present. He shouldn't and can't master the skill of walking. But just now Linlin did walk in from the door, and even moved a stool for herself. That's right. Linlin asked with a smile. How about Brother Hu? Am I awesome? Hu didn't say anything, but called up Linlin's panel. Name Shen Linlin, gender female, age 7, skills epic learning. Proficient in firearms. Proficient in camouflage. Proficient in performance. Proficient in swimming. Proficient in driving. Normal running. Dark personality. Suspicious. Decisive. Studious. Extremely protective. This panel of 68 favorability, from a certain perspective. It is even more luxurious than Guan Li's epic learning skills. In short, that is, an all-round learning god. No wonder even the driving skills have reached the mastery level. Hu turned his head and glanced at Shen Shan, and found that he frowned and didn't know what to say. That's right. As an old father, when facing such things, it is indeed a bit numb. The palms and backs of the hands are all made of flesh. Bubu is his daughter. So Linlin is not his daughter. She just called him dad. In this case, only Hu can break the deadlock. Linlin is really amazing. Hu asked in confusion. You came out so late at night. Don't you want to show off your skills? Of course not. Linlin looked at Shen Shan and pulled his sleeves with both hands. Dad, I don't want to leave here. Promise me. Okay. What is this called? This is called a face-to-face attack. Shen Shan originally wanted to leave here because of Linlin's existence. Now Linlin uses Bubu's identity and asks him not to leave. Old Shen's claws are numb instantly, and he turns to look at Hu, signaling him to solve this problem. Oh, right. Hu quickly took over the conversation. Linlin, you said it was the second time. When did you and Brother Shan meet again? Of course. Linlin looked at Shen Shan with a careful look in her eyes. It was when my father saved me. That was after he was so handsome, wearing a black bulletproof vest. And he shot the kidnappers to death with a few shots. It's really super safe. Right. Shen Shan was stunned, and finally spoke. When I say boo you, were you watching? Yes. Linlin said, as a matter of course. That little crybaby fainted a long time ago. How could you see these? Dad, you haven't answered me yet. Shen Shan shut up again and looked at Hu for support. Hu now knows what a daughter slave is. No matter how opinionated Shen Shan is outside, when facing Bubu, his CPU will drop several levels directly. Linlin, look at me. Hu and Linlin looked at each other, and asked directly without hiding anything. Brother asks you, how do you get along with Bubu? You seem to have her memory. Right? Yes. Linlin nodded, without denying. I know everything that the little crybaby has experienced. But she doesn't know what I have experienced. Does Bubu know you exist? Of course not. Linlin put her hands on her hips. I will only show up when the little crybaby encounters a problem that he can't solve. This is what a sister should do. Then why are you here now? Of course, I know what Dad wants to do. Linlin looked at Shen Shan. Based on my understanding of him, you all saw the note today. And he will definitely come to see you tonight. Well, this is also part of your calculation. Hu Yu's mouth twitched. However, judging from her tone, she and Bubu do not have a hostile relationship, but rather a slightly closer sisterly relationship. Considering her personality in the panel, extremely protective. Perhaps it is true as she said. Lin will only appear when Bubu encounters a crisis that he cannot handle. Then it is easy to deal with. Okay. I know. Hu Yu raised his hand and rubbed Lin's head. And the touch was still as good as before. He smiled at Lin. Lin, be good. Go out first. Brother will talk to your father. Yes. Lin nodded obediently. Turn around and walk towards the door. Brother, you must convince Dad. As she said that, Lin turned and walked towards the door. And she didn't forget to close the door when she left. Hu Yu looked at Shen Shan and was about to persuade him. Before he could speak, Shen Shan walked out the door. Boss, it's getting late. Go to bed early. Huh? I haven't persuaded you yet. You're going to retreat. What's the situation? I've prepared my lines. You don't want to leave? Not leaving. Shen Shan scratched his head. Sorry, boss, to bother you so late. Can I ask why? Hee. Shen Shan smiled awkwardly and only uttered 6 words. She calls me Dad. Hu Yu? You are indeed a daughter slave. Chapter 113 Strategy. Lin's problem has been solved. Now Shen Shan treats her as his own daughter. And he probably won't think about how to erase this personality. After all, for Bubu, this is also equivalent to an insurance. Shen Shan's problem has been solved. Lin's appearance has saved him from marrying a wife without paying any price. He has directly obtained the double happiness of his old father. The only problem is that there is only one person. Hu Yu. Not to mention the Malhai one. The sleep time at night is also delayed. Who can he talk to? Hu Yu put the remaining wine back into the space, washed up briefly, and lay back on the bed, silently planning tomorrow's affairs. According to the speed of the heart of the ocean, it should reach the sea area tomorrow morning. The fish in the original inland area have mutated to this extent, and it is unknown whether monsters like the sea snake will appear in the sea. Can the heart of the ocean withstand it? And there is also the military fleet. They did not choose to enter the city of Yujing for rescue. And they did not know if there were other more important things. It's just 100 buildings. The firepower of the warship should not be limited to this. If they really want to save someone, they can go deeper. Unless, there are more important things waiting for them to do. So they give up the original rescue plan. Thinking about it, Hu Yu gradually fell asleep. His sleep quality has always been good. And when he woke up, it was already the next morning. July 30th. 10 o'clock in the morning. 17 days have passed since the end of the world. The water level still remained at a depth of 60 meters. According to the experience of the previous life, the water level will rise again in about a day. The increase is far greater than before. Huh. Hu Yu yawned and prepared to get up. The last time he opened the egg was on the 28th. With the experience of the previous few times, he was still ready to accumulate 3 black eggs and open them together. Ding! With a light sound, the soft big bed under him began to deform, lifting Hu Yu's upper body up, lying flat at 30 degrees. The curtains outside the room also began to move, and the endless sea view outside was directly filled into Hu Yu's eyes. At the same time, Xiao Hai's voice also sounded at the head of the bed. Dear Master, breakfast has been prepared for you. Would you like to eat now? Since the heart of the ocean has artificial intelligence, Hu Yu's quality of life has been rising. He doesn't even need to ask. Xiao Hai will arrange everything that can be arranged according to his wishes. It is estimated that Hu Yu will walk into the bathroom now and turn on the faucet. And the hot water that flows out will be just the right temperature. Okay. Bring it in later. Yes. Master. I have reserved a meal for you in 10 minutes. Hu Yu threw off the quilt and got out of bed. After many days of heavy rain, the outdoor temperature has dropped to about 10 degrees Celsius. As soon as he got out of bed, a pair of heated slippers were brought up. It can be said that they are very considerate. After a simple wash, Hu Yu came to the cabin. Zhou Wenquan, who was rescued yesterday, has almost integrated into the group and has started working, responsible for sorting out the collected database. As for the translation of the Yonghua Encyclopedia, Hu Yu heard the children complaining as he walked through the classroom. Su Linglong, that guy, actually colluded with Han Weiwei and Xiao Zixu to replace all the Chinese classical texts that the children had to learn with the content of the Yongle Encyclopedia. Each person translated one text per class, and then checked it, which increased the speed a lot. But even if there are only 10 texts per volume on average, that's 220,000 texts. According to the translation speed of 50 texts per day, it will take 4,400 days, at least 12 years. It seems that we have to think of other ways. Hello, boss. As soon as Yu entered the cabin, he saw Su Linglong walking towards him with dark circles under her eyes. She was holding the translation homework handed in by the children in her arms. Are you okay? This state is completely different from when I saw her on the mountain. Not bad. Su Linglong replied weakly. Nono also came to help me last night. The translation work is on track. At the current speed, if it's faster, the translation will be completed in 10 years. Actually, there's no need to be too anxious. Yu's mouth twitched. With Su Linglong in her current state, even if he was the reincarnation of Zhou Beopi, he wouldn't dare to exploit her anymore. What if she died of overwork? There wouldn't be such a good quality Palu on the ship. I'll help you think of a solution. And, you brain workers, go to Mr. Fong to get 300 milliliters of Li Yuan every day. It's good for your health. Don't. Su Linglong quickly refused when she heard that Yu wanted to find a solution. Last time you said you would help me find a way to draw pictures. And a few days later you gave me a whole set of Yongle Encyclopedia. I'm really scared. You still have to talk to Mr. Fong about Li Yuan. Every time we pass by, he stares at us like a thief. By the way, take this. If you refer to the contents above, it will be a great help to me. Yu was stunned when he saw the stack of letters handed over by Su Linglong. When he was about to ask her what this was, he looked up and found that she had escaped. He had no choice but to open the first one. And after taking a look, he was stunned. Name: Xiao Zixu. Age: 22. Zodiac: Sagittarius. Birthday: December 12th. Strategy: pursue boldly. Show your love without hesitation. Although her parents are on the ship, as long as you take out the lost ancient book, the other party should not be able to cope with it. The probability of winning the beauty is close to 90%. Note: if you don't know how to approach, you can use the excuse of being ill and ask her to massage you. The other party will most likely not refuse, thus creating an opportunity to be alone. Yu? What the hell is this? A love strategy? So Su Linglong wants to let herself have a relationship. So don't give her so many things. Right. Wait. So many letters. It can't be. Yu opened them one by one, and found that most of the women of marriageable age on the ship were included in them. Xiao Zixu, Mu Lingxiu, Zhang Sirui, Han Weiwei, Minono. She even didn't let Ancienner go. As for why it's most of them, these 7 letters even contain her own information. Name: Su Linglong. Age: confidential. Zodiac: confidential. Birthday: confidential. Strategy: recommended not recommended. Notes: you will always be my best boss. It's really amazing. Yu sorted all the envelopes together, sealed them all tightly, and put Han Weiwei's information on the first layer. Xiao Hai, let Han Weiwei come over. Yes, master. In less than 10 minutes, Han Weiwei came to him and asked in confusion, Boss, you're looking for me? Yes. Yu handed over the envelope. Give these to Su Linglong and tell her I don't really need them. Yes? Han Weiwei looked confused. These are... Oh! By the way, you can read the first one. Don't read the others. Yu said and left the place. Not long after, Su Linglong. The roar echoed in the heart of the ocean. Su Linglong, who was designing the city, shuddered and vaguely sensed something. 3 minutes later, the two besties started a sentry battle with pillows in the room. 10 minutes later, Su Linglong was pinned down and begged for mercy. 15 minutes later, Han Weiwei went to prepare for class, while Su Linglong, who was lying on the bed, showed an unwilling look. Okay. I kindly gave you a tutorial, but you backstabbed me like this. Okay. You don't want a strategy, right? There are plenty of people who want it. Su Linglong got up, went to the desk, put the drawings aside, and took out a letter to write. Name: Yu. Age. After the remarks were finished, she wrote another line on the cover of the letter. Not long after Xiao Zixu collected it, the brand new 6 Seals guide was written. Tonight, they will appear where they should appear. Hu. Yu sneezed. He had just finished breakfast and was standing next to Zhao Zhong, watching him sea fishing. Boss, do you have a cold? Zhao Zhong looked up and asked in confusion. No. Although the temperature outside is only about 10 degrees. The constant temperature is on the boat 24 hours a day. How could I catch a cold? Hu Yu rubbed his nose. Someone must have scolded me. There are many suspects. Zhao Long joked. Let alone, you drove the ocean heart through the residential area. And those who didn't get on the boat would probably grumble at you. TSK. Who cares? If Hu Yu cared about other people's opinions, he would have blamed himself for dying because of mental exhaustion. He found a sofa to lie on. Brother Zhong stopped fishing after a while. According to Xiao Hai's calculations, it will take at most 12 hours to reach the border of the island country. It's better to get enough rest to deal with possible emergencies. What emergency? Of course, it's a sea of people. Although the island country is small, there are still more than 100 million people. They are also a country that often conducts disaster drills. In this case, even if only 10% survive, there are more than 10 million people. What if? If the island country's territory can really be put into the space backpack, wouldn't the more than 10 million people on this island appear in front of Hu Yu in an instant? Whether it's running away, or running away, you have to be well rested. What? Another choice? As a kind person, how can you use violence? Let them think more in the nuclear seawater. Why do they do this? As for them not being able to escape from the seawater, and finally being drowned, frozen to death, etc., it has nothing to do with us. Okay. Zhao Zhong casually caught a grouper. I'll fish for another 2 hours, and then take it back. The fish are good here, and they are all good quality seafood. I'll just treat it as getting supplies. Yes. Hu Yu nodded, just as he was about to turn around and leave. The fishing rod in Zhao Zhong's hand suddenly trembled. It was only for a moment. He was originally sitting on the fishing island, and his body suddenly flew out. Brother Zhong. Chapter 114 Golden Scale Dragon Fish. Luckily, at the moment when Hu Yu screamed, Shen Shan behind him also reacted immediately, stretched out his hand to hold Zhao Zhong, and leaned his body firmly on the boat. Quick! Fishing rod. Zhao Zhong also came back to his senses, holding the fishing rod tightly with both hands, fearing that he would accidentally let go, and quickly released the spool. The fishing line began to pull out crazily. The two had the opportunity to reinsert the fishing rod into the fishing island. Big fish. Absolutely big fish. Zhao Zhong looked at the fishing rod with a little fear and breathed a sigh of relief. Huh. Fortunately, I was almost taken down by this thing. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be such a fierce fish in the sea area. It should be a mutant fish. Hu Yu spoke, his eyes full of expectation. He had originally given up hope, but he didn't expect that he would actually get a mutant fish. According to this force, if there is a mutant crystal in the head of this fish, it must be at least rare. Right? The three people in front of Yao Dao looked at each other and had the same idea in their minds. We have to find a way to catch it. If it was before, they would only feel powerless when facing this kind of fish. But now, just go for it. Zhao Zhong fixed the spool and connected the fishing rod and the heart of the ocean as a whole. The fishing line that was still frantically pulling out was instantly straightened, and the fishing rod was motionless. Under the water, the fish that was so fierce just now can only be dragged by the heart of the ocean. That's a speed of 80 knots. It's almost as fast as a slightly slower train. Even the fastest sailfish in the sea can't catch up with the speed of the heart of the ocean. Not to mention its weight. Basically, as long as the heart of the ocean is fixed on the Diaoyu Island. Except for the mutant fish and those fish that are so large that they are terrifying. Other fish can be easily caught. There is no need to use the weapon system. Okay. Let it go for a while, and catch it again when it's time for lunch. Hu Yu turned and walked towards the restaurant. Should I have Chinese food or Western food for lunch today? Forget it. I'm almost tired of eating delicacies from land and sea every day. Let's change the taste today and have a bowl of instant noodles. At that time, I didn't expect that I forgot to put 2 instant noodle processing factories into my backpack. The ready-made production line is there. Apart from anything else. Even if I don't eat it, I can wait until the rainstorm is over and use the instant noodles produced to exchange for other supplies. It doesn't matter. There should be such a processing factory on the island country. Right? 2 hours later. After lunch, The children began to continue their afternoon studies under the guidance of Han Weiwei and Xiao Zixu. Zhang Siri and Li Ji began to prepare ingredients for the evening. Father and Mother Xiao were still studying the physical condition of the 50 people they brought back a few days ago. After their treatment, these people can now eat independently while lying in bed. And they have basic rational thinking ability. But it is limited to eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating. If they are asked to do something, they can only make a fuss. Even Minono found something to do. She saw that Zhou Wenchuan had some difficulties in sorting out the database by herself. So she took the initiative to help sort it out. Huyu naturally had no objection. And Zhou Wenchuan was even more eager to have a helper. As for Mr. Fang, he stayed in the greenhouse. Now that the production of fairy beans and lichuan has doubled, he doesn't care much about these two things. He just harvests them when he has nothing to do. He is now focusing on the rice seeds, which means that the area of the greenhouse is fixed and cannot be expanded. Otherwise, he might have to do it himself and use a hoe to include the entire deck in the greenhouse. As for Huyu and the others, as soon as he finished lunch, he, Zhao Nong, Shen Shan, and Su Zilong gathered in front of Diaoyu Island. Get ready to reel in the fishing rod. It's been more than 2 hours. Even the fiercest fish should be exhausted. Right. I'll reel in the line. Huyu sat on the seat on the fishing island and began to reel in the line cup. While directing, Brother Shan, Brother Zhong, you guys scoop up the net. Zilong, you watch over there. I'm afraid the fish might fly out. Yes, boss. The three spoke at the same time. Su Zilong also rushed to Huyu's side, ready to take action at any time. The fishing line was reeled in little by little. But Huyu couldn't help but frown. This fishing line. How come it's so light? Huyu pulled the fishing rod from the fishing island and began to reel it in quickly. The people watching nearby also noticed something was wrong. Boss, could it be unhooked? Shen Shan asked doubtfully. How is that possible? Before Huyu could answer, Xiao Zhong on the side answered first. I've been fishing with this fishing rod for so long. And no matter what fish I fished, it never got unhooked. One more upstairs. Su Zilong also responded on the side. No matter what the situation is, we'll know when we catch it, Huyu said, and felt that the line was almost done. So he used a flying rod to fly the fish. It was this fly that made him stunned on the spot. The fish did not get off the hook. It is still hanging on the hook. But this fish is too dazzling. The whole body of the small fish is golden. But it is not the yellowish gold of the small yellow croaker, but a little lighter. Looking at it, it looks like a real piece of gold. Gorgeous and dazzling. But this size is not even as big as Huyu's palm. The next moment, its panel popped up in front of him. Name golden scale dragon fish type fish. Food status juvenile. Near death description fish that changes uniquely due to location. If you raise it patiently, you may get unexpected rewards. Note the small body contains terrifying energy. Bang! Before Huyu could come to his senses, the golden scale dragonfish fell into the cabin. It was already exhausted, and now it was too lazy to even flap its tail, as if it would die at any time. The name of this fish has a dragon in it, coupled with a note. Huyu had to think in that direction. You know, among so many Chinese myths, dragons occupy a pivotal position, generally speaking, except for the pure-blooded dragons. There are 2 ways to become a dragon. One is to start from a snake. It takes 10 years to become a snake, 100 years to become a python, 1,000 years to become a dragon, and 10,000 years to become a dragon. The other is to start from a fish. Fish in the water actually have a trace of dragon blood. As long as they cross the dragon gate, they have a chance to become a real dragon. But these are just legends. But now water snakes can mutate into that kind of body shape. So why can't fish mutate in the direction of myth? Hiss. Huyu took a breath of cold air, and quickly took out a basin, poured 1 serving of lichuan into it, and then added seawater to dilute it. When the water was enough to submerge the golden-scaled dragonfish, he carefully squatted down and held it into the basin. Finally, the golden-scaled dragonfish's mouth began to open and close, swallowing the water in the basin. This thing. Zhao Zhong came forward with a puzzled look. Is it the thing that almost dragged me down just now? Could it be that I caught the wrong fish? Su Zilong frowned and said, It's just such a small thing. You just caught it. You caught the right fish, Huyu said calmly, looking at the golden-scaled dragonfish in the basin. watching it from dying at the beginning to standing up in the basin. And finally heaved a sigh of relief. The fish that was dragged underwater just now is this fish. What? Everyone was shocked and squatted by the basin, looking at the fish. It seemed to be aware of the gazes of the people on the water. The golden-scaled dragonfish flipped over and swung its tail, jumping directly from the water surface, giving each of the onlookers a fish tail. The whole process was so fast that even Su Zilong didn't react, and a layer of fishtail skin stuck to his left face. Hey! This guy is still going crazy. Su Zilong pulled up his sleeves and looked at Huyu. Boss, leave it to me. I guarantee that this guy will be delicious. Faced with the threat, the golden-scaled dragonfish even raised its head under the water surface and spit out a few bubbles. Provocation. This is clearly a provocation. Don't touch it yet. Let's take care of it first. Huyu found a fish tank from the containers and started to fill it with seawater. When it was almost full, he approached the golden-scaled dragonfish and said to himself, "You can understand what we are saying, right?" The golden-scaled dragonfish floated on the water, looked at Huyu, and shook its tail. Obviously, it can understand. The IQ of fish is not low, and it is even much higher than some other animals on land. For example, some fish living near sea urchins. When they see humans going into the sea to catch sea urchins, they will even lead them to the sea urchin's habitat, just to let humans open the sea urchins for them. Not to mention dolphins and killer whales. Their IQ is even equivalent to that of a 7- or 8-year-old human child. It is not surprising that a mutant fish like the golden-scaled dragonfish can understand human language. However, the golden-scaled dragonfish shook its head. Huyu was speechless for a while. Well, it has good comprehension ability, but low IQ. He had no choice but to speak. Do you still want to drink the water just now? The golden-scaled dragonfish nodded frantically. It could feel that the water just now was good for it. Huyu pointed to the fish tank next to him. Jump in. As long as you listen, there will be enough water in the future. Plop. As soon as the words fell, the golden-scaled dragonfish appeared in the fish tank. It even stuck to the fish tank, flicking its tail continuously, as if to say, "Where's the water? Boss, get in the water quickly." Huyu felt that he was not feeling well. If it was just this one fish, it would be fine. If all the fish under the water mutated in the future and had this kind of IQ, or even thinking ability, then it would be too scary. Forget it. Now is not the time to think about these things. When the rainstorm stops, we should start collecting water as soon as possible. Huyu poured the water in the basin into the fish tank, and poured another person's Lichu in fish tank. And then he stopped fishing. According to Xiao Hai's voyage, it would take about 3 hours to reach the border of the island country. It was time to prepare. Chapter 115. He reached out. 3 hours later, the border of the island country. According to the map, we are now in the territory of the island country. It's just that because of the rising water level, Huyu and others can only see a piece of blue, and the nearest land is thousands of meters away. Boss. Shen Shan frowned and said, "Why do I feel the water level has begun to rise? The water level of 60 meters should not rise to this extent. The water level has actually been rising, but we can't feel it in the inland areas." Huyu explained casually. "Do you remember what I said before? The water level will continue to rise between the 18th and 19th days. During this period, the heavy rain will not stop, but the water level will stop. Have you ever thought about why?" Before everyone could answer, Minono raised his hand to answer. "I know." "Then tell me." Huyu looked at Minono. He had his own answer in mind, but it was just a guess and he couldn't be sure. It was good to hear other people's ideas. "It's because of the terrain," Minono said on the side. "The surface of the blue planet is bumpy. Some terrain is high, some terrain is low. When heavy rain falls, some depressions will begin to accumulate water, but there will also be mountainous areas around the depressions. The entire blue planet is like a leaking stairwell, and those depressions are like basins placed on the stairs to collect water. When the basin is full, the water level will not continue to rise, and the water will overflow until the water level of the entire stairwell submerges a basin. And then the water level will continue to rise. Boss Hu, am I right?" Huyu nodded. Minono's speculation is exactly the same as his. He had thought about why the water level would rise to 50 meters 10 days before the rainstorm, then stop for nearly 9 days, and then continue to rise at a more terrifying speed. This is the only possibility he can think of. As for the reason for the sudden rise in the next few days, just as Minono said, the rain fell on the stairwell filled with basins. When all the basins and the gaps between the stairs are filled, the entire blue planet will be like a flat surface. By then, the growth rate of the water level will naturally increase a lot. 1 meter per hour. After tomorrow, the speed of the water level rise may be multiplied by more than 10 times. Great. Minono got Huyu's approval and immediately exclaimed proudly. She then looked at Shen Shan again. As for the question you just asked, Brother Shen, this place is on the sea, and it is the first place where the water surges after the rainstorm. It is normal that it contains more rainwater than other places. According to the water level of Pengcheng, the water level there has risen by 60 meters. So the water level here has risen by at least 80 meters. Except for some very high-rise buildings and mountains. All other buildings should have been flooded. But, Minono shrugged and smiled. Due to the geographical environment of the island country, earthquakes and tsunamis are frequent. Most ordinary residential buildings are no more than 15 stories high. Only some commercial buildings are taller, with the highest being 330 meters. 80 meters. More than 90% of the buildings have been submerged. That's a pity. Su Zilong sighed on the side. I thought I would see many neighbors who are living a good life later. I was going to say hello to them. Everyone turned around and saw Su Zilong silently put down the RPG in his hand. Your way of greeting is a bit too kind. There is no way. For any Chinese citizen, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity must be seized. As a certain big brother on the internet said before, even if you die, you can be included in the family tree. Maybe the first incense on Qingming Festival in the future will be yours. Who can refuse such a temptation? Not only Su Zilong couldn't refuse, but the others were also very tempted. Huyu was naturally no exception. There will be a chance, Huyu replied, adding, they often suffer from disasters, and it is undeniable that their emergency measures are indeed much more rigorous than ours. Perhaps, there are still many neighbors alive, and we will have a chance to greet them properly then. The heart of the ocean continued to move forward. A distance of about 1,000 meters was nothing to the heart of the ocean. It reached the shore in a blink of an eye, and there was a mountain in front of it. Huyu walked onto the deck, followed by an ancianer holding an umbrella, and Shen Shan and others followed behind with weapons to deal with possible emergencies. Others with low combat power stayed in the cabin and could only look at the deck through the porthole glass. They didn't even know Huyu's ultimate purpose in coming to the island country. They just followed orders. You say. Han Weiwei held a bag of potato chips and ate them bite by bite. What is Boss Hu going to do? He is so cautious. I don't know. But it must be something big. Su Linglong replied on the side. She was originally writing a guide in the room. When she heard that they were in the island country, she vaguely sensed something and sneaked out to watch the show. Could it be? Xiao Zisu guessed on the side. He wants to store the entire island country in the storage space? What? Everyone present exclaimed. Even Zhang Sirui, who was always taciturn, looked at Xiao Zisu with a little surprise. I'm just guessing. Xiao Zisu smiled helplessly. Even if there is space for storage, there must be a limit. Right? That's the entire island country. It's not impossible. Su Linglong muttered on the side. Didn't all the things in Zijing Mountain have been taken in before? Hey! Shiso. Han Weiwei came up to him. You have been with Boss Hu for the longest time. Tell me, how big is his storage space? The fact that Huyu has a storage space is not a secret to them. He would take out the boat whenever he wanted. Any man or woman living in the 21st century could guess what he has. After all, this kind of thing is written a lot in various animations. But the size of this storage space is a bit too big. It can hold anything. How would I know that? Xiao Zisu smiled bitterly and looked towards the deck, her pupils trembling. Look! He reached out his hand. Everyone immediately turned their heads and looked towards the deck. They also knew that when Boss Hu reached out his hand, there were usually only two situations. One was to put something, and the other possibility was to collect something. What could be collected from a mountain? Unless he really wanted the entire island country. Chapter 116 Containment. No matter what the possibility is, everyone is holding their breath, afraid of missing something in the next second. A miracle. This is a true miracle. If the entire island country can be taken away, then it is not impossible to take the entire Chinese continent into space. After all, in a sense, The island country belongs to the continental island. And if you round it off, it can also be considered a continent. The next moment, the whole mountain disappeared in front of everyone. Ahead, there was only a clear blue road. Success? These 3 words popped up in the minds of everyone present. They looked at the scene in front of them quietly, the sound of heavy rain hitting the water echoing in their ears, waiting for the result to appear. Success, success? In front of the deck, Shen Shan also had some doubts. He looked at Huyu beside him and asked, "No." Huyu shook his head, frowning slightly. When he touched the top of the mountain, he only put the entire mountain into the space, and did not put the entire island country in. Otherwise, it would not be just a blue sky now, but it should be full of people. What is this? Is it that the space backpack has unlimited volume, but can only collect mountain tops, and cannot collect continental plates? Or, the area of the island country is too large, exceeding the storage limit? This shouldn't be the case. If it is an area problem, then this mountain top is not even 1/10 of Zijing Mountain. When collecting, it should at least be completed to the size of Zijing Mountain. Or, is there another reason? Huyu pondered for a long time. During this period, no one dared to interrupt. Su Zilong and Shen Shan just stood behind him silently, exchanging ideas with each other through eye contact. As for the people on the heart of the ocean, they still don't know what happened. And they are even wondering whether the island nation has been successfully taken in by their boss who. After a while, Han Weiwei suddenly spoke. "What do you think? Boss who is waiting for?" "It's not waiting for the wind to come," Su Lingwang added. "What's the point of guessing?" Xiao Zissou asked back and walked straight out. "Won't you go out and ask?" "Sister Zissou, wait for me." Minono chased after him. The 2 girls held umbrellas and came to the deck. Xiao Zissou spoke first. "What's wrong? Boss who? Are you enjoying the scenery?" "No." Huyu's thoughts were interrupted. But he was not angry. Instead, he looked behind him and asked, "What do you think if a person wants to put something in a box and takes it out? He only gets a part of it. Why is that?" "I know." Minono started the quick answer mode again. "Maybe the person can't lift it. He can only take a part. This is indeed a possibility." "What else?" Huyu asked doubtfully. "Anything else?" Xiao Zissou pondered for a few breaths. "Maybe that thing is layered. And you only got 1 layer. Why not try to go to the border?" "That's right. The border." Huyu's eyes lit up, and he suddenly realized. When he took over Zijing Mountain, he was at the edge of Zijing Mountain. And when he took over Qixia Mountain, he was also near the mountain range. And here, after being submerged by the sea, although it is the closest place to the outside world of the island country, in essence, it is the edge of the island country, not the border. That makes sense. Huyu uttered 3 words and immediately walked towards the cabin. "Xiao Hai, turn around. Go to the border of the island country." "Yes, master." The heart of the ocean started again and headed towards the border of the island country on the map. Huyu came to the cabin and began to search for things in his space backpack. If he wanted to go to the border of the island country, he had to turn around and drive a distance. And he also had to dive to at least 80 meters below. His proficiency in diving skills could only allow him to dive to about 60 meters without equipment. And he couldn't go deeper. So, he had to find some equipment. Huyu searched around and finally found 2 sets of diving equipment on one of the yachts. They were probably planning to go diving at sea. And now it was just a good deal for him. "Master, we have reached the target location." "Yes." Huyu responded and took out 2 sets of diving equipment. "I need to go down. Who will accompany me?" "I'll do it." Minono seemed to have awakened some kind of quick answer system. As long as Huyu asked a question, she could always answer it as quickly as possible. But this thing is not just about the speed of light. Non-professionals cannot do it. Otherwise, you may die at the speed of light. You don't know how to dive. So don't participate. Huyu smiled bitterly and looked at Shen Shan and the others. Without him saying anything, Shen Shan, Su Zilong, and Encianer stepped forward almost at the same time. "I'll go." Shen Shan looked at the 2 and said, "There may be an accident underwater later. I'll go down with the boss so that we can deal with it better." "I'm better than you." Encianer rarely uttered 4 words. "I'll go." Su Zilong also spoke. "I'm a better diver than both of you. Even if there's any problem with the equipment, I can handle it." Encianer turned her head and looked at him. 1 punch. Bang. Su Zilong's whole body bent like a shrimp, holding his abdomen and unable to stand up. Now, I'm better than you. After saying that, and Sienna looked up at Hu Yu and stretched out her hand. The meaning was very clear. That's you. Hu Yu quickly handed over the diving equipment with both hands. He didn't understand why Sienna took this matter so seriously. But he also understood one thing. In any case, he couldn't bear this punch. It's better to cooperate honestly. After confirming the personnel to enter the water, the two came to the stern, put on the diving equipment, and began to dive. 10 meters, 20 meters, 40 meters, 80 meters, the coastline. Here we are. The water pressure outside the diving suit has reached 8 atmospheres. This is equivalent to 80 kilograms of pressure for every square centimeter of skin, except for those professionally trained divers. Ordinary people who come to this water pressure will have only one end, their lungs will burst and die. Fortunately, they are all wearing diving suits now, so they don't feel much. Hu Yu and the other person continue to dive. And at about 83 meters, they saw something like sand and gravel, and the land was still spreading to one side. It seems that the original coastline of the island country is not considered a border. If you want to reach the real border, you still need to swim a distance. Hu Yu pointed to the direction of the land spreading, and swam forward with Sienna. About 15 minutes later, the two finally found a clear border. From that piece of land, you can see a clear break. If this is not the border, then they have to continue diving. And neither the diving suit nor the oxygen capacity can bear it. Hu Yu swam to the border and raised his hand again, through the diving suit. He touched the continental border with his fingertips. Containment. Chapter 117. Do you want to get on the boat? The border disappeared instantly. Everything in front of him disappeared at the same time. The entire island country was put into the space backpack. It's done! I did it! Hu Yu was delighted. And in the next moment, all the people who were still alive on the island appeared in front of him. In an instant, densely packed heads piled up at the bottom of the water. And the water pressure of up to 80 meters acted on everyone at the same time. Struggle? Roar? Complaint? None of them existed. The strong water pressure was enough to end their lives in an instant and make them sink deeper. However, there were several thousand people who were good at swimming. They paused for a moment after entering the water. And when they reacted, they immediately floated to the surface of the water. No! Most of these people wore the same clothes and seemed to know each other. They just looked at each other and took the same action. Wait! What are they holding? Canned food? Or canned meat? Among these thousands of people, at least more than 70% of them held various kinds of food or food packaging. This is definitely not normal. Of course, it's not just them who are abnormal. The ones wearing diving suits are the most abnormal. However, there are so many people around that the group of people didn't even notice the existence of two people wearing diving suits. A guess came to his mind. In this case, the thousands of people are definitely organized and premeditated. And most of them can still escape under such water pressure, which is obviously something they have undergone special training. Could it be that the island country has prepared a plan for survival in the end of the world in advance? Or did they already know about the arrival of the end of the world in advance? Hu Yu frowned, glanced at the crowd that sank into the water, and didn't care much. He just made a gesture to Sienna at the first time and floated to the surface of the water at the same time. Pity? This is the end of the world. Not to mention that these are people who live a good life. Even if they are other species, well, it seems that it is not impossible to save them. But forget about the life. Let's find out the existence of these people first. Hu Yu and Sienna dived all the way and soon came to the surface, due to the drag of the diving suits. When they floated to the surface, the hundreds of people who were good at swimming were already on the surface. A group of people were discussing at once, and he couldn't understand a word. This won't do. Before they noticed, Hu Yu immediately put his and Sienna's diving suits into the space, pretending to have just come out of the water. As for the language, Hu Yu immediately searched in the space backpack. If I remember correctly, it seems that Zhongge and Zilong caught a skill book on language proficiency when they were fishing. I didn't learn it before, and I didn't think I would encounter such a situation. Got it. After finding the skill book, Hu Yu immediately slapped himself. The originally noisy and difficult to understand language now floated into his ears again. And the meaning was completely different. What happened? Where is our shelter? Look! Not only us, but people from other shelters are here too. Did all the 12 shelters we built disappear? The shelter suddenly disappeared. And we appeared in the water? Could it be that Amaterasu couldn't stand our behavior and punished us? No. Impossible. We are all Amaterasu's people. How could he abandon us? Wait. Look. Is there a warship in front of us? Yes. Let's get on board first. And we'll talk about it later. Warship? It should be the heart of the ocean. Right. Huyu looked in the direction they were swimming. And a familiar outline came into view. It really is the heart of the ocean. In order to find the boundary, he took Encianer to swim a distance to the east. But he didn't expect it to be so far. Looking at a distance, it is at least 600 or 700 meters. With the size of the heart of the ocean, it really looks like a warship. But how could Xiao Hai let them get on board? When they approached within 500 meters, a warning sounded from the heart of the ocean. Warning. Unidentified persons are strictly prohibited from approaching within 500 meters of this ship. If you continue to move forward, this ship reserves the right to attack. Warning. 3 consecutive warnings. In Chinese, English, and Japanese. These little people can understand it. What should I do? It doesn't sound like a joke. The crowd stayed on the water, not daring to move forward, and discussed loudly. What else can we do? We are now in the sea. With our bodies. Without supplies. We can only survive for a dozen hours at most. There is only this ship in front of us. If we want to survive, we have to take a gamble. Gamble. Immediately someone echoed. Judging from the size of this ship, there must be a lot of food on it. As long as we can successfully land, we can survive even without shelter. Dive. Go under the water. Soon, the first group of people started to move. They dived underwater and just passed the 500-meter warning line. And Xiaohai's automatic defense function was activated. On the side of the ship, a row of artillery was ready to fire directly. All those who crossed the 500-meter warning line were killed by artillery in an instant. Blood splattered in the water. The rest of the people who were still eager to try and prepare to move forward were all stunned at this moment, staring at the gun barrel that was swallowing and spitting out fire snakes. Motionless. What should we do? We can't seem to get through. We have to get through even if we can't. One of the little people said. Since there is a boat, there must be people on it. As long as the conditions are right, we can definitely get on. As he said that, he looked at the women in the crowd. Among these thousands of people, more than 2/3 are women, and only about 1/3 are men. You can understand the reason if you think about it. From the perspective of reproduction, one man can make multiple women pregnant, which determines that the ratio of men to women in the shelter will definitely not be equal. The rest of the people also understood what he meant, and immediately shouted at the heart of the ocean. Please save us! We have resources to exchange. They shouted alternately in Japanese and English. The shouts of thousands of people really drowned out the sound of the rainstorm. Several people on the heart of the ocean came to the deck and looked at the water, which immediately caused another wave of excitement. Someone is coming! They found us! Keep going! As long as the voice is loud enough, they will definitely come to save us. Wait! Look over there. Suddenly, someone turned around and looked behind him. His eyes fell on Huyu and Encianer, who were wearing different clothes. Who are you? Why are you here? Doubtful voices rang out. Before Huyu could answer, more and more people turned around and looked at the two. Encianer had already quietly taken out a dagger, ready for a massacre. But Huyu held her back, smiled at the people in front of him, and asked in standard Japanese, Do you want to get on the ship? I have a way. Chapter 118 You. Do you want to live? You? A voice of doubt came out. Xiao Rizi's tone was full of disdain and contempt. He looked Huyu up and down for a while, and jealousy suddenly appeared in his eyes. Brand name. He was wearing brand name clothes from head to toe. Just by looking at the texture, you can tell that this set of clothes is worth a lot. Why? Xiao Rizi chuckled. Do you think it is still a peaceful time, and you can exchange the few bills on you for other people's boat tickets? Don't be ridiculous. Ha ha ha. That's right. You money slaves. Are you still living in your previous fantasy? Wake up. It's the end of the world. It's our world. Wahahaha. The remarks of a group of middle school students echoed in Huyu's ears. He was a little dazed, not knowing how these people's brain circuits turned. Isn't it just a suggestion? Is it necessary to be so sarcastic? Or, Huyu looked at his clothes. These were the clothes that Xiao Zissou insisted on matching when they were shopping at Jujiku. The price of each set was about 6 figures. Could it be that you saw my clothes and thought I was the stupid son of a landlord? It seems possible. Never mind. Let's get some information first. It's possible or not. How can you know without trying? Hu looked at the people in front of him. If I can get a boat to come and save us, what will you give in exchange? Oh, with you. If this boat can come, we will apologize to you. Yes. Bow 90 degrees to apologize. Hu was speechless. They are a nation full of the spirit of craftsmanship. Bowing to apologize is useless. Hu rolled his eyes and raised a finger. I won't say much. If the ship comes, each of you just drink 10 mouthfuls of seawater. What? Xiao Rizi exclaimed suddenly. And everyone looked surprised. You actually let us drink seawater. Are you crazy? Don't you know what's in this seawater? How dare you let us drink it? Even if this sea area is still some distance away from the discharge area, it is not allowed to drink. This guy just wants us to die. Kill him. The blood of the group of people suddenly boiled. It seemed as if they were about to pounce on him and eat him alive. So these beasts knew what was in the sea. Right? Hu lowered his eyelids slightly, and didn't intend to pretend with these things anymore. It was just a question. And there were so many ways. He had plenty of means and ways to make them tell him everything he knew. Hu raised his hand and hooked it. Speaking calmly, Xiao Hai, come over here. Yes, master. Xiao Hai's voice sounded from 500 meters away. And the heart of the ocean also sailed towards this place. The next moment, the exclamations of many Xiaoris suddenly sounded. Here they come. Really here. What did he just say? Why did this warship listen? Wait. That seems to be Chinese. It's Chinese. I learned it. Anyway, a large group of women swam over and bowed to Hu. Sir, please let us get on board. No matter what. We can pay. I have to say, this little guy is quite good at being flexible. But Hu obviously doesn't buy it. Get on board. Dream. Half a minute later, the heart of the ocean sailed to Hu's side. Even before he climbed the gangway, some little guys were so panicked that they forced their way on board. It's a pity. Let alone how awesome the defense system of the heart of the ocean is. There are so many people on the deck. It's impossible for that group of people to climb onto the smooth hull without any tools, just by throwing stones. Hu slowly climbed the gangway, not in a hurry to board the ship, but sat on the gangway with Encianer, propping up his chin with his hands, watching the days on the water. Come! Let me see who wants to get on the boat. Me. And me. Sir, I didn't say anything just now. Me too. They were the ones who mocked you just now. But I didn't participate at all. Sir, please look at me. My skills are the best among this group of people. I will definitely make you feel comfortable. A group of people were talking at once, making the sea as noisy as a duck farm. Hu looked down at them and raised his hand to make a pause gesture. The crowd finally quieted down, when there was only the sound of heavy rain around. He spoke. Do you remember what I said just now? Each person took a mouthful of seawater. Just as they said, the sea area here is still some distance away from the sea area where wastewater is discharged, which can be said to be on the east and west sides respectively. So even if you drink water, there will not be any big problem. But you will feel unusually thirsty. After all, it is seawater, and the salt content is really high. Remember. We remember. For a moment, everyone lowered their heads, took a big mouthful of seawater, and then swallowed it with a choke. This is to train their obedience. Very good. Hu said 2 words calmly and looked at the person closest to him. Tell me, where are you all from? Shelter. Shut up. After saying 2 words, one of them interrupted. Didn't you notice? This is not our compatriot. He just summoned the boat in Chinese. He must have bad intentions when he asked this. Oh, quite smart. But it's useless. Hu casually took out a gun and handed it to Encianer, without him saying anything. The next moment a gunshot rang out, and another body sank into the water. At the same time, the few people waiting on the boat saw that Hu was reluctant to get on board. So they also walked down the gangway and saw this scene. Are you going to do it? Su Zilong was the first to exclaim, and rushed to Hu's side. Add me. Add me. Boss. Count me in too. Xiaozhong also came up at this moment, grinning, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. When I was training before, I was the first in the sweeping score. Bullshit. There's no such thing as a score in the sweeping score. Su Zilong went straight over. You don't care. Xiao Zhong turned his head and continued to look at Hu Yu. Boss Hu. Look. Don't worry. They are still useful. Hu Yu looked at the group of people again. His eyes fell on the face of the man who was about to answer. And he smiled kindly. You can continue with the previous question. And you can get a reward if you answer it correctly. The tone was just like a weird uncle tempting a little girl with a lollipop on the street. The man shook his head and said nothing. The next moment, bang! Another body. It's the shelter. A man immediately spoke and swam forward. He looked up at Hu Yu, his eyes full of hope. Sir, we are from the shelter. Before the end of the world, our country established 12 shelters, each with 120 people, arranged in 12 different places, to protect our civilization to the greatest extent. We don't know why we came to this place. If you have any questions, you can ask me directly. Sensible. What this world lacks the most is sensible people. Well, very good. Hu Yu praised and spoke again. You said you built a shelter before the apocalypse began. Did you know that the apocalypse would come? That's a guess. The man continued to answer. The purpose of the shelter is to prevent us from surviving nuclear crises, volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and large tsunamis, and to wait for outside rescue. We don't know what kind of apocalypse will come, let alone when it will come. This is equivalent to them not knowing the answer either, but just randomly guessing it. And they didn't expect it to be right. Come to think of it, given the geographical location of the island country, it would be strange if they didn't prepare for a rainy day. Hu Yu began to search in the space backpack, trying to find the specific location of those shelters to see if there were any problems. The result was too big. Compared to China, the area of the island country is just a tiny place. But it is still an entire archipelago after all. Without coordinates, even if Hu Yu could overlook the entire island country, he couldn't find such a small shelter. He looked at the man again. Where are the coordinates of the shelter? The man was speechless. Sir, I don't know either. When we were selected, we were blindfolded and stuffed in directly. It's probably because the higher-ups were not sure whether this rain would lead to the end of the world. So they let us out later to avoid too much harm and expose the existence of the shelter, which would be a loss. It's not impossible. Then when can we go? He also wants to see if there is anything useful inside. However, just because he doesn't know doesn't mean that everyone doesn't know. Even if most people are unaware, there should be someone in the shelter who knows. Otherwise, how can all the people in the shelter be gathered together after the end of the world? At least, every shelter should have such a person. Unless, those people just happen to die under the defense system of the heart of the ocean. Who else knows the answer? Hu Yu looked at everyone, asking with his eyes. Time passed little by little, and no one answered. You won't tell me? I'm sorry. Hu Yu turned around and was about to leave, but someone immediately rushed out. I know. It was a woman. She floated in the crowd, raised her hand and said, I can tell you the coordinates of all the shelters, but in exchange, you have to let me get on the boat first. Okay. Hu Yu did not refuse. Just getting on the boat doesn't mean I can't kick her off. Under the cover of the threat of firepower from everyone, the person quickly swam to the gangway and walked up. 12 locations were reported immediately. It was much easier to find with the specific city and street names. Hu Yu quickly found the 12 shelters in the space backpack. Looking around, they were full of various foods and professional books, especially food. In each shelter, there is enough food for 120 people to eat for 30 years. Even if there is a nuclear attack, they can wait until the radiation is half decayed before coming out. Now these foods, Hu Yu can accept them with a smile. As for the little people in front of him, Hu Yu's eyes swept over everyone, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. They all had hope in their eyes, as if they were expecting him to give an order and let everyone on board. Of course, that was impossible, but they could be given a chance to survive. As for the woman who had just boarded the ship, she seemed to have joined a new organization. When she turned to look at her compatriots, there was only contempt in her eyes. It seemed that she was saying again, Look, it has to be me. How could you guys get on the ship? But the next moment, Hu Yu raised his leg and kicked the woman off. He looked at them all equally and asked a question. Do you want to survive? Chapter 119, Cutting the Grass at its Roots. Faced with the question, everyone nodded in agreement. If they didn't want to live, they would have died at the beginning of the apocalypse. How could they have survived until now? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Huyu stood on the gangway, overlooking the people in front of him. One chance per person. Tell me where you know of a place where a large amount of supplies may be stored. And the first 10 who say the most can get on board. Do you want food? I know where the largest canned food processing factory and warehouse in the entire island country is. I also know where the military stores weapons. School. I know where those books are stored. For a moment, the noisy voices of the crowd echoed above the water again. Although they didn't know what Huyu's purpose was in asking these questions, they knew one thing, only by telling them. They would have a chance to survive. Very good. But you come one by one. Huyu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Shall I? Pay attention to the record. Yes, master. About half an hour later, the group of people emptied out all the places they knew about supplies. From the warehouse of military supplies in the island country to the small store at the doorstep. These guys talked about all the places they could think of. Although most of them were small places that were useless. Huyu still asked Xiao to record them together, so that if they were useful in the future, they would not have to look for them. As the places were mentioned one by one, the group gradually fell into silence. And there were a few guys who tried to fish in troubled waters. They reported the location they had reported before again, but were eventually exposed by Xiao. Soon, everyone fell into silence. No more. Huyu looked at the people in front of him and asked. Everyone looked at each other, and none of them spoke, just trembling in the water. They had been in the sea for more than half an hour. The body heat had been lost a lot. Even if they got on the boat now, they would probably have to recuperate for several days to recover. The top 10 people were full of excitement, and they wanted to rush on the boat right now. But they still maintained the most basic reserve. Some people couldn't hold on any longer. They found the top 10 people and tried to exchange something for a place on the boat. Unfortunately, this was their only chance to survive. How could they exchange it? Well, it's great, Huyu said, and with a wave of his hand, 10 kayaks landed on the water. Here, this is your reward. I said I would let 10 of you on the boat, and I will definitely let you on the boat. What? Liar. This is not a boat. It's a kayak. We want to get on your boat. That's right. You're talking about a boat, not a kayak. The islanders immediately started to protest. But they were quiet. Only the 10 people were floundering in the water. The rest of them were just floating in the water, looking at the kayak in front of them. If Huyu hadn't been watching on the boat, they would have started to fight for it. Oh, you mean you don't want to accept this reward? Huyu raised his eyebrows. No. Yes. We will never accept it. At least it has to be a real boat. Huyu didn't say anything, but turned his head and gave Encianer a look. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the 2 protesting young men fell to the ground at the same time. It sounded like only one shot was fired, but in fact, Encianer and Su Zilong acted at the same time, and the interval between the shots was so small that it could be ignored, which produced this effect. Everyone fell into silence again. What about now? Huyu smiled at everyone again. Is there anyone who doesn't accept it? On the water, there was only the sound of heavy rain dripping, and no one responded. Very good. Then, I wish you good luck. The gangway began to retract. The group wanted to come up and give it a try. But the artillery array on the side of the heart of the ocean was there. The idea was strangled in the cradle as soon as it came up. Everyone returned to the heart of the ocean safely. Huyu simply checked the supplies in several important locations and found that there was nothing wrong. The smile on the corner of his mouth was even harder to suppress than AK. This is stable. The supplies of the entire island country are in hand, including a part of the US military reserves. Not to mention just dealing with some mutant fish. Even a small war is more than enough. Boss who? Su Zilong asked in confusion. That group of people just left it alone? How is that possible? Huyu is not the kind of person who would not root out the problem. Since the matter has already been done, it is natural to be more drastic. He glanced at the people fighting for the kayak outside the porthole and said calmly, Let's go to the deck and take a look. It should be here soon. Soon? Everyone was confused and had no choice but to follow Huyu all the way to the deck. As soon as I got to the deck, the kayaks were already full of people, and more people were climbing up. The kayak was just inflatable. and it couldn't bear so many people at all. And it soon tilted to one side. The people on top fell into the water, and the people under the water turned the kayak over again and started climbing again. This cycle continued, and everyone was immersed in the game of fighting for the kayak. 10 kayaks flipped over and over, and one lingered near the water surface. Don't they know to get on the kayak and paddle away first? Minono said in confusion. That's the problem. Huyu smiled honestly. I only agreed to let them get on the boat, but I didn't agree to give them oars. For a moment, everyone fell silent, not knowing what to say. Should we say that this person is a mastermind, or should we say that he has the final say? The next moment, ha ha! Oolong burst into laughter. Boss Hu, you are worthy of it. Let these little guys dare to do bad things. Now they have to pay the price. They deserve it. That's right. They deserve it. Ha ha ha. Laughter rang out one after another. No one on the boat felt pity for the guys below. Even the two former saintly comrades, Mu Lingxiu and Su Linglong, were all smiling at this moment. Everyone knew that if this trend continued, the 10 kayaks would be tormented by these little guys sooner or later. In fact, even if they didn't torment them, these kayaks wouldn't last long. When Huyu released them, they all silently used steel needles to poke a small hole on top. Nothing could be seen in the early stage, but if they continue to do this, in half an hour at most, the island country will no longer exist. Maybe it will be the first country to perish after the end of the world, but it will definitely not be the last. Okay, celebrate today's great harvest. The whole ship will have a holiday, and have a party tonight. Great. Everyone cheered and ran to prepare for the party tonight. As for those little people, not turning back to finish them off was already Huyu's last mercy. The heart of the ocean was speeding towards Jinling, while Huyu was lying on his lazy chair, quietly sorting out all the resources on the island country, waiting for the carnival in the evening. I don't know how long it took. The waters of the original island country, all 10 kayaks had sunk, but the water was full of corpses. Thousands? Tens of thousands? Or hundreds of thousands? No one knew the exact number. Looking around, all you could see were corpses in different costumes floating on the water. They were either facing up or facing down. Essentially, there was no difference. This is the most nutritious food. A large number of fish gathered underwater, sucking the swollen flesh and blood into their lips bit by bit, swallowing and spitting it out continuously. Suddenly, a corpse slowly moved. He raised his head from the water surface and bit the corpse beside him. He imitated those fish and began to gnaw and swallow. Soon, more and more corpses moved, faced with the food at their fingertips. They also started a carnival. If Huyu were here, he might be able to recognize it. The fish under the corpses were 90% similar to the golden scale dragonfish he had caught before. The only difference was that the scales of these small fish were not pure gold, but a light gold with a whitish hue. Chapter 120. Hello. This is Huaxia Shelter number 012. July 31st. 7 o'clock in the morning. The 18th day after the apocalypse. Huyu got up early, rarely sleeping in. It won't be long before the water level rises again. Now they are at sea, and they must be prepared for it. Even if the heart of the ocean has the ability to stay in the air, they must be careful. After he opened his eyes, he went to the porthole as soon as possible. Let's open the black eggs saved in the past 3 days first. 3 black eggs were lined up. Huyu didn't waste any time, and immediately did a triple combo, cracking the 3 black eggs at the same time. Ding! 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 3 crisp sounds rang out, exploding 2 white and 1 purple mists. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the breeding base expansion card 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the master key 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the station flag 1. All 3 are new things. Huyu checked the panels one by one, and the smile on his mouth never disappeared. Name breeding base expansion card type item effect used to expand the designated breeding base by 10 square meters. Notes: our goal is farming. 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 Name master key type item effect can open a door. Notes: make sure there is no one inside when opening the door. Otherwise, please wear earplugs and prepare for the screams. Name resident flag type item effect after using it on an unowned area. You can incorporate the area into your own territory and gain 3 abilities within the territory, including item management, landform change, and instant movement. The area of the unowned area cannot exceed 100,000 square kilometers. Note: God is just a person with extraordinary abilities. Shit. Shit 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 shit. When Huyu saw the last item, these two words were the only ones in his mind. Landform change. Instant movement. These two abilities alone are enough to save him a lot of effort. Not to mention item management. This is equivalent to putting all the items in the territory into the inventory, and dispatching them at will according to his wishes. In other words, just stick this flag on the land of the island. Then, there is nothing wrong with him calling himself a god. It's a pity that the effect is only on 100,000 square kilometers of land. The island nation in the space has a land area of more than 300,000 square kilometers. And the station flag cannot completely cover it. But now is not the time to build a station. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe we can draw 2 station flags? Huyu put the master key and the station flag into the space backpack. As for the breeding ground expansion card, he chose to use it directly. There are still 31 days before the rainstorm ends. They still need to stay on the ship for a while to expand the breeding base and make plans for the future. Everything was done. Huyu stretched himself and walked out of the room. As soon as he went out, he felt something was wrong. The atmosphere was a little stagnant. Everyone he looked at had a sad look on their faces, as if they were worried about something. This shouldn't be. Didn't everyone have a lot of fun last night? How come they suddenly looked like eggplants hit by frost? Huyu turned his head and glanced at Shen, who was walking towards him. The mind-reading skill was triggered. There was even an emoji hanging on her head. What's wrong with Shen? Even she has become depressed? Huyu turned his head to look at Shen Shan, and found that his expression was a little more normal. So he waved at him quickly. Brother Shan, come here for a moment. After saying that, he returned to the room and waited for Shen Shan to come. With the atmosphere outside, he was afraid that he would have to eat a lot of chocolate to feel happy if he went out. For the sake of his fatty liver, it would be better to figure it out before going out. Shen Shan walked in quickly and asked in confusion. Boss, are you looking for me? Yeah. Huyu nodded and pointed outside. What's going on outside? Why does it feel like eggplants hit by frost? No one is normal. Maybe it's because of your prediction. Boss. Huh? Is my prediction inaccurate? Huyu looked out the window. Although he was at sea and couldn't see the specific rise of the water level, he could clearly feel that the water surface was not calm from the waves that kept rolling outside. It was obviously rising to a certain extent. His prediction was not wrong. It's because your prediction was too accurate. Boss. Shen Shan sighed helplessly. Although we all know what will happen next. When we face this kind of thing, we still feel a little unprepared. According to Xiaohai's tip, the water level has been rising sharply since 5 o'clock last night. The current speed is 20 centimeters per hour. And it is still rising. After 1 day, it will rise to 40 centimeters per hour. And it is likely to reach 80 centimeters per hour after 2 days. It will continue to grow at this rate until the 7th day. The water level will rise 12.8 meters every hour. If it continues until the 31st day. Shen Shan said nothing more. Huyu frowned slightly and felt something was wrong. Xiaohai. Master. I'm here. Calculate the global average water level based on the current rainfall, including the increase and attenuation. In 31 days. Master. The current global average water level has reached 70 meters. According to the current increase in precipitation, the global water level will rise to 80,518 meters in 31 days. Huyu was stunned. Flooded? The whole world is flooded. In his previous life, he only knew that the entire Jinling would be flooded. But he was not sure whether there was any land in the world. Originally, he still had a glimmer of hope. He thought that even if the rain was heavy, there would still be a piece of land left on the blue star. Think about Mount Everest. Think about the Pamir Plateau. One has an altitude of more than 8,800 meters. The other has an average altitude of more than 4,500 meters. And there are many peaks that have reached an altitude of more than 7,000 meters. Even if there were 49 days of heavy rain, there should be some land left in these places. As long as there is land, there is hope. And he can find a place to settle down and put Zijing Mountain and the islands on it. But now, the water level is 8,051 meters. Even Mount Everest will only be a small hill of more than 800 meters at that time. Huyu let out a long sigh and asked again. How many peaks are there on Blue Star that exceed this water level now? Master. There are 11 in total. And the 11th one is Gusherbrum, which is 8,068 meters high. 11. In other words, after 31 days, there will only be 11 small hills that can be exposed above the water. One of them is only 68 meters high. Huyu smiled helplessly. He now knew why everyone had such an expression. Good news. Humans still have a place to live after the rainstorm. Bad news. There are only 11 peaks. And the shortest one is only 68 meters. Of course, there is another good news. These 11 peaks are not far apart. All in the Kunlun Mountains. When the rainstorm stops, the remaining humans will gather there and start over. Huh? Huyu exhaled a breath of foul air. And the whole person was a lot more depressed. He looked at Shen Shan. How many people know about this now? Most people on the ship know. Only the group of children don't know. Find a chance to tell them. They also have the right to know the future. Huyu said and walked out the door. There must be a way when the car reaches the mountain. Just take it one step at a time. Boss. Shen Shan suddenly called him. Huh? Huyu turned around. A little puzzled. Shen Shan smiled. Don't worry too much. You still have us. Huyu was slightly stunned, but soon realized what Shen Shan meant. We. This refers to everyone on the ship. Although they all had worries on their faces. It was not because they couldn't survive. No matter how high the water level is, they are already on the ship. And no matter how deep the water is, it will not affect the buoyancy of the ship. As for the supplies stored on the ship now, it is enough for them to reproduce for several generations. So the worries on their faces are not because of themselves, but because of us. Because of the future of the entire human race. This burden is not only carried by Huyu alone, but also by them. Yeah. Huyu understood what Shen Shan meant, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Thank you, Brother Shan. You're welcome. Your burden is much heavier than ours. We are just sharing some of it. Shen Shan also laughed, and then asked, by the way, after we arrive in Jinling, will we go directly to the Kunlun Mountains? No hurry. Huyu shook his head. The plan needs to be changed. We need to add a task. What task? Find someone. Who are you looking for? Shen Shan was puzzled. Yesterday I found something in the island country shelter, Huyu said, and took out a communicator from the space backpack. A line of Chinese characters was displayed on it. Hello. This is Huaxia shelter number 012. Now I invite you to join the East Asian Shelter group chat. Do you agree? 202400730. Chapter 121. Words of a Tiger and Wolf. When seeing this news, Shen Shan actually showed Huyu what surprise is. You know, even when he saw 8 truckloads of weapons being taken away, his expression didn't change much. But now, boss. Shen Shan directly held Huyu's hand, his eyes full of excitement. Is this true? Don't fool me. Are you kidding? Am I the kind of person who loves to fool? Maybe the reason why we can't find the warships is that they all went to the vicinity of the shelter to protect the safety of the shelter. Huyu asked back and put the communicator back. But I don't plan to join this group chat. Huh? Shen Shan was stunned for a moment. Why? Huyu smiled bitterly. Think about it. The global network is down now. But there is such a communicator in Xiao Rizi's shelter. Why? Why? Shen Shan was puzzled. Xiao Rizi's shelter was built to prevent the end of the world. So in these possible end of the world, most of them can be assisted by us China. So, there is naturally a way to contact us China in the shelter. You mean? Shen Shan continued. The other side knows who the owner of this communicator is. If we use this communicator, they will treat it as a crime? That's right. Huyu nodded. What if this thing has some kind of positioning, and can lock the location or something? That would be even worse. Although I don't care what others think of what I do. There are always some saintly bitches in the world. When they know what I have done, it would be bad if they secretly trip me up. It's easier to avoid an open attack than to guard against an arrow from the dark. It's better to be careful. Now that we know there are shelters in China, we only need to look for them in slightly larger cities. If we can't find them, we can use this communicator. Yes. Shen Shan nodded. He also knew that Huyu's worries were not unnecessary. Then let's go to Jinling to look for them first. Of course. Huyu's eyes were full of expectations. The message says shelter number 012. With the strength of our infrastructure maniacs, if we really want to build a shelter, there should be one in every province. Even if it is only available in first-tier cities. Jinling is also ranked first. By the way, remember to tell them this news. Don't be so depressed all day. Or they will be depressed. And I can't find a psychologist to treat them. Okay. Boss. I'll go right away. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yu and others had just finished lunch when Xiao Hai reminded them that they had reached the border of Jinling. After all, the island country border is only more than 900 kilometers away from Jinling. Less than 1,000 kilometers. This is to prevent unexpected accidents. And Xiao Hai has not yet started sailing at full speed. To be honest, judging from the scene outside the ship, it is all blue now. And there are no landmark buildings to be seen at all. If Xiao Hai hadn't reminded them, Yu and others really didn't know where they were. Stop the boat. Yes, master. The heart of the ocean stopped and began to float freely on the water. This is only the 18th day. According to the agreement, Misusu should still be on the way. The most important thing now is to see if we can find a shelter here. Maybe we can get some people on board from there. What? Why not take everyone on board? There are 100 people in each shelter of the island country. According to the temperament of the Chinese infrastructure maniac, there are less than 1,000 people in the shelter. And you could even write the name upside down. If everyone is taken away, let alone whether there are enough supplies. I am afraid that the heart of the ocean can't bear so many people living there. People need to be saved. But the most important thing is to do what you can. Xiao Hai. Start searching for signals. Yes, master. Based on the island country shelters, it can be inferred that the locations of these shelters are extremely hidden and cannot be found by casual searches. So there is no need to use the previous stupid method of spreading all the people out. Just wait quietly for the information to appear and then lock the target. Xiao Hai's search range is enough to cover the entire Yujing. And it is more than enough to cover Jinling. Now all he needs to do is wait. 1:30 p.m. Yu walked around the heart of the ocean, looked at the students' homework, nodded with satisfaction, and listened to half of the class. Han Weiwei's teaching ability is unquestionable. But for some reason, every time she looked at Yu, her ears turned red. Yu didn't dare to stay any longer. Just listened to half of the class. And sneaked out while the other party was writing on the blackboard. 2 p.m. I was a little hungry. Yu asked Xiao Hai to prepare a simple afternoon tea. But he didn't expect that Zhang Si-rui came to serve him personally. The look in his eyes almost pulled out the silk. Something's wrong. This is very wrong. He ate a small portion of tiramisu and ran away. What happened to these two people today? Why do they both feel weird? 2:30 p.m. Yu was confused. But he couldn't think of the source of the problem. He just walked towards Diaoyu Island in boredom. Now that they had left the sea, fishing should be restarted. He didn't know if Brother Zhong and Zilong had caught any big fish. When he arrived at Diaoyu Island, he was stunned. Zhao Zhong was fishing. But next to him, there was a man holding a fishing rod. He couldn't cast or not cast. Minono! Why is she here too? As if she had expected Yu to come. Minono immediately turned to look at him, her eyes full of joy. Boss Hu, you are here to fish too? That's right. You come and teach me. I'm not very good at it yet. Ahem. Yu took a step back, smelling a conspiracy. He pointed at Zhao Zhong who was fishing next to him, and said, Let Zhong teach you. His fishing skills are better than mine. Don't. Zhao Zhong sat in front of the fishing island, without even turning his head, and caught a silver carp. Boss Hu, I came to you to teach. What's the matter with me teaching? This tone is wrong. Coupled with Minono's eyes. Although Yu didn't know what happened, he knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. That? I have something urgent to do. I'll teach you later. He rushed forward and rushed to his room. He closed the door, sat on the bed, and thought about what was going on. Forget about Minono's Muqiangpi. It's not a day or two. But what about Zhang Si-rui and Han Weiwei? They never did this before. Yu couldn't figure out where the problem was. And the next moment, a figure sat next to him. And Xianer. Yu turned his head suddenly, looked at her with some confusion, tilted his head, blinked, and said nothing. Why are you here to join in the fun again? Before he could speak, and Xianer spoke first. Are you on top? Or am I on top? Yu. Chapter 122 Substitute? Do you want to hear what you are saying? Yu held back a mouthful of water and almost choked himself to death. He immediately stood up from the bed, his eyes full of panic. What are you talking about? What about above and below? Isn't that right? And Xianer was confused for a while. turned around and began to feel around on her body, as if looking for something. Seeing this, Hu silently retreated, thinking about the possibility of getting out of this unscathed. Comparing the two people's fighting power and their looks, the possibility of him leaving this room pure is 001. The only ray of hope is that Shen Shan opens the door to save him now. But at this time, he should be busy guarding his daughter and smiling foolishly. How could he come to save him? Found it. And Sienna took out a piece of A4 paper that had been folded several times from her pocket, which was filled with dense text. This thing looks familiar. She lowered her head and looked at it for a while, then looked up at Hu again. There's nothing wrong with what's written on it. Why don't you answer according to the standard answer? There's a standard answer? Could it really be that thing? Hu frowned slightly and approached tentatively. Sienna, can you let me see what this is? No. And Sienna flatly refused and stuffed the paper into her pocket. It says on it, it won't work if I show it to you. It's getting weirder and weirder. Although he couldn't get this thing from Sienna. But he has another way. Xiao Hai. Master. I'm here. Check the surveillance. This room of mine. 3 seconds ago. Pause and take a screenshot and send it to my phone. Yes. Master. Ding. The next moment, Hu's phone vibrated. He took it out and saw that there was an extra photo on his phone, which was exactly the scene of this room 3 seconds ago. And Sienna was sitting on the bed, holding an A4 paper in her hand. Zooming in slightly, you can see the words on the paper clearly, especially the two large and bold titles at the top. Strategy for Hu and Sienna's version of Su Ling Long. Without thinking, Hu knew who made this thing. Even the font was exactly the same as the strategy given to him last time. What on earth does this woman want to do? Hu didn't rush to find the culprit to ask for punishment, but opened it and continued to read the text below. And soon, he found the reason why Sienna did this. The 34th plan is to be proactive. Be proactive. Be proactive again. Just find the right time. Sit on the bed with him at the same time. And ask, are you on top? Or am I on top? The other party will definitely react. And then you just need to close your eyes. Wait until 5:30 minutes later. And you can successfully protect the target and make his body reach a balance. Remember, this strategy must not be discovered by the target. Hu. What the hell is this? There are more than 40 strategies like this. And this is just one of the methods. The most sinister one is to directly use drugs. In other words, there is no such thing on the ship. Otherwise, he would be playing chess with Zhou Gong now. Wait! And Sienna has got this strategy. Doesn't that mean other people have this thing in their hands too? Hu immediately thought of Han Weiwei and Zhang Siru's previous performance, and immediately realized that something was wrong. It's not that he doesn't like women, but how does it feel to be treated as a strategy for the boss of the game? Never mind. Let's go find that woman first. Hu turned around and opened the door. Just as he was about to rush into Su Linglong's room to question her, Xiao Hai's voice rang out above his head. Detected a signal from an unknown source. Do you want to start the translation program? Found it? So fast. Hu was delighted. He looked at Su Linglong's room in the distance. After thinking about it, he decided to focus on the business. Let this guy go first and wait until we find a shelter. Still working on the strategy. Right? It seems that her work content is not enough. She actually has the leisure to do these things. It seems that she needs to be given more tasks. Translation. Hu replied and walked towards the first floor cabin at the same time. Notify Shen Shan, Su Zilong, Xiao Nong, and Li Ji to hold a meeting. They were all military personnel and knew more about the shelter. It would be more reassuring to have them around. Yes, Master. Hu walked slowly to the cabin. When he sat on the sofa, Shen Shan and others were already waiting here. You should also know the reason for the meeting, so I won't waste any more words. Xiao Hai. Is the translation finished? It's finished. The content has been sent to the tablets in front of you. Ding dong. With a tremor, a message popped up on the 5 tablets on the table at the same time. This is Huaxia Shelter number 009. If anyone receives this message, please go to support immediately. Our coordinates are. Shen Shan frowned. Support? They are in danger? That's all? Su Zilong frowned. Where are the coordinates? Haven't they deciphered it yet? This is the entire content of the message. Xiao Hai responded coldly. Yes. The message from the shelter was received, but only a request for help was received, and the most critical coordinate information was missing. This radio operator is too unreliable. Xiao Hai. Can you find the source of the information? Hu Yu asked after a few breaths. Yes. The estimated time is 30 minutes. Too late. Hu Yu stood up and said, I sent a support message, but I didn't have time to send the specific coordinates. The shelter may have encountered some kind of crisis. 30 minutes is not enough. But what kind of crisis would there be at this time? Li Ji was puzzled. The shelter's waterproofing should be good. It shouldn't be broken on the 18th day. Right? Maybe it's not the water that threatens them? Hu Yu's eyes fell on the pool of black-scaled koi. Since the end of the world, too many incredible things have happened. In his previous life, he stayed in a corner of the world and had no idea that there would be such changes in the end of the world. Now it seems that no matter what happens in this world, it is possible. Even if the shelter told him that they were attacked by Godzilla, Hu Yu could only bite the bullet and drive the heart of the ocean to support them. No choice. Who can refuse a set of Godzilla leather armor? Find the noise. Hu Yu immediately walked to the deck, overlooked the entire Jiling waters, and go to where the noise is the loudest. Everyone followed him all the way forward. Su Zilong was puzzled. I understand the truth. But boss Hu, how can we overlook the Jiling waters? In this kind of weather, the drone can only fly up to 3 meters high. Hu said, we are going to use drones. Hu Yu asked back. With a casual release, 5 of the latest fighter jets lined up and sat on the heart of the ocean. He grinned. Don't we still have a substitute? Chapter 123 Zijing Mountain. Release? Substitute? This thing is also called substitute? Who is a good person to use Li Ronghao as a substitute for Tian Shiwei? Although they are all human beings. Although they all have eyes. But that thing? Can it be the same? Fighter jets are used to substitute drones. I am afraid only this person can do it. What's wrong? Hu Yu looked at several people. Don't tell me you haven't been trained in this skill. It is true that you have been trained. But, Shen Shan's mouth twitched. With the length of the deck of the heart of the ocean, it's no problem for this thing to take off. But the important thing is landing. If you treat it as a disposable, forget it. If you want to recover it, you need at least 2 or more aircraft carrier arresting cables. It's just an aircraft carrier arresting cable, Hu Yu said as he took out a stack of cables from his space backpack. Everyone was stunned. You have this level of military supplies. This is thanks to the gift of nature. He didn't have this thing before, and he found it in the US military base after taking over the island country. There aren't many, but there are hundreds of them, which is enough for a while. That's fine. Shen Shan raised his lips, walked to the fighter first, and began to check the various equipment and fuel inside. After a while, Shen Shan poked his head out of the plane. Boss, it still doesn't work. Is there a problem with the equipment? The equipment is fine, but there is no fuel inside. For a plane like this that has no flight mission, it is naturally not equipped with fuel. Fortunately, isn't it just aviation fuel? There is plenty of it in the base. It's a small matter. Hu Yu immediately took out 5 large barrels of fuel. Any other questions? No more. Shen Shan's mouth twitched. This guy's ability was already jaw-dropping enough. Now that he has taken in the resources of the entire island country, he is just like Doraemon. Whatever he wants, he can take it directly from his pocket. Then hurry up and carry out the mission. Hu Yu wanted to sit on it himself. But it was a pity that this fighter only had space for one person. He quickly instructed. There is no Xiao Hai in this fighter. If you find anything, fire into the air immediately. We will go directly to the location, and you can find the right time to land. Yes, boss. Everyone responded in unison. However, only 4 people walked towards the fighter, while Ancianer quietly stood by Hu Yu. You don't want to go? Hu Yu looked behind him and asked. Your safety is more important. Ancianer replied calmly. Okay, Hu Yu replied, but didn't say anything else. Everyone watched as 4 fighter jets took off, flying in 4 different directions with the heart of the ocean as the center. 3 minutes, 5 minutes, a burst of artillery suddenly exploded in the air. There. Hu Yu looked to the southwest and immediately ordered. Xiao Hai. Go full speed. Yes, master. The heart of the ocean immediately started hovering, and flew forward like an arrow from a bow. The other 3 fighter jets heard the noise, and turned around and flew in the same direction. 6 minutes later, The fighter plane piloted by Su Zilong landed on the heart of the ocean. As soon as he got off the plane, he said with horror, "Quick! Go to support. That shelter is about to fail." "What's going on?" Huyu had never seen Su Zilong like this before. "Don't worry. Talk slowly. It's a dragon snake." Su Zilong swallowed his saliva and pointed to the front. There is a dragon snake." "Dragon snake?" Huyu frowned. "Could it be that?" "No. It's not." Su Zilong shook his head. "That thing is bigger than the one we saw. At least 3 times, no. It could be 5 times. 5 times. The previous water snake was nearly 30 meters long. 5 times the length. That is 150 meters. It is equivalent to half the length of the heart of the ocean. This is just a snake. I'm afraid it can swallow a blue whale in one bite. The fighter's artillery can't even break its scales. Fortunately, its goal is the underwater shelter. Otherwise I might not be able to leave." Xiao Hai. "Stop for a moment." "Yes, master." The ocean was suspended in the air, and the churning waters could be vaguely seen not far ahead. To save or not to save? This was a question. If he took action now, he would most likely be attacked by the dragon snake. 5 times the size of the previous dragon snake. The previous dragon snake almost destroyed the heart of the ocean. Now the heart of the ocean has only doubled its size. But it has to face a 5-fold increase in the size of the dragon snake. Huyu was not sure. "Boss." Su Zilong also understood this and asked in a low voice, "Save or not?" Before Huyu could answer, the fighter plane driven by Shen Shan and others also landed safely on the deck. They were also in the air just now and saw the giant thing churning in the water. So they naturally understood why the heart of the ocean stopped. In this case, even if Shen Shan and others wanted to save those people, it was just an idea. For that kind of thing, if the tail fell off, the heart of the ocean would capsize. Right? Huyu thought for a while, walked to the deck, looked at the raging waves ahead, and suddenly an idea popped up in his mind. He turned to look at the people who had followed him. "Are there any residents around here?" "No." Su Zilong answered immediately. "I checked when I came here just now. All the buildings within a radius of 20 kilometers have been damaged and no one lives there. Maybe they were all eaten by this thing." 20 kilometers, just enough distance. Huyu's eyes lit up, and he immediately ordered, "Notify everyone to return to the cabin and find a safe place to squat down with their heads covered. Quick!" "Yes, master." Xiao Hai's voice sounded, and the alarm immediately resounded throughout the ship. And Huyu's instructions began to echo in the cabin. Everyone in the cabin was stunned. Didn't they say they had found a shelter? Why was it like a war? Curiosity instantly filled everyone's heads. But whether it was the group of children or the adults on the ship, they all suppressed their curiosity and did not leave the cabin rashly, but followed the order to find a safe place to squat. As for Shen Shan and others, Huyu also wanted them to leave together. But turning around, everyone looked at him solemnly, as if they would not move a step as long as he did not leave. Forget it. It's impossible to persuade them. Let's just do it. Xiao Hai. Stay in the air. Control the height to about 100 meters. And move forward. Yes, master. The heart of the ocean began to rise into the air, flying all the way towards the giant snake. As the distance got closer, Huyu could feel the pressure caused by this thing more and more. 100-meter giant snake. It's equivalent to a 30 or 40-story building hovering in front of you. And it can stir up wind and rain on the water and in the air from time to time. This behemoth, just looking at it, makes people feel excited and timid. Not long after, the heart of the ocean was already hovering above the giant snake's head. Perhaps because things underwater were more attractive. The giant snake never paid attention to what was above its head, but focused on working underwater. Good opportunity. Huyu's eyes lit up, and he immediately reached out to the deck. The great summoning technique was activated. Sieging Mountain. Release. Chapter 124 Traces of Shelter. A shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. The dragon snake under the water suddenly raised its head, and before it could react to what happened, the Bauhinia mountain had already fallen down. Boom! Water splashed all over the sky. Even the heart of the ocean, which was suspended in the air above 100 meters, was soaked by water. Fortunately, Shen Shan and others reacted in time and took out the umbrellas they carried with them to shield Huyu from the rain. It was only suspended in the air for 100 meters. The heart of the ocean is now suspended on the hillside of Bauhinia mountain. Looking down, One can only see the body of Zijing Mountain gradually sinking, and can't see what's happening under the water at all. However, a whole mountain has fallen down. Let alone you are just a dragon snake. Even if you are by Suzhen, I'm afraid you can't make any waves now. Huyu raised his hand to take Zijing Mountain back. A stretch of water reappeared in front of him. The originally clear water was now full of dust and mud shaken off by Zijing Mountain, and it looked a little turbid. As a result, the people in the air couldn't see the situation under the water at all. Even though a centipede is dead, it is impossible to go down directly in this situation. Huyu took out a telescope and looked underwater. He saw a huge figure slowly floating up. It was the dragon snake. The whole snake body floated up calmly, without any tendency to twist. At first glance, it looked like it was dead. But Huyu was still worried. Some small animals would pretend to be dead after training, let alone a snake of this size. Brother Shan, prepare the RPG. Yes, boss. Shen Shan immediately put the RPG on his shoulder and aimed it at the dragon snake under the water. Boom! A cannon hit. Sparks exploded on the scales of the dragon snake, and it looked like it was really dead. Boss, shall we go down and collect the body now? Zhao Zhong asked excitedly. What else can make a fisherman more excited than a 100-meter-long fish? If there is, it must be a 200-meter one. No hurry. Huyu was still worried. This thing is not a joke. What if it goes down now, and the thing is not dead? It will pounce on it, and swallow half of the heart of the ocean. It's always better to be cautious. Brother Shan, try aiming at the eyes again. Okay. Shen Shan picked up the RPG again, and was about to fire when Huyu interrupted him. Here. Use this. As he said that, Huyu casually took out a barret. Everyone present was stunned at first. But then, they thought, it's not surprising to see this thing in this person's hand. Anti-material sniper rifle. The official name of this thing is a sniper rifle. But it's actually a cannon with a gun name. The effective killing distance is close to 2,000 meters. One shot can even penetrate a tank. RPG focuses on range damage. If you want to make up for it, you still have to rely on this kind of penetrating damage. Okay. Shen Shan took the barret and slid his palm across the gun. He was obviously very satisfied with it. You know, no matter how high Huyu's budget was, he couldn't get such a thing. But now, he still has hundreds of these in his warehouse. Enough to arm a platoon. Load. Pull the bolt. Aim. Shen Shan exhaled a breath of foul air and pulled the trigger. Boom. The powerful recoil came. Even Shen Shan couldn't help shaking. Before he could come to his senses, a whistle came from below. Hiss. It was that dragon snake. It really wasn't dead. Back off. Shao Hai. Gain altitude. Huyu immediately gave the order and used the great summoning spell again. With the experience from the previous time. This time, he turned Zijing Mountain around. The mountain was facing down. Boom. A muffled sound echoed. Huyu was worried that other facilities on the mountain would be damaged. So he took Zijing Mountain back as soon as the sound came out. He looked under the hull, and saw a black shadow swaying, and finally falling into the water, with a pool of dark red blood spreading in the water. Well, the force is just right. Confusing and brain-wrecking. Quick! Get to the surface. Huyu didn't dare to hesitate. If something like this is placed in the water, it is difficult to guarantee that other creatures will not eat it, and then mutate it. The time of staying in the air is not permanent. And he can't guarantee that there will be such a good opportunity next time, and he can cast the great summoning spell. Yes, Master. The heart of the ocean fell back to the surface of the water. And Huyu immediately put the body of the dragon snake into the space. He did not let go of the water polluted by the blood of the dragon snake. He immediately unfolded his space backpack and built a vortex within a square meter to swallow the blood. Huyu stopped when the water around him became lighter. The whole process took nearly half an hour. But there was no movement around the water surface, or even under the water surface. Where is the promised shelter? Not only Huyu, but everyone else was also confused. Will it be? Li Ji tentatively said. Are we in the wrong place? Is there any other place nearby that is making such a big noise? Su Zilong asked back. It's not nonsense. Comrade Li Ji, don't open your mouth. You? Don't make a noise. Huyu frowned. Half an hour had passed, and Shao Hai's analysis results should be out. He spoke directly. Shao Hai. Have you analyzed the source of the signal? My master. The analysis has been successful. There is a 98% chance that it is below the waters where you are. Under the water? Yu was stunned. It was really under the water. Only this situation could explain why half an hour had passed, and there was still no movement in the shelter. The island country's shelters were also built underground. Although this can protect the shelters from nuclear pollution, earthquakes, bombings, and even solar flares and high-energy particle projections to the greatest extent. The water level in the future will exceed 8,000 meters. Under this water pressure, the shelters buried underground may not have a chance to float up, unless the construction specifications of each shelter reach the level of the most advanced submersibles. The so-called shelters are just slightly larger collected tombstones. If we can reach this level, it will be fine. If we can't reach it, the shelters that have been built with great effort to protect the fire of human civilization in China, and even around the world, will eventually become a bubble. Yu frowned slightly. No matter which possibility it is, since we have found the shelter, we still have to go down to see the situation. However, not now. If we go into the water now, the other party may very likely link himself to the death of the dragon snake. He still wants to go down as an ordinary citizen to see what the shelter is all about. So, let the bullet fly for a while. Chapter 125. Don't get close. Don't get close. Half an hour passed. The originally turbid water surface has begun to become clear. Even if there is an endless rainstorm, you can see the situation under the water surface clearly. Fish. All kinds of fish of various sizes wander under the water surface, greedily swallowing the remaining blood in the water. Even if Yu has collected most of the blood contaminated by snake blood into the space, there is still some blood left in the water. For those mutant fish, this is a great tonic among tonics. Almost done. Yu turned his head and looked behind him. Get ready to go into the water. Ah? Li Ji asked in confusion. Boss, you are kidding, right? There are mutant fish all under the water now. Are we going in now? Not us. Yu glanced at everyone. Brother Shan, Siener, you two go with me. Brother Zhong, you will be responsible for the security of the entire ship from now on. If there is any emergency, please discuss it with Lao Wang. This is the Jinling waters, and Lao Wang is very familiar with it. A person who can seize the ship from Misusu is just hiding his edge under the glory of Yu and others, which does not mean that he is just a ship captain. With Zhao Zhong and him, plus Zhao Hai's assistance, the probability of Ocean Heart getting into trouble is very small. Zisu, Han Weiwei, your teaching tasks continue. Don't delay. As for Su Linglong, Yu's eyes swept through everyone, but still couldn't find the guy's trace. Where is Su Linglong? I don't know. Han Weiwei is her closest friend. I didn't see her just now. I guess she's still drawing blueprints. Then just ignore her. Yu knew that this guy would not meet him in a short time. It's more important to do business. Li Ji. Zhang Siri. Boss. I'm here. Li Ji hurried forward. I left a month's worth of food on the boat. You distribute it according to your needs. Everything is under Zhao Zhong's command. Yes, boss, Li Ji replied, but there was some helplessness in his tone. If possible, he also wanted to go into the water and take a look at the so-called shelter. Boss, Minono came up with a pair of big eyes flashing. What about me? What about me? Well, I almost forgot about this guy. Yu really couldn't think of what to arrange for her for a while. And suddenly his eyes lit up. He hooked his finger at Minono. Come here. I'll tell you quietly. Okay. Minono immediately came up, and the people around him also retreated when they saw this. Yu leaned close to his ear and whispered, I've given your mission to Su Linglong, but this mission is too important. And she said she wants to test you. After I get off the boat, you go find her and ask her what the mission is. Only when she tells you the specific code will she recognize you. This, because of his high favorability towards Yu. Minono did not doubt it, but only whispered, Boss, what is this code? 9527. Remember, if this code is not the prefix, no matter what she says, you don't do it. Just stay by her side. Yes, boss. I promise to complete the task. Well, I believe you. Yu raised the corner of his mouth. Su Linglong, let's see how you play now. If the panel can display the test results of BDI, then Su Linglong must be an I person. Let Minono, the ultimate E person, be by her side. Hee hee. That picture must be very beautiful. Everything is ready. Yu brought Shen Shan and Infiltrating to the bow. The fish underwater were still immersed in the carnival of evolution. If they wanted to go into the water, they certainly couldn't go down from here. They had to go around from a distance. The heart of the ocean stayed where it was, while Yu took out a kayak and went around 100 meters away. The fish here were more than 80% less than the central area. Most of the fish outside were ordinary fish, but they were still like moths to a flame, breaking their heads and trying to get deeper. Unfortunately, the fish inside are too powerful. If a fish wants to sneak in, it will be thrown back with a flick of the tail. It's here. Get ready to dive. Yes, boss, Shen Shan replied. Yu did not wear a diving suit, but changed into a slightly worn-out daily clothes and jumped into the water. The three of them entered the water one after another, ignoring the ordinary fish and focusing on diving. 10 meters, 20 meters. There are very few fish at this water level, and there are almost no fish outside. After all, the dragon snake died in the upper water layer, and there was almost no blood left in the lower water layer. If it was to be absorbed, it must have gathered on the upper layer. However, to be on the safe side, Yu continued to dive until 35 meters. The depth was almost there. Yu gestured behind him, and two beams of flashlight light came out from behind him, illuminating the road ahead. After determining the direction of the heart of the ocean, the three continued to explore forward, a distance of 100 meters. If it was on land, this distance would not be a big deal, and it would be there in 2 quick steps. But this is underwater, 35 meters underwater. If it is diving, the water pressure will only be concentrated on the feet and legs. But now it is swimming underwater, and the huge water pressure is squeezing the skin, flesh, bones, and internal organs of the three people all the time. Even Yu, who is proficient in diving, or in Infiltrating and Shen Shan's physical fitness, can't swim under the water for a long time. Not to mention those ordinary people. In other words, in this case, even if ordinary people know the location of the shelter, it is impossible for them to swim underwater to seek shelter. This shelter? Is it really useful? The thought came to his mind. Yu frowned slightly, but did not stop exploring. An hour passed. They finally found the location of the shelter about 55 meters underwater. It was a translucent semi-spherical cover with a bottom area of about 10,000 square meters. The huge semi-spherical body gave people a feeling of being under a dome. Unfortunately, the material of this semi-spherical body seemed to be specially made. Looking down from above, only a layer of blurred mosaic patterns could be seen, and the specific situation inside could not be seen clearly. As for why this is the shelter, if such a building existed before and was within the Jinling area, Yu must have known about it. But he had never heard of such a thing before, whether it was in the news reports or in the check-ins of internet celebrities. Obviously, before the end of the world, this thing did not appear in the public eye. Yu made a gesture, and the three began to approach the hemispherical body. When they were about to approach the hemispherical body, a dazzling white light lit up, accompanied by a burst of mechanical synthesized sound. Welcome, compatriot. Please approach any glass at the bottom of the shelter, and we will open the entrance for you. Just as Yu and others were about to approach, a garbled message suddenly sounded from the broadcasting station. Then, a human voice sounded. Don't come closer. Don't come closer. Don't. Ugh. The voice stopped abruptly. Chapter 126 Artificial Intelligence. Xuanwu. There is a problem. It is a big problem. The mechanical synthesized voice in front is like Xiaohai. It should belong to some kind of artificial intelligence. If it is in other fields, such artificial intelligence should not have such high authority to decide whether to put other people in a room. But this is a shelter. It may be the last place for human survival. If a human is allowed to decide whether to put other people in, perhaps there is only one answer. No. Who would want one more person to share their survival resources? Therefore, it is not surprising that there is an artificial intelligence with high recognition in such a place. The only strange thing is, the voice behind. Is someone deliberately not wanting people to enter? Or is there really something wrong in this shelter? Yu frowned slightly. But no matter which situation it is, he will only have one choice. Go! As the saying goes. Since you are here, why don't you go in and take a look at the door? This time, without waiting for Yu to make a gesture, Shen Shan took the lead and came to the designated position of the shelter gate. If there is danger, He needs to be the first to explore the way to ensure the safety of the boss. Hu Yu and Encianer followed closely behind. When the three of them arrived at the perimeter of the shelter at the same time, a glass door slowly opened. The three of them looked at each other and floated into a room of about 10 square meters one after another, watching the glass door behind them slowly close again. Click! A crisp sound was heard. The pumping program started. All the excess water in the room was drained out, and oxygen began to fill it. This technology alone is something that the island country shelter cannot achieve. It seems that China is even more comprehensive than the island country in terms of the plan for survival in the end of the world. Come to think of it, it's always right to be well prepared for this kind of celestial body and geographical environment. Ding! A crisp sound rang out in the room. Everyone's attention was attracted by a screen in front of them, confirming the identity of the visitor. Please face the screen. The three did not resist. As an infrared ray swept across, the facial features of the three were completely captured. The prompt sounded again. Welcome. Shen Shan. ID number. Identity level B. Allowed to enter. You will be assigned to the field force. Shelter number 01248. Welcome. Encianer. ID number. Identity level B. Allowed to enter. You will be assigned to the field force. Shelter number 01249. Welcome. Hu Yu. ID number. Identity level E. Allowed to enter. You will be assigned to the infrastructure construction force. Shelter number 01250. Welcome everyone to shelter number 009. I am your guardian. You can call me Xuanwu. The prompt tone ended, and the door in front of everyone slowly opened. What came into view was a wasteland. In front of us were two security inspection machines, but now they were lying on the ground, with wires turned outward and sparks coming out from time to time. Further ahead was a residential area. The wooden houses were 3 stories high, but now they were all crooked, as if they were deliberately destroyed. What was outside the residential area was not clear to everyone. All we knew was that the total area of the security inspection area and the residential area was less than 1/10 of the outside area, and there should be some other areas inside. However, just from these 2 areas, we can roughly guess what happened here. Fighting! Who you didn't know who the 2 sides of the fight were. But one thing was clear. All the people were gone. According to the numbering, there should be at least thousands of people here. But there was not even one person at the scene. Shelter? If you say this is a battlefield, I'm afraid few people would doubt it. Shen Shan and Encianer turned their heads at the same time and looked at Hu Yu behind them, their eyes full of questions. Continue. Hu Yu wiped the water off his face. According to this numbering sequence, there are at least more than 1,000 people in this shelter. It is impossible that no one is gone. We need to know what happened in this shelter, or find a way to communicate with other shelters. Yes, boss. Shen Shan nodded and walked silently in front of Hu Yu, and Encianer was in charge of the rear. The 3 of them walked into the shelter in formation. The door of the room closed instantly. Suddenly, a black shadow fell from the sky. Shen Shan subconsciously took precautions and approached with a dagger in his backhand. Welcome everyone. The mechanical voice sounded again. When everyone saw what it was, they breathed a sigh of relief. A drone. To be precise, it was a spherical flying robot. It ignored the dagger in front of it and responded very dully. I am your navigation robot, Xuanwu. If you have any needs or need help, you can come to me directly. I will be responsible for distributing all the food or resources in your shelter. What about the others in this shelter? Hu Yu asked directly. Insufficient authority detected. Unable to answer. This guy is still a bureaucrat. Hu Yu turned his head to look at Shen Shan, who immediately understood and repeated the question just now. What about the others in the shelter? Hearing Shen Shan's question, Xuanwu turned around, pointed the camera at him, scanned it, and gave the same answer. Insufficient authority. Unable to answer. Well, even level B can't answer. It seems that if you want to know the location of others, you can only rely on the most primitive method. Hu Yu took 2 steps forward. This place is full of surveillance. He didn't want to expose his ability, so he took a deep breath and shouted directly. Hello. Is anyone there? Beep. A crisp sound sounded, and the Xuanwu robot behind him emitted a red light. First warning. The decibel exceeds the limit. Please don't make loud noises. Hu Yu ignored the robot's voice and scanned the ruins in front of him. There was no movement in the ruins. as if it had been swept away by someone. Boss, it seems that this won't work. Shen Shan frowned helplessly. Could it be that the danger mentioned in the previous message is not the dragon snake outside, but something inside the shelter? What kind of danger can there be in the shelter? Even if someone mutated, there should be weapons stored inside. So it won't be like this now. You turned to look at the Xuanwu robot, unless the danger is the shelter itself. Although they didn't have much contact with this so-called Xuanwu robot, they could find some problems from this brief contact. This robot has too high authority. Not only who is rated E, will be under its jurisdiction, but Shen Shan and Enciener, who are rated B, are also under its jurisdiction. This kind of existence is bound to be a hidden danger for humans. No, perhaps for other people in this shelter. This is no longer a hidden danger, but a serious concern. Ding! Another crisp sound rang out. The Xuanwu robot emitted 3 red lights, covering the 3 people respectively. First warning. It is detected that the personnel do not follow the command. Please go to the unit immediately. Second warning. E-level personnel you will be recorded. If the third warning is triggered, Xuanwu will take compulsory measures. Hey! I give you face. Right. No matter which possibility it is. Since there is no one in the shelter, then there is no need to hide it. You stepped forward, came to the front of the Xuanwu robot, raised his hand, and slapped it directly. Come on. Let me see how compulsory your compulsory measures are. Chapter 127. Hello, stranger. After a slap, the Xuanwu robot was stunned for a moment. But only for a moment. The shrill alarm sounded one after another. Beep! 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 Violence detected. Third warning. E-level personnel you will be sentenced to 3 days of imprisonment. Execute immediately. As soon as the voice fell, a syringe was immediately fired from the Xuanwu robot. Fortunately, Enciener reacted in time. She pulled Huyu behind her with her backhand, and the syringe missed. The alarm of the Xuanwu robot became louder. Warning! Warning! B-level personnel Enciener, defending the punished personnel. Second warning. Please get out of the way immediately. Otherwise we will take compulsory measures. Boss. Shen Shan scratched his ears. How about dealing with it? The noise is too loud. No hurry. You looked at the robot and thought of the so-called punishment it just mentioned. Imprisonment. Come to think of it, as a robot in a shelter, the programmer who wrote its program would definitely not instill it with a program that harms humans. Even those who do not follow the rules of the shelter will only be sentenced to imprisonment. Now there is no one in the entire shelter, and it is possible that everyone has been sentenced to imprisonment by this guy. Perhaps as long as we find the place of imprisonment, we can find those humans. Brother Shan, you and Sien are both trigger 3 warnings, and let's go see what the imprisonment is about. You picked up the syringe on the ground, pushed out all the liquid inside, and just stabbed the needle into his clothes. Then he sighed in a very artificial way. Ouch! I got hit by a needle. Pa! He fell to the ground, as if he had fainted. He lay on the ground with one eye open, blinking at Shen Shan and Enciener. Seeing this, the two of them roughly understood what Huyu meant, and they ran up and slapped the robot. Enciener almost lost control of her strength, and almost slapped the guy away with a slap. Fortunately, the defense of the Xuanwu robot is high enough. Otherwise, now let alone warning, I'm afraid it will be scrapped directly. It fired 2 syringes at Enciener and Shen Shan. The two imitated Huyu's method, pushed the liquid in the syringe out, and began to lie on the ground pretending to faint. The alarm stopped immediately. The red light in the center of the Xuanwu robot also stopped flashing. In the corners of the 3 people's eyes, they watched the Xuanwu robot fly back into the air. And then 6 robot dogs rushed from a distance. They formed a stretcher with 2 people, head and tail connected, and lifted Huyu and the other 2 up, and rushed in the same direction. On the way, Huyu also observed the internal environment of the shelter. In addition to the security check platform just now, almost all things related to machines on the street have traces of being smashed, including but not limited to surveillance, charging platforms, TV screens, and even shared bicycles on the roadside. The only exemptions are those things that are not related to machines. The more Huyu looked, the tighter his brows frowned. From these details alone, it is not difficult to see that the changes in this shelter are related to robots. But the entire shelter is under the supervision of the Xuanwu robot. If a conflict breaks out between humans and robots, There are only two outcomes. One is that humans completely scrap the robot. At that time, most of the functions of the shelter will be paralyzed. And it is very likely that the lives of everyone in the shelter will be endangered. Another, humans live in the shelter as prisoners. Of course, all this is just Huyu's guess. If you want to know what is going on, you still have to find the refugees in the shelter. About half an hour later, the 6 robot dogs finally stopped. According to the area of the entire shelter, this should be the core area of the shelter. Who would put the prison in the middle of the shelter? Huyu suppressed his urge to complain and waited for the 6 robot dogs to open the door. He squinted his eyes and looked around. Rooms, densely packed with rooms. Each room was less than 3 square meters in size, and could barely fit a bunk bed and a toilet. In addition, there are other things in the room. People, densely packed heads, all stuck to the iron railings. Countless pairs of eyes, looking at the 3 people sent in with a curious look. Guessed right. Judging from the number alone, at least thousands of people have been locked up in this prison. But the whole prison is surprisingly quiet. It seems that as long as you open your mouth, something bad will happen. 6 robot dogs seem to be taking them on a patrol. From the first floor to the second floor. Only after finding 2 empty cells did they send the 3 people in separately. The iron fence was opened by the robot dogs, and the 4 dogs put Huyu and Shen Shan into the same cell and left. And Sienna was placed next to them. Bang! As the iron fence closed, the voice of the Xuanwu robot sounded from inside the cell. E-level personnel Huyu. B-level personnel Shen Shan. You are sentenced to 3 days of imprisonment. During this period, you are not allowed to step out of the cell. 2 meals will be delivered to you every day. Please maintain a normal routine during this period. Do not make loud noises or engage in any violent activities. Otherwise, I will decide whether to increase the prison time depending on the situation. If you need any books or special assistance, you can apply to me, and you can get it after approval. Do you understand? The sound came out, which proves that the validity period of the medicine is only half an hour. Huyu did not continue to pretend, raised his eyes, and replied, Understood. Understood. Shen Shan also said immediately. Soon, the only sounds left in the prison were the breathing of thousands of people and the sound of subtle discussions. There was no extra sound. It seemed that the warning of please do not make loud noises had been engraved into their DNA. Boss, what should we do now? Shen Shan asked in confusion. After putting a bed and a toilet in this 3 square meter space, there was less than 1 square meter of space for activities. It seemed a bit crowded for 2 people to just stand inside. Fortunately, although the toilet was right next to the bed, it was very clean and there was no odor in the room. Don't worry. Huyu lay down on the bed, looking unusually relaxed. Since the person has been found, the news will be easy to obtain. Wait a little longer. They should be more anxious than us. Sure enough, in less than 10 seconds, a note was handed over from the cell next to him. Shen Shan immediately stepped forward and took the note. His expression was simply too wonderful. Huyu couldn't help asking, What's written on it? Boss, you should take a look yourself. Shen Shan handed the note over. Huyu only took a glance, and his expression became more colorful than Shen Shan's. Hello, stranger. Chapter 128. I'm laying my cards on the table. I won't pretend anymore. Huyu's mouth twitched. What the hell? A foreigner. It's not hard to see that this piece of paper was torn directly from a book. Come to think of it, Xuanwu has clearly reminded that no violence is allowed. So naturally no sharp objects will be distributed to the people here. Pens, scissors, or anything that might leave marks can't be distributed to them. The only thing that can be obtained through normal channels is books. If you want to communicate, you can't make loud noises. And it's not easy to identify if you carve on the book with your fingernails. So tearing the book seems to be the easiest way. The only difficulty is to find the right words in the book. This foreigner is too ridiculous. Huyu thought about it. And instead of learning their way, he took out a blank notebook and 2 pens from his backpack and wrote a string of words on it. Why are you all in here? What's the situation with the robot outside? This is not a game. Why not use the cheats? Anyway, you won't be banned. As for those who want to be spirits in the game, their whole family is destined to ascend to heaven. Huyu handed the notebook and one of the pens to Shen Shan and asked him to pass it over. Soon, the other party handed the notebook back. Under the words written by Huyu, there was another string of words. Why do you have paper and pen? Are you from outside? What's the situation outside now? Huyu rolled his eyes. What the hell is this? You didn't answer any of my questions, but instead threw 3 questions at me. You still have shame. Unfortunately, now in public, he couldn't put the cell into the space backpack and teach the guy next to him a lesson. Be patient. It's not the right time yet. In addition to this method, he has another way to communicate with others without exposing his own situation. Let's try it first. If it doesn't work, it's not too late to expose your ability. However, there are other ways to vent your anger without exposing your ability. Huyu took the notebook and knocked twice, signaling the other party to bring the pen over. Otherwise, there would be no way to communicate. When the other party heard it, he really threw the pen over here. Huyu took the pen, wrote a line of words on the notebook, tore off the page and threw it over. Here it comes. In the next cell, 2 men, one strong and one thin, whispered to each other when they saw the note thrown over. One of them hurried forward and picked up the note, his face full of confusion. It was just a notebook. How did it become a note? The 2 men came forward and saw 4 words written on the note. It's none of your business. The stronger man saw this and immediately ran away. Hey. Shit. Don't get excited. The thin man immediately comforted him. If you swear again, your sentence will be extended to 2025. I'm really, shift. 6. The thin man exclaimed and looked to the side. But what's the situation with this new guy? He even brought paper and pen with him? Isn't it flooded up there? How did he bring it in? Won't we just ask him when he's out for exercise at night? The strong man rubbed his hands in preparation. It's fine if other people know about the blind spots of the surveillance. But I don't believe he knows it too. When he's out for exercise, teach him what it means to respect his seniors. I have no objection. The thin man replied and put the note away. It should be 3 hours. Let's have a good rest. Yeah. Before the 2 of them could rest on the bed, there was a knocking sound next door. Is that Morse code? The 2 of them could recognize it. But if they were asked to translate the specific content of the code, without training, paper and pen, who could translate such a thing? Heh. The thinner man sneered. You're so smart. You're using Morse code. Do you really think the shelter's artificial intelligence is stupid? It's so funny. It looks like they'll be in trouble without me doing anything. The strong man also laughed. Soon, the 2 robot dogs came to the 2nd floor and walked towards the cell where Huyu and the other man were. At the same time, a mechanical synthesized voice sounded in the cell. A loud noise was detected, violating Article 5, Paragraph 3 of the prison regulations, and punishment is being carried out. Shen Shan, who was knocking on the iron fence, was stunned. He looked up and saw 2 mechanical dogs coming. With a crisp sound, the face armor of the 2 mechanical dogs was opened, and a steel rod about half a meter long was pulled out and inserted into the iron fence. Ready to hit Shen Shan. That's the speed. For ordinary people, it may be impossible to dodge. But for Shen Shan, it's like playing with a child. While dodging, he also took the time to ask Huyu. Boss, it seems that the Morse code doesn't work. Then forget it. Huyu slowly stood up, having used up all the methods he could. In the cells on the left and right, there was Enciener on one side and 2 Ruiji on the other. Using notes to pass messages and collect information would not work. As for Morse code, they had the time and conditions to pass it, but it would not work if others had concerns. It seems that there is only a 3rd way: show off in front of others. Show off. No more pretending. I am a hacker. I originally wanted to get along with them as an ordinary person, but unfortunately, the conditions did not allow it. Huyu slowly stepped forward and raised his hand to collect it. The fence of the entire cell was put into a space backpack. The robot dog had never seen such a scene before, and immediately fell into panic. Just as it was about to call Xuanwu, the signal source disappeared instantly. Both dogs were put into the space backpack. The people in the cell opposite looked as if they had seen a ghost, with surprise on their faces, but no one dared to speak. It seems that Xuanwu still has some means, and he actually engraved the rules into their DNA. Even if they encountered such a scene, they could not help but scream. Huyu smiled and greeted the people across from him. How are you? Friends across from me. The voice echoed throughout the cell. Not only the people next door, but almost everyone in the cell had the same thought in their heads. This person is crazy. Does he really want to stay in prison forever? Beep. Beep. The harsh buzzing sound sounded again. The entire prison began to flash red. It has been detected that someone is trying to escape from prison. Please return to the cage immediately. Otherwise, I will take compulsory measures. Another compulsory measure? This thing is really difficult for normal people to deal with. Whether it is beating with a stick or calming down. But for him, compulsive measures? If he can't do it with a gun, what kind of compulsory measures are they? He is a loser who can't even compare to Xiao Hai's gun barrel. Who you sneer? Since he has already started to pretend, no. To show off in front of people. Then let's do something big. He raised his hand and placed it on the ground of the prison. And his mind moved. Collect. Chapter 129, I came here to do only 3 things. Instantly, the entire cell was put into the space backpack. Thousands of people imprisoned in the prison appeared in front of Huyu at the same time. Everyone was confused. As if they were dreaming. Looking around, they didn't know what was going on. Among the crowd, only Enciana was the calmest. She walked out of the crowd, walked slowly to Huyu and stood beside him, silently guarding him. Huyu didn't say anything. He watched everyone silently, waiting for them to digest what was happening in front of him. But unfortunately, a full half a minute passed, and they still didn't move at all. The jaws should be dislocated. The expressions should be dull. The expressions should be frozen. In short, no one reacted. Until Huyu spoke. Ahem. He coughed twice. Took out a desk and a boss chair from the space backpack. Took out a thermos cup. And started to brew golden chrysanthemum. After everything was ready, he sat in front of everyone and slowly spoke. I came here to do 3 things. You all listen to me quietly first. Who are you? In the crowd, a sturdy man seemed to be confused about the situation and shouted directly to Huyu. You tell us to be quiet. So be quiet. That's right. A thinner man beside him echoed. Brothers, this guy is not right. Put him on the shoulders and tie him up first. Huyu glanced and noticed a piece of paper under their feet. As an independent individual, the paper will naturally fall to the ground after being collected in the cell. So, these 2 are the Rueiji who is just next door? It's really easy to find. Without waiting for everyone to make a decision, Huyu showed a kind smile, quietly took out a Gatling gun and put it on the table, and asked them, Sorry, what did you just say? For a moment, everyone fell into silence. Before they could react, Huyu took out another tray of bullets, loaded it, and asked, I don't think I heard it clearly. Can you say it again? As soon as the voice fell, everyone except the strong man and the thin man stepped aside. The 2 of them wanted to hide in the crowd. But unfortunately, no one was stupid. In this case, naturally, they pushed as far as they could, even if they would not be hit by stray bullets. They had to avoid blood splashing on themselves. You have a gun. So what? The strong man choked his neck. His tone was still strong, but his legs were shaking. We are not afraid. Bang! The thin man knelt on the ground, his body trembling. That's right. We are not afraid. He said it with a strong mouth, but his body was quite honest. There is no way. Those who were in the shelter must have joined the shelter at the beginning of the end of the world. People at that time had never seen guns. Even after entering the shelter, the biggest threat they faced was only Xuanwu's warning. A needle is not as scary as a gun. Now facing the real threat, no matter how brave the 2 are, their bodies will become extremely honest. Okay. I'm not a bad guy. Come over here. I won't attack you, Huyu said with a smile. He has other uses for these 2 people. But these 2 guys are still staying where they are, motionless, worried that if they really go over, they might have a big problem. I said, come over here. Huyu's tone changed, and the 2 of them rushed over without any hesitation. The thin man knelt in front of the desk again, while the strong man stood beside the thin man and trembled. The speed was faster than the other. Very good. Huyu smiled. Continue the previous topic. I don't like being disturbed. And I don't like to say the same thing 3 times. So, you'd better be quiet later. Quiet. What they are best at is quiet. With that artificial idiot around, they have developed the habit of snoring quietly. So it's really too quiet. I came here to do only 3 things. Recruitment. Recruitment. It's still. Recruitment. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Recruitment? Is this a niche dialect? It's so similar to the Mandarin word for recruitment. What does it mean? No one would think that under such circumstances, there would be any organization or place that would recruit. We are all in the same shelter. If you want to rule or something, just say it directly. Is there anyone who would object? No matter how good a fighter is, he can't beat Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. Everyone was full of questions. But after Huyu's reminder, no one spoke. Huyu was very satisfied with this way of asking questions, and crossed his legs in satisfaction. Now let's start asking questions. Are there any friends who are proficient in construction? Come forward. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, and no one spoke or came forward directly. Half a minute passed. Only one person slowly raised his hand, and he didn't dare to speak casually. Well, you? Huyu pointed to the person who raised his hand. Do you have anything to say? Boss, does moving bricks count as a talent in construction? Not really, Huyu said helplessly. He didn't discriminate against certain working groups. It was mainly because the space in the heart of the ocean was indeed limited, and he had to consider the introduction of talents first. Are there any others? For a while, no one moved. This shouldn't be the case. If we divide them by talents, among those who know about the existence of the shelter, there should be people who are proficient in architecture. Otherwise, how can we carry out post-disaster reconstruction? Relying entirely on AI? This situation, something is not right. Huyu thought of Xuanwu's rating function and spoke again. Everyone, sort by your self-awareness level. Starting from me. Sort from high to low. Soon, everyone started to move. In the front row, except for the strong man and the thin man, there were only 50 people standing there. There were 4 more queues behind, with 320 people, 470 people, 115 people, and 185 people. Huyu looked at the front 50 people and asked, "What are your levels?" "B level." One of the handsome boys replied. Sure enough, even Shen Shan and his team could only be ranked at B level. The probability of finding A-level talents among them was really low. He could only see if there were any talents among the 50 B-level personnel. As for those behind B-level, he didn't even need to look at them. Even if there were some who slipped through the net, they were just some guys with not very smart brains. Smart people could see how valuable his actions were just now. Even in this situation, they were not even willing to take a step up, or even take risks and pretend to be B-level. Such people would be useless even if they were on the ship. Huyu looked at the panel of the person who spoke first. With just one glance, he decided one thing. No matter what, he had to know. It should be said that she had to recruit him on the ship. Chapter 130, Who do you think you are? Name Galwenwen, gender female, age 24, skills epic psychology. Proficient in architecture. Proficient in Western medicine. Proficient in Chinese. Proficient in teaching. Proficient in yoga. Proficient in classical dance. Proficient in classical music. Personality studious. Rigorous. Suspicious. Vigilant. Favorability 10, purity 100. This skill tree is crooked. Huyu almost doubted whether she also had a system. Not only epic psychology, but also proficient in architecture, Western medicine, Chinese, teaching, even yoga, ancient dance and classical music. What is this? A learned psychologist? But then again, when I asked if anyone knew about architecture, why didn't he say a word? Your name is? Galwenwen. Huyu looked at the boy. No, it should be the girl. Huh? Galwenwen was obviously stunned. She knew very well that she didn't know the person in front of her. But he could call her name under such circumstances. This is unscientific. Unless he has mastered the list of all the people in the shelter. It is impossible to do this. Considering his actions just now, it seems that this is not impossible. In that case, you are looking for a job, right? Galwenwen did not answer, but asked back. You are looking for a job, right? I should be able to meet your needs. So can I join you? So decisive? Sure enough, it is easy to communicate with smart people. That's right. Huyu nodded and stretched out a hand to her. If you agree, I will ensure that you have enough food to fill your stomach, enough warm clothes, and a healthy body for the rest of your life. If these assurances were given in the past, anyone who came for an interview would probably turn around and leave. Maybe a few people would even pull out their phones and call the police. This thing is too much like a cult. But now it is used for recruitment. It is simply a condition that everyone can only dream of. The power is even as shocking as working 1 day a week. 1 hour a day, and a monthly salary of 1 million. It is impossible to happen. What do I need to do? Galwenwen was stunned at first, then smiled and asked back. Her expertise told her that this person did not lie. This proved that everything he said was under his control. If he only controlled a shelter, he shouldn't have such confidence, unless he had other means. Of course, now is not the time to ask these questions. Even if she asked, the other party would not answer her. No hurry. I have a question to ask you first. Hu narrowed his eyes slightly. When I asked who knows architecture just now, why didn't you stand up? Galwenwen smiled, not nervous, and explained calmly. I don't think I know anything about architecture. I just know a little bit. That's a clever answer. You should allow me to be a little cautious. Galwenwen answered neither servilely nor arrogantly. You just asked me what you need to do. Right? Hu smiled and answered. The answer is simple. If you want to join us, you have to contribute your strength for you and us to survive better. Whether it's just the surface or the mastery. Galwenwen looks messy, but she is an indispensable part of the ship. She can be a brick on the heart of the ocean. Wherever she is needed, she can help Zhu Linglong draw pictures, and can also take on the task of translating the Yongle encyclopedia. Even in a crisis, she can act as a Western doctor and teacher on the ship. The most important thing is, she can also solve the psychological problems of everyone on the ship. Now everyone has only been on the ship for more than 10 days. So naturally there are no psychological problems. But if they stay in this environment for a long time, no matter who it is, they will get sick. No matter how big the heart of the ocean is. It is just a ship. It is like a big villa. You may feel novel and happy in the first 10 days or half a month. But if you are asked to stay in that villa for half a year without being allowed to come out, the feeling will be completely different. Depression, irritability, these emotions will expand infinitely because of the closed space. The size of the space will only affect the time when the emotions burst out, but will not completely eliminate these emotions. You must prepare for the rainy day and nip the internal hidden dangers in the bud. A person who has mastered epic psychology should be able to handle this kind of problem. Okay, I'll join. Galwenwen immediately stepped forward and shook Hu's hand, and then stood half a meter behind him. From now on, she was no longer a person in the shelter, but a member behind Hu. So, she bowed slightly and leaned over to Hu's ear and said, Boss, I know what these people can do. And there are some people with higher status hiding in the crowd. Galwenwen's voice was not loud, but it was quiet all around, and everyone present could still hear what she said. Some high-level personnel hiding in the crowd had dark faces. The reason they didn't stand up was that they didn't want anything bad to happen. And now they were exposed. Why are you hiding? It doesn't matter. Hu glanced at the people with obviously abnormal expressions, with contempt in his eyes. When they retreated, they were no longer my choice. They gave up a better life themselves. Ha! You are so arrogant. A better life? Ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Aren't we still in the shelter? Can serving you lead to a better life? When the total amount of resources remains unchanged. All resources are allocated by Xuanwu. Even if you have a Gatling gun, what can you do? Can you destroy all the robots? Stop kidding. Brother. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you are the savior? Isn't it just a gun? I don't believe he dares to shoot everyone. A series of mocking voices rang out from the crowd. Unlike the strong man and the thin man just now, this time it was not them who took the initiative to provoke, but who started to mock. One sentence triggered a discussion among the crowd. They believe that the law does not punish the masses, so they dared to speak without restraint. Hu did not refute, nor did he want to refute. He looked at the remaining 49 people standing in the first row, and asked with a smile, What about you? Who is willing to continue to participate in the recruitment? Seeing that he really didn't threaten with a gun, the group of people made even more noise. It seemed that they wanted to vent all the frustration of being locked up these days on Hu. The crowd began to get chaotic. The people behind began to attack the team in front. Even if the people in front wanted to stand still, they couldn't stop the hundreds of people behind them. The crowd was surging. Faced with this level of threat, Hu just smiled and raised his hand to take out something. Gun? The lethality of this thing is unquestionable. But the threat is far from enough. If you want to control these people in front of you, you have to rely on something simpler and more brutal. Chainsaw. Chapter 131 The Taste of Gossip. Buzz. When the sound of the chainsaw sounded, The people who had just been in a frenzy in front of them immediately regained their composure. Everyone looked ahead with fear. If it was a gunshot, the other party would shoot, and at least 1/10 of the thousands of people would fall. They didn't believe that this person would dare to do such a cruel thing. To put it another way, even if the other party really shot, it would only be one shot. If they died, they died. If they didn't die, they would lie on the ground and nothing else would happen. But if it was a chainsaw, whether it was a missing arm or a broken leg, it would be excruciatingly painful. And at that time, you would be unable to die or live. I'm afraid no one wants to experience this feeling. The impact of the chainsaw even made them forget to think about how this thing was taken out. What? Huyu looked at the people in front of him, who suddenly stopped and even had some tendency to retreat. Aren't you going to rush up and reason with me? Come on. I like reasoning the most. As he said this, he did not forget to shake the saw in his hand, as if smiling and waving at them. You, if you have the ability, don't take these things out. Let's talk about reason. That's right. What kind of hero is it to take this thing? Okay. Huyu put the chainsaw on the table, and the sound it made scared everyone behind him. You want to talk about reason, right? I want to hear what reason you have. Where's the guy who just said I was arrogant? Come out. As soon as he said this, everyone was silent. If they were hiding in a large group of people, anyone would have the courage to shout. But now Huyu has named them directly. If those people dared to come out, they would not have hidden in the crowd. Everyone was silent. Huyu also expected this to happen. He sneered. You won't come out, right? It doesn't matter. I don't expect people like you who talk behind people's backs to have the courage. Don't say I don't give you the right to choose. Those who want to continue to participate in the recruitment, regardless of their status, can stay here, but whether you can pass depends on whether you are strong enough. As for those who do not want to participate in the recruitment, please turn around and leave. Retreat 100 meters away, and don't come over to get in the way. You have 5 minutes. It's best to think clearly before deciding. After the voice fell, everyone looked at each other, and soon began to act. Among the thousands of people, most people chose to leave. In their view, this was just a choice of standing in a team. Whether they join or not, they will continue to live in the shelter. Instead of becoming someone else's subordinate, it is better to remain an independent individual. They have been social animals for so many years. Finally, they have waited until the end of the world, when everyone is on the same starting line and enjoys the same treatment. Why do you have to find a boss for yourself? Isn't this just a pain in the ass? Soon, there were only about 30 people left in front of Huyu's desk. This number is even less than the number of B-level personnel just now. He glanced at the people in front of him, frowning slightly. Too few. Too few. There are simply too few talents that can be used. Among these 30 people, there is not a single one with epic skills. But there are 10 with perfect skills. This ratio is not low. But among these 10 people with perfect skills, only 6 of them can be used in the end times. These 6 people master perfect animal husbandry, perfect breeding, perfect chemistry, perfect physics, perfect history, and perfect geography respectively. They are all academic talents. After Huyu persuaded the other 4 to withdraw, he began to interview the remaining 4. At the same time, he checked their detailed panel information. Name Ishan, gender male, age 34, skills perfect geography, proficient in tourism, proficient in formulation, proficient in surveying and mapping, proficient in cartography, proficient in machinery. Personality is honest, responsible, and simple. Favorability 10. Name Wang Tianchuan, gender male, age 29, skills perfect breeding, proficient in animal husbandry, proficient in biology, proficient in cultivation, and proficient in esports. Personality is bold, free and unrestrained. Favorability 10. Namely Newer, gender female, age 27, skills perfect chemistry, proficient in teaching, proficient in pharmaceutical manufacturing, proficient in experiments. Personality is studious, rigorous, and careful. Purity 100. Favorability 10. Name Chi Sishan, age 21, gender male, skills perfect physics, proficient in teaching, proficient in experiments, proficient in health preservation, and proficient in Tai Chi. Personality is responsible, and brave. Favorability 10. Name Lin Wanchio, gender female, age 23, skills perfect history, proficient in teaching, proficient in ancient Chinese, proficient in poetry, proficient in appreciation, and proficient in antiques. Character, rigorous. Middle school. Studious. Kind-hearted. Purity 100. Favorability 10. Name, Wan Shanhai. Gender, male. Age 31. Skills, perfect animal husbandry. Proficient in teaching. Proficient in breeding. Proficient in cultivation. Proficient in biology. Character, serious. Rigorous. Loyal. Favorability 10. Who you carefully looked through the panels of these 6 people. And they all met his recruitment requirements. Moreover, these 6 people can not only share the teaching tasks of Xiaozisu and Han Weiwei, but also assist in translating the Yongla Encyclopedia and mapping maps. Especially Li Nur, who is proficient in pharmaceuticals and perfect chemistry. She can also unlock a pharmaceutical function for the ship. Although the Western medicine obtained from the island country is enough for them to use for several generations, it is better to have it than not. Hu Yu nodded with satisfaction. In order to save time, he looked directly at the remaining 6 people. You all meet my recruitment conditions. Since you have just chosen to stay, I will not ask you if you are willing. Now, I will give each of you a chance. If you have any questions, you can ask them directly. I will answer you as much as possible. How did you rescue us from prison? The youngest Chi Sishan asked first. Although most of the people present had this doubt, no one wanted to waste such an opportunity to ask a question. Now that Chi Sishan asked it, everyone could listen to it. One of my abilities. Since they were planning to recruit people on board, they would know their abilities sooner or later. So it doesn't matter if they say it out. Hu Yu looked at the few people and smiled. If you usually pay attention to the internet, you should know something called storage space. Coincidentally, I have such an ability. Cool. Chi Sishan exclaimed in surprise and asked subconsciously, how big is this space? Is it as big as the entire prison? That's the second question. Hu Yu looked at Lin Wanqiu, the second youngest among them. The youngest one. Go first. You asked? Faced with Hu Yu's question, Lin Wanqiu walked forward slowly, stared at him straight, and tentatively asked, You don't remember me? In an instant, Shen Shan and the eyes of the people around him fell on Hu Yu at the same time. This is The Taste of Gossip. Chapter 132e. Director? Hu Yu was stunned. He had no memory of the name Lin Wanqiu. But then again, the more he looked at Lin Wanqiu's face, the more familiar it felt. As if he had seen it somewhere before. The memory was in the cerebral cortex. But he just couldn't remember it. He just felt familiar. He had no choice but to ask. You are? Lin Wanqiu. Lin Wanqiu said her name, and smiled bitterly. Hu Yu. Have you forgotten? We were classmates in high school, said one sentence. Hu Yu really remembered some things. High school. That period was neither too early nor too late. If you really count, it was 6 or 7 years ago. At that time, Hu Yu was not outstanding, and was even considered ordinary among ordinary people. With great efforts, he barely passed the college entrance examination. As for those classmates in high school, except for a few who often played together, or those who sat at the same table, Hu still remembered who was who. If Lin Wanqiu hadn't reminded him, he might not have remembered anything at all. Lin Wanqiu. There was a girl in their class at that time. She was not good looking, but she was pretty, and her grades were above average. During the last gathering, I heard that she was admitted to a key university in another province. We didn't have much contact after that. I didn't expect to meet her here. Oh! Hu Yu exclaimed. It's you? How come you are here? It's a long story. Lin Wanqiu smiled bitterly. I didn't expect to meet you here. Especially under such circumstances. Yeah. Hu Yu couldn't help but sigh. But he didn't forget to get to the point. Let's talk business first. Do you have any questions? If not, let the next person ask. Yes. Lin Wanqiu looked at Hu Yu and asked. Since you have a storage space, then in your space, are there sufficient resources? Yes. Hu Yu didn't deny it. This is related to the degree of trust everyone has in him. Are you kidding? At this time, he wants to take people out of the shelter. So he must give them sufficient guarantees. Otherwise, why would others give up a stable life that can last for at least 30 years and follow you to leave the shelter? You can't just hold a gun and point it at the back of their heads to force them to leave. Right? Such captured talents are useless even if they are recruited. I'm fine. Lin Wanqiu replied with a smile. Unlike Chi Sishan just now. She walked directly to Galwenwen and stood still, as if she had made up her mind to follow Hu Yu away. Next, Hu Yu looked at Li Nuer. Do you have any questions? Age. Li Nuer stared at Hu Yu's eyes, as if trying to see something from them. How did you determine our age? Do you have other abilities besides storage space? As soon as this question was asked, several people present, including Shen Shan and Galwenwen, turned to look at Hu Yu. You should know that even when facing Shen Shan and others, Hu Yu only has one ability that he has announced to the public. That is, the storage space, and he has no other abilities. This is both to maintain mystery and to hide the trump card. Exposing the storage space is to give them the confidence to surrender. If even the panel is exposed, it is not confidence. It is stupid. No, Hu Yu said, and did not forget to explain the rationality of just now. I just judged based on your facial features. I don't know your real age. This makes sense. After all, Qi Sishan's face looks like a pretty boy. So it's not an exaggeration to say that he is the youngest. The next ones are Lin Wanqiu and Li Nuer. The former still has a student vibe, and the latter looks the youngest among the remaining few. As for whether others believe this statement, that's their business. At the same time, Galwenwen, who was standing aside, had her pupils shrink. Although the two had only a short contact time, she could also hear. Just now, he lied. In addition to the storage space, he also has other abilities. He just didn't want others to know. What on earth is this man hiding? It's just so mysterious. Ding! Galwenwen's favorability increased to 30. What's going on? Answering someone else's question can also increase favorability? Hu Yu glanced at Galwenwen behind him, without saying a word, and then looked at the fourth person in the crowd. Wan Shanhai. What about you? According to the age on the panel, Wan Shanhai is 31 years old, slightly older than Wang Tianchuan. But if you look at his appearance, Wan Shanhai is actually younger than Wang Tianchuan. Hu Yu deliberately exposed a flaw, looked at Wan Shanhai and asked, Do you have any questions for me? Yes. Wan Shanhai wore a pair of black framed glasses and nodded heavily. Boss Hu. Right. If we join you, what guarantees can you give us? You should know that the food and resources in the shelter are enough for our 1,000 people to survive for 30 years. Even if there are 100 more people, it is enough for us to live for more than 20 years. At this time, no matter what happens outside, we should be able to survive again. Why should we follow you and leave here? Wan Shanhai seemed to have raised many questions, but in the end there was only one. Why? Why should they follow Hu Yu and leave? It's very simple. I have resources, even more than what is in the shelter. I also have the ability to survive. At least I can guarantee your safety in any situation. As for why, Hu Yu pointed to the dome above his head. Because you follow me, you can live under a wider world, instead of being trapped in this slightly larger cage like a prisoner. The voice fell. Wan Shanhai frowned slightly. He was not dissatisfied with the answer, but very satisfied. But he was not sure whether Hu Yu could do what he said. It was pouring rain outside. There were even mutant fish in the water causing chaos. Why did he dare to make such a bold statement and dare to take them out of the shelter? If all this was just as empty talk, then it would be better to stay in the shelter. I know your concerns. I will prove it to you later. If you are not satisfied, you will have a chance to leave. Okay. Wan Shanhai pondered for a few breaths, and finally uttered a word, looking at the people around him. I have no questions. Me. Wang Tianchuan was afraid that he would be the last one. He raised his hand to ask a question. He asked tentatively, Boss Hu, you just came in from outside. What is the situation outside? You will know this later. I don't need to tell you, Hu Yu replied casually. And by the way, he also raised a question he had always wanted to ask. Oh, I've been wanting to ask this before. Why is this shelter like this? Did you go to war with Xuanwu? It's a long story. Wang Tianchuan sighed, then looked at the last person. Director, he hasn't asked a question yet, so you can ask him. He was one of the first people to enter the shelter. Directory. Chapter 133, Shelter Secrets. This can be explained. Why does a person with perfect geographical skills also have so many miscellaneous proficiency skills? So he is also a director. But he doesn't seem to be a very good director. Otherwise, why did they discover his existence only now? Just now, when so many people were about to rush forward. He didn't say a word, And when he stood here, none of the people in the distance wavered. If I'm not mistaken, the guys in the distance, who are not going to recruit, have some expressions of watching the show. It seems like he is watching someone make a fool of himself. No matter what. Even if he was once the director, Shan must know more than others. Boss who? As soon as Shan's voice came out, Yu's pupils trembled. This voice, isn't it the voice heard outside the shelter at that time? The voice that warned them not to enter. Is it you? Yu kept a polite smile on his face. The voice that didn't allow people to enter the shelter. Was it you who recorded it? That's right. Shan did not deny it. And then explained, I just wanted to let fewer people enter this shelter to wait for death. Waiting to die? What do you mean? Yu asked in confusion. Isn't there enough food in the shelter for 1,000 people to eat for 30 years? How can it be waiting to die? This? Shan hesitated for a moment. But in the end, he was still not at ease, and suggested to Yu. Boss Hu, I won't ask you any more questions. Can you give us an environment to be alone together? There are some things I only want to tell you alone. Simple. Yu snapped his fingers as he spoke. The room on the 28th floor appeared out of thin air in the shelter. Whether it was the people around him who were ready to join, or the guys who were still watching the show in the distance. They were all in shock at this moment. The prison just disappeared. And before everyone could react, it appeared in front of Yu. This degree of shock was only a moment, and it soon returned to normal. But the situation in front of them was different. They were clearly watching Yu, watching their every move. But with just a snap of their fingers, the house appeared out of thin air. Anyone who saw this would have their pupils tremble. Yu didn't care about these. He walked into his room first, signaling Shen Shan to stay outside with his eyes. And Enciener followed him silently. Seeing this, Shan also quickly adjusted his state and followed him into the room. The so-called alone naturally cannot be alone, as long as there is a quiet place where others can't hear it. Let's go here. Yu did not enter 2802 or any other room, but just stood in the corridor on the 28th floor, looking at Shan in front of him. You can say whatever you want to say directly. Well, Shan responded. The food you mentioned just now. Boss Hu. In fact, there is not so much in the shelter. That number. I just made it up to appease people. Yu was not surprised, but just snorted. Why? Because. Shan lowered his voice and repeated it twice. Slowly raised his head, with a bitter smile on his face that was uglier than crying. Because I want to live. You don't know. When the end of the world came, I was shopping in the mall near the shelter. I originally wanted to buy some things and go back to the institute. But as soon as the rain started, I felt something was wrong. So I ran upstairs to observe the clouds. It was because of this observation that I could never go home. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. After a day, the entire first floor of the mall was flooded. But I couldn't even see the clouds. The knowledge I learned told me that this thing was definitely not simple. Then I thought of the shelter. As a professor at the institute, I was told the location of a shelter in our city. At that time, it was notified to me as confidential information. And it happened that I was not far from it. The next day, the rain still didn't stop. So I decided to swim out to find a shelter. Luckily, the shelter hadn't been flooded at that time, and hadn't even been officially launched yet. It was hidden in an abandoned unfinished building. Since I was the first to enter the shelter, Xuanwu directly identified me as the director of the shelter, and asked me to supervise the various supplies in the shelter. I almost went numb when I saw it. Since the shelter was built not long ago, the supplies inside were not fully replenished, and only 5% of the planned reserves were reserved. If I were the only one eating this amount, it would be enough. But as more and more people entered the shelter, food gradually became a problem. 5% is only enough for 1,000 people for a year and a half. If this number is announced, I can't guarantee that they won't riot. So, I had to lie and say there was enough food here. At the beginning, everyone believed me. After all, the food was enough. But, Xuanwu began to adjust the supply based on the existing food after calculating the specific situation of the end of the world. The original 3 meals a day were adjusted to 1 meal a day, and the amount of each meal was only enough to maintain basic nutrition. And it was not enough to fill you up. After just a few days, everyone started protesting. I couldn't suppress it, and I couldn't get Xuanwu to change the rations. So, the riot began. So, Yu pointed outside. Is this why the shelter has become like this? Yes. Ishan nodded with a wry smile. You also know that Xuanwu will not kill humans. But as long as humans riot, and do not change after being warned, they will be sentenced to imprisonment. Almost all of us have been thrown into the cage. And even I have been dismissed from my position as director. Now everyone outside thinks that all this is the result of the artificial intelligence becoming mentally retarded. No one has thought that this is actually the cause of the shelter itself. What about the distress message? Who you asked curiously. You are all imprisoned. Logically, you should not have time to send a distress message. Then who sent the distress message we received? Now it was Ishan's turn to be confused. He looked at Huyu with some confusion. What distress message? I don't know. Since I was stripped of my position as director, I no longer have the authority to view messages, let alone send any messages. Not you? Wait. Huyu's eyes suddenly lit up. He understood what was going on. Chapter 134. Nothing is bigger than food. When Huyu and others entered the shelter earlier, Xuanwu assigned a number to all of them. According to the member numbers they received, there should be 1,230 people in the entire shelter. But now the total number of people in the cage is only 1,090. Which means that there are still 57 people outside. Since Xuanwu has the authority to designate who will be the director, then it seems not difficult to choose a director from the remaining 57 people who are not imprisoned. Of course, the premise of all these speculations is Ishan's number must be 00001. Otherwise, the first 57 numbers may have been obtained when the shelter was first established. Huyu looked at Ishan and asked, since you are the first to enter the shelter, your number is 00001. Ishan didn't understand why Huyu asked this question. Shouldn't this be common sense? Boss Hu. What's wrong? Nothing. Huyu said and walked out of the 28th floor. Since it has been confirmed that there are still people in the shelter, why not take a look? More than 1,000 people were put in jail, while the 50 or so of them were still enjoying life outside, and even had time to send out distress signals. There were probably quite a few talented people inside. As the saying goes, since you are here, if you don't take a look, it would be a bit of a shame for diving so far to check the situation. And even being in jail. Seeing Huyu leave, Ishan followed him out. After the two left the 28th floor, Huyu casually put his former house back into the storage space. 3 consecutive miraculous moves convinced the people watching from afar. If the first disappearance of the prison was a move, and the second appearance of the 28th floor was an illusion, then the third disappearance of the 28th floor, it was no longer a coincidence or something that could be explained by a move. In order to confirm that this was real, a few brave people even touched the edge of the 28th floor. When they touched the unique coldness of reinforced concrete with their hands, all doubts disappeared, and only one emotion remained in their hearts. Shocked. Is this person in front of me a human or a god? How can he move to such a floor without any hesitation? Huyu snorted. He naturally noticed the guys hiding behind the 28th floor. He glanced at them. Just a snort. A look. And those people panicked instantly. Most of them turned around and ran away, while some stayed where they were and collapsed to the ground with their legs softened. Old. Don't be so old. Huyu's tone was very calm. You want me to help you? I'm not your university teacher. Why should I help you? After that, Huyu turned around and left with Shen Shan and the 6 new employees. As for where to go, of course, to find someone. They came all the way from the edge of the shelter to the core, and naturally found a problem. Most of the living areas in this side of the shelter have been destroyed. If they want to find someone, they naturally go to the other side of the living area that has not been destroyed. If there are still people living here, they will most likely appear there. But before leaving, there is one more thing. Huyu looked at the sturdy man and the thin man who were still pretending to be in the air. Hey, now I give you 2 choices. First, I will send you on your way, so that you won't be tortured in this apocalypse. Second, the sturdy man and the thin man shouted in unison. Go on the way. If they wanted to go on the way, they would have chosen to indulge themselves when the apocalypse came. At the beginning of the apocalypse, those of them who were in the public area witnessed what a real Sin City is. All kinds of primitive desires of human beings were infinitely magnified. If they wanted to die, they would have indulged themselves and enjoyed the last moments of their lives, instead of finding this shelter while struggling to survive. So when there were only 2 choices, They naturally chose the second one without hesitation. Very good. Huyu replied calmly, pointing to the other side of the area they had not explored yet. Go over there and shout. Shout? The two were confused and obviously didn't know what to shout. Boss, what do you want us to shout? Call for help. What else can you shout? Huyu rolled his eyes and handed each of the two men a loudspeaker. Tell them that I want to recruit talents. Those who are willing to come out can come here. Those who are not willing to come out will not be forced. You two go around the shelter and shout. Once you finish shouting, you will complete the task. This is... The strong man did not say much. After a little confusion, he rushed to that side area with the loudspeaker. Seeing this, the thin man followed closely. As for Huyu and the others, since some of them were doing the hard work, they should take a break. Huyu took out a set of sofas and a coffee table, and placed the snacks that Zhang Sirui had prepared yesterday on it. A simple afternoon tea was ready. He turned to look at the 7 newly recruited people. Don't be shy. Sit down. Have some afternoon tea. And I'll prepare a welcoming banquet for you when we go back in the evening. In the evening? Go back? Welcome banquet? Where to go back? With the supplies in the shelter. It's a bit difficult to fill our stomachs every day. Where can we get supplies for a welcome banquet? Even if you have storage space, the food in it is limited. Right? Can you prepare a welcoming banquet for us? It's just a big promise. The 7 people were full of doubts. But, eat. Nothing is bigger than eating. Fill your stomach first. Everyone sat directly on the sofa, holding macarons, tiramisu, half-cooked cheese, and other high-calorie foods in their hands and stuffing them into their mouths. Don't care whether they taste good or not. Don't care whether you like them or not. These are treasures that can keep you alive in the end times. Seeing Huyu and others sitting there motionless, the remaining more than 1,000 people looked at each other, not knowing what happened. There was no way. After all, the distance was too far. We could only see them sitting there, and could not see their specific behavior. Soon, someone raised a key question. What should we do now? What else can we do? It is obvious that that person will not take us in. Why don't we continue with our previous plan and go to the warehouse first? Occupy the favorable resources. Even if they have guns, we can't resist them head-on. But we can hide some resources. Agreed. Although this shelter is not big, there are only 9 of them. As long as we hide those resources, they won't be able to find them even if they want to. By then, even if they have guns, they will starve to death here. Then what are you still standing there for? Let's go. Brothers, seizing the initiative is the most important thing. Wait. I always feel that their goal is not resources. One of them spoke, and everyone fell silent. Their eyes fell on him. Although no one said a word, it was enough to express their doubts. You smell it. The man twitched his nose forward. Does this smell like freshly baked bread? Chapter 135. The door opened. Bread? Ha ha ha. I see you are really hungry. Yeah. What kind of world is this? How can there be freshly baked bread? Let alone other things. Even the oven for baking bread can't be powered. No. Wait. Smell this. Does it smell like egg tarts? Okay. Another crazy one. Let alone bread. Egg tarts are out. Ha ha. Why didn't you say that there was a pastry shop across the street? No. The pastry room is too big. It should be afternoon tea. The mockery continued. Among the thousands of people, most of them did not believe what the two had just said. And they were all mocking. But as the smells got closer and stronger, even if the people in front of them did not believe it, their voices gradually became smaller. Those smells seemed to be real. No. It was impossible. Even if that person had the storage space that was only available in the world, he could not have freshly baked bread. It is impossible that he was guarding the door of the cake shop at the beginning of the apocalypse and put the baked bread into the space. The fragrance was getting stronger and stronger. Some people could not help swallowing their saliva. You have to know that they have only eaten 1 meal a day in this shelter these days. And it was just enough to maintain their nutritional needs. They have never eaten enough. Now they smelled the smell of this high-calorie food. Even if they didn't want to, their bodies had already made the decision for them. And they slowly moved in that direction. 1 step, 2 steps, from walking to running. The crowd rushed all the way, and soon shortened the distance of hundreds of meters to only a dozen meters. Enough to see the things on their desks from a distance. Macarons, egg tarts, tiramisu, half-cooked cheese, iceberg lava, these are all excellent energy supplements. If there were no Gatling gun and chainsaw on the desk, they would have rushed over. But now, they could only watch the 7 people who were selected wolfing down the food on the table. No, it should be 6 people. Shan stopped fighting because he was too old and couldn't eat these greasy things. The remaining 5 people were still fighting in the dessert pile. They had a temperament that they would not stop until they gained 10 pounds today. Okay, don't eat too much. You really couldn't stand it anymore. It's not that he felt sorry for these desserts, but mainly, it was too tragic. Wan Shanhai, the middle-aged man, ate a lot and stuffed 2 pieces of iceberg lava in one mouthful. They were swollen like a pig's head in his mouth, and his mouth was full of black chocolate. And he kept chewing. Wang Tianchuan was better, but not much worse. Every time he chewed and exhaled, a piece of tiramisu debris would spray out. Even so, Chi Sishan, who was sitting next to him, did not stop eating. He didn't care whether he was stained with the residue sprayed by Wang Tianchuan or not. He just stuffed the egg tart into his mouth. So young people are good. They are not afraid of high cholesterol. Just stuff their mouths. Fortunately, the only 3 women at the table still had to be more restrained. Li Noor ate 1 macaron at a time. But after eating each one, she would drink a sip of black tea to ensure cleanliness, and then continue to eat the next one. Lin Wanchia was similar. It was obvious that she wanted to restrain herself from eating less. But the roundworms in her stomach kept protesting. So she had to follow the rhythm of everyone else and eat like crazy. Gao Wenwen was the most normal. She sat quietly beside Hu Yu. Everyone ate some, but didn't eat much. Nor did they waste much. When everyone heard Hu Yu speak, everyone stopped immediately. They could still tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal. If they were fired for eating too much, they wouldn't be able to eat these things in the future. They looked at Hu Yu, fearing that it was because they ate too much, and wanted to explain. But before they could speak, Hu Yu said first, "Please, this is just afternoon tea. If you fill your stomachs now, you won't be able to eat at the welcoming banquet later. We'll eat when the time comes. And you can watch us. Don't blame me for not reminding you." Hickey, brr! Wang Tianchuan was about to speak, but he almost choked on the lava in his mouth when he uttered a word. Is there really a welcoming banquet? Chi Sishan next to him was a little better. He asked curiously. Boss Hu, I thought you were fooling us. Then you continue. Hu Yu raised his hand. Eat more. I'll help you eat more of the roasted whole lamb and roasted suckling pig tonight. If it was before, even 5 minutes ago, when Hu Yu said this, everyone would just think he was just talking nonsense. But now, they saw with their own eyes that the desserts on the table were constantly added. No matter how they ate, those desserts and snacks were constantly served. It was as if they could not finish them. In this case, if they still doubted the welcoming banquet he mentioned, then their behavior might not be explained by wisdom. Everyone stopped eating instantly. And there were still a lot of desserts left on the table. Not to mention the amount. The calories accumulated from these desserts alone were enough for more than a dozen adult men to consume in a day. The 7 people were full and sat quietly on the sofa. But those people a few dozen meters away were still not full. Not to mention not full. They had never eaten these things since the end of the world. No. To be precise, they rarely smelled them. If he took a small bite, according to the tone of this person just now, he should still have a lot of these foods. Just eating a little should be fine, right? Yes. At least he won't be killed. Even if he gets beaten. It doesn't matter. This idea began to grow in some people's minds. They moved forward little by little. And their purpose was self-evident. Hu Yu had already discovered them. But he didn't care. He just quietly took out a new box of egg tarts from the space, and took out one of them to eat. If he heard it right, there was movement in a small villa in front. Brother Shan. Hu Yu uttered 2 words. And Shen Shan stood up immediately without saying anything. Yes, boss. He immediately walked towards the small villa. Although the sound in the distance was not loud. People who had received some training, or whose physical fitness was strengthened like Hu Yu could still easily hear it. There were obviously people in there. And there must be a lot of them. A group of people lived quietly in the villas around the cell. And they had just watched such a long drama. I think it won't be simple. Just as Hu Yu watched and Shen Shan approached, the door opened. Chapter 136. The remaining 57 people. Hu Yu reacted immediately. Instead of taking the Gatling gun on the desk, he took out another one from the space backpack. Shen Shan was even faster than him. He turned the AK on his back to the front, pointed the muzzle forward, and was ready to shoot at any time. There was indeed a group of people behind the door. There were just about 50 of them. Just as they were about to come out of the door, they saw two dark muzzles pointing at them from a distance. For a moment, everyone stood there, not knowing what to do, and could only slowly raise their hands. As for the group of people who were constantly approaching the dining table in the distance, they were also trembling in their hearts. Originally, a Gatling gun was nothing, no matter how powerful it was. It was now lying quietly on the desk. If the other party wanted to shoot with a gun, they would have to have time to get close to the desk. By then, they would have enough time to run away. And even if they couldn't run away, they would have enough time to raise their hands and surrender. But now, whose good guy clearly put a gun on the table and took out another gun? Don't think the machine won't be jealous. Listen to me. Quickly take the second gun back. For a moment, the shelter fell into silence. No matter which group it was, they were all unusually quiet at this time, fearing that they would accidentally break this rare balance. Even Huyu and others were no exception. He looked at the guys coming out of the door, and was stunned at first. And then his brows couldn't help but frown. Number of people, 57. Just the right number. Obviously they are another group of people living in the shelter. The new director is among them. But why do these people look so stupid? Aren't there any talented people among them? Hey! Huyu put the Gatling gun on the ground and shouted to the front. The people in the room. Come here. We won't shoot. Hearing Huyu's voice, the 57 people who walked out of the door looked at each other, as if they were discussing something, and soon came to a conclusion and walked slowly towards them. Seeing this, another group of people who were preparing to snatch food from the tiger's mouth also discovered that there was actually a small group of people in the distance. They looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion. What's the situation with that group of people? Why are they also in the shelter? That shouldn't be the case. Aren't all the people in the shelter locked up in the prison? What's the situation with them? There are more than 50 of them. They can't have entered the prison after we entered it. It's possible. Didn't you hear it just now? This guy said 2 people to broadcast. Maybe he was looking for these people. What should we do now? Should we rob or not? When the most crucial question came out, everyone fell silent. But they soon reached a consensus. Rob. But wait until the right time to rob. Since they are looking for this group of people, maybe they want to hold another job fair. Wait until he relaxes his vigilance before going over. Wouldn't it be easier to rob the food? The crowd began to move towards the dining table. But the speed of advancement was obviously much slower. They were waiting for the right time. The other group of people was different. They approached Huyu and others much faster than the group of people. And soon they came to Huyu under the leadership of Shen Shan. Before Huyu could speak, a middle-aged man in their lead asked first. Just now I heard on the radio that you are recruiting? Yes. Huyu nodded and looked at the group of people in front of him. A large series of panels popped up in front of him. It must be said that the average quality of this group of people is much better than the more than 1,000 people just now. Among the 57 people, almost everyone has mastered a perfect skill. And there are very few duplicate skills, which almost covers most of the scientific research circle. If divided according to the rating of Xuanwu, each of them should be rated above B level. The middle-aged man in the lead even has 2 epic skills. One is epic biotechnology, and the other is artificial intelligence life. With these 2 skills alone, his rating may reach a level. Could it be, they are the talents that should be protected in the shelter? But their sequence is so late, and it should be 10 to 15 days after the outbreak of the apocalypse before entering the shelter. At that time, even if the water level did not surge, it had reached 50 meters. At least 20 meters of diving was required to reach the shelter. How did they do it? Since you want to recruit, I have a question. It should be no trouble. Right? Thinking of the other party's identity, Huyu also responded with a smile. No trouble. If you have any questions, you can ask directly. Did you just come in from outside? Yes. Did you solve the dragon snake outside? That's right. How did you solve it? 3 questions were asked in a row. It was obvious that the other party had already prepared a draft and was waiting for Huyu to answer. So the first 2 questions were not important. Just an introduction. The most important one was the third one. The middle-aged man looked at Huyu with his eyes almost straight. Huyu was not fooled, and just replied with 4 words. No comment. I have no problem. The middle-aged man spit out a sentence. And did not entangle. But just took a step back and looked at the people behind him. Since it's a recruitment, it has to be based on mutual consent. Whoever wants to apply can go ahead. I won't stop you. After saying this, the crowd behind him immediately went wild. The nearest little girl immediately jumped out. And she looked at Huyu eagerly. Boss, can I eat these things as long as I apply successfully? Huyu glanced at her. At the age of 26, he has perfect swimming and teaching skills. It is estimated that before the outbreak of the apocalypse, he should have been a national-level swimming coach. Such a talent must not be let go. No. Everyone was disappointed. Before they turned around and left, Huyu waved his hand and added a wave of new desserts to the table. You can eat now, without being successful in the application. What? You can eat now. Really? Never mind. Eat. In an instant, 56 of the 57 people pounced on the table and began to feast. Only one person stood there motionless. The middle-aged man. He looked at the people around the table with smiling eyes. Without saying a word, Huyu was curious and asked, Uncle, don't you want to eat something? No thanks. The middle-aged man replied in a very calm tone. I'm not joining you. Wouldn't it be taking advantage of you if I eat? Not joining? So decisive? Huyu was about to ask the reason. But before he could open his mouth, the more than 1,000 people in the distance rushed over. Brothers, charge. Delicious desserts are just ahead. Charge. Chapter 137. Who said there is no field now? This group of people, are they crazy? Huyu's mouth twitched. And he couldn't figure out what was in their heads. He clearly said to let the 50 people in front of him eat. But he didn't ask them to come and enjoy together. What's the matter with rushing over now? Are they standing here to be conspicuous? But if we don't stop them, it won't work. Eating the desserts on the table is a small matter. But if these future talents of his are hurt, it will be fun. But if we do it directly, it will make us look too cruel. So it's better. Huyu waved his hand casually. And the corpse of a 100-meter dragon snake suddenly fell from the sky and landed accurately in front of the road ahead of everyone. It was just a moment. Those who rushed to the front of the crowd directly hit it. The strength of the scales of the mutant dragon snake is even higher than that of the black-scaled koi. Not to mention the thickness of its body. Those people rushed forward and fell backwards. The strong reaction force made them fall into the crowd. Some people in the back did not have time to dodge, and were knocked to the ground by the people in front. There were also some people behind. When the dragon snake appeared, they found something wrong and hurriedly adjusted their steps. Fortunately, they stopped before hitting the people in front. This is... Dragon. This must be a dragon. What a dragon. It doesn't even have horns. How can it be a dragon? It should be a dragon snake. But where can there be such a big dragon snake? Could it be there are creatures that have mutated outside? It's not impossible. With the dragon snake blocking them, the group of people really stopped and stopped moving forward. It's not that they didn't want to rush over or were afraid of something. But mainly, this snake was too thick and too long. It was more than 100 meters long. And the thickness alone was about 5 meters. Even the tallest person here was only 1.9 meters tall. Let alone climbing. It would be extremely difficult even if they wanted to jump on it. Go over? Why? Fly over? Or move the snake away and then run over? Of course. There is another way. Take a detour. Go around the snake and then rush over. But he can send the snake out with a wave of his hand. And he can take it back with another wave of his hand. He is holding back now, placing the dragon snake in front of them, and not letting it fall directly from the top of their heads. Otherwise, everyone is afraid that they can only discuss with Xuanwu whether they can add some food. Just as if they were having a feast. The passion that had just been aroused by the dessert was instantly extinguished by the dragon snake. It was different from the threat brought by the Gatling gun. Everyone didn't believe that he would shoot and kill so many people at once. But if he just released the dragon snake and seriously injured some people, let alone the ruthless people, even they could do it. At the same time, at the dessert table. Except for a few people who were still eating. Everyone else turned to look at the dragon snake behind them. Under the leadership of the director, they had witnessed the scene of this behemoth attacking the shelter. Unexpectedly, meeting again would turn out to be like this. Even this kind of creature could be killed. God knows what kind of magical means boss who has to be able to work under him. At least there is no need to worry about future safety. For a while, Hu Yu's ears began to pop up with prompts. Lin Su's favorability increased to 30. Li Shani's favorability increased to 30. Wang Qi's favorability increased to 30. 57 prompts popped up in succession. And the favorability of everyone in front of him increased to more than 30. Hu Yu's mouth corners slightly raised. As long as there is a harvest. Now there is no worry about not being able to recruit people. Seeing that everyone had almost finished eating, Hu Yu also got up from the sofa and looked at everyone with a smile. It's almost time to eat. Eating too much of these things is not good for your teeth. Let's talk business now. After saying that, everyone stood at attention and looked forward. Even those who were still stuffing food into their mouths swallowed the food in their mouths immediately. This is the most basic respect. Seeing everyone like this, Hu Yu smiled even more. I won't say anything extra. I just want to say one thing. Join us. As long as I have a bite to eat, you won't be hungry. And you just need to pay with the knowledge and skills you have mastered. Everyone listened to the 5 parts and was eager to try. Only one person seemed a little embarrassed. He raised his hand from the crowd and asked tentatively, Boss Hu? Boss Hu? The knowledge and skills I have may not be useful. Will you accept me? Hu Yu was stunned and looked at the man. His panel immediately appeared in front of him. Name Zhang Shenong, gender male, age 27, skills perfect biology, perfect bean planting, perfect animal husbandry, proficient in cultivation, proficient in farming, honest, simple, responsible, and down to earth. Favorability 35. This is simply the chosen greenhouse person. No, it should be said that he is the perfect successor to Mr. Fang. Originally, Mr. Fang's health was not very good. Hu Yu has always been worried that if he continued like this, even with the assistance of Li Chuan, it would be easy for him to have problems. Now it's all right. With a successor, Mr. Fang can relax a little in the future, and he won't have to stay in the greenhouse every day. Hu Yu wanted to conceal his ability, so he didn't speak directly, but suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked Zhang Shenong, Oh, tell me, what skills do you have? Well, I only know how to farm and raise chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, sheep, and so on. Zhang Shenong blushed and lowered his head and said, Boss, I know there is water everywhere outside now, let alone the fields. I am afraid there are not many livestock that can survive. Will you let me go with you? Will it really not be a burden to you? This is not purely naive. Zhang Shenong himself is afraid that if he follows, he will be found useless by Boss Hu and abandoned at that time. And he can't even go back to the shelter. Instead of going out to gamble, it is better to stay in the shelter. Although I can only eat 1 meal a day, it is better than not having any meal at all. Hu Yu stood up and walked slowly towards the crowd. He came to stand in front of Zhang Shenong and asked calmly, What's your name? Zhang. Zhang Shenong. Okay. Zhang Shenong. Hu Yu raised his hand and placed it on his shoulder. Even though he was much younger than this man, he still said in an old-fashioned tone, I tell you, there are no useless people in this world. As long as you follow me, whether you are farming or raising pigs, I will give you a suitable position so that you can shine in this era. What's more, who said there are no fields, pigs, ducks, cattle, and sheep now? Chapter 138. I am the director. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. Could it be that this person still owns these things? You know, the outside world has long been flooded. Even if some places have not been flooded yet, it will be a matter of time. From the tone of this person, it seems that he not only owns a field, but also a group of livestock. You know, even in the shelter, there is only about 1,500 square meters of planting land, which is only 2 acres of land. The crops grown are not enough for the people in the shelter to consume, not to mention the livestock. What is this? This is the sign of sustainable development. Everyone is not stupid, so they naturally understand what the 6 words sustainable development mean. They look at Hu Yu with bright eyes. Really, really? Zhang Shenong seemed to stutter. Boss Hu, you didn't lie to me. Lie to you? There's candy? Hu Yu smiled and replied, and patted Zhang Shenong on the shoulder again. True or false? You will know if you follow me. Now, the recruitment process begins. Those who are willing to follow me stand on the left, and those who are not willing stand on the right. I will not force anyone. Soon, the crowd began to gather. Most people made the same choice. The left? No. It should not be said that most people. 56 out of 57 people chose the left and left with Yu. There was only one exception. He stood on the right from beginning to end, looking at all the people who made their choices with smiling eyes. That middle-aged man. Yu thought that after he showed the result of killing the dragon snake, the other party would choose to join. After all, his favorability towards him has increased to 30. So it is reasonable for him to join. Unexpectedly, he was still so persistent. Yu looked at this man curiously, and his panel popped up in front of him. Namely Xianzhong, gender male, age 34, skills perfect, strategy, perfect governance, perfect operation, proficient in speech, proficient in management, character, loyal, kind, stubborn, and loyal. Favorability, 30. This combination of skills. Could it be that this person was an official before? Yu stepped forward and asked curiously. Brother, are you really not going to go with us? I'm the director. So what if I'm the director? The food in the shelter is not enough for you to consume. You will starve to death in less than 30 years. I'm the director. Yu frowned slightly. He didn't believe that someone with such gorgeous skills was a guy who could only talk nonsense. I mean, Li Xianzhong smiled and said, because I am the director. As long as there is one person in the shelter, I will be responsible for him. Because I am the director. If there is not enough food in the shelter, I should be responsible for it. Boss Hu, I know you have good intentions, but since I have this title, I should take this responsibility. Unless you can take everyone in the shelter away. Otherwise, as long as there is one person here, I will be responsible for him. Foolish loyalty is indeed foolish loyalty. Not to mention that he is stubborn. That is simply, even 10 cows can't pull him back. Yu didn't say much. He admired such a person. He thought about it, and took out a fairy bean from the space backpack. Perfect grade fairy bean. This was discovered when Mr. Fong handed him a new batch of fairy beans last time. Since the production of fairy beans doubled, there is no need to worry about the food supply on the ship. Not to mention that he also took away the resources of the entire island country. With the space backpack keeping fresh food, there was no need to worry about the supplies on the ship. So, after he found the magic bean, he didn't tell anyone and put it in his backpack directly without planting it in the greenhouse. After all, Mr. Fong was so tired, and he didn't want to make the old man too tired. Unexpectedly, it would come in handy now. Yu handed the magic bean over. Find a piece of land to plant this thing. If it can survive, you don't have to worry about food problems. This is... Li Xianzhong was stunned, his eyes full of confusion. It's just a bean. What use can it have? Even if the whole field is planted with potatoes, it can't match the consumption of thousands of people. If it weren't for the amazing method just now, Li Xianzhong would have just smiled and said nothing, and thrown it away after taking the magic bean. But if it was from his hand, this thing might really be useful. Thank you very much. Li Xianzhong did not refuse, but took the magic bean properly and put it in the innermost layer of his pocket. I hope you can survive. Yu glanced at Li Xianzhong and gave him his most sincere blessing. Then turned to look at those who chose to leave with him. A total of 63 people. If he had not harvested the resources of the island country, he really would not dare to take so many people directly on board. Just eating would be a very difficult problem. Everyone. Are you ready? Ready! After everyone had eaten and drunk enough, they even had more strength to speak. And they uttered in unison, their eyes full of expectations for a new life. Well, let's go! Yu put away the body of the dragon snake and led everyone to the direction they came from. To the place where they came in. As soon as they reached the door, everyone's claws were numb. Damn, this door can't be opened. Yu was about to take out the RPG to try it out. And then, he heard the voice of the Xuanwu robot. Warning! Warning! Someone has been detected trying to destroy the door of the shelter by force. It is not time for the shelter to open. And internal personnel are prohibited from leaving. Please return to your residence as soon as possible. Yu was stunned on the spot. That is to say, this door can only be opened from the outside, not from the inside. But think about it. The essence of the shelter is to protect the people inside from external factors. If there is a nuclear threat, if someone in the shelter is desperate and opens the door directly, won't everyone inside have to be buried with him? Therefore, the door of this shelter must not be opened at will. Boss. Shen Shan also noticed the connection and came up to suggest. Why don't we just take the shelter? Then we can get out? What if we take the people in here? Who you didn't like this group of people. But he didn't want to kill them. If the shelter was put into the space backpack, all the people in the shelter would be exposed to the deep water. The people who followed them still had equipment to bring. But what about the others? Even if he had the diving equipment of the entire island country and could arm everyone, if they floated to the water and saw the heart of the ocean, wouldn't they have to run away? To put it another way, getting more than 1,000 people to wear diving suits was a hassle in itself. He didn't want to cause this trouble. After all, he had thought of a better and more convenient way. Chapter 139. I gave you a chance. Don't run around or look around when you go out. Follow the instructions for all actions. Go out? Everyone, including Shen Shan, was confused. Didn't Xuanwu just say that they couldn't go out? Even if they could go out, using that plan, you should at least send out a few diving suits. Forget about the more than 1,000 people. At least keep these 63 people. Otherwise, when the water pressure rises, it's unknown whether there will be 36 left among the 63 people. Confused. Everyone knew who was the boss now and what to do. No need to say more. By the way, you all should know how to swim. Right? Who you suddenly remembered and turned to look at the people behind him. Everyone nodded. Most of them were the ones who came in later. If they couldn't swim, they wouldn't be able to find the shelter. As for the 7 people in front, fortunately, they all mastered this skill. But their level must not even be ordinary. Otherwise the skill panel would not be displayed. As long as you know it, it's fine. Well, remember what I just said? Who you didn't say much. Just raised his hand close to the surface of the shelter. Release. Zijing Mountain appeared again. But this time it didn't fall from the sky. Nor was it inside the shelter, but appeared outside the shelter. Now the water level of the entire Jinling is only about 60 meters. When Zijing Mountain appeared, the entire shelter was directly located halfway up the mountain, supported by the mountain. In an instant, the entire shelter was out of the water. The almost crazy sound of rain hit the barrier on the top of the shelter, and everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? How did they get out from the bottom of the water? And this mountain outside, why does it look so familiar? Wait! Even if we are out of the water, if Xuanwu doesn't let us go, we still can't get out. Right? Who you looked at the Xuanwu robot in front of him again. Xuanwu, there is no danger outside now. But there is a shortage of food inside. I will lead the team to search for food. You don't let us out. You just want to starve us to death. Determining the feasibility of the action, Xuanwu hesitated for a while, and then made a mechanical synthesized sound. Detected that you are an E-level personnel, and have the intention to escape from prison. The judgment failed. Change someone. Who you turned his head and looked at Zhang Shenong. Zhang Shenong. You come. Okay. Boss. Zhang Shenong stepped forward and repeated to Xuanwu with the same words as Hu Yu. We want to go out to find food. Please let us go. Judging the feasibility of the action, judgment failed. You are not a combatant and cannot lead the team to perform this mission. Hey! Hu Yu stepped forward. I'm giving you face. Right? Originally, he didn't want to make trouble. But since this guy didn't give him face, he would make trouble. He took it back and directly put the entire shelter into the space. Not only him, but everyone in the shelter appeared in a park on Zijing Mountain. Thousands of people gathered together and suddenly became chaotic, talking about all kinds of things. What's going on? Where is the shelter? Be careful. I don't know if this rain is harmful. Go and hide from the rain. Don't panic. Do you think this place looks familiar? I seem to have been here before. Zijing Mountain. How can it not look familiar? But why is Zijing Mountain here? Ahem. Hu Yu coughed twice. And under a black umbrella, he calmly took out a loudspeaker. Be quiet. Everyone. Look at me! As soon as his voice sounded, everyone turned their heads and looked forward. After all, everyone had just seen this man's methods. Sorry. I just had to leave the shelter. So I had to do this. Now, I will open the shelter again. Those of you who didn't participate in the recruitment before, hurry in now. Don't crowd. Line up in an orderly manner. We are in a hurry. Thank you. After saying that, Hu Yu raised his hand and waved, and the shelter reappeared in front of everyone. Everyone fell into silence. This thing, you can play with it like this. Seeing this, some people immediately walked into the shelter. But some people had other ideas. since the food in the shelter is limited. And they finally got out. Why not just stay outside? This is a mountain. How much water will rise to submerge the entire mountain? If you hide in it, wouldn't you be able to live more comfortably than inside? Desire is like this. Once it grows, it will spread in your heart without any cover. You stood there, watching more and more people enter the shelter, and saw more than 100 people standing there motionless. He frowned and looked at those people and said, "What are you doing? Go back quickly. You told us to go back. So we go back." Among those people, there was the strong man from before. He hid in the crowd, lowering his neck while suppressing his voice. "This mountain is not yours. What's wrong with us exploring here before going in? Otherwise, we can't get out after we go in." "That's right. The mountain belongs to all of us. Don't think about monopolizing it. If you want to go back, you should go back first. Don't bother us." Someone spoke, and the noisy voices echoed endlessly in Zijing Mountain. Huyu was also so angry that he laughed. "This mountain is not yours." He looked at the 100 people and said, "Sorry. This mountain is really mine. Don't say I don't give you a chance. You still have the last 3 minutes. If you don't go back, you will bear the consequences of what happens then." Ha ha ha. Did you hear that? This idiot said the mountain is his? It's so funny. I'm still a descendant of Yan Wang. So is the entire China also a legacy left to me by my ancestors? As expected of you, brother. The woman who wants to register the son abroad is her teacher. Right? Her imagination is much richer than yours. Okay. Don't worry about him. Let's go find food quickly, lest we be robbed by such a fool. Isn't it a pity? That's right. Let's go! Not only them. Even the 63 people standing next to who you were a little confused. Is what this person said true or false? Even if he has a space backpack, it can't fit a whole mountain. This is a whole Zijing Mountain. Even if the space backpack is bigger, it's probably not enough. Right? Or is he really like these people say? His brain is what? TSK. Huyu chuckled and shook his head with a bitter smile. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Then you can't blame me. After that, Huyu raised his hand and fell on Zijing Mountain. Collect. Chapter 140 Flare. With a thought, the entire Zijing Mountain was collected into the space backpack. Everyone, including Huyu and others, fell into the water at the same time. Those who returned to the shelter were fine, and sank to the surface of the water at the first time. It's not because the shelter has no navigation function, but in the current environment, it is safer underwater than on the surface of the water. It can reduce the erosion of rainwater on the surface of the shelter, and can also avoid biological invasion to a certain extent. As for Huyu, he certainly wouldn't leave his people in the water. The moment he fell into the water, he had already taken out a yacht from his space backpack. Although the size of this yacht is not as big as the heart of the ocean, it is enough to carry more than 100 people. Quick! Everyone get on board. The main control computer of this yacht also downloaded Shanghai. The moment it fell into the water, it swam towards Huyu and others and opened the gangway. At the same time, it also synchronized the coordinates here to the heart of the ocean. Huyu climbed up the gangway and watched Shen Shan and others board the ship, while also looking down at the people still drifting on the water not far away. They were not as panicked as imagined, but looked at him with disdain. Ha ha ha. That's it? Just a yacht. Is it your honor? Now that more than 60 people have moved in, I'm afraid they can't even stretch their legs? It's really funny. I thought he didn't live in the shelter, and he had a lot of resources, but I didn't expect it was just a small boat. TSK. On the deck, Lin Wanqiu, who had just boarded the ship, looked at the water, put his hands on his hips, and yelled at them. What do you mean it's just a small boat? What about you? If you don't have a shelter, with the current water temperature, I'm afraid you can't last for 24 hours. That's right. Li Nuer on the side also echoed. You said you can't even stretch your legs. But you can stretch your legs. The whole water area is yours. Stretch, boss. Shen Shan came over with an umbrella and stood behind Huyu. They seemed to be a little bit strange. Huyu frowned and nodded. He had noticed it without Shen Shan telling him. If ordinary people were to encounter such a situation, they would either choose to swim to the shelter immediately or choose to beg for mercy and try to get on the boat through exchange or other means. But the more than 100 people in front of them were clearly soaked in the water. But they were still so tough. excluding the fact that they were all dead ducks and were particularly stubborn. There was only one possibility. They still had a trump card. A trump card that was enough for them to live well outside the shelter. If I remember correctly, according to the rating given by Xuanwu, among the more than 100 people, including the thin man and the strong man, more than 1/3 were B-level personnel, and the rest were C-level personnel. Back when they were in the cell, they all belonged to a small group. Now that they were outside, they all chose to leave the shelter. But now that this has happened, what trump card do they have that can make them live better in the end times than in the shelter? Then why did they go into the shelter at that time? Isn't this just taking off your pants to fart? A superfluous move? Huyu was puzzled and could only frown and look at the scene in front of him, not stopping the war of words. Not long after, a voice came from the water. The thin man bumped the sturdy man's shoulder. Come on, Brother John. We finally got out of the shelter. Show your magic. That's right, Brother John. Show this guy what a real boat is. It's just a small thing. Won't it break if it's hit? Okay. Don't worry. It will be done soon. The sturdy man called Brother Jean smiled. He took out a long tube from his clothes, looked up and smiled at Huyu on the boat. Originally, I planned to get along with you as an ordinary person. It's a pity that you've gone too far and even deprived us of our freedom to explore outside. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Let me show you what a real ship is. Bang! A muffled sound came from his palm, and a cluster of dazzling flames spurted out of the pitch-black copper tube, shooting straight into the sky, exploding dazzling flames in the night sky with heavy rain. A real ship? Huyu savored what this guy said and only thought of one possibility. A warship. In addition to a warship, he couldn't think of any other ship that could come thousands of miles to pick them up through the signal. He turned to look at Shen Shan. Brother Shan, have you seen this kind of thing? Shen Shan shook his head. No, I haven't seen it, nor heard of it. Maybe it's something that none of us can touch. Huyu didn't say much, just looked at the copper tube. The panel suddenly popped up in front of him. Name, Doomsday Signal Flare Quality, excellent effect after use. It can launch a signal flare with a visible range of 100 square kilometers, and comes with a Beidou positioning signal that lasts for 480 hours. Note, the spare signal flare stored in the shelter can be used after leaving the shelter, and there is a high probability of summoning the official fleet nearby. It really is this thing. Huyu's eyes suddenly lit up, and then fell into darkness again. If it was after the rainstorm, such a signal flare could completely save the thousands of lives in the shelter. Even if there was no warship to pick them up, it could give them hope. As long as there was hope, there was a high probability that they could survive. But now, this thing was ruined by such a stupid thing. What time is it now? The rainstorm? Or the critical period of rising water levels? Even if the warship can receive this signal, it is impossible to come in a short time. As long as it exceeds 24 hours, they will die of hypothermia due to soaking in the water. When the warship arrives here, they can only find a shelter that is not yet open. Either the people in the warship enter the shelter, adding to the already overloaded shelter, or the warship pulls the shelter away. Either way, the survival chances of both parties will decrease. And the instigator of all this is still laughing wildly on the water. They seem to think that the warship will arrive soon. Yes, after all, Jiling is also a super large city with water channels around it. So it is not unlikely that the warship will arrive in a short time. However, Huyu survived in Jiling for 49 days in his previous life. Not to mention warships. There was not even a slightly larger yacht. Their behavior is doomed to be useless. Quick! Look over there. Ship! Our ship is coming! A cheer rang out on the water. Huyu also looked in the direction of their voices. I saw a familiar ship slowly approaching in the mist. If I'm not mistaken, that's the heart of the ocean. Chapter 141. I won't choose any of them. It's not their fault. After all, the size of the heart of the ocean has exceeded the normal length of the ship. Not to mention those people who were already full of hope. Even the other people on the ship were full of surprise when they saw it. This is fake. How can there be such a big ship? No, don't tell me. It may not be fake. Remember the last time we raided Xuanwu's warehouse? Ah? Are you talking about the flare? Well, I heard that the flare was hidden by Jean, and can be used to summon warships. I didn't expect it to be true. No way. Warships. Coming so quickly. Who said it wasn't? On the deck, a lot of voices were heard, dormant in the rain, and the sound became louder and louder. Under the water, those people also heard this discussion. Before the ship officially arrived, the thin man had already shouted to the ship, "Hey! Don't say we don't give you a chance. Now, if any of you want to come down and join us, we can also let you get on our ship." "Yes. Boss who? Why don't you jump off too? I'm afraid your little boat won't survive this apocalypse. Why don't you jump off too and share your resources with us?" "Ha ha ha. Still calling me boss who? Now I should call him little who. I don't believe he won't get on that boat later. As long as he gets on that boat, his status will still be the same as ours." "Hey! What nonsense are you talking about? How can a man as stylish as boss who get on a boat? Don't you think so?" "Boss who?" Provocation. This group of people wanted to use this method to encourage who you not to board the boat, so that they could ridicule him in a more superior way. They could even get some people who were willing to board the small yacht to get off the boat. "Boss who? Don't listen to their nonsense." The older Wang Tianquan came over immediately. "That's an official boat. As long as we get on, we will be treated equally. Don't let provocation get you carried away." "You should come on board together?" Wang Tianquan asked. And everyone looked at Hu Yu. In the end times, they all want a better living environment, a larger living space, a more guaranteed food supply. There is no way. This ship is too small. If it were a little bigger, they wouldn't be so entangled. Hu Yu didn't say anything, just smiled. He turned his head and looked at everyone. "If any of you want to go down, I won't stop you. Jump into the water now, and we can part ways in peace." Speaking of which, he had to thank the group of people in the water. If they hadn't done this, Hu Yu wouldn't have been able to test the loyalty of these people in front of him. Favorability is favorability. Loyalty is loyalty. Having a good impression doesn't mean there will be no betrayal. He wanted to see if these people would abandon him when there were better options after getting the benefits he gave them. If so, then such people would sooner or later become ungrateful if they stayed on the boat. This, Wang Tianquan got anxious and advised him. "Boss who? There's no need to give up a better living environment just for a momentary anger. Wouldn't it be better for us to join the government together? Brother Shan, get him a swimming ring." Hu Yu ignored Wang Tianquan and turned to look at the others. "The same goes for you. If anyone wants to get off the boat and join them, I will never stop them and even give them a swimming ring as a gift. You only have 5 minutes. Come to me when you've made up your mind." After saying that, Shen Shan had already handed the swimming ring to Wang Tianquan. Although everyone can swim, in this situation, having a swimming ring is definitely better than having nothing. Wang Tianquan glanced at the swimming ring, gritted his teeth, and reached out to take it. Before diving, he did not forget to look at Hu Yu, pointing at him, his fingers trembling slightly. You are not good at this." After saying that, he jumped from the yacht into the water, put on the swimming ring and swam all the way in the direction of the group of people. Hu Yu also looked at the others. "Are there any more people? Hurry up, or I'll start the boat if you don't think about it." After saying this, the people who were still struggling also made a decision. Among the remaining 62 people, 6 people also stepped forward to get swimming rings and jumped off the boat. Hu Yu looked at the remaining 56 people, his eyes full of surprise. This number was far beyond his expectations. He originally thought that it would be good if half of them were left, but he didn't expect there would be so many people left. "Boss." Zhang Shenong and Hu Yu looked at each other and walked forward slowly. "If we want to leave, let's leave quickly. I'm afraid that group of people will tell on you and tell you that you have those things. Then we won't be able to leave even if we want to." "It's too late," Lin Wanqiu said with a bitter smile. "Some of the group of people have already swam towards the ship. Even if we set out now, I'm afraid we will be caught up by the ship. Let's think of a way to cover up his information first." Everyone immediately started discussing how to help Hu Yu conceal his ability, and no one mentioned leaving. Hu Yu felt a little strange and couldn't help but interrupt and asked, "Why are you still willing to stay here?" Everyone was stunned at first, and soon Zhang Shenong came to his senses, raised his hand and scratched his head, and gave him an answer. "Boss, you said you would let me farm. Sufficient food and living environment. I will still choose." Lin Wanqiu also replied. Most of the others had the same idea. The only flaw of this yacht is that it doesn't have enough space. But there is no telling how much food is in this person's storage space. Living in a small place is fine. But if there is not enough food, it will be troublesome. So they still know how to choose. Unless they gamble that there is enough food on the warship. Otherwise, if some people leave, they don't need to go into the water again. There are many reasons. You didn't expect them to trust him more after just knowing him for a day. So he just smiled and said to everyone, "Your choice is wise. Now is not the time to talk about these things," Lenore said anxiously. "Boss, we just talked about so many plans. You choose one. I won't choose any of them," you said calmly, looking at the ocean heart that was constantly approaching in the distance. Since the distance between the two was not far, a few minutes was enough for it to get close to the group of guys. Now the crowd gathered under the ocean heart, waiting for the ocean heart to lower the gangway. At this moment, Xiao Hai's voice also came from the sea. "Master, a life form is detected approaching. Do you want to activate the defense mode?" Chapter 142 Bang. When the sound of the heart of the ocean sounded, both those floating on the water and those standing on the deck were stunned. This kind of mechanical synthesized sound, anyone can tell that it is made by a robot. "Master? Is there artificial intelligence on this ship? This is too high-tech." Everyone's eyes lit up immediately, and they didn't care about the defense mode mentioned in the voice. This ship came here because it saw the signal flare. Could it be possible to activate any defense mode against them? "Hey!" The sturdy man saw that the gangway had not been lowered and could not wait to get on board. So he shouted directly, "People on top, lower the gangway. We fired the flare just now. Help us up quickly." "That's right. What are you waiting for? Can you be more efficient? Be careful, or I will complain to your boss. Hurry up. Prepare some clean clothes. We are freezing to death." A noisy voice sounded on the water, as if the people on the boat would be breaking the law if they didn't rescue them up. Wang was on the deck at the moment. He heard the shouts from underwater, but he didn't dare to make a decision on his own. He could only turn his head and look at Zhao Zhong beside him. "Brother Zhong, how do you deal with this? Are these people the talents that the boss has found? No matter whether they are or not. As long as the boss doesn't say anything, don't act rashly," Zhao Zhong said calmly. "They came here after receiving the signal from Yu, which proved that he had come out of the water. But among the group of people in the water now, the boss is on the yacht opposite, which is obviously wrong. Naturally, he can't let them go easily. And even not launching defense measures is already his mercy to the group of people underwater. As the saying goes, it is easier to invite a god than to send him away. If such a group of people are really put on the ship, no matter whether they have weapons or not, it is not worth it if they cause damage to the personnel or facilities on the ship." At the same time, Yu also drove the yacht and approached the heart of the ocean. The group of people on the ship suddenly panicked. "Boss, why are you still driving the boat over there?" "Yes, boss, even if the opponent's ship is bigger than ours. Don't think too much. The size of that ship is at least a destroyer, or even an aircraft carrier. Boss, even if you have weapons, you can't beat the opponent. Think twice. Boss." The crowd's panicked voices rang out, but no one noticed the calm expression on Yu's face. "Think twice? This time in his own nest. Think twice. No way." The yacht sailed to the edge of the heart of the ocean and did not move forward, because the height difference between the two ships was too big. There was no way to go directly from the ship. Yu glanced at the panicked crowd and didn't say much, just jumped into the water. Seeing this, Shen Shan and Infiltrating hurriedly followed. As for the people on the boat, the moment they saw Yu enter the water, their panic reached its peak. What should we do? Could it be that the boss doesn't want us anymore? Even if he doesn't want us, he can't possibly want this boat. Wait and see. Wait. What if he goes up and leaves us here to fend for ourselves? This boat is small and has no resources for survival. We'll be left starving. No matter what you say, I won't go down if the boss doesn't let us go down together. If you want to follow him, you can follow him. Follow me." After that, several more people jumped into the water, followed Yu and swam towards the heart of the ocean. On the water surface, when everyone saw Yu jumping into the water, mocking voices suddenly rang in their ears. "Hey! Isn't this boss Hu? Why did you jump into the water yourself? That's right. Didn't you just talk tough? Now that you see the boat coming, you are so anxious?" Yu ignored the group of clowns in front of him and had no time to talk to them. Now he just wanted to get on the boat quickly, take a nice hot bath, change into clean clothes, and prepare for the dinner party in the evening. But he didn't want to deal with anyone. But he had to swim through the crowd, especially to face the sturdy man called Brother Jean. He swam directly in front of Yu and blocked his way. What? Such a big boss. Don't you even know the rules? First come first served. You know? Even if you want to get on the boat, the people on the boat will allow you to get on. But now you have to line up. Wait until your grandfathers get on the boat. Then it will be your turn. Yu snorted and looked up at the sturdy man. What did you just say? In his last life, he lived a miserable life. He finally got a chance to live again in this life, and was protected by the system. Since his rebirth, no one dared to say anything harsh to him. But now, he admired this guy's courage. What did you say? Are you deaf? Brother Jean showed a ferocious look at his mouth. You don't understand what Grandpa is saying, right? Your Grandpa Jean said that you should line up behind him. If you don't understand, I don't mind letting you listen more. There are warships behind. Even if the other party has guns, they can't use them. Once they use them, they will cut off their own retreat. This is also Brother Jean's honor guard. He doesn't believe that the other party will choose to give up their chance of survival for a moment of anger. Those who can go this far are not stupid. The others are also watching all this with interest. Watching is always the skill that the spectators are best at. For a while, there was even a brief silence on the water, and everyone wanted to see how this boss, who would deal with this matter. Until he raised his hand and made a pistol gesture. Everyone was stunned for a moment, including the rest of the people on the water. Brother Jean, who was at the front, couldn't help but sneer. Poochie, what do you mean? Are you going to kill me with this gun? Ha ha ha. Boss Hu, you must have been stimulated and your brain is not working well. Right? What nonsense are you talking about? This is another ability of Boss Hu, shooting with his hands. Ha ha. Imaginative. Not bad. Brother Jean smiled and praised the person behind him, and swam forward a distance to Yu. He approached and said provocatively with a face that deserved a beating. Come on. Shoot. Even if you can really kill me. What's the matter? If you kill me, will the people on the boat still accept you? Don't be ridiculous. Now, you'd better listen to me and cooperate with me. Otherwise, believe it or not, I won't let you take the yacht away. He, Yu sneered twice, raised his hand slightly, and made a sound with his mouth at the same time. Bang. As soon as the voice fell, the same crisp sound rang above everyone's head. Before they could react to what happened, a bullet pierced through the back of Zhang Ji's head, with a bunch of blood flowers, and exploded in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 143 Master? Dead, dead. How is it possible? They clearly don't have guns in their hands. Where did that sound just now come from? Anyway, get on the boat first. The blood will definitely attract other creatures in the water. With that, everyone turned around and swam towards the heart of the ocean without paying attention to Brother Jean, who led them out of danger. Yu was not in a hurry, but said calmly, Shall I activate the defense measures? Yes, Master. After a calm voice, the long silent mechanical synthesized sound rang out again from the ship. Everyone approaching the heart of the ocean was stunned. Master? This is addressing that boss Hu? Is he the master of this ship? How is this possible? But this can also explain the problem that just occurred. Why did he just raise his hand, and a gunshot rang out from above? It turns out that he is the master of this ship. After figuring out the connection, everyone's face suddenly became pale, and no one was willing to believe the facts happening before their eyes. Even before some people figured out why. Several gun barrels extended from the two sides of the heart of the ocean and fired at the water. The bullets, with Yu as the boundary, accurately penetrated every person who stood in front of him. In an instant, hundreds of lives were lost. The originally turbid water surface was suddenly stained with a thick layer of scarlet. Hundreds of corpses gradually sank into the water. Yu slowly swam towards the heart of the ocean, and the gangway was lowered at the same time. In stark contrast to the previous silence, when the gangway was lowered, the heart of the ocean even played a burst of cheerful music, as if welcoming the return of its owner. Shen Shan and Infiltrating followed closely behind and boarded the heart of the ocean one after another. Yu exhaled, looked down at his blood-stained clothes, and immediately took out a change of clothes from his space backpack. Find a room to change first. Just as he was about to close the gangway, a voice came from behind. Boss! Wait for us. We haven't boarded the ship yet. Boss! Don't close the door in a hurry. A few sporadic voices sounded. Hu turned his head and looked behind him, only to find the guys who jumped off the ship with him. Shao Hai. Don't take it. Yes. Master. The gangway stopped in midair, leaving space for Hu and the others to look at each other, but also cutting off their chances of getting on the gangway. Boss? What do you mean? Yes. Boss. What about the promise of sharing weal and woe? Now that you're on board, you don't care about us anymore? Listening to the questioning outside, Hu took a step forward and pointed to the yacht in the distance. Look behind you. Everyone turned around and looked at the dozens of people on the yacht. Do you understand? Hu asked in confusion. But everyone looked at each other, not understanding what he meant. I don't understand. Those people didn't dare to go into the water with you. Do you think that makes sense? That's right. Boss, you said you didn't let them get on the boat. I understand. But you didn't let us get on the boat. Isn't that a bit too much? The group of people immediately started to quarrel, arguing with reason, just to prove that they were right. Hu also quickly proved to them what was right with practical actions. He raised his hand and pointed at the yacht, and collected it. The yacht was put into the space backpack, and the people on the yacht naturally went to the heart of the ocean. The reason why he took the initiative to jump into the water and swim to the heart of the ocean was for this step. Any items that have been put into the space backpack no longer need to follow the edge principle and the 1 meter principle. As long as they appear in the field of vision, they can be collected at will. Since it was agreed that they would be taken to eat and drink, there was no need to take them into the water together if the problem could be solved by one person. What's more, let alone so many people going into the water together. Even if he went into the water alone, he would have clashed with the group of guys. If a group of people followed him into the water, who knows what would happen? Unfortunately, there are always people who like to be smart. What's going on? The dozens of people in the water were stunned on the spot. However, there were still people struggling, even desperate. They looked at Hu with ferocious expressions. So you mean? Just give up on us? What's the moral thing? It's just that you feel sorry for the food. Don't say you gave up on us. We don't want to follow you. That's right. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? We are your partners, not your slaves. Brothers up there. If I were you, I would jump down now and never follow him to suffer such grievances. Slave? Ha. Hu sneered, without explaining anything. Just turned his head and looked behind him. If any of you want to go down to accompany them, I will never stop you. Everyone spoke without thinking. How is it possible? Since I follow the boss, I will be the boss's man from now on. That's right. Forget slaves. As long as you can guarantee our food, clothing, shelter and transportation, I will never go west if you tell me to go east. Now they are only one step away from the paradise of their dreams. Who would be so stupid as to give up the perfect living environment and inexhaustible food at their fingertips? These answers were also within Hu's expectations. He turned his head and looked at the water. I only ask you 2 questions. When did I tell you to jump down with me? And did you jump down to follow me or to find another way out? Everyone fell silent. If they were to be honest, they must have initially thought that Hu was going to abandon them. So they jumped down with him. But who knew he was so evil? It's not enough to have a yacht. There is even such a big ship equipped with artificial intelligence. This size is almost larger than the world's largest cruise ship. Right? Now, the long-term meal ticket is gone. And the cruise-like living space is gone. Originally, it was just the last step away. The answer is in your own hearts. I won't ask any more questions. Now I'll give you a chance. Either go down and return to the shelter by yourself. You still have a chance to survive. Or, I'll kill you now. Hu spoke slowly and gave 2 choices. At this time, they naturally knew what to choose, and immediately dived to the surface, looking for a shelter that had not dived too deep. Watching the heads dive into the water one by one, Hu also completely closed the gangway. He looked at the remaining 50 people who had boarded the heart of the ocean, with a smile on his face. Everyone, we are all on the same ship from now on. Shan will take you to visit the various facilities on the ship and arrange a room for you. If you need anything, you can also call Shahai directly. She is the artificial intelligence on our ship. She is also our housekeeper. Ding dong. Xiaohai made a crisp sound and responded at the same time. Nice to meet you all. I am Xiaohai. That's all I have to say. Hu Yu said, and turned to walk towards his room. In 1 hour, there will be a welcoming banquet. I hope you will attend on time. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up and shouted in unison. Yes, boss. Chapter 144. It can't be such a coincidence. August 1st. The alarm clock rang. And Xiaohai's voice also rang in Hu Yu's ears. Master, it is 10 o'clock in the morning. The water level of Jinling is already 68 meters. All the facilities on the ship are running normally. Another peaceful night. Well, thank you for your hard work. Hu Yu replied casually and slowly raised his eyes. It's not hard. It's all what I should do for the master. Xiaohai responded. And the curtains were opened at the same time. Hu Yu looked out the window and didn't get up immediately. This is the 19th day after the end of the world. Last night, the permanent population on the ship officially reached 172 people. The dinner was very exciting. Everyone got to know each other. And the ship's steward Xiaohai also assigned them different tasks. Now the teachers of each subject have been specifically assigned to individuals. There are 10 teachers for one class of students. In addition to Chinese, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, geography, politics, and history. There is also a physical education teacher and a psychology teacher. The physical education teacher is the woman with perfect swimming skills. Xiaohai specially assigned a swimming pool for her to teach the children how to swim and various underwater sports. The psychological teacher was naturally given to Gao Wenwen. She not only had to counsel the children's psychology, but also had to be responsible for the psychological problems of other people on the boat. 5 apprentices were also added to the greenhouse. Among them was Zhang Xinong. And as for the remaining 4, they all knew some biological knowledge. But their farming skills were not very good. If Hu Yu hadn't risked his life to recommend Fang Lao to pass on some experience to them, I'm afraid that in the end there would be only 1 apprentice in the shed. There are many talents in translating the Yongle Encyclopedia, influenced by the 9-year compulsory education and the college entrance examination. Those who can become B-level personnel are not bad at Chinese. It's still easy to translate an ancient text. Among the 50 talents, 20 of them went to help Su Linglong translate the Yongle Encyclopedia. Now the translation progress has increased sharply. Even without students to help translate, nearly 100,000 words can be translated every day. But even at this speed, it is still slow. 3.7 billion words in the Yongle Encyclopedia. 100,000 words per day, which is equivalent to 3,700 days. That is, 10 years. It will take more than 10 years to translate the entire Yongle Encyclopedia. The task time has been shortened a lot, but it is still despairing. As for the remaining 15 people, there are 5 people who are proficient in computers, and 10 people who are proficient in architecture. The first 5 people will help organize the data and connect it to Xiaohai's database. And the remaining 10 people will help design some small buildings based on the draft prepared by Su Linglong. 50 people. Not too many. Not too few. Stuffed into the heart of the ocean. But it still feels like not enough. But there is no way. The people on board are more selective than numerous. Otherwise, he would not have screened the candidates so strictly. I just don't know where the next shelter will be. After collecting shelter number 009, Hu Yu also took their spare communicator away. Now he can use this communicator to contact all the shelters in China. Unfortunately, from last night till now, there has been no news from the shelter. And there is no history record on the communicator. So he doesn't know where to get people. No. It should be said to support them. Get up. Hu Yu stretched his body and looked at Xiaohai and asked. By the way, Xiaohai, is there any news about ships approaching the nearby sea area? The guy sent a flare yesterday. And he was also lucky, wanting to see if there would really be ships coming to support. Anyway, they didn't have anything else to do. So it didn't hurt to wait a day and see. Master, no other ships have been found in the nearby waters. Xiaohai replied promptly. Hu Yu frowned slightly. It has been more than 14 hours since the release of the flare. And there is still no news. Although the signal source can last up to 480 hours. He can't stay here for 20 days. At most, wait for another day and a half. If there is no ship coming by August 3rd, there is no need to wait any longer. He still has to find Misusu to see if she has completed the task she assigned. Hu Yu got out of bed. washed up briefly, and headed for the first floor cabin. Now with 50 new blood joining, the entire heart of the ocean seemed more lively. Those who should have breakfast ate breakfast, and those who should have morning classes went to morning classes. Everything seemed so orderly. If no one was behind the scenes. As soon as he went out, he saw Minono standing at the door, holding a plate of breakfast that was obviously not made by Zhang Sirui. With a red face, he smiled at her. Who? Boss who? Good morning. This is your breakfast. Good morning. Who you replied, feeling that something was not right. Suddenly, he thought of the surveillance video he saw yesterday. Could it be that Minono also started to follow the strategy given by Su Linglong? Before he could come to his senses, Minono stepped forward, took the initiative to put the plate in his arms, and then turned and left. Huyu was stunned at first, then looked down at the breakfast in his hand, only to find that everything was heart-shaped. Spam, fried eggs, sandwiches, even broccoli and carrots were carved into heart shapes. This is no longer a hint. It should be a clear indication. But no matter what, it can't be wasted. In order not to be discovered by others, he had to bite the bullet and stuff all the breakfast on the plate into his stomach. He also put the plate back into the storage space. After eating, he walked slowly towards the classroom, just wanting to see how the students were studying. Before he could look out, another figure came out. Oh! So early. Xiao Zixu walked slowly towards him with a bowl of soup in her hand. Just right. I made you some medicinal soup. You can drink it as breakfast. Medicinal soup? Huyu was stunned. Yes. You soaked in the water for so long yesterday, and then drank wine all night after coming back. If you don't drink some medicinal soup to replenish yourself, do you still expect to get acupuncture when you are sick? Xiao Zixu replied as a matter of course. Huyu thought about it, and it seemed to be true. He picked up the medicine soup and poured it into his mouth. Although it was a medicine soup, it didn't taste like medicine at all. Instead, it had a taste of herbal medicine. Not only was it not hard to drink, but it was also somewhat refreshing. That's right. He had just eaten breakfast and drank a bowl of soup, and his stomach couldn't help but feel a little bloated. Okay. I'll go check on the 50 semi-vegetative patients first. My dad said that there seems to be some progress. See you at lunch. Burp. Huyu burped and waved at her. See you at noon. Eating? He had eaten enough in these 2 meals, let alone lunch. It doesn't matter whether he eats dinner or not. He burped and turned his head to glance at the classroom. The one who was teaching now was Han Weiwei. She was the one who knew this group of children the best. So even if there were better teachers than her among the people who got on the boat later, she would still be the head teacher of this group of children. When Huyu looked at her, she happened to look outside the classroom. The two looked at each other, and before Huyu could say hello to her, the latter immediately rushed out with a thermos cup in her hand. A bad premonition suddenly came to my mind. Huyu's mouth twitched, and he felt a little cramp in his stomach. It can't be such a coincidence. Chapter 145 Riot. It was just 12 noon. Everyone was eating lunch with relish, except Huyu. He sat alone on Gyalyu Island, burping intermittently, not feeling hungry at all. God knows how many guides Su Linglong has written. Since he left, he has eaten 5 breakfasts in total, including but not limited to Minono's loving breakfast, Xiao Zixu's medicinal food, Han Weiwei's 8 treasure porridge in the thermos cup, Zhang Sirui's special small cake, and even Enciener's handmade hamburger. Originally, when it came to the 8 treasure porridge, Huyu couldn't eat anymore. But Han Weiwei was in class. Seeing her expectant expression, he looked at the group of little civets in the classroom who were ready to eat melons. There was no other way. In order to maintain the good image of Teacher Han in the students' minds, Huyu had no choice but to eat the food. Zhang Sirui's small cake was placed in front of him when he was sitting and digesting the food. At that time, he had already started to hiccup. Zhang Sirui didn't say anything when she saw this, but just took the cake, sat silently beside him, and scooped a small spoonful of it into her mouth. While delivering the cake, she lowered her head and said nothing. Even a blind man could see that she was in a bad mood. Huyu just asked her who the cake was made for. Good guy. Just this question. It was out of control. Zhang Sirui only said one sentence. It was made for a full person, and he probably wouldn't eat it. And then he lowered his head silently and ate the small cake. Who can stand this? Huyu had no choice but to pick up the small spoon and scooped a spoonful of cake to eat. After all, he ate it. Seeing him take a bite, The sadness on Zhang Sirui's face disappeared immediately, and she walked away holding the remaining cake and finished the rest by herself. As for the last one, Enciener came over last, holding a palm-sized burger in her hand. She couldn't tell how much Huyu had eaten. She just pushed the burger in front of him and uttered a word. Eat. Before Huyu could explain, Zhao Meng, who was fishing next to him, laughed and said that Enciener had gotten up at 6 in the morning to make this burger. She started by kneading the dough and even pounded the meat patties herself. No need to think. If he didn't eat it, I'm afraid that the next person to be pounded into a meat patty would be Huyu himself. He had no choice but to eat the burger. Not a single crumb was left. He did nothing but eat in the morning. Burp! Huyu burped, looking at the water where the rain kept falling. But a happy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the last life, he was starving to death, and he became someone else's reserved food. Although he was a little too full in this life, it was better to be a full ghost than a starving ghost. It was just, Xiao Hai. Master, I'm here. A ripple appeared on the water surface. Huyu swung his fishing rod and caught a small fish. Has Su Linglong and the others not come out yet? My lord. Miss Su is still leading the team to translate in the office and has no intention of stopping. It's not that Huyu doesn't want to cause trouble for Su Linglong, but she is doing something important, and it's hard to disturb her. Xiao Hai said that she and the group of people assigned to her have been translating an article in the Yongle Encyclopedia, which is said to be related to the end of the world, and they started after the banquet last night. In order to translate this article, all the members of the translation team did not even drink or sleep, and directly devoted themselves to the translation work. Given her level of concern, God knows how important this article is, so he will naturally not disturb her. Even if she wants to settle the score, she will wait until later. Bang! There was a sound from the cabin. Huyu subconsciously turned his head, thinking that Su Linglong and the others came out. But he never thought that it was Zhao's father's voice. Quick! Come quickly! Almost at the same time, a harsh buzzing sound came from the heart of the ocean. Warning! Dangerous factors are detected inside. Would you like to activate the defense system? Dangerous factors? Huyu immediately stood up, and almost lost his grip on the sea god's favor in his hand, and quickly inserted it into the Diaoyu island. He rushed over at the first time, and before he could ask for the details, Enciener and Shen Shan had already put down their bowls and chopsticks and came to protect them at the first time. Something happened. Don't worry about me. Go and take a look. Huyu frowned and said, the only thing that could make Father Xiao so excited must be those 50 semi-vegetative people. That's right. I heard Xiao Zissou mention it this morning. They seem to be waking up soon. Yes, boss. Shen Shan was the first to speak, rushing forward, and Zhao Dong, Li Ji, and Su Zilong also rushed forward. The four of them almost simultaneously passed through the crowd and came to the corner of the cabin. They came to Zhao's father and took him and Zhao's mother under their protection. Before he could speak, Zhao's father raised his hand and pointed to the treatment room, panting. Quick, quick! Bang! Another muffled explosion. Shen Shan and Su Zilong looked at each other, the tacit understanding formed by their long-term cooperation. Without them saying much, they had already determined the action plan. Zhao Zhong and Li Ji led Zhao's father and mother to retreat, while Su Zilong and Shen Shan held their guns and walked deeper. Dad! Mom! Xiao Zissou also came forward at this moment, looking at them anxiously. You are not injured? What happened? Without waiting for the two elders to reply, Huyu also came forward. He did not interrupt, but still waited for Zhao's father and mother to answer. Don't worry. We're fine. Father Xiao forced a smile and raised his hand to rub Xiao Zissou's head. He then looked up at Huyu with a serious expression. Boss, I think it's better for you to go and see it yourself. Huyu was stunned and just wanted to ask the reason, but gunshots broke out in the distance. Bang! Shots fired. Without asking any more questions, Huyu rushed directly to the place where the gunshots were heard, and at the same time, he did not forget to say, Xiao Hai, activate the defense mode. Once a threat is found, it can be directly eliminated. Yes, internal defense mode has been activated. The 50 semi-vegetative people are precious. Their combined combat power can even kill Shen Shan's 5-man team many times. But no matter how precious they are not as good as the lives of Shen Shan and others. They have been fighting with him since the beginning. If he wants to exchange their lives for them, he will never agree. But it's strange. How come there was no movement after the gunshot? Xiao Hai, can you see the situation in that place? Hu Yu frowned and said, the real-time monitoring has been sent to your mobile phone. Xiao Hai is still reliable. Hu Yu immediately took out his mobile phone, unlocked it, and the real-time live broadcast of the corridor appeared on the screen. He just took a look, and his brows were frowned so much that a fly could be pinched to death. What the hell is going on? Chapter 146, I will send you off. On the screen, there was only a semi-vegetative person lying on the ground, shot in the abdomen, with light blue blood flowing out, soaking his clothes. On the other hand, Shen Shan and others. The guns in their hands were confiscated, and each of them was controlled by 5 semi-vegetative people, including their hands, feet, and heads, let alone moving. Even if they wanted to open their mouths to speak, someone would hold their chins. How long has it been? Shen Shan and others have been dealt with? But this is not the most shocking thing for Hu Yu. The group of semi-vegetative people seemed to have the ability to think. After dealing with the threat posed by Shen Shan and others, they even began to take care of the wounded on the ground. This is a big trouble. But fortunately, at least Xiao Hai is here. Xiao Hai, are you sure you can kill them without hurting Brother Shan and others? Now this group of semi-vegetative people can no longer be controlled. No matter how powerful the force is, if it cannot be controlled, it will be a threat, especially in the heart of the ocean. How can you let others sleep soundly beside your bed? If we don't eradicate it, Hu Yu may not even have dinner. But before Xiao Hai could answer, Father Xiao beside him spoke first. Don't. Father Xiao hurried forward, and just as he was catching his breath, he explained to Hu Yu, don't hurt them. They have no ill intentions. They just want to fill their stomachs. Fill their stomachs? Hu Yu was stunned. Father Xiao and his men came out too hastily just now, and Shen Shan and others went in too hastily, and they didn't have time to understand the specific situation inside. If the other party is not running away, but is looking for food, then when they catch someone, wouldn't it be bad? Hu Yu's pupil shrank, and there was no time to ask in detail. Just rushed into the corridor at the first time. Hu Yu. Almost at the same time, Xiao Zisu and Xianer both rushed over behind him. As for the others, they were still standing there, looking at each other, not knowing what to do. Go around the corridor. Hu Yu came to those semi-vegetative people. When he arrived, those people had already come to Li Ji, and their noses kept twitching, as if saying, brother, you smell so good. There was no way. Hu told Li Ji that he had the tenderest skin among the people in Shen Shan. If he wanted to start eating meat, he would naturally start with him. Don't move, Hu Yu exclaimed in a hurry. The moment the voice sounded, those semi-vegetative people couldn't help but look up and cast their eyes on him and Xianer and the other person behind him. In terms of tenderness and deliciousness, the 3 of them must be much better than Li Jixiang. So they immediately changed their target and walked towards Hu Yu and others. Stand back, Xianer said calmly, ready to meet him hard. But this time, Hu Yu did not step back, but stood in front of her. You can't solve it this time. Let me do it. As he said that, he took out an ordinary Sinza bean from his space backpack. Isn't it just that they are not full? Easy. Just feed them. He still has 20 Sinza beans in his space backpack. It is obviously impossible to feed one to each person. He can only split it first. He casually split the Sinza bean into 2 halves and threw it directly into the air. The group of people smelled the food and started to grab it. After 2 of them ate the Sinza beans, their originally turbid eyes suddenly became clear. 1 Sinza bean can satisfy the food of an adult for a month, and half a bean can satisfy the food of 15 days. And the appetite of this group of people is 3 times that of an ordinary adult. In other words, half a Sinza bean is enough for them to eat for 5 days. It's enough for them to consume. The 2 semi-vegetative people who ate the Sinza beans have returned to normal. They stood in the crowd. Their eyes were full of confusion, but they still locked on to Hu Yu in front of them at the first time. They have seen him on that container ship. It was this man who let them all out. Hu Yu's hands never stopped, constantly splitting the Sinza beans and throwing them, just like feeding ornamental koi by the pond. Seeing that he kept feeding them food, the semi-vegetative people did not attack him, but just stood in front of him waiting to be fed. Soon, the 20 beans were fed. There were still 10 semi-vegetative people who had not eaten anything. including the injured semi-vegetative person. But the crisis had been resolved. In fact, when the 30th semi-vegetative person was fed, the crisis had been resolved. After eating, the semi-vegetative people had reason. And they simply stood there, watching the benefactor, who had saved them once, and saved them again. The remaining semi-vegetative people gave up controlling Shen Shan and others when they saw that there was something to eat, and rushed over to be fed immediately. After being released, Shen Shan and others did not act rashly, but stood behind the group of semi-vegetative people. Once the other party made any move, they would rush over immediately. Huyu did not stop feeding them, but took out some cooked beef from the space and threw it at them. Seeing this, the semi-vegetative people who had not eaten the magic beans immediately rushed forward and ate 5 pounds of beef in a few bites. Such an appetite. Fortunately, the space backpack stored the supplies of the entire island country. Otherwise I am afraid that they really can't be fed enough. 10 minutes later, Huyu took out 30 kilograms of beef and finally fed the remaining 10 people. This was just the amount for one meal. If there were no magic beans, it would be really difficult to feed them. After feeding, all the semi-vegetative people regained their sanity, as Zhao's father said. And Shen Shan and others also passed through the crowd and came to Huyu. Boss, Shen Shan lowered his head, looking guilty. They were bodyguards, but they failed to protect the boss, and they had to let the boss save them. This was a huge humiliation. It's okay, Brother Shan. Without triggering the mind-reading technique, Huyu could tell Shen Shan's troubles just by looking at him. He raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder. This is a special situation. There are too many of them. It's normal for you to fail. Don't take it too seriously. Yes, boss, Shen Shan replied, but still turned his head to look at Su Zilong and others. The other 3 people trembled, and they all understood what this look meant. Training. The failure of this mission had a greater impact on Shen Shan than Huyu imagined. But he didn't have the heart to pay attention to these things now, but turned his head to look at the group of people in front of him. After eating, their rationality was far beyond Huyu's imagination. They didn't make noises, didn't make a fuss, didn't move, and even looked at him with normal eyes. Even the injured semi-vegetative person recovered from his injuries after eating 8 kilograms of beef. He even looked at Shen Shan with a sad look. It seems they have memories of being hungry. Everyone. Huyu stepped forward and spoke slowly. I was in a hurry before and didn't have time to introduce myself. Let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Huyu. I won't say any more nonsense to save time. You have 2 paths in front of you. The first one, Huyu said, raising his hand and snapping his fingers. The entire cabin was immediately filled with gun muzzles, each of which was locked on a semi-vegetative person. I will take you on your way. Chapter 147. Whoever gives you milk is your mother. As soon as he finished speaking, Huyu was ready for everyone to resist. This is his method. First, give an option that cannot be chosen. See how many people in the crowd disobey him. And then kill the chicken to scare the monkeys and establish his own prestige. At the same time, tell them that since he can give them a second life, he can deprive them of the right to survive at any time. After all, what he wants is an obedient armed force. And the key is obedience. If they don't obey, he would rather give up these 50-time bombs than force them to stay on the ship. However, what happened next was beyond his expectations. After he finished speaking, the entire group of semi-vegetative people remained silent. No objection, no choice, and no question. It was so quiet, a little scary. Huyu frowned slightly. What was wrong with this lack of reaction? How could he continue with the next step? Before he could come to his senses, a voice came from behind him. Boss Hu, they can't understand what you said. It was Father Zhao's voice. Huyu turned his head and looked behind him, only to see Zhao's mother supporting Zhao's father and walking slowly towards here. The 2 elders have been responsible for the treatment of semi-vegetative patients. In terms of the degree of understanding, they must be the people who know them best on the whole ship. Uncle. Huyu smiled at Zhao's father. Didn't I tell you? Just call me Xiao Hu. Don't mess with him. Zhao's father waved his hand, not caring about it. He walked to Huyu and stood still, looking at the group of semi-vegetative patients in front of him. After testing, their IQ is only equivalent to that of a 5-year-old child. When they are hungry, they will lose their reason. Once they are full, they will fall into this quiet state. In this state, no matter what you say, They will only listen and will not refute. If it is an order, you can try to see if you can give it directly. Yes. Huyu responded and turned to look at the semi-vegetative people. Stand upside down? As soon as the voice fell, all the semi-vegetative people took action at the same time. All of them stood upside down on the corridor. Some even stood upside down on the gun barrels, not afraid of the dark holes. Without exception, Huyu's eyes lit up immediately. He was worried that these semi-vegetative people would not obey before. But now it seems, they are completely a group of robots. It's just that normal robots burn electricity. And they just burn meat. Huyu immediately turned to look at Father Xiao. Uncle, can this kind of order be given to everyone? Or what? To be precise, they only listen to those who can give them food. Father Xiao looked at them and gave an order. Come down. When the voice ended, no semi-vegetative person came down from the wall. Look. Father Xiao smiled bitterly. Before, I gave them food so that they could cooperate with my treatment. I deliberately starved them for a day to see the situation. And now they have become like this. This, whoever feeds you is your mother. Huyu frowned slightly. It's good to be obedient. But if they listen to everyone as long as there is food, it will easily cause problems. If they are released to perform tasks, they will be hungry in the middle of the journey. After being fed by others, won't they become the children of other people's families? It can still be solved, Zhao's mother said on the side. Now we are trying to improve their rationality. If we succeed, there is a possibility of recovery. That's good. Huyu let out a long sigh of relief. He wanted obedience. He also wanted the ability to perform complex tasks. So it was the best choice to let the semi-vegetative people regain some of their sanity. He looked at the group of people and said again, come down. All the semi-vegetative people fell down from the wall. Huyu ordered again. You will continue to cooperate with the two elders in treatment and try to regain your sanity as soon as possible. If anyone is hungry, come to me or him. As he said that, Huyu raised his hand and placed it on Shen Shan's shoulder. On this ship, if there was anyone who you trusted the most, it would definitely be Shen Shan. Not to mention that he has been following me since the beginning of the apocalypse. Just say that the favorability has reached 89. It only needs 1 point to reach 90. Anyone can betray him, except Shen Shan. Boss. Shen Shan hesitated for a while. He also understood what this meant. In ancient times, this meant that the emperor handed over the military power of the capital to him. Who wouldn't be excited? I'll talk about it later. Huyu replied, and continued. Nod if you understand. 49 of the 50 semi-vegetative patients nodded to show that they understood. Only one person stood there without nodding. He covered his abdomen and stared at Shen Shan, his eyes full of dissatisfaction. This was the semi-vegetative patient who was injured by Shen Shan at that time. Huyu also noticed him and asked him, are you dissatisfied? The semi-vegetative patient nodded. Is it because he injured you before? The semi-vegetative patient nodded, then shook his head. Yes or no? Do you think he won unfairly because he used a gun? The semi-vegetative man nodded repeatedly. And it was obviously for this reason. That's easy. Huyu raised his hand and patted Shen Shan on the back. One-on-one. No problem? No problem. The semi-vegetative man also nodded. Shen Shan took 2 steps forward and stood in front of the semi-vegetative man. He didn't rush to attack, but uttered a word. Come! The semi-vegetative man rushed forward, and the force of his gestures alone made the narrow aisle explode. If he hit this, I'm afraid the steel pipe would be bent. But Shen Shan didn't give him this chance at all. Before his arm swept over, Shen Shan squatted down and punched the opponent's sternum with a simple punch. Bang! There was a dull bang. Without any skills, pure strength, he had already knocked the half-vegetative man to the ground. You lose, Shen Shan said calmly, putting his hands behind his back. The half-vegetative man slowly stood up and nodded silently to show his approval. Everyone thought Shen Shan won very easily, but no one noticed that his right hand behind his back was trembling slightly. Okay, Huyu smiled and said. You all go back to your rooms to rest first. Don't go out unless you feel hungry, or I tell you to. The semi-vegetative people nodded to show that they understood, and turned to walk towards their rooms. He didn't plan to let them appear in front of everyone in the short term. First, he was afraid that they would scare the children on the boat. And second, the people who just got on the boat only had a good impression of about 30. Huyu was worried about them. If they guessed the way to control the semi-vegetative people, it would be bad if something happened. Everything is done. Everyone returned to the cabin and got other activities that were originally stagnant back on track. Who led Shen Shan all the way to the greenhouse. 50 grain-eating beasts were officially online, so they naturally had to inspect the granary and use the breeding base expansion card they got last time, which was also a surprise for Mr. Fong. But the moment they entered the granary, the scene in front of them made the two of them stunned on the spot. What the hell is going on? Chapter 148 Hiding Beans. The golden rice field swayed in the greenhouse. Each rice plant was nearly 2 meters tall, densely packed with them, covering half of the greenhouse. And Mr. Fong and others were harvesting rice in the field, one crop after another. And compared with the 2-meter-high rice plants, they looked like dwarfs under the rice. Boss, did you turn on the accelerator? Shen Shan couldn't help but complain. If I turned on the accelerator, I would accelerate the senza beans first. Why would I accelerate this thing? Hu replied helplessly. The original estimated basic yield of senza beans was 3 to 5 beans per day. 2 perfect senza beans were planted, which is equivalent to 610 beans per day. But for some reason, Mr. Fong only gave a yield of 2 senza beans per day for each seedling, saying that the senza bean seedlings are still in the growth stage and can only reach this yield. If this can be doubled, what's the point of planting rice? Even if the senza bean seedlings maintain the current output, after doubling, there will be a guaranteed minimum of 240 senza beans per month. Not to mention 50 grain-eating beasts. Even 100 can be supported. Wait! There are 3 beans on the fairy bean seedlings. There are 2 bean seedlings, and 6 emerald green fairy beans are hanging on them. Although they are of ordinary quality, they are indeed 6 beans. Didn't Mr. Fong say that each young bean seedling can only produce 2 beans every day? What's going on? Teacher, look! Boss Hu is here. Boss Hu, you are finally here. Wow. Boss Hu, can you let me move bricks? Even Paulu doesn't work like this. There were endless complaints. Before Hu could speak, Fong Lao, who was cutting rice, stood up and yelled at them. What are you arguing about? If you want to work, work. If you don't want to work, get out of here. Stop making noise here. After that, everyone bent down and continued to harvest rice. Fong Lao put down his sickle, hammered his hunched waist, and walked slowly to Hu. What are you doing here? Boss Hu, if you have nothing to do, you should leave quickly. Are you chasing me away? Hu smiled and asked back. Mr. Fong, if I remember correctly, this should be my boat. Right? But this is my field. Mr. Fong stiffened his neck. His attitude was extremely tough. But a string of words appeared above his head. Why did this guy come here suddenly? Could he have discovered my grain storage? Mind reading is effective. Even without this mind reading, Hu also found something wrong. He could naturally judge that the reason why this person was so tough was because he was guilty. A person at the level of an academician, stealing other people's things and still being so tough. Aren't you embarrassed? What do you mean by stealing? What did I steal? Mr. Fong's dark face instantly turned red, and his voice became louder. I grew all these things. Who did I steal from? Tell me. What did I steal? Okay, Mr. Fong, don't get excited. I didn't say I'd come to settle the score with you. Hu was afraid that he would get excited and accidentally turn his back. He said slowly, Mr. Fong, you grew all the things in this field. I have no objection to you disposing of them at will. But, as the owner of this ship and the source of these seeds, I have the right to know. Right? According to the calculation that each fairy bean seedling produces 3 seeds. After so many days, a total of 51 seeds should have been produced. But you only gave me 24 seeds in total. And you said you used 10 for experiments. The remaining 17 seeds are nowhere to be found. Don't tell me that you ate 17 fairy beans by yourself. Not to mention Li Chuan. You hid some of the fairy beans. And Li Chuan should have collected a lot. Right? Hearing Hu's voice, the people working in the field stopped what they were doing and looked up. 17 magic beans. And an unknown amount of sweet spring water. They all worked in the fields, so they naturally understood what the magic beans meant. That's a normal person's food for a month. This guy hit a full 17. Enough for a person to eat for a year and a half. What are you looking at? When Mr. Fong noticed that the sound of harvesting had stopped, he immediately turned his head and looked behind him. shouting to the group of young people. Everyone, work! Don't be lazy. Everyone shuddered. And after thinking for a moment, they found that Boss Hu did not stop him, and then started a new round of harvesting. Boss Hu. Old Fong turned his head and looked at Hu Yu. Instead of feeling embarrassed as if he was caught as a thief, he was justified. I admit that I hid these things, but I didn't do it for myself, but for the whole of China. Huh? Hu Yu snorted lightly, indicating that he didn't quite understand. Mr. Fong continued. 17 beans are nothing to you. But for those who are struggling to survive, 1 bean is the hope of survival in the end of the world. As long as you have 1 bean, plant it, and you will have an inexhaustible supply of food. You can watch people die without helping, and you can choose who gets on the boat. I understand you because you have to ensure the safety of others on the boat. But you can't decide who has the right to survive. If everyone in the world dies, even if the people on our ship survive, human extinction is only a matter of time. This is for China. For the continuation of mankind. Mr. Fong became more and more excited. His face flushed, and he almost raised his arms and shouted that he was right. There is no way. Judging from Mr. Fong's age, he has experienced famine. People at that time ate everything. Tree bark and other things are nothing. Even guanine soil can be eaten. It is a kind of white soil. After eating it, it will create a feeling of fullness. But if you eat too much, it will condense in the intestines, and you will be stuffed to death. People who lived through that era knew clearly what it felt like to be hungry. So when they had enough food and drink, they thought of other people struggling with hunger. Hu Yu now understood why he went crazy after knowing about these things. In addition to his obsession with scientific research, it was more of a responsibility. He pondered for a few breaths, and finally looked at Mr. Fong. Take out the magic beans you hid. You still don't understand? Mr. Fong looked at him with a look of grief. Hu Yu. I'm being too arrogant to call you Xiao Hu. Only if the human race can continue. Our survival is meaningful. If you are the only one in the world, what does it matter if you influence the whole world? That's not what I mean. Hu Yu smiled bitterly. Mr. Fong, you should have studied that not all senza beans can be successfully planted. Take them out, and I'll pick them for you. You should keep them. Next time when a crowd gathers, it's up to you to choose whether to give them or not. Ah? Oh. Mr. Fong immediately took out a small bag of senza beans from his pocket. Hu Yu only glanced at it. When the panel popped up, he was stunned. At least half of those senza beans are perfect senza beans. There are even higher grade ones in them. Chapter 149 Epic Beans. You are so good. Old Fong. You eat my food? Live in my house. And yet, you still do these little tricks. It would be fine if you hid some ordinary beans. But you? Damn. Even I have never seen a grade above perfect. Unfortunately, the beans were all put in a pocket, and Hu Yu could only know how many beans of different grades there were. But he didn't know the specific panel. He had no choice but to stretch out his hand. Old Fong. Show me the beans. Mr. Fong is so old. So he is naturally a shrewd person. When he found that Hu Yu was not in a good condition, he immediately took back the pocket in his hand and looked at him with a little suspicion. Boss Hu, we just agreed that you will definitely give the things to those in need. Right? Of course. Hu Yu made a promise. That is an epic level fairy bean. According to the production level of fairy beans, perfect will produce ordinary fairy beans on a fixed basis, and occasionally produce fine and perfect fairy beans. Then the epic level fairy beans, wouldn't it be a fixed output of fine level fairy beans, and occasionally produce perfect and epic ones? This kind of exotic treasure can be used as a national treasure. Seeing the fairy bean pocket handed over, Hu Yu carefully took out the epic fairy bean. The bean body, which looks like jade, contains a touch of light purple, symbolizing its uniqueness. The panel pops up instantly. Name senza bean type food. Seed. Effect after taking it. It can produce a sense of fullness, and continuously replenish the various energies needed within a year. Or it can be planted in the soil to cultivate fine, perfect, and epic senza beans. After planting, it can double the yield of senza beans within 10 nearby. Note epic level senza beans, if used properly, are enough to supply the consumption of an entire country. Sure enough, one fine senza bean is enough to supply all the energy needed within 2 months. According to the normal production of senza beans, even if the senza bean cannot produce perfect or epic senza beans, it can produce enough food for a normal person for 6 months in one day if it only produces fine sins of beans. If the doubling effect can be used on it, it will be a year's worth of food. It is not an exaggeration to say that it symbolizes an entire granary. Huyu took a breath and looked at Mr. Fong and asked, Mr. Fong, how did you grow this bean? Logically speaking, perfect beans should not produce epic beans. Unless Mr. Fong did something, it would be impossible to produce sins of beans of this level. What did you do? Mr. Fong asked in confusion. Then replied calmly, it was a normal comparative experiment. I irrigated one of the two bean sprouts with Lichuan and the other with normal irrigation. All the beans in this bag were irrigated with Lichuan. Lichuan. That's right. It's written in the description of the source of Lichuan that the produced Lichuan can be used for irrigation. Is this the effect of 1 plus 1 being greater than 2? Boss Hu. Is there any problem? No problem. This method is very good. Huyu immediately praised, and took out all the perfect beans in his pocket and handed them to Mr. Fong. These are seeds that can become bean sprouts. You will plant half of them later, and you can deal with the remaining half. There are a total of 17 beans, 1 epic bean, 8 perfect beans, and 8 premium beans. Even if only half are planted, plus the output and increase of epic beans, there is a guaranteed output of 36 ordinary beans and 6 premium beans every day. This number is enough to supply the 50 food-eating beasts. The remaining fairy beans can be disposed of by Master Fong. As for the issue of watering with Lichuan, in addition to watering, this thing also has the effect of healing. It is an important strategic reserve and cannot be used for watering. Huyu thought about it and handed the epic fairy bean to Master Fong. From now on, Lichuan will only be used to water the bean sprouts grown from this fairy bean. The rest of Lichuan should be given to me. Show me all the beans produced first, so that you don't give them to others with good intentions, but end up doing bad things. Okay. Mr. Fong nodded and took the beans solemnly. He then looked embarrassed. But Boss Hu, there is not much space left in this greenhouse. If we don't expand it, we can't grow these bean sprouts. I came here for this, Huyu said, and used the expansion card. And the area of the entire greenhouse increased by 10 square meters. This number doesn't look big, but after the expansion, the original greenhouse only occupied 40 square meters. The difference of 10 square meters is completely visible to the naked eye. Mr. Fong was immediately excited, seeing how easy it was to upgrade the greenhouse. He quickly said, Boss Hu, please increase it a little more. The larger the greenhouse area, the greater our grain output will be. It can't be increased for the time being. Huyu smiled bitterly and pointed to the rice not far away. By the way, Mr. Fong, what's the matter with this rice? Isn't it harvested twice a year? How long has it been planted? It's already ripe? I don't know much either. I just tried to irrigate it with Lichuan, and the growth rate has been improved. Lichuan again. It seems that this thing is a real treasure. It would be great if I could draw Lichuan of epic level or above in the future. Huyu nodded, and finally asked Mr. Fong to stop using Lichuan to irrigate rice, and only irrigate epic level fairy bean seedlings. Good steel should be used on the blade. The food content of a fairy bean alone is enough to kill an acre of rice in seconds. Now is not the time to enjoy it. It will not be too late to plant rice when the fairy beans have accumulated enough. After dealing with the greenhouse, Huyu returned to the cabin with a satisfied look on his face, and fed those fine fairy beans to the semi-vegetative people who had eaten beef before. 5 caddies of beef may not be enough for their daily consumption. It is better to feed them some magic beans first. This shows the advantage of being a semi-vegetative person. As long as you are full, you can eat anything. Easy to feed. After doing all this, Huyu lay comfortably on the sofa, watching the rain outside and drinking tea slowly. Now he can only drink tea, and his stomach can't hold any food at all. I don't know what Su Linglong is doing. She hasn't come out for so long, and even lunch is sent in by others. It gives people a feeling of being busy to death. Could it be that she knew he was going to settle the score, so she pretended to be so? Huyu had some doubts. Forget it. Never mind. Wait one more day. If there is no trace of other ships, I will set out to find Misuzu the day after tomorrow. When Huyu was about to pick up the teacup and take another sip, Xiaohai suddenly issued a prompt. Ding! An unknown large ship signal is detected approaching. Do you want to display its specific location? Large ship? Could it be that an official fleet is really coming? Chapter 150 Zhao Yi. Show. Hu Yu immediately spat out 2 words and took out the mobile phone in his pocket. A red dot flashed on the screen, and the distance was 30 kilometers away. Xiao Hai also marked the speed and estimated arrival time on it. The speed is 12 knots, and it is expected to arrive in 90 minutes. Apart from warships, Hu Yu can't think of any other large ships that can reach 12 knots. Some large cargo ships can also reach this speed, but most of them don't need to. Hu's large cargo ship would be heading to this place at this time. Notify Shen Shan and others to hold a meeting. Hu Yu immediately ordered. If it is really the military, it will be better if Shen Shan and others communicate on their behalf. Yes, Master. Soon. Several people headed by Shen Shan all arrived. Hu Yu briefly explained the specific situation, and the expressions in everyone's eyes gradually changed from excitement to complexity. They used to be soldiers. If they hadn't encountered the warship, it would be fine. They would have followed Hu Yu and done their best without any problems. But if the military and the people need them, then it would be difficult to choose. Should they obey the righteousness and join the military? Or should they follow the previous agreement and continue to be a bodyguard for Boss Hu? For a moment, they really didn't know how to choose. Hu Yu also knew their difficulties, so he just looked at them, wanting to know what their attitude was. Boss. Seeing this, Shen Shan took the lead and asked tentatively, You summon us? Do you want us to choose? Or are you going to get the warship? After asking this question, everyone else, including Su Zilong, was stunned. Get a warship? Although the current heart of the ocean is large enough and has enough firepower coverage. But, according to this person's personality, he was able to store more than 300 small boats in the port. So getting another warship doesn't seem to be a big deal. Otherwise, why is he waiting here? He can't be waiting for the warship to escort him. Right? As far as the long-range strike capability of the heart of the ocean is concerned, if the 2 ships are put together, it's still unknown who will escort whom? What are you thinking? Hu Yu smiled bitterly. I'm crazy to attack my own warship. If I have to attack, I'll attack someone else's. I asked you to come here to give you a choice. Choice? Everyone nodded silently. Come to think of it, now Boss Hu is Xiao Hai for hot weapon attack, and those 50 semi-vegetative people for close combat. Sailing? Xiao Hai can drive automatically. Cooking? Whether it's dessert or afternoon tea, Chinese food or Western food. There are so many people on the boat, and they can easily put together a dinner party. Fishing? With that fishing rod. Who can't catch fish? As long as you can cast the rod. A blind man can become a fishing god. It seems, the boat really doesn't need them anymore. This so-called choice should not be a choice in name only, but actually a persuasion. Right? Thinking of this, everyone's favorability dropped by 10 points. Only Shen Shan and Ancienners did not drop. They believed that Hu Yu's so-called choice must not be this. Seeing that the favorability dropped, Hu Yu guessed that they had misunderstood and hurried to explain. Hey, why are you so dejected? I didn't ask you to choose between me and them. We've agreed that we'll be a family after we get on board. You don't really think that of me, do you? I asked you to choose who will act. Act? Shen Shan was stunned for a moment. Boss, what is the act? Everyone's favorability increased by 5 points at the same time, and they looked at Hu Yu curiously. Of course, it's the ship owner. Hu Yu leaned on the sofa and said, as a matter of course, if it's another ship, it's easy to talk. But if it's really the military, you can come forward to communicate. If I come forward, I'm afraid they will say something wrong, and I can't help but take action. After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. In this era, we are not afraid of stupid people, nor are we afraid of smart people. We are afraid of people who are not smart but still try to be smart. If we really meet such a person on the warship, and see Hu Yu, an ordinary person, holding the authority of the heart of the ocean, he is likely to do something stupid. Even if Hu Yu doesn't want to take the warship, he can't waste it as a ghost ship on the sea. Right? I see. Shen Shan nodded and spoke tentatively. Then I'll play the captain? Who plays the captain is a small matter. The key is to get information. Hu Yu frowned slightly, tapping his fingers on the sofa. Originally, I thought this rain was a natural disaster, a divine punishment from nature. But now, I always feel it's not that simple. Whether it's an island country or our China, they have prepared sufficient response measures, especially the shelter. If it's just a simple shelter, At most it can prevent nuclear bombs, earthquakes and other highly lethal disasters. Why would it be equipped with diving and waterproof systems? Or even a protective cover with flooding as the core? Plus the mutant fish in the water, and the recent events. I have to think more. Boss, what do you mean? Shen Shan frowned and asked. The higher-ups knew that similar disasters might happen. So they built this kind of shelter? I don't know. Maybe the designer is being cautious. But it's always right to verify it. If it's not a warship coming later, forget it. But if it is a warship, Hu hesitated for a few breaths and looked at Shen Shan and the others. Come here and unify your statements. Everyone gathered around. A few minutes later, everyone had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Even Suzy Long, who was always free and easy, was a little scared. Boss, are you sure you want to say this? Boss, isn't it too hasty? Shen Shan was also a little embarrassed. Will anyone really believe this? Anyway, just say what I say and it's done. Hu made the decision. If it's not a warship, it doesn't matter. Get ready. Everyone looked at each other and had to act according to the plan. Yes, boss. 30 kilometers away. A warship is approaching. A middle-aged woman in the lead stood in the cabin, looking at the surrounding sea with a telescope. But because of the heavy rain, visibility was extremely low, and she couldn't see anything clearly. But the radar system in front of her has begun to prompt the presence of a ship ahead. She turned her head and looked at her side. Zhao Yi. Here. A middle-aged man in military uniform stood at attention and saluted, saying to the woman, Chief, please give instructions. Prepare the speedboat and go ahead to explore the way. Yes, Chief. Chapter 151. Zhao Yi boarded the ship. Inside the cabin of the heart of the ocean, Hu had already informed everyone of the plan, and everything that needed to be prepared was ready, with the experience of the previous few performances. As long as Hu gave the script, everyone's acting skills would come out immediately, except for Su Linglong and others who were still fiddling with something in the room. Everyone was ready and spoke in unison. Report to the master. Xiao Hai's voice suddenly sounded. Hu did not speak in response, but looked at Shen Shan. The latter was stunned for a while, then came back to his senses and uttered a word. Speak. Since the character was just confirmed, Hu has handed over the first-level authority of the heart of the ocean to Shen Shan. There is a limit above the first-level authority, which belongs to Hu and cannot be shaken, although it still reports to Hu and calls Hu the master. Shen Shan is now also qualified to command the heart of the ocean. A speedboat is detected approaching in front, suspected to be released by the other party's ship. Should it be intercepted? Speedboat? It makes sense. The two ships are less than 30 kilometers apart, and the heart of the ocean has not activated its concealment system, so it is expected that it will be detected by the other party's radar. With such a large ship at the location where the flare was launched, it would be best to send a speedboat to take a look. No need to intercept. Shen Shan ordered. Everyone, be prepared. If the other party is hostile, we will not rule out the use of force. Yes. Everyone present responded in unison, including Hu, acting as a full performance. Let's go to the deck, Shen Shan said as he walked towards the deck, and Hu and others followed him all the way. Originally, Shen Shan was supposed to hold an umbrella for him, but now he changed his position, and Hu held an umbrella for him all the way to the deck. On the deck, Shen Shan took out a telescope and looked at the position marked by Xiao Hai. He could only see a speedboat speeding under the water. He could vaguely see a person standing on the speedboat, but he couldn't see the specific appearance of the other person. Xiao Hai informed the other party to stop 1 kilometer away and not get too close. Yes, Xiao Hai replied. Unlike Hu, it did not add the suffix master after the reply. Soon, Xiao Hai's voice echoed on the water. Warning! Do not approach within 1 kilometer of this ship. Otherwise we will take compulsory measures. If you need to communicate, please anchor 1 kilometer away. Thank you. The same warning continued to echo on the water. As long as the other party is not deaf, he will definitely hear the broadcast before approaching 1 kilometer to the water surface. Soon, the speedboat really stopped. It stopped just 1 kilometer away from the heart of the ocean. No more. No less. Being able to determine this distance with eyesight alone can at least prove one thing. The other party is extremely good at using guns. Otherwise, it would be impossible to be so accurate. Shen Shan couldn't help but be cautious. He picked up the telescope again and looked in the direction of the speedboat. After just one glance, he froze in place, his jaw opening and closing. And he uttered stupidly, "How could this be him?" "Who?" Su Zilong asked in confusion. "Is it someone you know?" "Brother Shan?" "Yes. Very familiar." Shen Shan smiled bitterly. But before he could figure out the answer, the other party's voice came from a distance. "We are the First Fleet of China. Ship 009. Please report your number." Hu Yu was stunned. "This voice is Zhao Yi." After hearing this, Zhao Zhong didn't care about acting or holding an umbrella. He took the loudspeaker from Shen Shan, rushed to the front of the deck, and shouted to the front. "Zhao Yi, it's us. You kid is really. Come over and talk." 1 kilometer away, Zhao Yi on the speedboat was stunned when he heard the voice. And then, he even forgot to reply and stepped on the accelerator. "Speed up." On the deck, even without a telescope, you can see a splash of water rushing towards here. "Boss." Shen Shan's face was full of excitement, and he turned to look at Hu Yu. "No need to act anymore now. Right? It's Zhao Yi. One of us." Who said no? Hu Yu asked in confusion. He looked at the approaching speedboat, and his vigilance became even stronger, since Zhao Yi came downstairs by himself. Hu Yu no longer considered him one of his own. At most, he could only be considered a comrade in arms of Shen Shan and others. If he encountered any problems, he would help them. But now it was a matter of principle. He needed to know the truth of the end of the world. If it was an outsider, it would be fine. But now it was Zhao Yi. It would be difficult to deal with. Emergency. Hu Yu pressed the hidden headset on his ear and said calmly, "Everyone who has been on the 28th floor before, hide and don't expose yourself. Zissou, take your uncle and aunt with you." As soon as the news came out, Xiao Zissou and others immediately started to act. Hu Yu turned to look at Shen Shan. "Brother Shan, I know you trust Zhao Yi and feel that there is nothing to hide from him. I also believe in the friendship between you. But now, he is just here to investigate. If you don't want to make things difficult for him, let's continue with the original plan." "Yes, boss." Shen Shan pondered for a few breaths and soon understood what Hu Yu meant. If he told Zhao Yi the truth about the ship, then if he didn't tell the people behind him, it would be a case of knowing the truth but not reporting it. If he did, it would be a case of him being unfair. As long as he didn't tell him the truth about the ship, this dilemma could be avoided. "Yeah." Hu Yu raised his hand and placed it on Shen Shan's shoulder, patting him twice. "Brother Shan, you have to bear all these responsibilities. I will go back to the cabin first." He handed over the umbrella and walked towards the cabin without looking back. Although he couldn't show his face, he also wanted to see what Zhao Yi came with. The best observation point is naturally the cockpit. The current route is all set by Shanghai, and the cockpit has been empty for a long time. Hu Yu came to the cockpit and looked down at everything happening on the deck. Now he just waited for Zhao Yi to board the ship. Less than 10 minutes later, Zhao Yi docked at the side of the heart of the ocean and walked up the gangway, while Shen Shan and others went to the boarding area to greet him. From the surveillance, he was amazed all the way. He was amazed at the luxury of the heart of the ocean and at the good life of Shen Shan and others. After greeting everyone, he remembered Hu Yu. He looked at Shen Shan and asked uncertainly, "Brother Shan, where is the previous boss Hu? Aren't you together?" "Oh, him." Shen Shan had already thought of a lie before he came down, and blurted out he got separated from us before, and we wanted to find him. But unfortunately, we couldn't find him. Zhao Yi nodded and said immediately, "That's good." In an instant, everyone, including Shen Shan, turned to look at him, and their eyes seemed to reveal a sense of strangeness. Chapter 152, The Only Possibility of the End of the World. What a pity! If it weren't for the fact that Hu Yu's existence could not be exposed, Shen Shan would definitely grab his neck and ask him what he meant by this sentence. What does it mean to be like this? When he was on the 28th floor, boss who treated everyone equally. Even if Zhao Yi decided to go downstairs at that time, he supported him and even gave him something to rely on. Now, in the end of the world, he can't find anyone. And then he ends up saying that it's okay? Zhao Yi, how come he doesn't look like the person they knew before? Zhao Meng, Su Zilong, and Li Ji also have the same idea. And Sienna is still the most rational. And she coughed twice to cover up the abnormality of everyone. Ahem. After 2 light coughs, Shen Shan immediately came back to his senses and began to change the subject. By the way, Xiaoyi, where did you go after you left us? Why are you here? This is a long story, Xiaoyi said as he came to the cabin, sat on the sofa, picked up a cup of black tea prepared by someone, and drank it slowly. He looked at Shen Shan, did not answer the question he asked, but instead asked another question. Brother Shan, let me ask you a few questions first. Did you launch the flare before? Did you find the shelter here? Yes. Shen Shan followed the script given by Huyu and said, the shelter is underwater. We tried to salvage them, but unfortunately, we failed. We could only get a flare from them and fired it to try. Then, you came here. Is that so? Xiaoyi said and then asked, where did your ship come from? Boss whose? You haven't answered my question yet. Shen Shan stared at Xiaoyi. Don't be impatient, Brother Shan. Xiaoyi smiled bitterly. I signed a confidentiality agreement. Answer me 2 more questions. No. 1 question. I can tell you. You say. Shen Shan suppressed his desire to hit him and could only spit out 2 words. Xiaoyi stood up suddenly, straightened his military posture, and glanced at the people in front of him. Shen Shan, Su Zilong, Zhao Nong, Li Ji, and Xiener. I am now only representing the First Fleet of China. The 009 detachment invites you to re-enlist and join our fleet to fight to protect the last spark of mankind. After this was said, everyone was confused. Wait! Su Zilong stood up and asked uncertainly. What did you just say you were fighting for? The last spark of mankind? Yes. Xiaoyi stared at Su Zilong, with more passion and less recklessness in his bones. As long as you nod, I will have the authority to apply for qualifications for you. And you will know the truth of the end of the world. The truth of the end of the world. In the cab, Huyu looked at the surveillance camera, and the last words Xiaoyi said echoed in his ears. As he guessed, the military is likely to know the truth about the end of the world. I won't interfere with your decision. You can make your own decisions. Don't feel any psychological burden. Huyu's voice echoed in everyone's headphones. Shen Shan thought for a few breaths, but finally did not get up. Instead, he sat on the sofa and looked up at Xiaoyi. My answer is, I'm sorry. No one spoke. Xiaoyi was also confused. Brother Shan? Why? I have no opinion on fighting to protect the fire of mankind. And I have no objection. But I can do it in other ways besides joining the army. There is not only one way in the world. Shen Shan stared at Xiaoyi and spoke slowly. If you still call me Brother Shan, tell me what you know and what you can say. If it involves confidential information, I don't need to know. Brother Shan. Xiaoyi frowned slightly and turned to look at Su Zilong and others, obviously still wanting to fight for it. But he didn't even need to say anything. The actions of Su Zilong and others had proved everything. Except for Xiener, who was guarding the stairs. Everyone else sat on the sofa without any movement. Obviously, they all agreed with Shen Shan's plan. Actually, you don't have to rush to decide. Xiaoyi stood in front of everyone and changed his tone. Perhaps you can listen to the current situation first, and then make a decision. Everyone did not answer, waiting for his next words. According to our observations, the entire blue star is now covered with water, and the precipitation is still increasing. It is currently estimated that, as that boss who said, the precipitation will stop in 30 days. That is, on August 31st. The water level of the entire blue planet will rise by an average of more than 8,000 meters by then. And the culprit behind all this is not nature. It is man-made. Man-made. When the last 2 words fell, everyone in the cabin and Huyu, who was sitting in the cockpit, were dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. Do you remember that explanation? If a fish keeps swimming in the water and does not find its own kind, then it proves one thing. It is the only fish in the fish tank it is in. Xiaoyi smiled bitterly and raised his finger to the sky. Now, someone is here to add water for us. Everyone was silent for a long time, lost in thought. Huyu was the same. In fact, as early as when he was reborn, he had thought about why this doomsday would happen. He searched a lot on the internet. If it was really because of the self-purification mechanism of nature, the most likely doomsday would be a solar storm affecting the Earth's magnetic field. It doesn't take 49 days. In one day, 99.9% of the creatures in the world will die because the molecular structure in their bodies is penetrated by high-energy particles. The existing environment will be preserved, and new creatures will continue to be cultivated to rule the blue planet. But flooding. The total amount of water resources on the blue planet is so much. It is completely impossible. The only possibility is man-made. After thinking, Su Zilong sneered first. I say, Zhao Yi, you are not brainwashed. Right? Your next sentence. Are you going to say that the current situation is caused by aliens? I don't think you are brainwashed. You have seen too many three-body. The identification is complete. Li Ji replied on the side. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Xiao Yi spread his hands. In short, it's just a prelude during the rainstorm. After the rainstorm, we will face the real test. Whether we can survive depends on how much strength the rest of us can gather. If you don't choose to join, we won't force you. We just hope you can survive, Xiao Yi said, handing out a communicator. Who you has seen this communicator before? Or rather, he has several more in his space. It was this communicator that received the shelter news last time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known that China also prepared the shelter. This is? Shen Shan asked in confusion. Communicator. Xiao Yi put it on the table. Now the global network is cut off. Only this machine can access the remaining channel for communication. Even if you don't join now, we will still be comrades in the future. Keep in touch. I'm leaving. Wait. Hu Yu's voice sounded in everyone's headphones. I have something else to ask him. Chapter 153 General Wei. Do you know you are wrong? Wait. Shen Shan's voice also sounded immediately. He called Zhao Yi, who was about to leave. Zhao Yi turned around, and Hu Yu's voice sounded in Shen Shan's earphones, and on the stairs where Enciener was guarding. Do you have evidence? Boss Hu? Zhao Yi's voice sounded, his tone full of doubt. You are not lying to me? He was not a fool. And when he saw Hu Yu coming down the stairs, he understood what was going on. It's not important. Hu Yu walked downstairs, originally intending to walk past Enciener to Zhao Yi. But Enciener remained motionless, obviously unwilling to move. He had no choice but to stand behind Enciener, looking at Zhao Yi and saying, What's important is, what evidence do you have to prove what you said? Why should I prove it? Zhao Yi had just been deceived and was still angry. When he heard Hu Yu say this, he immediately asked back, Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. Anyway, didn't you reject us? Are you sure you can make this decision? Of course. Zhao Yi stiffened his neck and replied stubbornly. This is a top-secret incident. Not everyone can know it. Xiao Yi. Zhao Zhong frowned and shouted. In his heart, Hu Yu's status is no different from that of a god. Now Zhao Yi is talking to him like this. It's really a bit inappropriate. Brother. Zhao Yi turned his head and looked at Zhao Wong. You should come with me. In the future, only warships can guarantee our continued survival. Others, if you want to follow him, just follow him. You won't know how you died when you die. Warship? Hu Yu originally thought that after that incident, Zhao Yi would become more mature. But he didn't expect. Never mind. He didn't want to waste time with this young man. He raised his hand and pointed to the location where the warship was parked in the distance. Are you talking about that ship? What else? Zhao Yi was still stubborn. Do you think you can rest assured that you have such a luxury yacht and a space backpack? You have no idea what you will face in 30 days. No matter how big a yacht is, it is nothing more than a luxurious coffin. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. As long as you choose to join now, you may even be protected by the warship. If you don't agree, Xiao Hai, Hu Yu couldn't listen anymore. Prepare for precision strikes. Aim at targets 30 kilometers away. He believed that the military would not have this attitude towards civilians who own boats. But Zhao Yi, this guy is not only impulsive, but also easily gets emotional. After knowing that everyone lied to him, he just said whatever he wanted without thinking. In this case, let him think about it first. Yes, Master. Xiao Hai's voice sounded in the cabin. Precision strike has been aimed. Do you want to fire? For a moment, Shen Shan's eyes widened, and Su Zilong and others were also dumbfounded. Won't he really attack the warship? They have witnessed the attack capability of the heart of the ocean with their own eyes. But they are not worried about whether their own safety will be threatened. The main thing is, the warship. Boss. Shen Shan was about to persuade him. Don't worry. I know what's going on. Hu Yu naturally knew what Shen Shan was going to say. He immediately took out a piece of paper from the storage space, wrote a line of words on it, and then raised his hand. Xiao Hai. Send this note with precision strikes. Remember? Don't hurt anyone. Just send it to the top of the cab. Yes, master. Xiao Hai's voice sounded again. And at the same time, a mechanical hand stretched out from the top of the cabin and pulled the note out of Hu Yu's hand. Half a minute later, a small missile was launched from the heart of the ocean, but the entire ship did not feel any vibration, and even the sound of the launch could not be heard. Zhao Yi knew what this meant. As long as the man in front of him was willing, he could hit the warship at this distance or even farther under any circumstances. The warship might not realize that it was attacked until it was hit, and it might not even know where the attack came from. The thick white smoke tail drew a perfect arc in the air and landed accurately on the warship. Less than 30 seconds. The intercom in Zhao Yi's arms rang immediately. Hello. I am the captain of the 009th detachment of the 1st Fleet of China. May I ask your unit number? This was mistaken for the army. Come to think of it, who else can use this level of precision strikes to transmit messages except for high-tech troops? Zhao Yi was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Hu Yu, asking him with his eyes how to answer next. Hu Yu did not speak, but just hooked his finger at the other party, indicating that he should take the intercom. Seeing this, Zhao Yi had no choice but to walk over, handed the intercom to him, and pressed the intercom button. Did you see the words on the note? The person on the other end of the intercom hesitated for a while, then answered, I saw it. It's okay if you see it, Hu Yu said calmly. Come over. I'll wait for you. Yes, the person on the other end of the intercom replied, and his tone seemed to be a little respectful. Less than 20 minutes later, the warship docked at the edge of the heart of the ocean. The gangway extended, linking the two ships together. A middle-aged woman in military uniform stepped onto the gangway and walked all the way to the deck. Her expression was extremely solemn, but she did not look dissatisfied at all. Boss, Shen Shan lowered his voice and asked Hu Yu tentatively, will it really be okay to let people come up like this? Yes, boss. Su Zilong also came up from the other side, his eyes constantly looking at the warship next to him. There is at least one full formation on that warship. If this comes over, I'm afraid even with those 50 people, it won't be enough. Don't worry. No matter what I say later, just nod and smile, and leave the rest to me. Hu Yu turned around and replied, and took the initiative to lead everyone to meet the middle-aged woman. The two stopped when they were 1 meter apart, looked at each other, and looked at each other. The first time, the panel about the woman popped up. Name Wei Sheng, male, gender female, age 47, skills epic strategy, epic planning, perfect psychology, perfect fighting, perfect guns, perfect coordination, proficient driving, proficient machinery, proficient observation, decisive, murderous, suspicious, heroic, loyal, favorability 0, purity 97. This panel is even more perfect than Shen Shan and others. From a certain perspective, the only one who can compare with her is Enciener. When Hu Yu was looking at the other party was also looking at him. After a few breaths, Hu Yu spoke first. General Wei, do you know your mistake? Chapter 154, Identity Verification. As soon as this question was asked, everyone present was stunned. Know your fault? Know what fault? Was it wrong not to send troops on the warship to seize the heart of the ocean? Please, boss, you called him a general. Can you be a little more low-key? If the other party really makes trouble, the 5 of them can only block 5 bullets at most. Before everyone could think of a way to suppress Hu Yu, Wei Shengnan on the opposite side had already spoken. She stood up straight, lowered her head, and replied a little apologetically, Commander, I'm sorry. Commander. The crowd, who were already shocked enough, turned their heads again and looked at Hu Yu with eyes that looked at a god. How did he become the commander? Shen Shan and others were full of doubts. But they thought of the request Hu Yu had just made. No matter what happened later, they just needed to nod and smile. In this case, no matter how shocked they were, they dared not show it at all. However, in addition to them, there was another person who was also behind everyone at this time. Chief? Zhao Yi rushed over immediately and stood beside Wei Shengnan, looking at Hu Yu with a suspicious expression, and then quickly turned to look at Wei Shengnan. He is a shitty chief. This guy is full of nonsense. Chief, you must not be fooled by him. How dare you? Wei Shengnan frowned and yelled at Zhao Yi immediately. How can you question the identity of the chief? Chief. Zhao Yi uttered 2 words helplessly. He turned his head and glared at Hu Yu again, and found that this guy was looking at him with a fearless face, no matter what means he used. In short, he must not be the so-called leader. No. We can't let Leader Wei be deceived by him. Leader? Xiao Yi's mind moved, and he immediately turned to look at Wei Shengnan. You think I am presumptuous or something else? In short, I just doubt his identity. As long as he can show something to prove his identity, no matter what he wants me to do, I can agree. The leader asked you to negotiate conditions? Wei Shengnan frowned and raised her hand to hit him. But Hu Yu spoke up in time. Hey, Sister Wei, I'm just being arrogant and calling you that. After all, my identity is too important. It's normal to have doubts. Comrade Xiao Xiao is just being cautious. Not bad. Hu Yu smiled and stopped Wei Shengnan, then looked at Zhao Yi. Comrade Xiao Xiao, it's not wrong to doubt, but you have to be responsible for what you said. If I produce evidence to prove my identity, what will you do? What should I do? Zhao Yi frowned and said immediately. As long as Chief Hu is willing, I can be your guard. Forget about being a guard. You are not suitable. Hu Yu thought about it and turned to look behind him. But the ship is still short of a toilet sweeper. If you don't mind. Okay. Sweep it. Zhao Yi knew that he wanted to humiliate him, but he still replied, as long as Chief Hu can prove your identity, I don't mind even if I sweep the toilet. Well, it's a deal. Hu Yu chuckled and then looked at Wei Shengnan. General Wei, did you bring the identity verification system? I'm afraid if I take it out, Xiao Xiao will have other doubts. Yes, Wei Shengnan said, and took out a communicator from her pocket. This communicator is the same model as the one Zhao Yi put on the table just now. Since the global internet and power outage, only this communication system with a special satellite signal can be used normally. It is not only equipped with a local area network, but also loaded with a personal information database, which is linked with the Xuanwu robot in a shelter. Basically, anyone who has entered the database in China can be detected on it. Give it to him, and let him operate it himself. Hu Yu took out his ID card and handed it to Zhao Yi. Yes, my ID card. Just enter my ID number on it, and the corresponding information will pop up. Is this enough to prove my identity? Zhao Yi was stunned. He had never heard of this way of verifying identity. He did not forget to look back at Wei Shengnan. Enter it. Wei Shengnan simply uttered 3 words. She didn't understand. Originally, Zhao Yi was a very sensible person. Why did he lose his mind here? Did he offend the chief before? So he didn't want to believe it? Forget it. When the time comes, I will apologize for him. The chief shouldn't bother with a soldier like him. Okay. Zhao Yi responded and quickly entered Hu Yu's entire ID number. He also verified the name before clicking confirm. Ding! With a crisp sound, a prompt popped up on the communicator screen. Name Hu Yu, gender male, ID number. Position S level, top secret. Insufficient authority. Strictly prohibited from exploring, authority S level, top secret. Insufficient authority. Strictly prohibited from exploring photo. In order to ensure that the information is the real person, the communicator even attached a photo of Hu Yu himself. He looks exactly the same as on his ID card. However, in the photo above, he is wearing a military uniform, and the specific rank on his shoulders has been blurred. How is this possible? Zhao Yi stuttered. He had lived on the 28th floor for a while, so he naturally checked Hu Yu's specific identity. He was just an ordinary worker. How did he suddenly become an S-level top secret? Shen Shan and others were also surprised. They could not imagine how Hu Yu could suddenly become an S-level top secret. As for whether it is true or not, just kidding. This is definitely fake. But if it is true to this extent, I am afraid no one will believe it. Right? Do you believe it now? Hu Yu frowned and looked at each other. If it's okay, go to the toilet now. I still have something to talk to you. Zhao Yi did not move, but continued to stand in place, just holding the communication device. Seemed to be doing a brainstorm, thinking about every possible situation. Don't go! Wei Shengnan frowned. And the military boots directly kicked Zhao Yi's ass. Yes, the head, Zhao Yi said, hanging his head, walking all the way towards the cabin. His eyes were still full of unwillingness. Seeing this, Zhao Zhong naturally took his brother to find the toilet. The first thing Zhao Yi said when he saw his brother was, "Brother, what's the situation with Hu Yu? What means did he use to tamper with his identity?" "Tamper?" Zhao Zhong asked back. He knew that his brother had gotten into a dead end and couldn't get out. Forget it. He should just fool around and not cause trouble for the boss. He could only sigh and pat him on the shoulder. "Brother, you don't really think that Brother Shan would be a bodyguard for an ordinary person, right?" Zhao Yi. "Brother, do you mean he is real? What else?" Before Zhao Yi could answer, there was a sudden noise outside. Wei Shengnan looked at Hu Yu excitedly, and put her hands on his shoulders without regard for the distance, and roared, "What did you say? Really?" Chapter 155. This is just one of their tactics. When Zhao Yi heard the noise, he subconsciously wanted to look back. Before he turned his head, Zhao Zhong grabbed his neck. "Still looking? Go clean the toilet first." "Brother, do you really want me to clean it?" Zhao Yi had a sad face. "For a ship of your size, the hygiene should be good. Do you still need me to clean it?" "Nonsense." Zhao Zhong kicked him with a kick. Unlike Wei Shengnan, the force of this kick almost knocked Zhao Yi down. "I might as well tell you that there are 333 toilets on the ship, and they are all yours today. If you can't clean them all, you know Brother Shan's methods." Zhao Yi shuddered when he heard this. He was not afraid of anything in his life, but only Zhao Zhong and Shen Shan. As for Zhao Zhong, it was all because of the blood suppression of the elder brother. As for Shen Shan, it was all because of his training method at that time, which led to Zhao Yi's conditioned reflex when he heard about the punishment. At this point, Zhao Yi could do nothing but bite the bullet and follow Zhao Zhong to find the toilet. 2 minutes ago, on the deck, Hu Yu looked at Wei Shengnan, who already trusted him, and said calmly, "Now that we have discussed the identity, let's talk about the mission. General Wei, you should know the location of the shelter. Why did you come here after releasing the signal flare? You should have received the previous distress signal, right? This is why Hu Yu questioned the other party's admission of guilt. According to the time when the signal flare was released, the warship should have been hundreds of kilometers away from here. The distance is far. But for the distance of the communicator, they can receive the signal from Huaxia number 012 shelter near the island country, which means that the signal released by number 009 will also be received by the warship. The same goes for the distress signal. But the warship is coming now, either because it is too far away and they came after receiving the signal, or another possibility is they received the signal but didn't care at all, but waited until the signal flare was sent before thinking about coming to rescue. Regardless of which possibility it was, as long as Hu Yu determined that it was the first one, he would have enough reason to question Wei Shengnan. "Sorry, Chief." Wei Shengnan lowered her head and responded, "We did receive a distress signal before, but because we have a more important task." "So, more important task? What task?" Hu Yu frowned and asked. "Is there any task more important than protecting the fire of mankind?" "Yes. There really is not." Wei Shengnan still lowered her head. "But according to the sequence rules, we should go to rescue and protect the target that is closer and easier to rescue. When we received the distress signal, we were heading to shelter 010, and we detected that the other party was also under attack. So we chose the nearest one. After we dealt with the crisis in shelter 010, we saw the signal flare and rushed here as soon as possible. Please forgive me." "Chief." "Well?" Hu Yu nodded slowly. If this was the reason, it could still be forgiven. It just so happened that he also needed a ladder to come down and have a good talk with Wei Shengnan. In that case, there is a reason why you are so slow in providing support. Let's go into the cabin first, and we will talk about the rest slowly." "Wait." Wei Shengnan did not rush in, but looked at Hu Yu and asked him, "Chief, if I remember correctly, we have prepared 9 fleets in China. Each fleet is equipped with 9 warships. And yours doesn't seem to be included in the number. Still want to test me?" Hu Yu raised his eyebrows and asked back. "There are 12 fleets in total. Each fleet is equipped with 12 warships. Your fleet should be the warship number 0112. Right, Commander? I am also on guard." Wei Shengnan smiled. There is no way. Even if she checked Hu Yu's file, it is hard to believe that this person is really her commander. Otherwise, she would not let Zhao Yi be so presumptuous. The purpose is to test Hu Yu. Hu Yu also chuckled, and the stone in his heart finally fell. "Since I came out of the shelter yesterday, I gave the communicator to Xiao Hai to crack because of the identity level issue. After all, as a boss, it is really embarrassing to have a lower identity level than an employee. If I enter another shelter in the future, it will be easier to do things with a higher identity level. Fortunately, Xiao Hai is powerful enough. He really used the communicators of Xiao Ri to successfully crack the satellite's protection network and obtain the highest authority of the database. Yu originally just wanted to raise his identity level, but after thinking about it, he realized that it was unreliable to make it top secret, so that he could determine his identity according to the situation. This is why he was so confident in asking Xiao Yi and the others to check his identity. Even the things that were accurately guided over at the beginning were just his ID number. As long as Wei Xingnan checked, she would naturally come to check it as soon as possible. As for the fleet data, there is an independent database in the communicator. As long as you check, even the captain of each fleet and the commander of each warship will be recorded. Okay. It's a good thing to be vigilant. Yu waved his hand and turned to walk towards the cabin. My mission is too secret and involves some secrets. It's reasonable that you don't know my existence. But since it's all done, it doesn't matter if I tell you. The island country has been destroyed by me. What did you say? Really? A cry of surprise exploded behind Yu. Wei Xingnan rushed over directly, walked around in front of him, and looked at him excitedly. Chief, this is not a joke. Did you really do it? Sure enough, anyone who has served in the military has a wish in mind. Flatten the island nation. It's just that for various reasons, this kind of mission is impossible to carry out in peacetime. Now it's the end of the world. The world is anarchic, and there are not so many concerns. Some people said before that the Chinese government actually did nothing and made no contribution to the Blue Planet. This is not a contribution. It can develop peacefully in a country where the national war intention has reached 80. Suppress it, and do not start any war. This is the greatest contribution of the Chinese government to Blue Star. Otherwise, the referendum was cast in the morning. The missile was launched at noon, and the island country disappeared in the afternoon. Show your head, and you'll be gone in seconds? Not true. Even if you don't show it, you'll be gone in seconds. Yu looked at Wei Xingnan, who was very excited in front of him, and said calmly, Little Wei, don't be excited. My mission has been completed. But I still don't know much about your mission. What is going on with this rainstorm? Speaking of this, Wei Xingnan also calmed down. She looked at Yu solemnly, and said something that made him shudder. At the beginning, people always called tsunamis, earthquakes, and typhoons natural disasters. In fact, this is just one of their methods. Chapter 156, this is just the beginning. Yu frowned. When he heard Wei Xingnan's previous words, he already realized something was wrong. Tsunamis, earthquakes, typhoons, aren't these the terrifying forces of nature in people's minds? Even with today's technology, it can only accurately predict earthquakes a few seconds before they occur. As for tsunamis and typhoons, before they are generated, no one knows where the source is. The technology that can give an alarm half a minute, or even a minute in advance is just a bonus of the internet age. After the earthquake is felt, the area that may be affected by the earthquake is notified immediately. If it is not because human technology is not up to standard, but because all this is man-made, who can predict people's thoughts? If he wants, he can even arrange a magnitude 7 earthquake in the area where a magnitude 6 earthquake just occurred. When humans find something wrong, they just describe it as a secondary fracture of the geological layer. Yes, Wei Xingnan said calmly, confirming Yu's guess. She looked up at the sky. This rain is also their masterpiece. Don't worry. Yu looked at Shen Shan and others. Call Zhao Zhong back for a meeting. Yes, sir. Shen Shan swallowed the word boss and walked towards the cabin, feeling light under his feet. There was no way. The news brought by Wei Xingnan was too shocking. Anyone who heard it would feel a chill. Soon, everyone came to the meeting room of the Ocean Heart, because the matter was of great importance. The only people who attended the meeting were Shen Shan and others. Xiao Zixu, Minono, and Su Linglong with dark circles under her eyes. Even Zhao Yi was not among them. Now he was busy cleaning the toilet. As for why the 3 women were invited to the meeting, Minono would not say anything. Her favorability towards Yu was the second on the whole ship, second only to Shen Shan. When she heard Wei Xingnan call Yu the chief, her favorability had soared to 77. Even if she doesn't have a favorable impression with her brain, listening to the specific situation. More people can give her more ideas for reference. Calling Su Linglong over, of course, is the same reason. As for Xiao Zissou, who you called Su Linglong and Minono, if he didn't call her, he would have to have a head full of golden needles when he wakes up tomorrow. If he asked, Xiao Zissou might even say, "This is for your health." Where can he go to complain then? Su Linglong was the last one to sit down. She didn't even say hello. Her eyes were dull, as if she might fall asleep at any time. Okay. Who you uttered 2 words and looked at Wei Xingnan again. Everyone is here. Tell me everything you know. Wei Xingnan looked around. Her eyes swept over the 3 women. And she slowly stood up. I don't know much. As early as 1960. 64 years ago. Blue Star began searching for traces of extraterrestrial civilizations, and finally found a place suspected of extraterrestrial civilization in 1964. At that time, we sent a signal in that direction, trying to get a response. 20 years later, in 1984, we got a response from the other party. The other party used radio waves to write a string of uncoded Morse code. After a simple translation, we got 4 words. Don't answer? Minono replied from the side. Don't bully us because we haven't seen the 3-body problem. Okay? Not these 4 words. But, Wei Xingnan stared at Hu Yu and said slowly. No escape allowed. Escape. Hu Yu squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. The meaning of these 2 words alone is enough to make people think. Wait. What code did you say they used? Su Linglong also became interested. She looked at Wei Xingnan and asked. Morse code? If I remember correctly, the code only appeared systematically in 1837. You mean, they have been paying attention to us systematically since 1837? That's right. Wei Xingnan nodded. Her expression very solemn. Even earlier than this time. And then? Hu Yu asked curiously. If it's just these 4 words, it shouldn't stop the pace of human exploration. Right? Of course. Wei Xingnan continued to narrate. As soon as the information was received, the response given by the United States was very simple. They achieved the first spacewalk in human history, and sent a question mark back to the other party. We received the message again in 2004. The message we received was just as simple. So simple that it only had 3 words this time. Continue. Die. Everyone present frowned. Obviously, they knew what happened next. Since the other party could communicate with them using the Morse code that appeared in 1837, the other party would know what they were doing without the United States replying. From 2004 to 24, there were countless technological leaps, especially in aviation equipment. Humans have never given up on exploring the outer world. No matter whose warnings are issued, they are useless. In the same year, the United States responded by launching an exploration robot to Mars. My country began its space program and started the outer world exploration competition. Since then, various natural disasters have increased significantly. Most of the so-called natural disasters you know about have occurred after 2004. Wait. Hu Yu frowned. After 2004, didn't we stop sending signals over there? How could they know the situation here and respond? We don't know about this either. Wei Xingnan smiled bitterly and then explained. But in 2014, we in China also received a message, which was roughly the same as what the United States received at the time. But you also know that if we are really threatened by a sentence, we humans will always live under their control in the future. So, while continuing the extraterrestrial exploration competition, we also started the defense plan. The warships you see now, and the previous shelter were started at that time. I see. Hu Yu pondered for a few breaths, and finally could only utter this sentence. But he still had doubts. But General Wei, according to what you said, all this was caused by extraterrestrial life. So what's the point of letting Zhao Yi come and let us join you? What means can we use to fight? The best way now is not to find a place to live. Wait until the rainstorm is over. And then slowly wait for recuperation? Could it be that those extraterrestrial life are still preparing to come to the blue planet? If they really want to come, they should have come down long ago if they could get the Morse code developed in 1837. Why wait until now? We are not dealing with extraterrestrial life. Wei Xingnan shook her head and turned to look at the water outside the porthole. You should have seen mutated fish? What if I say that the mutation of fish is just the beginning, and within no more than 15 days, they will have the same level of intelligence as humans? What? Chapter 157 10 Light Years. 15 days. According to this data, on the 34th day of the apocalypse, fish will develop intelligence. In his previous life, he had lived to this time. Not to mention mutated fish. He didn't even see many fish. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been consumed as reserve food. Wait. No fish. No fish doesn't mean that fish don't have intelligence. It is precisely because they have intelligence that they are likely to disappear collectively in a certain area, making it impossible for humans to catch them. Who you felt a chill in his heart. He frowned and asked the other party. General Wei. Where did you get this data from? Data? Wei Shen said calmly, her expression still serious. It is data from the database. I don't know the specific source. Maybe, it may be earlier. Who you didn't speak, but fell into deep thought. According to the military's requirements, this data is so accurate. It must be supported by experiments. Otherwise Wei Shen would not have said this data. Could it be that mutant fish have already appeared before the end of the world? Whatever the reason. Since we now know what might happen after the end of the world, we can't do nothing. Some things must be put on the agenda. Zhao Meng. Who you looked at Zhao Meng. Take General Wei to rest first. If he needs anything, try to meet his needs. Yes. Zhao Zhong stood at attention and responded, still using his actions to conceal Hu Yu's identity. He stood up and walked to Wei Shen's side. General Wei. Please. Yeah. Wei Shen said nothing. Just followed Zhao Zhong out of the conference room. After the door of the conference room was closed, only their own people were left inside. Hu Yu glanced at everyone, and instead of saying what he thought, he asked them, what do you think about what General Wei said just now? The probability of the truth is more than 80%. Minono was the first to speak. She looked at Hu Yu. Boss Hu, is something like Godzilla really came out of the water? Can the heart of the ocean defeat it? 30 to 70. We're 7? Minono asked with his eyes wide open. Well, it hits us 3 times, and we can hold out for 7 seconds. Hu Yu said helplessly. Although the technology level of the heart of the ocean has far surpassed that of Blue Star, if it really faces a monster of the same level as Godzilla, it is no match at all. After all, the heart of the ocean focuses on comfort, and all its firepower devices are for defense. Although the strike area is accurate and vast, in terms of power, it is definitely not as powerful as a nuclear bomb. Boss Hu, you are as humorous as ever, Minono said helplessly. Then we hide? Su Linglong also opened her eyes full of dark circles and looked up at Hu Yu. Blue Planet is so big, it should be okay to hide. Right? If there is really an extraterrestrial civilization, even if you hide in the core of the Earth, the other party may find you. Hu Yu still shook his head. Hiding is unrealistic. Then beat him up. Shen Shan slammed the table and stood up. We Chinese have a 5,000-year history. We have fought against all odds. There is no reason to surrender without fighting. A disadvantageous situation? If the history of that period can be called a disadvantageous situation. Now it is a complete collapse. The opponent has had the technology and ability to observe extragalactic civilizations since at least 1837, and can also affect various natural disasters on the Blue Planet. On my side, not only was the crystal at home flooded, but the wild monsters were also greatly strengthened. To put it another way, the opponent has 3 stars and 5 mana, and we are still choosing to strengthen in the 21st stage. How to play this? As if seeing Hu Yu's helplessness, Xiao Zixu also tentatively spoke. Is there a possibility that the other party is afraid of us? Afraid? Before Hu Yu could speak, Su Zilong frowned and said, the other party has mastered that ability. How could they be afraid of us? Why not? Xiao Zixu asked back. Do you know the Mayans? The people present naturally knew about the nation that had predicted the end of the world in 2012. But they didn't understand what Xiao Zixu meant by mentioning them now. The earliest traces of the Maya were around 2000 BC, and they existed for more than 3,000 years. However, among all the traces of their civilization that we have discovered, no ironware has been found. Is it because their civilization level is not high, and they can't master the research and development technology of ironware? Of course not. Their astrology and writing can prove that their intelligence is not bad. The main reason why they didn't develop into an iron civilization is only one. There are no iron minerals in the environment where they live. Do you know what this means? Iron is the 4th most abundant mineral in the crust of the Blue Planet. But there is no trace of its existence in the environment where the Mayans live. Without iron, there is no smelting technology. and it is impossible to develop into an iron civilization, let alone the subsequent technological development. If observing extraterrestrial civilizations and controlling and influencing the natural environment also requires a basic element. And this natural element is very abundant in the universe. But only our blue planet, or even the solar system, does not have it? After this, everyone fell silent. They had heard of this hypothesis before. And it was not Xiao Zissou who first proposed it. It's just that not many people know this hypothesis. And the hypothesis is only circulated in some small circles. So, Hu Yu tentatively said, "You mean? We are facing a group of alien natives who have mastered magic? It's just a possibility." Xiao Zissou spread his hands. After all, from the perspective of some animals, the throwing skills mastered by humans are also a kind of magic. The meeting room fell into silence. Hu Yu also pondered for a long time. After several minutes, he spoke. "Okay, let's not discuss magic for now. I'll assign tasks now. Sisu, I'm here. You and your uncle and aunt continue the treatment task. But remember to hide their existence. I will keep General Wei on the ship for a while. Maybe she knows something. In this case, it's better to go together than to act alone." "Yes." Xiao Zissou nodded in response. "Brother Shan." "Here." Shen Shan stood up straight immediately. Still in the state he used to fool Wei Xingnan. There was no other way. Hu Yu had just said that he would keep Wei Xingnan for a while longer. So this play had to continue. As for General Wei, you guys have to take care of it. You know some things on the ship. Come up with a reasonable reason as soon as possible to fool him. Also, for the dinner, you can invite the people on the warship to come. Or we can prepare the food and send it over. Anyway, we can't let them go hungry. Yes. I promise to complete the task. Hu Yu looked at Su Linglong again. And you? Su Linglong tilted her head, indicating that she didn't know what happened. What's wrong? What else? I really am. Hu Yu held his breath, but still didn't get angry. The problem we are facing now is not small. It's not too late to talk about these after solving them. He had to change the subject. What have you been doing during this time? You said you haven't left the room for a whole day? Nothing. It's almost done. Su Linglong stood up and walked out of the meeting room. Boss, have you made the arrangements? If I have, I will go back to work. If nothing goes wrong, I will be able to get the results tomorrow and give you a surprise. Remember to come and see me at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. You should be able to get up. Right? Surprise? I just hope it's not a shock. Don't worry. I can get up. Okay. That's it for now. Hu Yu stood up and looked at the people present. If there are no other questions, let's adjourn the meeting and prepare a welcoming banquet tonight. It doesn't have to be too sumptuous, but the comrades on the warship must be well fed. Yes. Wait. Minono raised his hand suddenly. I have another question. What is it? The other party is 10 light years away from us. If it takes 10 years for information communication to reach Blue Planet, then how long will it take for the other party to sail to our location? Chapter 158 Surprise. How long will it take? If the other party has a light speed engine, it will take 10 years. The speed of light is approximately equal to 300,000 kilometers per second, which is nearly 1 billion kilometers per hour. If we calculate it based on the current highest speed propulsion, the speed of 110,000 kilometers per hour is equivalent to 1/10,000th of the speed of light. In other words, according to the current level of human technology, if you want to reach a location 10 light years away, it will take 10,000 years. Even if the other party's technology level is higher than that of Blue Star and can develop a propulsion close to 1/10th of the speed of light, it will take 100 years to reach Blue Star. As for the light speed engine, it should be unlikely. After all, if the other party really has a light speed engine, there is no need to transmit any message. And it is so complicated. Just drive a spaceship over and show your ability. The effect is much better than any threat. In addition to the other party's technological capabilities, it has not reached the level of long-distance navigation. There is another possibility. That is, the other party feels that there is no need to show off their muscles. Once you get there, just occupy it directly. For example, now, the rainstorm lasted for 49 days, and then stopped. During this period, some fish with intelligent life were cultivated and allowed to kill each other with humans. After a certain period of time, They appeared on the blue planet again. At that time, they would be greeted by a brand new planet without any life but full of hope. As for the water on the planet, that's too easy to solve. Since they can control the natural environment, wouldn't it be a problem to trigger an earthquake and lead all the water into the core of the Earth? Or maybe a planet full of water is more suitable for their living environment. That means they had already begun to transform the planet before they officially arrived. If that's true, can humans really resist their invasion? Huyu's eyes were full of deep thought, and his mind was completely scattered. There was no way. The news that Wei Shen brought him was so shocking that he hadn't come back to his senses yet. Boss? Minono shouted, raising his hand and waving in front of Huyu. What's wrong with you? I'm fine. Huyu came back to his senses, looked at Minono and said, don't worry about when they will come. Or even if they will come. We just need to do our job. Go and rest first. Let me digest the news I got today, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. Okay. Everyone left the meeting room to prepare. Only Huyu and Encianer stayed in the meeting room. Huyu sat there, thinking and sorting out the news he got today. As for Encianer, since the warship approached, she has been following Huyu, responsible for protecting his safety. After all, it is not necessarily completely safe on the heart of the ocean now. He sat in the conference room for a while, thinking about the previous problem. But no matter how he thought about it, there was no way to break the deadlock now. He couldn't really take the entire blue planet into the space. Right? No matter how much the heart of the ocean evolved, it couldn't evolve to take away all the people on the blue planet. Even after 99% of them died, there were still nearly 80 million people. How big a ship would be needed to carry them? Now, all he could do was to quietly wait for the passage of time in this vast ocean to see if the other party would really land on this planet. After that, I'll plan it slowly. Huyu looked up, and when he looked out the window again, it was already dark outside. The moon was almost invisible on this rainy night, and only the sound of continuous rain could be heard. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Xiao Zissa poked her head in, and saw Huyu's worried face. Knowing that he was worried, she forced a smile and said, the dinner is going on outside, and they all want to hear a few words from the leader. Why don't you go up and talk? What should I talk about? Huyu gave a bitter smile. If others don't know, how can you not know? The water content of my chief is even higher than that of the Pacific Ocean now. Eat something even if you don't want to talk about it. You haven't eaten for almost a day. It would be fine if he didn't mention eating. As soon as he mentioned eating, Huyu felt a churning in his stomach. Today's breakfast has not been digested yet. It's okay. I've already eaten. Huyu waved his hand, but still got up and walked out of the meeting room. I'm tired all day. I'm going to bed first. You should also rest early. Yeah. Xiao Zissa nodded and stepped aside. She watched Huyu's back getting farther and farther away, but she couldn't help but speak. Huyu. Huyu turned his head and looked at Xiao Zissa. What's wrong? Nothing. I just want to tell you. Xiao Zissa lowered her head and spoke after a long struggle. No matter what, I'm on your side. Don't feel too much pressure. If it doesn't work, The voice behind was very small. So small that Huyu couldn't hear it at all. But, Xiao Zissu's face turned red with naked eyes. Huyu asked in confusion. What did you say just now? I didn't hear it clearly. Nothing. Xiao Zissu blushed and fled, leaving Huyu confused. He had to turn to look at Encianer. Encianer, did you hear what she said just now? Encianer shook her head, looking dull. Forget it. Go back and have a good sleep. I have things to do tomorrow. Huyu muttered and went back to his room. He didn't eat anything and fell asleep on the bed. When he woke up, it was already August 2nd. 20 days had passed since the beginning of the apocalypse. Huyu opened his eyes and saw Encianer standing not far from his bed again. He shook his head helplessly, knowing that he could not persuade her. So he did not waste his breath and asked Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai, report the latest situation. Yes. Report to the master. It is now August 2nd. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the water level in Jinling has reached 76 meters, and the water level is increasing at a rate of 80 centimeters per hour. All the facilities on the ship are operating normally. On the warship, after the dinner, all personnel returned to the warship and stood by. According to Mr. Shen Shan's order, today's breakfast has also been transferred. Everything is normal in the nearby waters, and there are no suspicious biological targets. On this ship, Miss Su Linglong came to you an hour ago and asked you to visit their research results. Half an hour ago, she insulted your personality. Do you want to play the original sound? 1 hour ago. It's over. I promised her before. I forgot to set the alarm yesterday. Who you hurriedly got up and dressed. Hurry up and send her a message. Just say that I was in a coma yesterday due to hypoglycemia and was just rescued. Oh! Su Linglong's voice sounded outside the door. Who rescued Boss Who? It's over. For words emerged in Hu Yu's mind. And Xiao Hai's voice slowly floated over. 15 minutes ago. She was at the door of your room. Please act with caution. Xiao Hai. Master. I'm here. Next time. Please change the time sequence of the report. Yes. Master. Chapter 159 The Power of Technology. As the saying goes, you can't hide from the first day. They've already chased me to the door. I can't hide even if I want to. I can only bite the bullet and go ahead. Hu Yu put on his clothes as quickly as possible. Walked to the door helplessly. Opened the door. And saw Su Linglong staring at him with dark circles under her eyes. Her eyes full of resentment. It was like a palu that had been exploited to the extreme by an unscrupulous trainer. Sleep well, Boss Hu. Su Linglong looked around the room for a while, and sighed again. Alas, it is true that we are miserable. We work part-time, and stay up all night. We finally made some achievements, and wanted to report to the boss. But the boss overslept. The office is less than 100 meters away from the bedroom. But he was reluctant to come over to listen before going to sleep. Wrong. Wrong. Hu Yu lowered his head helplessly. He also knew that this was his principal mistake. So he had to smile with Su Linglong. I was careless too. Sister Linglong. If you have any request, just tell me directly. As long as I can do it, I will definitely keep my promise. Okay. That's what you said. Su Linglong casually took out a disc and handed it to Hu Yu. Here you go. This is the surprise I want to show you. Surprise? Disc? Hu Yu looked at Su Linglong in confusion. And took the disc with some doubts. What's in it? I said it's a surprise. Su Linglong tilted her head and smiled. You can find a database to check it yourself. Okay. Hu Yu saw that she was keeping a secret. So he didn't know what to say. So he could only follow her to the cab. That's where Xiaohai's physical interface is. If it's something else, just plug it into the computer and connect to Xiaohai's LAN. But looking at Su Linglong's current appearance, it's probably quite important. It's better to use a physical interface to be safer. Hu Yu and others took the shortest way to the cab. During the time, they didn't meet anyone. And they were all busy with their own things. Usually at this time, most people are enjoying life in the cabin on the first floor. But since Wei Shengnan said that thing yesterday, several people headed by Shen Shan began to prepare. Seeing this, the others also guessed something. Although they didn't know what happened specifically, they understood one thing. No matter what the situation is, it's always good to be prepared. So overnight, the people who were originally full of various work efficiency of only 20 directly increased their work efficiency to 80. They didn't work very hard. But they were on the verge of working very hard. It's like people who used to work one day and rest one day, and only worked 4 hours a day, suddenly went straight to 996. Hu Yu was still quite relieved. Came to the cab. He directly connected the hard drive to Xiao Hai's database. Before he could ask about the contents of the hard drive, Xiao Hai's voice rang out in the cab. Master, a translation software has been detected. Do you want to install it? Translation software. Hu Yu turned his head and glanced at Su Linglong, his eyes full of surprise. Isn't it the translation software I was thinking of? Su Linglong replied as a matter of course. Otherwise, what do you think we are doing all night? You don't know that we spent a lot of effort to write the translation habits of ancient Chinese texts that connect the context into the software? We tried it last night. The capacity of an ordinary computer is about 100 words per second. If it's Xiaohai, the computing power can be at least 10 times higher. 1,000 words per second? What does that mean? 60,000 words per minute. 3.6 million words per hour. The 3.7 billion words of the Yonghua Encyclopedia can be successfully translated in just 100 hours. In less than 5 days. In other words, Su Linglong and his team overtook the others, and came up with a task that would take 10 years to complete in 5 days. Great! Hu Yu was overjoyed. Now he knew why it was a surprise. Tell me what reward you want. Anything I have will do. Don't be too happy yet. Su Linglong poured a bucket of cold water on him. This data is just our prediction. Although the computer can translate 100 words per second, it crashed after less than a minute. So, whether Xiao Hai can do it or not depends on the actual operation. Simple. Hu Yu said calmly. Install. You must be kidding. The system must produce quality products. Xiao Hai is the artificial intelligence of the legendary heart of the ocean. If he can't even do this, he should just put himself in the recycle bin and empty it. Yes, Master. Detecting for Trojans. Detection completed. Officially starting the installation program. Installation successful. In less than 30 seconds, Xiao Hai had successfully installed it. Xiao Hai. Let's do an experiment. Hu Yu casually took out a volume of the Yongle encyclopedia and flipped from the first page to the last page at the fastest speed. And then spoke again. Xiao Hai. Translate what you just saw into vernacular Chinese. Yes, Master. Although he just turned the pages very quickly, Xiao Hai's scanning speed can accurately identify it. But I don't know if the translation can keep up. The next moment, Xiao Hai's mechanical sound echoed in the cab. Ding! Translation completed. The specific content has been sent to your mobile phone. Please check it. Hu Yu immediately took out his mobile phone, turned on the screen, and started to compare. Word for word. The content on the phone is the content of the Yongle encyclopedia in vernacular Chinese. Now it's easy. The task that originally required more than 10 people to translate for nearly 10 years can now be completed by just one person standing in front of the camera and flipping through the book for 5 days. Well, considering the rest time, if there are 3 shifts, it will take 3 people to flip through the book for 5 days. And each person will flip for 8 hours a day. This is the power of technology. Ahem. Hu Yu coughed twice and turned to look at Su Linglong. Linglong, you have helped me a lot now. Just tell me what reward you and your team members need. The reward we want is very simple. We want to work 4 days and rest 3 days. Only work 8 hours a day. Oppose the exploitation of labor. And give us enough food? Okay. After hesitating, Hu Yu agreed. Although there is a powerful enemy at hand. What can people like them who are good at translating ancient Chinese do by working hard? If they want to rest, they can rest. Don't worry. This is the reward we wanted before. Su Linglong interrupted Hu Yu, staring at his eyes and said, We want to change the reward now. Huh? What reward? We want to set up a research team. Aren't you already a research team? Hu Yu laughed bitterly. No. Before, we were doing translation, drawing and other work. Now, Su Linglong raised her hand and pointed to the water outside the porthole of the cabin. We want to study what's down there. Chapter 160 Private Communicator? Underwater stuff? Hu Yu frowned and looked at Su Linglong and asked, Have you told me what happened in yesterday's meeting? Not yet. Su Linglong smiled. Without Boss Hu's instructions. How dare I expose secrets at will? Then you asked me this request? Do your team members know about it? Of course not. Su Linglong spread her hands. But as long as Boss Hu nods, I will start making arrangements immediately. After all, this is much more attractive than construction work. I almost forgot that this guy originally built fortifications on the mountain to attack the dragon snake. She had a special liking for those things under the water. This, I can't promise you for the time being. Hu Yu said after a few breaths of silence. Because the situation is still unclear. We still don't have enough materials for mutant fish. And the loyalty of those people is still worth testing. So, let's put this matter aside for the time being and talk about it later. When it's time to set up a research institute, I will consider you first. Just your words, Su Linglong replied, and trotted out of the cab. In fact, this was her purpose. She also knew that the current situation was not mature enough. Apart from anything else, Wei Xingnan was still with her. If she started to study the mutant fish now, it would be more trouble than good if she found some clues and caused suspicion of Boss Hu's identity. Soon, Hu Yu also left the cab. He walked all the way to the cabin. He happened to see Wei Xingnan eating breakfast. Chief. The two looked at each other, and Wei Xingnan immediately stood up. After last night's banquet and today's breakfast, her favorability towards Hu Yu soared to 30. Not for anything else. Just because of his food. You know, the entire warship only has enough food to sustain everyone for 30 days. After 30 days, they have to consider their own food sources. based on the current situation. This chief whose identity they can't even find out seems to want to buy all their food. How much food storage does it take to have such courage? Well, sit down. Hu Yu sat opposite Wei Shengnan and turned to look at Li Ji beside him. Li Ji, help me get 3 buns and a bottle of milk. Finally, there was no breakfast today. I don't know if the women saw that Hu Yu didn't eat lunch yesterday, so they felt guilty and withdrew their magic. After a day of digestion, he was a little hungry. Yes, chief. After saluting, Li Ji trotted over and quickly brought the food he needed. Hu Yu finished the breakfast on the plate and looked at Wei Shengnan in front of him. General Wei, what are your plans for the future? Ah? Wei Shengnan was stunned for a moment. Captain, our 2 troops have gathered. Shouldn't we act together? This is not the mission I received. Hu Yu looked at Wei Shengnan. If our 2 troops act together, is it to complete your mission or my mission? This? Wei Shengnan was speechless. She really wanted to ask Hu Yu what his mission was. But she also knew that with his identity, he must be carrying out top-secret missions. So how could he tell her the details of the mission? No need to say. After lunch, you will continue your mission. I will stay in Jinling for a few days. If we meet again, we can talk about other things. Yes. Wei Shengnan saluted again. Her face flushed. But she still asked shamelessly. Commander, I have a question. I wonder if I can ask it. Yes. That is, how much food you have left. Can you lend us some? Lend it. Forget it. Hu Yu took out a perfect fairy bean and put it on the table. Go back and find a place to plant this bean. 1 bean is enough for an adult to consume for a month. If you can grow beans exactly like this, then plant them to increase the yield. What? Wei Shengnan was stunned. She looked at the emerald-like bean on the table, her face full of disbelief. Chief, you said that this bean is enough for an adult to consume for a month? Don't believe it? Wei Shengnan didn't say anything, but her attitude also showed everything. Xiao Hai, call Mr. Fang. Yes, master. Xiao Hai responded immediately. Wei Shengnan's face suddenly changed, but soon returned to normal. So fast that Hu Yu, who was sitting opposite her, didn't even notice it. After a while, Mr. Fang walked in with muddy boots. After he came in, he asked Hu Yu, what do you want me for? I'm busy. Come. Mr. Fang, let me introduce you. Hu Yu smiled bitterly, stood up and introduced the 2 people. General Wei, this is Mr. Fang, an expert in soybean planting and cultivation in my country. Academician Fang. Mr. Fang, this is General Wei, the captain of the warship outside. Hello. Academician Fang. After hearing the word academician, Wei Shengnan also understood who this person was, and quickly stood up and stretched out her hand to him. Mr. Fang also stretched out his hand and shook her hand. After all, the word general is not something that everyone can use. Hello, General Wei. Hu Yu returned to his seat and sat down, pointing to the beans on the table. Mr. Fang, General Wei has doubts about the efficacy of the fairy beans. You come and explain it. Okay, General Wei. These beans are... No need. General Wei immediately spoke. I believe in Mr. Fang's professionalism. Commander, why didn't you tell me earlier that you have someone like Mr. Fang on your ship? Commander? Mr. Fang turned his head and glanced at Hu Yu with a strange expression. If you didn't believe me, I would have kept it hidden. Hu Yu quickly changed the subject. Mr. Fang is obsessed with research and rarely pays attention to things outside. Don't you think so? Mr. Fang? Yeah. Mr. Fang responded and turned to walk towards the greenhouse. Since there is nothing else, I will go back first. Take care, Mr. Fang. Hu Yu stood up and saw him off. Wei Shengnan watched Mr. Fang leave, wrapped the sins of beans in 5 layers of tissues, and put them in her pocket to feel relieved. She looked at Hu Yu with a complicated look in her eyes, and after thinking for a while, she asked, Commander, when are you leaving? Time is tight, and the task is heavy. Hu Yu frowned and said, some fish have mutated now, and you have to speed up the progress. Yes, Commander. Wei Shengnan handed over her communicator and looked at Hu Yu and asked, Commander, what is the code of your private communicator? I'll add you as a friend, so that we can communicate if there are any problems in the future. What the hell? Private communicator? Is there such a thing?